Lin Feng, you stole the sect's 100-year-old spiritual heart fruit. There are witnesses and evidence, but you still don't plead guilty? Sixth junior brother, you can awaken your spiritual roots because you stole Master's Tiansui Dan, right? How could a master have such an evil disciple like you? Kneel down and accept the punishment. Huangyan Sect, Law Enforcement Hall. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were like lightning, and a strong man in the Tribulation Period was reborn. In his previous life, he traveled from Earth to this world of immortal cultivation. He was framed by 5 senior sisters, suppressed by Master and backstabbed by junior brother, and finally died in a duel with the Demon Emperor. After rebirth, he was full of anger and wanted to make these people pay with blood. In the center of the high platform of the Law Enforcement Hall sat a beautiful woman with noble temperament. Ling Yue Fairy Qin Kaching, Lin Feng's master, was also one of the murderers who killed him. Both his parents died in the war against the invasion of the demon world. When he was 6 years old, Qin Kaching accidentally discovered that he had a natural spiritual root. So he took him back to Huangyan Sect and accepted him as the 6th disciple. Lin Feng has 5 senior sisters, all of whom are extremely talented and beautiful. When they need him, they order him around, and when they don't, they ignore him. I thought the senior sisters didn't like men. It wasn't until my junior brother Wang Xin joined the sect that I realized that the senior sisters only hated me. Wang Xin has an outstanding talent for cultivation and has an innate Imu spiritual root. Not only is he scheming, but his luck is also particularly strong. Even so, Lin Feng still tried his best to please his master and senior sisters. What he got was cold eyes and endless oppression. For example, today, it was clearly Wang Xin who stole the 100-year-old spiritual heart grass, but he dragged his senior sisters to blame him. In his previous life, he was bullied by others and not only apologized but also suffered a beating. Master is asking you a question. Are you deaf? Qin Kaching's tone was cold, and there was ice crystal in her eyes. The powerful spiritual pressure of the nascent soul stage suddenly erupted and hit Lin Feng. The floor under his feet couldn't bear it and gradually cracked and broke. But he stood upright, and even though his bones creaked, he didn't bend down. This scene moved the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall. They had seen many tough guys, but none of them could stand straight and calm under the spiritual pressure of the nascent soul stage elder. What's more, he was a person who had just been injured and his wound was still bleeding. After a while, Lin Feng became a bloody man, but his eyes were still firm. Haha, your so-called physical evidence and witness testimony. Can't they be fake? You know best that I have a spiritual root. Aren't you worried that the truth will be exposed and affect the reputation of your little apprentice? You are worthy of being my master, Ugh. Qin Kaching's eyes were full of doubt. She was usually submissive and obedient. Why did you suddenly become tough today? You should kneel down and beg me for forgiveness. When her eyes met Lin Feng's, an inexplicable chill rose from the bottom of her heart. This offensive look made her even more angry. How can you talk to your elders like this? They are your junior brothers and sisters. How can they slander you? Not everyone is as hypocritical as you, pretending to be pitiful for whom. At this time, Wang Xin walked out of the queue and spoke with a sad face. Master, please spare my brother. He is just afraid that his realm will be surpassed by me, and he is jealous of me being favored by you and my sister, so he took the risk to steal the spiritual herbs. Lin Feng frowned slightly. His little brother seemed innocent, but he actually had ulterior motives. Practicing ancient secrets can take away the luck of those around him. The decline and extermination of the Huangyan sect were all related to this guy. Even a master and 5 sisters were imprisoned by Wang Xin and suffered all kinds of humiliation. Fortunately, Lin Feng's cultivation was perfected and he rescued everyone. However, just when he took the opportunity of a decisive battle with the Demon Emperor and was ready to transcend the tribulation and ascend to heaven, it was these people who plotted against him and killed him. When Qin Kaching looked at Wang Xin, her eyes were full of smiles. She was so biased. Xiao Xin, you shouldn't be kind to such people. Otherwise he will dare to slander you next time. Today he must be punished. He is a clown in front of you. Wang Xin suddenly burst into tears and knelt down in front of Qin Kaching with a sad look. Master, my brother was just confused for a moment. Please give him a chance. This guy seemed to be begging for Lin Feng, but in fact he was convicting him. Since you asked, I will forgive you this time today. Qin Kaching's expression gradually eased and then glanced at Lin Feng. What are you standing there for? Thank your brother quickly? It was a mistake to bring you back that year. You haven't even learned basic manners in all these years. This made Lin Feng laugh. Why didn't he realize that his cheap master was so shameless before? You are great. You are aloof. You leave all the chores of Qiyun Peak to me. Which of the spiritual plants, beast taming, elixirs, and mineral veins is not my responsibility? Without my hard work, how can you be so detached from the world? You're just a group of vampires. I worship you as my master, but have you ever fulfilled your responsibilities? You only indulge 6 disciples to humiliate me. It is never that I owe you anything, but you owe me a lot. Lin Feng's words are not arrogant. Before he came to the sect, he was adopted by a rich family and had no worries about food and drink. If there is anything he owes, it is only the kindness of Qin Keqing for bringing him into the world of cultivation. But after coming to Huangyin's sect, he also provided many treasures and opportunities to his master and senior sisters. Fifth senior sister Li Yun heard this, as if someone stepped on her tail. What nonsense are you talking about? You are really an ungrateful person. The corners of her mouth curled up with a sneer, like watching a play. You are tough now, but you will beg for forgiveness in a humble manner, as usual later. Qin Keqing was exposed in front of her, and her eyes were about to spit fire. I gave you the opportunity to practice. Otherwise, how could your cultivation level improve so quickly? You don't think that you are a genius because of your natural spiritual roots. In my eyes, you are not as good as Xiaoxin's innate Imu spiritual roots. It's okay if you don't feel grateful, but you still speak wildly. I will only give you this last chance. Kneel down and apologize to us. Lin Feng's heart for these people died cleanly the moment he was betrayed. I will say it for the last time. It was your good disciple Wang Xian who stole the 100-year spiritual heart fruit and framed me. You are such a bad disciple. You dragged your junior brother into the water after the matter was exposed. You must be severely punished today. Hearing this, the elders and disciples of the law enforcement hall changed their faces immediately. This is not good. Lin Feng has excellent talents. He won the first place for the sect in the last foundation building meeting. Qin Keqing snorted coldly, not listening to other people's persuasion. You stole the sect's 100-year-old spiritual heart fruit, slandered your junior brother, and disrespected your teacher. The circumstances are extremely bad. You will be punished to face the wall in prison for 30 years, 300 times of soul whipping, and 3,000 killing sticks. The elders present all trembled in their hearts. Isn't this punishment too severe? If all the punishments are completed, he will become a mentally ill lunatic if he doesn't die. Lin Feng sneered at the beautiful master on the high platform and spoke in a firm tone. I refuse. Qin Keqing's eyes showed coldness, and she smiled and shook her head. Humph, you know you are afraid now, but it's too late. Even if you kneel down and cry for my forgiveness, you can't get less sticks. However, Lin Feng's face did not show any fear, but smiled softly and spoke. According to the sect's rules, I should be expelled from the sect. Qin Keqing's pupils shrank slightly, and the terrifying aura of the nascent soul stage emanated. But Lin Feng continued to speak as if he hadn't noticed. Elders, this is the law enforcement hall. Please handle this impartially and don't bend the law for personal gain. Evil creature, are you going to sever the relationship between master and disciple with me? Lin Feng's eyes were confident. It was just a loss of a cheap master. This will not affect my return to the peak. I want to see how long you can jump around without my help. Lin Feng looked up at a place in the void, muttering silently in his heart. Old buddy, are you still there? Congratulations to the host for finally being tough. This system is the host's soul when alive and the host's ghost when dead. It will never change and will accompany you for life. Chapter 2. The Supreme System of Celestial Treasures, the Severance of Master-Disciple Relations. Before Lin Feng appeared an interface, revealing the system from his previous life that had accompanied him into the realm of cultivation, astonishingly reborn alongside him. Supreme System Celestial Treasures. 1. Cultivation, unhindered by mental state. Enabling training in optimal condition. 2. Deduction, capable of deducing techniques, objects, and complex issues. 3. Enlightenment, possibility to randomly comprehend new techniques and principles, elevating oneself, each function. Powerful in its own right, was regrettably limited in usage. Wait, why is there no need for cultivation energy anymore? Report to the host. During your ascension duel with the Demon Emperor, this system acquired a strand of celestial essence from the lightning tribulation, while also surreptitiously seizing some heavenly rules, and has successfully completed its upgrade. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement within, with his old companion still present. This lifetime would undoubtedly allow him to reach greater heights, transcending the tribulation with ease. Yet, he maintained a composed demeanor as he gazed upon his esteemed master. You are correct. I intend to sever our master-disciple relationship. Qin Keqing's heart raced. Even her Tao heart trembled. The audacity of this wayward disciple to utter such blasphemous words was unfathomable. Before she could respond, several elders stepped forward in opposition. Let us put this matter on hold for now. There are likely underlying issues that require thorough investigation. Lin Feng, rest assured. Our law enforcement hall will ensure justice is served. Initially, the elders had no intention of involving themselves in this affair. As long as the master and disciple could provide an explanation, it sufficed. However, the situation had escalated unexpectedly. Lin Feng was the most outstanding disciple among the younger generation of the sect, yet he was now voluntarily requesting expulsion. The elders were taken aback by his declaration. He had secured first place in several joint competitions, earning great merit, and many disciples had come to participate in the entrance trials solely due to his esteemed reputation. In a few years, Huangyun's sect had the potential to become the frontrunner among third-rate sections. Even if there were mistakes, leniency should be exercised. How could they hastily render a verdict? Upon hearing the words of the law enforcement hall elder, Wang Xian and senior sister Li Yun felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. If this matter were to be scrutinized, the truth would undoubtedly come to light. Elders, there is ample evidence and witnesses. There is no need to squander time and effort on further investigation, is there? Wang Xian hurriedly interjected, desperate to prevent any incriminating evidence from surfacing. However, the elders paid him no heed. Had it not been for Qin Keqing's presence, they might have openly rebuked him. What right did a mere early-stage foundation establishment junior have to interject? One elder from the law enforcement hall even stood up to directly admonish Qin Keqing. Though the sect master is in seclusion, and you are temporarily acting on his behalf, such a degree of punishment ultimately exceeds reasonable bounds. In my view, the law enforcement hall should conduct a review before imposing any appropriate penalties. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. The truth was easily accessible, yet he understood that his master would not desire it. There was no need for such complications. As he had anticipated, Qin Keqing immediately rejected the elder's suggestion. Your attitude is rather obstinate, isn't it? You intend to threaten me with the severance of our master-disciple relationship, do you? Very well, I shall grant you that wish today. Without me, you are but a stray dog on the roadside. Qin Keqing never truly considered the severance to be genuine. It is merely a ploy by the ungrateful disciple to mitigate the consequences. How foolish to flaunt your cunning before me at such a tender age, miscalculating your adversary. With a wave of her hand, Qin Keqing summoned her spiritual energy, shaping words in the air to compose a document of severance. She then infused it with her power, inscribing her name at the bottom. Now it is your turn. Qin Keqing fixed her gaze upon Lin Feng, scrutinizing his every move, hoping to discern a struggle or regret upon his countenance. Yet all she saw was an increasingly audacious grin. As if the dissolution of their bond was a tremendous liberation for him. A tremor coursed through her heart, and she realized Lin Feng might indeed be serious. Her fists clenched tightly, and unbeknownst to her, her expression grew somewhat ferocious. What is so amusing? If you are so delighted, why do you not sign? Should you lower your head and admit fault, I might grant you a path to salvation, considering our years of master-disciple relations. Lin Feng's laughter echoed throughout the law enforcement hall. No, please do not spare me. I cannot endure the torments of your master-disciple entanglements any longer. The truth is within reach, yet you only seek to shield that little disciple, thereby condemning me to guilt. The greatest regret of my life has been to kneel before you as a sycophant, but fortunately, this mistake can still be rectified. Lin Feng raised his palm, directing a surge of spiritual energy toward the document of severance that lay between them. Upon witnessing this, Qin Keqing's breath quickened. She sensed that something of great significance was about to be lost and instinctively stirred her spiritual energy in an attempt to intervene. No one noticed that. At the moment Lin Feng utilized his energy, her entire being tensed up. She herself was unaware of the reason for this strange sensation. However, Lin Feng's gaze suddenly sharpened, and the released energy coalesced into a line, resembling a sharp silver needle. In an instant, it struck the document of severance. A name began to materialize in the air. Both Qin Keqing and the elders present were momentarily stunned, having failed to perceive Lin Feng's actions. The condensation of spiritual energy into a needle is no trivial feat. It requires time or profound mastery. Yet for Lin Feng, this posed no challenge. Had he not experienced a sudden instability in his aura moments earlier, he could have transformed his spiritual energy into a beam of light. Although he no longer possessed the strength of the tribulation stage, his comprehension and control remained intact. Upon inscribing his name, Lin Feng felt an immediate lightness in his body, as if his heart had shed a layer of restraint and causation, becoming more transparent. Post-report, the system detects that Qin Keqing feels regret. She feels regret? How amusing. Perhaps she laments the loss of a menial disciple in her future. The system, I seek enlightenment. Now, enlightenment in progress. Please wait. Qin Keqing emanated an aura of frigid coldness, her eyes veiled in a layer of frost. How audacious you are, daring to commit such acts of treachery against your master and ancestors. The overwhelming pressure of her peak nascent soul cultivation silenced all disciples present, leaving only a few elders able to breathe freely. Lin Feng, from this day forth, our relationship as master and disciple ceases to exist. You are hereby expelled from the sect. Henceforth, you shall not wield the identity of a disciple of Huangyan sect, nor shall you use any sect techniques. Otherwise, I shall personally lead the law enforcement hall to ensure your utter destruction. Lin Feng shrugged, nonchalant. Who cares? I am a formidable figure in the tribulation stage. I can manage without your meager techniques. Farewell. This departure is akin to a fish diving into the vast ocean, a bird soaring into the azure sky. Unshackled from any nets. Ha ha ha. He lifted his foot, turning to leave. The expanse awaited him. A jolt ran through Qin Keqing's heart, her already icy gaze growing even more somber. Halt. All your skills and techniques were learned within the sect. If you wish to leave, must you not sever all ties cleanly? Everyone understood the implication of her words. Lin Feng was to forfeit his cultivation and become a mere mortal. A few elders displayed expressions of reluctance. After all, he was a disciple they had watched grow since childhood. Lin Feng lowered his foot, glancing back at the cold-eyed woman on the high platform. You truly lack shame. Since you brought me back, have you taught me even for a single day? The elixirs for cultivation, the spirit stones, the techniques, did I not earn them all myself? Within the hall, the disciples present gasped upon hearing Lin Feng's words. The sect's most outstanding young talent, yet he had received no guidance from his master and had to earn all his cultivation resources himself? His life was arguably more arduous than that of an ordinary outer sect servant. To achieve such accomplishments under these circumstances speaks volumes of his dedication and extraordinary talent. Yet, Qin Keqing had no desire to delve into these matters. She looked down at Lin Feng, her gaze so indifferent it sent chills down one's spine. No matter how eloquently you speak, you cannot alter the fact that the sect sheltered you for over a decade. You wish to leave with a mere flick of your wrist? Dream on. If you are unwilling to part, there is a way. Serve as a mere outer sect servant for 20 years, and then you and I, in the sect, shall be square. As the acting sect master, her words carried significant weight. Even the elders of the law enforcement hall could only look on helplessly, unable to intervene. If Lin Feng wished to leave today, relinquishing his cultivation was his only path. Qin Keqing's confidence was restored. To challenge me, you are still too inexperienced. She understood that for someone with such exceptional talent, to forfeit their cultivation was akin to death. Yet Lin Feng's gaze remained calm, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. If this is how I can sever all ties with you, I could not wish for anything more. His words struck Qin Keqing like a thunderclap. Is it truly entertaining to maintain such a facade? You should kneel and admit your mistakes now. I might still grant you the status of an outer sect servant. Qin Keqing could hardly believe that Lin Feng would willingly forfeit his cultivation. The more exceptional a genius, the more difficult it is for them to accept such a fate. This act is either a desperate plea for sympathy or a cunning ploy of feigned vulnerability. With a calm demeanor, Lin Feng extended his right hand and gently placed it over the location of his dantian. A powerful aura surged forth abruptly, only to dissipate in an instant. When the elder's consciousness swept over him once more, they found that he had become an ordinary mortal. For the sake of a mere century-old spirit heartfruit, would a talented youth of the sect truly abandon his cultivation to prove his innocence? How could it come to this? Chapter 3. What does he compare with? Come back and beg for mercy. Within the grand hall of the law enforcement pavilion, Qin Keqing gazed upon Lin Feng, who had reverted to an ordinary mortal. A surge of fury coursed through her veins. How dare he? Without my consent, he dares to abandon his cultivation. Does he not hold me in regard? Leave at once. Should you step beyond the sect, never return. A smirk crept onto Wang Xian's lips, no longer concealed. With Lin Feng's self-imposed loss of cultivation, he could now ascend to become the most distinguished disciple of Huangyan sect. As one possessing innate spiritual roots, it was only fitting that I overshadow him. Henceforth, the accolades that rightfully belong to you shall be transferred to me. Wang Xian found the entire sequence of events remarkably effortless. He had merely uttered a few words. All gratitude is owed to our master. Rest assured, I shall attend to you in utmost comfort, both mentally and physically. And to my beautiful senior sister, who is secretly amused, you shall ultimately be mine. Although Lin Feng had forfeited his powers, he walked with an unburdened grace. The weight upon his shoulders had been utterly lifted. Where could he not go? The elders of the law enforcement pavilion observed his proud silhouette, then shifted their gaze to the fuming Qin Keqing. Was this treatment not excessively cruel for someone who had rendered significant contributions to the sect over the years? The upcoming sect conference would find us in a precarious position. Irritated, Qin Keqing waved her hand dismissively, speaking nonchalantly. His current prowess is solely a result of the sect's resources. My little disciple possesses talents surpassing his. He will inevitably ascend to the realm of transformation. By that time, what could he possibly compare? During the foundation building competition at the sect conference, Xiao Xian will deliver results that satisfy everyone. As Qin Keqing spoke, her eyes remained fixed on Lin Feng's retreating figure, yearning to witness him tremble as he once did. Filled with trepidation, she anticipated seeing him adopt a supplicant's posture, bowing his proud head, turning to kneel and plead for mercy. Yet the outcome was already determined. Lin Feng felt too liberated to indulge in such demeaning behavior. His steps were light, and soon he exited the law enforcement pavilion. The elders and disciples present craned their necks to observe the scene outside. Qin Keqing, too, straightened in her seat, eager to catch a glimpse of Lin Feng looking back. Alas, she was destined to be disappointed. I shall see how he departs the sect in utter disarray, based on past experiences. Those who had forfeited their cultivation often faced mockery from fellow disciples upon descending the mountain. It was not uncommon for some to perish on their way down. Moreover, given Lin Feng's exceptional talents, many would harbor envy. A formidable consciousness enveloped the sect's skies. Utilizing the power of projection, the scene was transmitted to the grand hall of the law enforcement pavilion. Qin Keqing aimed to ensure that all present bore witness to the dismal fate awaiting the disciple who dared defy the master's orders. She longed to see Lin Feng return. Prostrate and pleading for mercy, Wang Xian's body trembled slightly with excitement. At long last, the awaited day has arrived, and the genius who loomed over him has perished. In the future, Huangdan's sect shall see him rise as the vanguard of the younger generation. Given time, even the position of sect master may be within his grasp. Wang Xian gazed at his revered master on the high platform, his avarice unabashedly evident. The noble and elegant woman, her conquest would yield exquisite pleasure. Such a beauty is destined to belong solely to me. Yet, why does she remain fixated on the projection of that image? There stands but a solitary figure, Lin Feng, who has departed from the law enforcement hall. Infuriating. He is no longer your disciple. Why do you still watch? A mere worthless mortal. How can he possibly compare to me? A flicker of jealousy glimmered in Wang Xian's eyes. He longed to forcibly turn Qin Keqing's head to behold him. A nefarious thought took root in his mind, to imprison his master and the senior sisters, so that these beauties could gaze upon none but him. The expressions of the elders from the law enforcement hall grew grim. If Lin Feng, who had achieved great merit, were to meet a tragic end within the sect, what would the newly initiated disciples think? What would other sects say if word got out? Qin Keqing seemed to sense their concerns, unleashing the peak power of her nascent soul, enveloping the entire grand hall. He is a traitor of my faction. It is not for you to meddle. Everyone, heed my command. As the acting sect master, my words are the decree of the sect. Should anyone dare to shield this traitor, they shall face the consequences according to the sect's laws. He must bear the weight of his choices, without the sect as a refuge. He is but a stray dog on the roadside. Unless he returns, groveling for my forgiveness, and serves as an outer sect servant for 30 more years, you are forbidden from intervening, even if he perishes on his descent. Qin Keqing's voice, though soft, resonated through the projection, reaching ears both near and far, including Lin Feng's. This was her intended purpose, to ensure all were aware of the fate that awaited traitors. Wishing to return? Certainly. But he must cast aside his dignity and comply willingly. Yet, the Lin Feng depicted in the image seemed oblivious to her words, striding resolutely towards the gates of Huangyun's sect. A smirk played upon Qin Keqing's lips. Let him continue his charade. When confronted by those who once envied him, he shall learn the treachery of human hearts. When he is left barely alive, he will come to me, weeping and begging for my forgiveness. Indeed, figures of several sect disciples began to emerge in the projection, their numbers steadily increasing as they hastened towards Lin Feng. A heavy dread settled in the hearts of the elders present. Could such a scenario truly unfold? If news were to spread, the sect's reputation would undoubtedly plummet. Must these individuals allow their jealousy to fester at such a time? If their mindset is limited to such envy, their cultivation of the Tao has reached its end. Qin Keqing chuckled softly, turning her gaze to the irate elders, her pride evident in her voice. Now you comprehend, do you not? Without the protection of the sect, he is nothing. However, the subsequent developments rendered her devoid of composure, her eyelids twitching incessantly. Before her, a throng of over 100 youthful disciples prostrated themselves at Lin Feng's feet. Their gazes were earnest, their faces marred by sorrow, and their voices resonated with desolation. Senior brother, are you truly departing? Yes. This scene left the members of the law enforcement hall utterly astonished. They had presumed the disciples were there to cause trouble, yet they approached with such reverence. Lin Feng, gazing upon these familiar visages, felt an unusual stir within his heart. Many among them would ultimately meet their demise on the battlefield, fighting for the sect and the southern region, as well as for the humanity inhabiting this land. Senior brother, 2 years ago, you rescued me from the jaws of a beast, a kindness I have forever held dear. That day in the secret realm, when I was ambushed by thieves, it was your timely intervention that saved me. When I faltered in my cultivation and veered towards madness, it was you who safeguarded my heart's essence. And I too have benefited from your aid. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. An increasing number of disciples were drawn to the crowd. Among them, some had not directly received Lin Feng's grace, yet they harbored a sincere respect for him. The countenances of the elders in the law enforcement hall grew increasingly grim. Some revelations were new to them, and notably, many surrounding Lin Feng were their own disciples. They had not anticipated that he had contributed so much to the sect. It was a pity. Indeed, he once had the potential to become the esteemed elder brother of the younger generation. Lin Feng regarded the assemblage before him with a gentle smile. There is no need for such sorrow. We are merely parting ways for now, and there will be ample opportunities to reunite in the future. He casually waved to the crowd and continued towards the main gate. The disciples, witnessing this, ceased their attempts to impede him, silently trailing behind, clearly intent on ensuring Lin Feng's safe departure from the Huangyan sect. Stop right there. A furious voice echoed through the projection technique. Qin Keqing was nearly beside herself with rage. How could things have escalated to this? Formerly, the traitorous ones who had forsaken their cultivation were treated far less favorably, often meeting their demise along the way. Who dares to escort that wretch down the mountain shall be dealt with according to sect rules. Chapter 4. He seeks to sow discord within the sect. Initially believing that by exerting pressure, she could persuade these disciples to distance themselves from Lin Feng, Qin Keqing was met with an unexpected outcome. In the face of her stern intimidation, the expressions of the crowd remained resolutely steadfast. How could I not accompany my senior brother on his journey? My conscience would be burdened. What hope could there be for the great Tao? Indeed, my senior brother saved my life once. Failing to see him off would render me no better than a beast. It was for Lin Feng that I joined the Huangyan sect, and if necessary, I would gladly accept expulsion from the sect. Numerous disciples echoed in unison, their voices resonating throughout the heavens and earth. Qin Keqing's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief, her fists clenched in anger. Even as the acting sect leader, she found herself powerless to punish such a multitude of young disciples. Many among them were direct disciples of elders. How could she exercise her authority over them at will? This rebellious disciple had secretly garnered so many followers. Had he anticipated this day? I should have recognized Lin Feng's ulterior motives in forming cliques, even in leaving. He aims to disrupt the unity of the sect. A chill flickered in Qin Keqing's gaze, were it not for the elders of the law enforcement hall observing. She would have seized the opportunity to apprehend them. Wang Xin, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Qin Keqing had finally abandoned her attachment to that useless Lin Feng. The master was right. He often feigned modesty and humility while secretly orchestrating such schemes. The presence of these disciples was clearly a premeditated endeavor, designed to exert pressure on the sect in hopes of compelling her to summon him back. Upon hearing this, Qin Keqing's eyes narrowed with a glint of coldness. Humph, do these feeble disciples truly believe they can defy me? A mere gathering of inept individuals cannot sway my resolve. Her chilling tone drew frowns from several elders, for among that group were many of their own cherished disciples. Such a disdainful attitude towards the future talents of the sect was unbecoming of an acting sect leader. However, the hundreds of disciples rallying behind Lin Feng paid little heed to her words, their expressions sincere and devoid of fear. In a realm governed by the law of the jungle, such courage was exceedingly rare. Lin Feng gazed at the young men and women surrounding him, a smile creeping onto his face. He had anticipated a cold departure from the Huangyun sect, yet he was pleasantly surprised by the multitude that came to bid him farewell. He felt both joy and solace. While he had aided a few ingrates, he had also supported many grateful young disciples. They were the hope of humanity, yet alas, most present today would meet their demise on the battlefield, sacrificing everything for the people of the southern region. Initially disheartened and unwilling to interfere, Lin Feng had intended to focus solely on his own path. But now he had a change of heart. These cultivators had the potential to transform the realm of human cultivation for the better. Congratulations, host. Enlightenment achieved. The heavenly spiritual root has evolved into the nine heavens calamity thunder sacred root. The emergence of the sacred root triggers a resonance with the heavens and earth. Narrating the great Tao of the Qi refinement stage, Lin Feng stood in a daze, as if he had encountered a rare spiritual root he had once glimpsed in an ancient tome. It was said to manifest once every 10,000 years. To comprehend the evolution of the spiritual root, was the system making a mistake? Old comrade, you certainly lacked such prowess in your previous life. The most you could achieve was the understanding of advanced cultivation techniques. Host report, this system has undergone an upgrade and cannot be compared to the past. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. The disciples behind him, noticing Lin Feng's halted steps, inquired with curiosity. Senior brother, are you feeling unwell? I can carry you, or we could jointly appeal to Elder Qin. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, turning to gaze at the youthful faces before him. No need. I am no longer a disciple of Huangyun sect, and it is unnecessary for me to stay. However, before I depart, I intend to grant you all a fortuitous opportunity. How much you can comprehend will depend on your own capabilities. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. They believed in Lin Feng. Otherwise, they would not have come to bid him farewell. Yet, the notion that he could bestow such fortune upon so many was met with skepticism. However, Lin Feng did not afford them the chance to question him. Please sit cross-legged. Listen attentively. He remained standing as a faint purple radiance began to emerge in the sky. Meanwhile, within Lin Feng's body, a transformative change was underway. His meridians were enveloped by a purple lightning aura, and his damaged qi was rapidly being restored. Qin Kuching observed the hundreds of young disciples sitting cross-legged, her heart filled with confusion and rising anger. How dare this group of miscreants heed the words of a traitor? What does sitting before Lin Feng imply? Do they consider him a master worthy of imparting knowledge? It seems that only through giving them a lesson will they come to respect the sect's rules. Qin Kuching's chest heaved violently, her agitation palpable. Wang Xin, equally enraged, cast a shadowy gaze upon the adulated Lin Feng. A mere waste, what gives him the right to receive such admiration? Here I am, possessing the innate Ewood spiritual root, a once-in-a-millennium talent, yet I have never enjoyed such treatment. What fortune can he bestow? A commoner who is barely able to safeguard himself. The elder of the law enforcement hall furrowed his brow in confusion. Yet it was undeniable that Lin Feng was a genius with considerable prestige. Should we not retain Lin Feng until the sect leader emerges from seclusion to discuss further? Qin Kuching snorted coldly, fixating her gaze on the projection. He is but a waste now. Whether he can restore his qi remains uncertain. A self-diminished cultivation level will lead to diminished spiritual root quality. To reach the peak of foundation establishment again, it would take no less than 50 years. By that time, these disciples will have long forgotten him. The elders fell silent, acknowledging the truth in her words. Self-diminution indeed affects one's foundation, and the qi requires substantial time for recuperation. The brilliance of the past had become a distant memory. The future likely held only stagnation. As Qin Kuching surveyed the silent assembly, a smile finally graced her face. After being vexed by this miscreant all day, she had finally regained some semblance of dignity. Prior to this, she had never anticipated that matters would escalate to such proportions. In her understanding, Lin Feng would obediently plead guilty and accept his punishment, allowing the situation to dissipate. How naive. It was utterly impossible for someone at the foundation establishment stage to stir any waves before a nascent soul. Moreover, her position represented the entire Huangyun sect. Suddenly, a panicked voice interrupted Qin Kuching's thoughts, drawing her gaze to the projection. Lin Feng's body was emanating a rich purple glow, enveloped as if by thunder, with crackling sparks of electricity flickering around him. Could it be that his earlier words were indeed true? A resounding thunder echoed from the heavens, while purple lightning flickered through the clouds. Golden lotuses appeared beneath Lin Feng's feet, radiating a sacred light. Suddenly, a cascade of colorful beams descended from the sky, showering upon him. At that moment, he resembled a deity descending to earth, shrouded in mystery and grandeur. A chorus of celestial sounds resonated from the void, narrating the wonders of the Qi refinement stage. The numerous disciples seated before Lin Feng gasped in awe. Their senior brother would never deceive them. This was the earth-submerging golden lotus, a heavenly omen. Had he truly abandoned his cultivation to prove his innocence, thus achieving enlightenment of the heavenly principles? Everyone, focus your hearts and sense this. Do not miss the goodwill of our senior brother. The moment the extraordinary phenomenon unveiled itself, it captured the attention of nearby sections. Anyone who could resonate with heaven and earth was undoubtedly a prodigious talent. Moreover, the earth-submerging golden lotus and the colorful radiance were auspicious signs. Quickly, follow me to the Huang Yun sect to recruit him. Bring along my treasures from the Fan Hai sect to entice him. If we could acquire such a unicorn-like talent, our Qing Fan sect would surely rise from the ranks of third-rate sects to the second-rate. Humph, my Zijin mansion is also interested in this young man. What do you have to compete with me? The sects surrounding Huang Yun were all stirred by the celestial anomaly. They dispatched personnel to investigate or prepared gifts to entice him. Inside the law enforcement hall, chaos ensued, filled with a cacophony of discussions. Qin Keqing stood frozen, gazing at the projection. That worthless individual, how could he resonate with heaven and earth? Just after expelling him from the sect, he creates such a commotion. Is this not a slap to my face? She concealed her trembling hands within her sleeves, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. Chapter 5. The Evolution of Spirit Roots. Once again embarking on the path of cultivation, in the square of the Huangyan sect, hundreds of disciples stood before Lin Feng, immersing themselves in the harmonious resonance of heaven and earth, experiencing the myriad wonders of the Qi refining stage. Suddenly, one individual felt a rapid surge of energy, swiftly breaking through from the mid-Qi refining stage to the late stage. This occurrence was not a mere coincidence. In the following minutes, similar breakthroughs continued to manifest. Even a few foundation-building disciples, having rectified the deficiencies of the Qi refining stage, shattered the shackles that had bound them for years. In the grand hall of the law enforcement hall, neither disciples nor elders could remain seated. This was akin to an opportunity for enlightenment, one that countless cultivators might never encounter in their lifetimes. Who would not desire to lay a solid foundation for their future path? Once missed, such an opportunity would never arise again. They cast their gazes upon the elevated platform where Elder Qin Keqing stood, yearning for her approval. Elder Qin, this matter pertains to the very essence of our sect. Please allow the disciples to heed the teachings of heaven and earth. He astutely refrained from mentioning Lin Feng, instead framing it as a call to listen to the doctrines of the universe. However, before a response could be given, Wang Xian could no longer contain himself. This must be a deception. How could a mere mortal, whose energy center has been rendered useless, possibly invoke such a celestial phenomenon? His senior sister, Li Yun, nodded in agreement. Only my little junior brother possesses the capability to incite such auspicious signs within the entire Huangyan sect. In truth, the elders were equally perplexed. How could one, whose cultivation had been obliterated, possibly attract the great principles of the universe? Yet, the reality lay before them, compelling them to believe. They were reluctant to humble themselves and partake in the teachings, but wished for their own disciples to enrich their foundations. Yet, without Elder Qin's command, they could not act against her will, leaving the disciples in a state of anxious anticipation. On the projection, the sky suddenly unleashed a formidable bolt of lightning, crashing down upon Lin Feng. Rather than inflicting harm, it rendered his skin radiant and translucent. The Nine Heavens Calamity Thunder spiritual root had the capacity to absorb calamity lightning, enhancing his physical constitution. Lin Feng clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. Even without tapping into spiritual energy, he could withstand the pinnacle techniques of the Qi refining stage. This spiritual root was indeed as formidable as the legends had foretold. As 9 bolts of calamity lightning descended, Lin Feng's energy center felt as though it had been meticulously refined, emanating a violet glow, sturdy and brimming with spiritual power. Qi refining stage initiated. I have once again set foot on the path of cultivation. Although Lin Feng appeared to be standing still, he was, in fact, the one reaping the most rewards. His energy center not only recovered but also grew even more potent, capable of accommodating greater spiritual energy. Yet, this was not the end. He silently recited a secret mantra, the desireless Qi refining technique, a method that temporarily forsakes the 5 senses and desires to accelerate cultivation. While it hastened the speed of his training, it also rendered him oblivious to any underhanded schemes. This was a technique Lin Feng had encountered in ancient texts during his past life. The pros and cons were evident, yet with the system's assistance, he could disregard the drawbacks. Old friend, let us commence our cultivation. Half an hour later, Lin Feng's aura surged dramatically, as he transitioned from a mere mortal with a depleted energy center to the pinnacle of the chi refining stage. The assembly in the Hall of Justice was utterly astonished. The path of cultivation is arduous and lengthy, a relentless battle against fate, demanding immense time and effort with every step. It is unprecedented for anyone to consecutively break through 4 minor realms. Such an individual is indeed a prodigy. Could merely attuning oneself to the resonance of heaven and earth yield such remarkable results? If one were the catalyst behind this phenomenon, perhaps it would be feasible. He now stands merely a step away from the foundation establishment stage. Should we invite him back? Indeed, he is a treasure. Should another sect lure him away, our losses would be substantial. Throughout history, those capable of provoking such an anomaly have achieved no less than the void refinement stage. To say that Lin Feng is worthy of a second-rate sect would be no exaggeration. Hearing the discussions of the elders and disciples, Qin Keqing's countenance darkened. To her, these flattering words were nothing but mockery. So what if he has triggered an anomaly? He is merely at the chi refinement stage. Upon returning to the sect, he would only qualify as an outer disciple. Wang Xin, upon hearing his master's remarks, finally felt a weight lift from his heart. Indeed, even if Lin Feng were to restore his Qi and continue his cultivation, he remains a mere insignificant figure at the Qi refinement stage, hardly worthy of concern. With his heavenly spiritual root diminished due to self-inflicted injuries, it would take him at least 2 years to reach the foundation establishment stage. He chuckled, thinking, by the time you reach the initial stage of foundation establishment, I shall have already formed my Dan. By then, you would be nothing more than a triviality, unworthy of attention. However, Wang Xin's mirth was soon to evaporate. The disciples who had awakened from the teachings of heaven and earth began to pay their respects to Lin Feng. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. The grace of fortune is unforgettable. After 3 years, I have finally broken through to the late foundation establishment stage. The deficiencies I harbored during the Qi refinement stage have been resolved, thanks to senior brother's transformative grace. Just as Lin Feng opened his mouth to respond, several figures descended from the horizon, flying in on swords. The elders of the law enforcement hall held their breath in anticipation. They recognized those figures. They were prominent individuals from nearby sects, including significant figures from second-rate sections. Trouble was brewing. They were here to poach. An elderly man approached Lin Feng. Young friend, I am the sect leader of the Fanhai sect. I have learned that you currently lack a sect. Would you be willing to join us and explore the path to longevity together? I can promise you the position of my personal disciple. The disciples of the Huangyun sect, seated nearby, gasped in astonishment. To receive an invitation directly from the sect leader is a tremendous honor. Like the Huangyun sect, the Fanhai sect is also a second-rate sect, and its leader possesses the strength of the God transformation stage. However, the position of a personal disciple is indeed enticing, offering superior status and cultivation resources compared to that of an elder's personal disciple. A middle-aged man interrupted the elder, stepping in front of Lin Feng. Young friend, do not heed this old man's nonsense. I have heard you have self-diminished your cultivation. Your body surely requires recuperation, does it not? Why not join my celestial transformation sect? We are indeed an alchemical faction, capable of swiftly mending any internal injuries you may have. Before Lin Feng could respond to the two, another young man approached leisurely. I am Feng Yuanting, the lord of the Golden Purple Manor. As long as you join our manor, you may select any cultivation method you desire, and resources will be at your disposal. If you wish, I can devote my utmost efforts to nurture you as the next manor lord. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Compared to the promises made by other direct disciples, this was undeniably a bombshell. The heir of a second-tier cultivation sect. Even Qin Keqing would have to refer to him as Junior. Lin Feng felt a stir of temptation. This was indeed the swiftest route to establish his own influence. A second-tier sect typically has at least one master at the integration stage, vastly surpassing the strength of a third-tier sect. Do you wish to be my master? Feng Yuanting slightly shook his head, a hint of helplessness appearing on his face. It is my master at the integration stage who seeks to take you as a disciple. Should you agree, you shall henceforth be my sole junior brother. Inside the law enforcement hall of the Huangyun sect, an eerie silence prevailed. Feng Yuanting's master, wasn't that the Grand Elder of the Golden Purple Manor? It is said that he reached the pinnacle of the integration stage 2 centuries ago and is still alive. If Lin Feng were to become his disciple, Even Qin Keqing would have to address him as uncle in the future. Thinking of this, she suddenly rose, her expression turning exceptionally grave, and through projections. She saluted Feng Yuanting. Junior Qin Keqing pays respects to Master Feng. Such a traitor must not be allowed to join the Golden Purple Manor. Chapter 6. The Enigma of Demonic Energy. Visitors from the Xintian Sword Sect. Lin Feng gazed calmly at the projection in the sky. Joining the Zijin mansion and receiving focused cultivation was indeed a fortunate prospect. He was fully aware of Qin Keqing's concerns. Was it not merely the apprehension of having to bow his head and address her as master uncle in future encounters? Feng Yuanting wore a gentle smile. His tone nonchalant as he spoke. I intend to take on disciples on behalf of my master. Do you have any objections? Or has the Huangyan sect reconsidered its position? Qin Keqing hurriedly shook her head. She would never voluntarily lower herself. No, such a thief of sect resources, one who betrays the teachings. Then silence yourself and do not disturb me while I attend to my duties. She was abruptly interrupted. However, she dared not show any dissatisfaction and instead greeted him with a smile. To become the lord of the Zijin mansion, one must at least possess the cultivation of the void refinement stage, far beyond what the Huangyan sect could provoke. Yet, her gaze subtly shifted, revealing a weighty piece of information. You may not be aware, but this wretch has been practicing demonic arts. As Lin Feng signed the disciple severance document, Qin Keqing perceptively sensed a trace of demonic energy within him. Perhaps it was a remnant from an encounter with a magical beast, often disregarded in everyday matters. However, today, it was a grave issue. I would rather see Lin Feng destroyed than allow him to leave the Huangyan sect. Qin Keqing's words fell like a colossal stone into a serene lake, provoking an uproar among the gathered. The southern domain borders the demonic realm. And for over 10,000 years, conflict has been unceasing. Practicing demonic arts equates to betraying humanity. This is a heinous crime, punishable by death. Feng Yuanting dared not take such a risk. A flicker of clarity shone in his eyes as he scrutinized Lin Feng. Indeed, there was demonic energy. Upon hearing this, the gazes directed at Lin Feng shifted dramatically. The disciples of the Huangyan sect, who had been seated, rose to their feet, their expressions wary. Despite their reluctance to believe, these words came from a formidable void refinement expert. The elder from the Fan Hai sect, who had earlier sought to win Lin Feng over, was now incensed, his beard bristling with fury. Is it true that your prowess stems from demonic arts? How blind I was to consider you for my personal disciple. The hatred for the demons and their practitioners surged forth. Kill him. No wonder he possessed such extraordinary talent. It was all due to the demonic arts, In the face of the imposing aura from several god transformation stage sect leaders, Lin Feng remained unperturbed. This unexpected composure elicited a nod of approval from Feng Yuanting. Qin Keqing claims you have practiced demonic arts. Is that true? False, Lin Feng replied without hesitation. A response that resonated with his true self. Yet he was also intrigued. He had not engaged with the demonic realm for some time. Where had this demonic energy originated? The disarray he felt when signing the disciple severance document must have been linked to this. A cold smirk graced Qin Keqing's lips. Since you cannot be my disciple, I shall ensure your utter ruin. This time, with both witnesses and evidence at hand, do you dare to argue? Are you truly the kind of person who dares to act yet shies away from responsibility? Lin Feng gazed at the disciples of Huang Yunzong before him. Their eyes were filled with turmoil, as if they were grappling with a momentous decision. On one side lay gratitude, while on the other stood the archenemy of humanity. Meanwhile, the sect leader and elders who had rushed to recruit him displayed a swift change of countenance. There was no sympathy for those who practiced demonic arts. They were to be executed without hesitation. The powers of darkness were built upon the suffering of humanity, and he must perish. Kill. In the Hall of Justice. Wang Xian felt a surge of fervor and could not help but shout kill. Exterminate the demons. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he regretted them. For he found himself the sole voice in the grand chamber. Apart from his senior sister, Li Yun, the others cast dark glares in his direction. Did I speak amiss? Such demons deserve death. The elders of the Hall of Justice sighed deeply. Should word of this incident spread, it would tarnish Huang Yunzong's reputation for harboring demons for over a decade. Most crucially, they had watched Lin Feng grow up, and deep down, they could not accept the notion of him being a practitioner of demonic arts. At that moment, the clarity in Feng Yuanting's eyes faded. Wait. There were no signs of demonic energy circulating within him, only a wisp of dark aura lingering. His words struck the ears of the assembly like thunder, bringing forth numerous explanations. Perhaps he was concealing his demonic powers, or he might have suffered an attack from the demon race, leaving him with residual afflictions. Regardless, with demonic energy entwined within him, it was best to eliminate him. Indeed, it is preferable to mistakenly kill than to let one escape. Such is the prevailing attitude of most humans towards the demon race, and vice versa. The animosity between humans and demons is irreconcilable. Feng Yuanting let out a soft sigh. He truly felt a pang of sympathy. Lin Feng was a promising talent, one who would undoubtedly reach the divine transformation stage in a century. On the battlefield against the demon race, he could play a significant role. Ahem, if a sect were willing to take you in and oversee your actions, I might spare you. Otherwise, you would either face death or have your cultivation forcibly sealed, bound by a restriction that would prevent you from ever practicing again. Lin Feng could not help but frown. He had just begun to recover his energy, and now he was to be stripped of his cultivation again? As for being taken in by a sect, that was out of the question. Just as he suspected, the leaders and elders present shook their heads in unison. Our Fanhai sect is a prestigious orthodox sect, irreconcilable with the demon race. The three past sect masters of the creation profound sect had perished on the battlefield against the demons. It was impossible for them to take you in. Some even cast glances toward the projection of Qin Keqing. Haha, although our Huang Yunzong may not compare to the Zijin mansion, we are indeed an orthodox sect and cannot harbor demons. Her words not only distanced herself, but also barred the Zijin mansion from accepting Lin Feng. Feng Yuanting gently shook his head, raising his palm as ethereal energy began to coalesce. Since no one can take you in, I must proceed with due process. How unfortunate. At that moment, a blue meteor streaked across the heavens. Wait, a youthful maiden clad in a light blue gown descended with a resounding thud, positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Feng. The Xiantian sword sect is willing to take him in and assumed the responsibility of supervision. A radiant smile graced the young girl's face, her eyes enchanting. Even in the presence of a cultivator at the void refinement stage, she displayed no semblance of fear. Clutching an ancient long sword, she signified her esteemed identity. Xiantian sword sect, Xiao Zixuan, the sole heir of the Ink Rain, sword immortal. Is this the once prestigious sect that has now fallen into decline? It is said that in their earlier conflict against the demonic clan, the Tianjin sect expended all its resources. And now only 2 members remain, barely retaining the title of a second-rate sect. Feng Yuanting found himself somewhat taken aback by Xiao Zixuan's appearance. However, upon reflecting on the circumstances surrounding Xiantian sword sect, he began to comprehend. I have no objections, yet this lad may not be inclined to join a faltering sect. Qin Keqing, noticing the shift in the situation, grew anxious. A deceased camel is larger than a horse. At least the Xiantian sword sect holds the status of a second-rate sect. If Lin Feng were to join, his standing would ascend dramatically. Humph. What right does a dilapidated mountain gate have to supervise a demon? Xiao Zixuan lifted her gaze towards the projection, a disdainful smile curling her lips. Oh, how impressive and formidable you are. Shall we compare my sword with yours and see which is stronger? Chapter 7. The CHLing sword of the Ink Rain sword immortal. The gathered sect leaders and elders turned their gazes toward the ancient longsword held by Xiao Zixuan. A flicker of unease crossing their expressions as they offered polite remarks. Since this is the intention of the Ink Rain sword immortal, our Panhai sect has no objections. I shall take my leave. Ahem, the Chaoyuan sect agrees, so I shall not disturb you further. Farewell. Hihi, our Zijin manor holds you in high regard. Soon, only Xiao Zixuan remained by Lin Feng's side. Qing gazed at the famed CHLing sword, feeling utterly powerless. What could she say, since it was the Su Ntian sword sect that sought her out? She could only sit in the law enforcement hall, simmering in frustration. Wayward disciple, how could you conspire with outsiders against your master? Lin Feng looked at the beautiful young girl in the pale blue dress, a rare expression of sorrow gracing his face. Zixuan, you should be silent. Xiao Zixuan gripped her sword. Its sheath pressed against Lin Feng's neck. You haven't forgotten what you did to me during the last Foundation Establishment Conference in the Secret Realm, have you? Tell me, should I slay you with a single stroke? The onlooking disciples perked up at this revelation, many of whom had attended the previous Foundation Establishment Conference. They knew that Lin Feng and Xiao Zixuan had secured the first and second positions, emerging from the same secret realm. Given the current dialogue, it was evident that some unspeakable secrets had transpired. However, it was noted that the senior brother and the fairy Xiao made a striking couple. Before the thought could be completed, the speaker felt a chilling sword intent. I apologize, but I have matters to attend to. Senior brother, until we meet again. Wing gazed greedily at the image projected before him, eyeing Xiao Zixuan. Such a beautiful maiden. And yet Lin Feng had gotten to her first. What a pity. Fortunately, I still have 5 senior sisters and a remarkably poised master. In matters of attraction, you shall never surpass me. Qing's expression remained cold, but as she observed Shi Su in positioning the sword against Lin Feng's neck, her mood lightened somewhat. Humph. This wayward disciple dared to tarnish the ink rain sword, a mortal's apprentice in the secret realm. She ought to slay him. This statement was disseminated far and wide through the projection, clarifying the relationship between Lin Feng and Shi Su. Yet, the two seemed oblivious. Their gazes locked onto one another. I never expected you to come to my rescue. Hee. Perhaps you are mistaken. I merely wished to kill you myself. Shi Su's eyes were icy, the CHL sword subtly drawn, its intent sweeping across the surroundings. This scene thrilled XN, who almost felt compelled to cheer them on in person. Lin Feng's gaze held a tender affection. He felt no trace of murderous intent. This indicated that Shi Su did not truly intend to take a life. I will grant you but a moment to speak. Once your words are finished, I shall send you on your way. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly laughed, a bright, gentle smile, one that others had never witnessed before. I apologize. That day was indeed my fault. You were truly beautiful, and I could not resist the effects of the seductive potion from the Huan sect. Upon hearing this, the young sword fairy Xiao Zishuan's hand trembled slightly. The coldness that had adorned her face moments before vanished, replaced by tears cascading down her cheeks. You rogue. Why do you apologize? If you hadn't, I could have easily slain you with a single stroke. Equally astonished was Qin, her expression shifting dramatically. After her initial surprise, an immense fury surged within her. A chilling aura enveloped the air, causing Wang Xian to tremble in fear. This wretched creature, even willing to forfeit his cultivation, refused to bow. He had never sought forgiveness despite being labeled a demon. Yet, before this young girl, he uttered an apology with such ease? Had their years of companionship not weighed more than a fleeting encounter with another woman? Xiao Zishuan wiped the tears from her cheeks with determination, regaining her icy composure. The sword in her hand remained poised against Lin Feng's neck, now pressed with even greater force. It seems your tongue has become ever sweeter in this past month. Have you ensnared other maidens in your charms? But I am not swayed by such tricks. Your life lies within my grasp. You shall experience the torment I endured that day. Lin Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Zishuan's innocent visage. In his previous life, during a confrontation with the demon emperor, he had suddenly faltered, his spiritual power sealed. He had once been capable of self-preservation and escape. Yet, he was betrayed by his master, Qin, along with 5 senior sisters and his junior, Wang Xian. Despite being outnumbered, the enchanting sword fairy Xiao Zishuan risked her life to assist him. In the end, they fell together, hand in hand. Reflecting on this, Lin Feng felt a wave of emotion. Those with whom one shares centuries can betray without hesitation, while the one from whom he had unwittingly seized life would come to his aid, even at the cost of her own. Gazing once more upon her youthful, striking face, Lin Feng rarely allowed a genuine smile to grace his lips, radiating warmth and charm. Xiao Zishuan momentarily found herself entranced, realizing that this charming man was indeed quite handsome. Qin, witnessing Lin Feng's smile, was momentarily lost in reverie. Time seemed to rewind to the year they first met, a young boy standing at the doorway, watching as she approached. Do you wish to take me as your master and cultivate the path to immortality? I do. At that moment, Lin Feng's smile had been just as bright and gentle. Yet now, he bestowed that warmth upon Xiao Zishuan. That smile was meant for me alone. How dare he offer it to another without my consent? With clenched teeth, Qin trembled slightly. As a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, she quickly regained her composure. Humph, a decrepit sect fits well with a traitor. With that, she waved her hand, dispelling the illusion. Report to the host. The system has detected that Qin is experiencing regret. Lin Feng looked up, and indeed, the image in the sky had vanished. Regret? This is merely the beginning. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. The sword that Qin plunged into Xiao Zishuan's head remains vividly etched in his memory. Have you been possessed? Why are you so obedient today? Xiao Zishuan gazed at Lin Feng, her expression one of innocent curiosity. You heartless wretch. Are you trying to deceive me again? Not at all. Then do you owe me something? Indeed. Xiao Zishuan was taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment. What has come over him? Could it be that he has truly become a different person? The last time they met, he was steeped in melancholy, his words filled with references to his senior sister and master. In just a month, he has forsaken his sect and relinquished his cultivation. What could have transpired in the mind of such a reserved individual to bring about such a transformation? For reasons unclear to her, Xiao Zishuan felt a twinge of discomfort. Despite having come to seek justice, the current situation felt as though she were the one imposing upon him. Ahem, are you willing to atone for your actions? If not, I am willing. Lin Feng interjected, not allowing her to finish her sentence. Xiao Zishuan raised an eyebrow, her demeanor reflecting displeasure. I haven't even specified what I want you to do. Anything you wish. All right, this is your promise. Lin Feng responded with a smile, elated at the prospect of encountering Xiao Zishuan once more. What do you wish me to do? I want you to join the Xiantian sword sect. Ah? Then Qin Keqing would truly have to call me senior uncle when we meet. Chapter 8. On the Azure Cloud Mountain, the sword immortal Su Emoli. What's wrong? Are you not willing? Were you merely deceiving me all along? Faced with Xiao Zishuan's unfriendly gaze, Lin Feng hurriedly shook his head. No, I am eager to join the Xiantian sword sect, to combat the demonic tribe and protect the human race of the southern region. That is a commendable resolution. Xiao Zishuan released the Chulong sword that was pressed against Lin Feng's neck. I do have a personal condition. For some inexplicable reason, she lowered her head slightly. Two rosy clouds blooming on her delicate cheeks. Who are you frowning for every day? From now on, you must smile in my presence. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then fervently nodded. Indeed, I once believed that my master and sister were my only kin in this world. Later, I discovered they were merely a group of elegantly dressed vampires. I promise you, I will always wear a smile from now on. Words alone are not enough. Xiao Zishuan habitually retorted, only to see Lin Feng raise his palm. I can invoke the heavenly oath to prove that my words today are. A soft, fair hand grasped his arm. Enough, I believe you. Should you dare to deceive me again, I will personally end your life. Come. Let us return to the sect to meet my master. Xiao Zishuan, seemingly anxious that Lin Feng would attempt to flee again, tightly held onto his arm, not relinquishing her grip even during their flight on the sword. You promised to stay after the Foundation Establishment Conference. Why did you deceive me? Lin Feng remained silent, recalling how he had been led astray by his fifth sister, running hither and thither. By the time he managed to return, the conference had long concluded. Such an embarrassing incident was not something he intended to share with Xiao Zishuan, lest it tarnish his current formidable masculine image. Could you fly a bit slower? I feel a bit nauseous. Xiao Zishuan shot Lin Feng an exasperated glare. I thought you could endure longer. Were you not tested in the secret realm that day? Rogue, I shall slay you. The two bantered playfully, and before long, they arrived at the summit of a mountain. Azure Cloud Mountain. From the sky, one could clearly discern all the buildings below. A dilapidated stone tablet stood prominently, inscribed with the words, Xiantian Sword Sect. Aside from that, only a few aging structures remained. The verdant tiles and bricks that were ubiquitous in Huanyun sect were nowhere to be found here. Once the premier sect of the southern region, the Tianjin sect had now fallen to such a state, leaving Lin Feng with a sense of melancholy. The mountain gate had been seized by the demonic tribe, prompting the relocation of the sect. Under such conditions, Xiao Zishuan had still managed to secure second place in the Foundation Establishment Conference. This demonstrated her extraordinary talent, explaining why she would later ascend to become the Zixia Sword Immortal. As Lin Feng touched down, he noticed a door swing open. A striking woman dressed in a black and white long gown emerged. With elegantly arched brows, a face like a peach blossom, and eyes resembling a pool of spring water. She was captivatingly beautiful. Her skin, as smooth as cream, glows with a delicate rosy hue. It is evident, without a doubt, that this is Su Emoli, the current head of the Xiantian Sword Sect, the foremost swordsman of the southern domain. With her solitary strength, she has vanquished countless demons, causing the heavens of the demon realm to rain down in inky blood, thus earning the title of the Ink Rain Sword Fairy. Yet, how can such a decisive and ruthless figure resemble a gentle neighborhood elder sister? Xin'er, has young Master Lin returned? Master, this is him. I have already taken him as my disciple. He is now my junior brother. Nonsense. Su Emoli gracefully approached Lin Feng, her figure swaying like a willow in the breeze. Young Master Lin has remarkably recovered to the pinnacle of qi refining. Truly, a genius capable of invoking celestial phenomena. Master, you may call me Xiao Feng. I merely grasped a fortunate opportunity. Lin Feng, a reincarnated powerhouse from the Tribulation Period, instantly discerned that Su Emoli was gravely wounded. A typical sword cultivator would not possess such a delicate demeanor. This was his first encounter with the Ink Rain Sword Fairy. In his previous life, by the time he had achieved renown, Suemo Li had already passed away, leaving only the petite sword fairy, Xiao Zixian, in the entire sect. Xiao Feng, since you wish to take me as your master, from this day forward, you are a member of the Xiantian sword sect. Yes, master. A gentle smile graced Suemo Li's face as she appraised her young disciple. Master, you are rather biased. You have never been this tender with me. Indeed. Love can shift. Xiao Zixian pouted, resembling a wrong little wife. Suemo Li chuckled softly, but her expression suddenly darkened. She faltered and began to fall backward, the light in her eyes fading rapidly. Master! Lin Feng was right beside her and caught her in his arms. A faint scent of lilies wafted through the air. Her delicate form lay in his embrace, her breath faint. What has happened? Xiao Zixian hurriedly approached. Her face filled with concern as she gazed at Suemo Li. The typically vibrant girl had tears glistening in her eyes. Master is experiencing a recurrence of her old ailment. It has been happening more frequently lately. No, this is not a mere recurrence of an old ailment. It is the presence of demonic poison within her body, obstructing the flow of her spiritual energy. Ah, you understand medicine? Lin Feng carried the beautiful master into a dilapidated room and gently laid her on the bed. How long has master been in this condition? Since I can remember. It would flare up every few months, but this year it has been occurring every few days. Lin Feng nodded slightly, realizing why he had not heard Suemo Li's name in later years. It seemed that soon his new master would pass away due to illness. Even a transcendent being could be powerless against certain afflictions. Old friend, initiate the divination. Successful divination of the demonic heart's poison. A detoxification pill recipe is provided. Along with a relief pill recipe. Xiao Zixian knelt beside the bed, her expression forlorn. She had been by Suemo Li's side since childhood, embodying both a teacher and a mother to her. Master, you cannot simply abandon Xianyuan like this, sob. Do not weep. I possess a means to counteract the demonic poison. Moreover, Master is merely in a state of unconsciousness, not on the brink of death. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Zixian, tears streaming down her cheeks, simultaneously laughed and asked, What you say implies you have a way to save Master, correct? Do you have an alchemical furnace? Indeed. Lin Feng promptly listed a plethora of medicinal ingredients, leaving Xiao Zixian bewildered. What is this little dragon bone and crimson otherworldly flower? I have never heard of them. Then prepare the centennial mule heart fruit, aged herbs, and a small quantity of pearl fruits. All right, I have seen those before. Lin Feng felt fortunate that the system had provided him with two distinct recipes. The ingredients necessary for detoxification were evidently far more precious, ones that Xiao Zixian would be unable to procure. In contrast, the materials to alleviate the demonic heart poison were quite commonplace, a few of which he already possessed. Xiao Zixian navigated through the sect, even venturing to the spirit fields on the back mountain. Before long, she returned to the room, panting, having deposited a large bundle of spiritual herbs. She then dashed out once more to bring back an alchemical furnace. Everything is prepared. When shall we commence the alchemical process? Do you require my spiritual energy? At your current level, I fear you might not even be able to ignite the furnace, Lin Feng chuckled softly, playfully brushing Xiao Zixian's delicate nose. It is not imperative to use spiritual energy to kindle the alchemical fire. Then what can be used? Look over there. Boom. The previously tranquil alchemical furnace suddenly erupted into a swirl of violet flames. Yet, no trace of spiritual energy emanated from Lin Feng. What on earth is happening? Chapter 9. Did you ever consider that your master might feel jealous? Xiao Zixian gazed at the violet flames rising from the alchemical furnace. Her astonishment was palpable. This was not merely spiritual energy, it could only be divine consciousness. However, as a peak foundation establishment practitioner, she would never dare to ignite flames with her consciousness. Should it catch fire, it would lead to her demise. Even if she could manage to conjure flames from a distance, it would only produce a minuscule flicker, nowhere near the roaring inferno she witnessed now, which was even scorching the furnace itself. The only explanation was that Lin Feng's divine consciousness was extraordinarily powerful and his control remarkably precise. As the furnace glowed red, bundles of medicinal herbs levitated into the air, descending into the flames in an orderly fashion. In an instant, the outer layers of the materials were consumed, their essence transforming gradually into elixir. For Lin Feng, crafting a 6th-grade detoxification pill was a trivial task. The challenge lay in the strength of his physical body, which was still insufficient. The heat emanating from the furnace had him drenched in sweat, his expression calm, yet his garments were thoroughly soaked. At that moment, a cool breeze brushed across his face. carrying a faint floral fragrance. "I hope I'm not disturbing you," Xiao Zishuan said softly, using an icy silkworm silk handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. Her gaze lingering on his face. It dawned on her how attractive a man could be when he was focused on his work. Not at all. Just crafting a 6th grade pill, a mere trifle. 6th grade? Is that so hard to believe? If it were anyone else, Xiao Zishuan would have found it utterly implausible. Suddenly, a cracking sound erupted from the furnace, prompting Lin Feng to focus intently. This indicated that the elixir was about to take shape and be ready for extraction. He swiftly adjusted his hand gestures, his spiritual energy intricately intertwining with his divine consciousness to carefully control the temperature. With a resounding explosion, the entire furnace shattered. Xiao Zishuan positioned herself in front of Lin Feng, wielding the Chulong sword without unsheathing it, effortlessly slicing through the debris. Where the furnace once stood, only 9 golden pills remained. "Is this what you refer to as the Qi Wang detoxification pill?" "Indeed, but there is more to come. You must hold your sword tightly," Lin Feng replied. Xiao Zishuan paused, uncertain of his meaning. Yet, as dark clouds began to gather in the sky, realization dawned upon her. Lightning tribulation, the quality of these pills was exceptional. While it was true that 1st-grade pills could also draw heavenly tribulations, the ominous pressure in the sky was clearly beyond what a Qi refinement practitioner could contend with. Even with the Chulong sword in her possession, she felt inadequate against such a formidable force. Lin Feng extended his hand, and the 9 pills flew gracefully into his palm. "I will handle the tribulation. You just need to take care of yourself and your master." With that, he stepped into the open, lifting his gaze towards the thunderclouds above. With his tribulation stage divine consciousness, he could easily rend apart such a level of heavenly tribulation. However, he had other intentions, preparing to conduct an experiment. Just how formidable could the rare 9 heavens thunder tribulation sacred spiritual root be? Huangyan sect. As Lin Feng departed, the sect returned to its former tranquility. Today, many disciples will remember Lin Feng, but what of the future? Qin Keqing's mood was dismal. Upon returning to her cave abode, her expression remained frosty. Never had anyone dared to treat her in such a manner. Lin Feng, this rebellious disciple, not only defied his master but also preached before numerous disciples. This was undeniably an affront, casting doubt upon my judgment in the eyes of the sect elders. Even more egregious was the appearance of Xiao Zishuan. "How dare you apologize to a stranger while refusing to bow to me? Humph. Why do you still linger here with me instead of diligently honing your skills? One day, when Lin Feng surpasses you, I shall see how you find the face to continue existing in this world." Wang Xian and senior sister Li Yun exchanged glances. They had intended to come and confess their shortcomings. However, since their master showed no sign of reproach, it implied that the matter was settled. "Master, though my senior brother has departed, you still have us. I vow to honor you dutifully." As Wang Xian spoke, his gaze deliberately wandered to Qin Keqing's alluring figure. "Humph, what brother? He has been expelled from my tutelage." Indeed, master speaks true. Lin Feng is a heartless wretch. For reasons unknown, upon hearing Wang Xian's words, Qin Keqing felt not joy but a flicker of anger, as if that which belonged to her was being unjustly demeaned by others. Enough of this trivial chatter. There remains a month until the next sect competition. Focus on your cultivation and strive to break through to the mid-foundation stage and secure a commendable rank. Only then can I silence the tongues of those old geezers in the sect. Wang Xian nodded with confidence. He had already brushed against the threshold of the mid-stage. With just a few days of preparation, a breakthrough was within reach. If he resorted to concealed techniques, even advancing to the late foundation stage would not pose a challenge. "I shall not disappoint you, master." Qin Keqing nodded slightly, relieved to have a talented and fortunate disciple. "Xiao Yun, you have attained the peak foundation stage for 2 months now. It is time for you to seek a breakthrough. I have it for you. Take it and ensure you secure a good rank in the next sect competition." Li Yun's face lit up with joy as she accepted the elixir. "Thank you, master. For your nurturing, I shall exert my utmost efforts." An ordinary disciple might dream of possessing A, waking with a smile in their sleep. Only those personally mentored by an elder could enjoy the benefits of A. Yet, what truly delighted Li Yun was not the elixir itself, but the fact that Lin Feng, having reached the peak foundation stage for a year, had not been graced with such a reward by their master. There is a reason he is cast aside. What of his exceptional talent? Perhaps you have never considered that master might harbor envy. The elixir that should have been yours has now come into my possession. Yet I remain indifferent. I once thought you would surpass me in forming your core, bringing me disgrace. Alas, Now you are but an ant in the chi refining stage, while I shall soon possess a. That elixir has withstood the thunder tribulation, its efficacy surpassing that of the Bai 100-fold or more. Li Yun's lips curled into a smile, her eyes shimmering with the same triumphant light as Wang Xian's. She had already devised a plan for how to ridicule her former junior, Lin Feng, upon their next encounter. The aura of a heavenly tribulation? Qin Keqing abruptly stood up and soared into the sky. Having witnessed a heavenly tribulation earlier that day, she had become particularly sensitive to such turbulent spiritual energies, especially from that direction, which involved a disciple expelled from the sect. The scent of medicinal herbs wafted from the Xiantian sword sect, even reaching us here. Could it be that someone was concocting elixirs in a bid for salvation? Indeed, that must be the case. But why did this phenomenon emerge only after the errant disciple arrived? Wang Xian, observing the worry etched on Qin Keqing's face, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. You already have a commendable disciple like me. Why still dwell on Lin Feng? Master, he may summon the resonance of heaven and earth through his demonic arts, which is somewhat justifiable. However, he has never studied the path of alchemy. Clearly, the one refining elixirs must be someone else. The ominous storm clouds of tribulation loomed even more ferociously than before, and it was uncertain whether they could withstand it. Comforted by her junior's words, Qin Keqing's spirits lifted considerably. Little Xian was right. I had indeed been overthinking. That waste of the chi refining stage could not withstand a single bolt of tribulation lightning. Most likely, that individual was merely struggling in vain, unable to overcome this hurdle. The nearby sects around the Xiantian sword sect also sensed the cataclysmic aura. No one would be foolish enough to venture near. Should they provoke the tribulation lightning, they would have no time to lament their fate. Had Lin Feng just joined the Xiantian sword sect? Could it be that this anomaly was caused by him? The fragrance of medicinal herbs clearly indicated an elixir undergoing tribulation, unrelated to him. Once the tribulation lightning dissipated, would it not present an opportunity for us? Chapter 10. Absorbing the thunder tribulation, the demonic energy erupts abruptly. Beneath the tumultuous sky of thunderclouds, Lin Feng stood proudly atop Qingyan Mountain. The thunder tribulation, incited by a 6th-grade elixir, possessed a potency surpassing even the most formidable strike of a deity in the transformation stage. His consciousness swept across the surroundings, and indeed, not a soul dared to approach this locale. Even the birds and beasts of the mountain fled in a frantic panic. For Lin Feng, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. The desolation of the area was precisely what he sought. The 9 heavens thunder's sacred spirit root and his tribulation stage consciousness were his closely guarded secrets. Back during his time at Huanyan's sect, he could have vanquished his enemies from his past life. The reason for his inaction was twofold: to ensure those bloodsuckers endured torment, and primarily to avoid exposing his formidable consciousness. Should a powerful adversary take interest, Lin Feng, in his current chi refinement stage, would be effortlessly dispatched. Boom! A robust bolt of purple lightning descended from above. The very space encompassing Qingyun Mountain trembled violently. Inside her chamber, Xiao Zixuan felt the overwhelming pressure of the heavenly might, her complexion paling drastically. Moments ago, she sensed something amiss with the thunder tribulation. The aura felt excessively dense. You must survive. Such a phenomenon as the thunder tribulation could not be aided by others. If 2 individuals attempted to transcend the tribulation together, it would only summon a more formidable heavenly wrath. Xiao Zixuan could only gaze through the window, observing the distant clearing. Lin Feng held 9 orange-yellow elixirs aloft, wisps of electric energy coursing across their surfaces. The recent thunderbolt seemed to have inflicted no harm upon him. Xiao Zixuan exhaled a sigh of relief, lightly patting her racing heart. At that moment, another formidable purple lightning bolt struck with thunderous force. Her previously settled heart leaped anew. The lightning struck the elixirs, intensifying their fragrant aroma. The residual power surged directly towards Lin Feng's form, yet he appeared oblivious, his body crackling with electric energy. Xiao Zixuan gazed at his figure, resembling a deity of thunder, her eyes wide with astonishment. Is he still human, or could he be a reincarnated ancient demon? As Lin Feng felt the thunder coursing through him, it was entirely absorbed into his qi, infusing his spiritual energy with a vibrant purple hue. Yes, more of this. He threw back his head and howled, seemingly releasing pent-up emotions. The heavenly might thundered above, and successive bolts of lightning struck down, all of which were absorbed by Lin Feng's body. His spiritual energy reached its zenith, beginning to challenge the heavenly chasm, attempting to establish a foundation amidst the tribulation. Yet, At that moment, a surge of black demonic energy erupted within his chi. His spiritual energy trembled violently, and his strength plummeted. What is happening? When did I sustain a demonic injury? The demonic energy intensified rapidly, soon claiming half of his chi, spreading throughout the entirety of it. Time was of the essence. The only course of action available to Lin Feng was to seal away the portion of his spiritual energy that was tainted by demonic energy. His fingers shimmered with a faint luminescence, directing themselves towards various parts of his body. The tainted demonic energy within him was instantaneously sealed, halting its spread. Fortunately, I have not forgotten this spirit-locking technique. Lin Feng had encountered such a situation before, during his previous life, when he battled the Demon Emperor. It was when demonic energy surged within him unexpectedly, forcing him to seal half of his own power. Was it a remnant from his past life? Or had it been dormant all along? As the skies cleared and the ominous clouds began to dissipate, Xiao Zixuan rushed out of the room. She had noticed Lin Feng's unusual condition moments earlier, as wisps of demonic energy were rising around him. What is happening? Have you truly practiced demonic arts? No. That is a relief. You nearly frightened me to death. As soon as the words left her mouth, Xiao Zixuan realized her mistake and quickly shook her head in denial. Humph, as if I would concern myself with you. Upon returning to the room, Lin Feng immediately handed his master a pill to consume. Someone may come visiting shortly. You must be prepared. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt the world spin and his body weakened, collapsing to the ground. This startled Xiao Zixuan, who was about to assist Lin Feng when a striking figure stepped in ahead of her. Master, you have awakened? Yes, Xian guests have arrived. Leave Feng in my care. Rest assured, he merely overexerted his spiritual energy and is not in any mortal danger. Master, I am not suited for this situation. Suemoli merely waved her hand lightly, her gaze fixated on Lin Feng. It is fine. You may go. The sect's protective formation is sufficient to ward off any nefarious intruders. Very well, I shall take my leave, but do keep an eye on him. Do not let your gaze linger solely on that rascal Lin Feng. At her disciple's remark, Suemoli's cheeks flushed slightly. She gently swept her hair aside and cast a sultry glare at Xiao Zixuan. Xian do not speak nonsense. I am merely observing the demonic energy within him. Master, have you also noticed? Does that mean he has been possessed? I cannot say for certain. I must examine him more closely. Upon mentioning this matter, Xiao Zixuan's irritation faded away, and she obediently grasped the chill dragon sword before departing. Meanwhile, Suemoli continued to scrutinize Lin Feng's visage. It appears you have forgotten about me. Understandably, it has been over a decade since then. You were still wearing open-crotch pants at that time. After consuming the pill concocted by Lin Feng, the poison within her seemed to vanish, revitalizing her spirit and adding a rosy hue to her cheeks. Suemoli grasped Lin Feng's arm, cautiously probing the demonic energy. At the entrance of the Xiantian sword sect, 7 or 8 individuals stood, their eyes brimming with greed. Do you think that person is dead? She has left the sect this year. Her time must be nearing. Given her current strength, she likely cannot withstand such a formidable thunder tribulation and has probably perished. A Generation S sort of mortal. What a pity. However, the pills must still be surrendered to us for safekeeping. Were it not for the array barrier before them, they would have already intruded. At that moment, a tall and cold-faced maiden appeared before the group. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Xiao Zixuan's eyes. She was acutely aware of their intentions. Esteemed sect leaders, what brings you to my Xiantian sword sect on this fine day? Our humble abode is rather dilapidated. Do you not fear soiling your splendid garments? Han Xian, the leader of the Fan Hai sect, responded with a forced smile, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Little sword immortal, we come to pay our respects to your esteemed master. Might you grant us entry? You old rascal, your intentions are far from pure. My master is unwell. I suggest you depart at once. A mere transformation stage cultivator like him had the audacity to confront a peak refinement stage master. It was evidently a test. Meanwhile, unnoticed among the high clouds, a beautiful infant quietly left behind a talisman. Soon after, her figure vanished, reappearing in the abode of Qin Kiching from the Huangyan sect. Though referred to as an abode, it was, in truth, a lovely courtyard. Her gaze wandered. This was a creation of Lin Feng, said to embody the essence of Suzhou Gardens. Master, what is happening over there? Has that sword immortal truly perished? Wang Xian's voice, tinged with excitement, interrupted Qin Kiching's reverie. That was a 6th-grade pill's tribulation thunder. Who wouldn't be intrigued? If we could acquire it, it would amount to a considerable fortune. With a flick of her sleeve, a scene materialized in the air. She had just instructed her nascent soul to set up a projection talisman, capable of reflecting the circumstances at the Xiantian sword sect. It appeared that, apart from them, numerous sects were also keeping a watchful eye. My nascent soul has sensed the rich fragrance of elixirs. The pills must have been successfully concocted. But the cultivator assisting in the tribulation is likely beyond saving. A smile immediately graced Wang Xian's face as he stepped forward. Master, I am willing to investigate the situation. If I encounter that traitor Lin Feng, I shall deal with him on the spot. Chapter 11. Please, great fool. Take action. Slay the divine sword immortal sister. Qin Keqing did not acquiesce to her disciple Wang Xian's request. The circumstances surrounding the Xiantian sword sect were shrouded in uncertainty. It was prudent to observe before making any decisions. She too wished to retrieve her rebellious disciple Lin Feng and administer a stern reprimand. Yet, would the esteemed Mou sword immortal truly perish so easily? The outcome hinged upon whether Xiao Zixuan could steadfastly defend the Xiantian sword sect. The answer would soon unveil itself. There would be ample time to reclaim individuals thereafter. As for the sixth-grade elixirs, Qin Keqing had never entertained the notion of acquiring them. The Finjiyuanting of the Zijin mansion had yet to make an appearance. This matter was far beyond the reach of third-rate sections. On Qinyun Mountain, the throng outside the Xiantian sword sect continued to swell, regardless of their prowess or lack thereof. Many flocked to witness the spectacle. The name of Mou sword immortal alone evoked a tempest of bloodshed and carnage. All awaited the emergence of a great fool to take decisive action. At that moment, several sect leaders approached Han Xian, the master of the Fanhai sect. Senior Han, you hold the highest rank here. We defer to your arrangements. Indeed, the recent heavenly tribulation had been witnessed by all, undoubtedly yielding at least a fifth-grade elixir. Let us into battle once more. We shall leave the distribution of the elixirs in your capable hands. Upon hearing this final remark, a smile finally graced Han Xian's face. He understood the intentions of these individuals, yet he found himself with no alternatives. The Fanhai sect relied solely on his presence as a peak transformation god cultivator. However, Han Xian was acutely aware of his own precarious state, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. Should he fall, the sect's third-rate status would be stripped away, relegating it to the ranks of the obscure. If he could cultivate another disciple to the transformation god stage, the legacy of the Fanhai sect might endure for centuries to come, since everyone is so eager. I shall reluctantly lead you in seizing the elixirs from the Xiantian sword sect. The other sect leaders, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down their spines. Truly, he was a cunning old fox, binding them all with a single statement. Yet, having come this far, they could not afford to retreat. We are at your service. Han Daoist, instruct us on how to proceed. Han Xian's sole concern was the Chao Long sword held by Xiao Zixuan. Should the owner of a fated spirit sword perish, its power would be significantly diminished. Given the temperament of the young sword immortal, she would have acted long ago if not for some impediment. Today, her restraint in merely observing the unfolding events raised suspicions about the potency of her spirit sword. This statement resonated with the assembly, revealing their shared understanding. Those who had initially remained indifferent now contemplated sharing in the spoils. Xiao Zixuan, observing the ever-growing congregation of cultivators outside her sect, grew increasingly resolute. Our Xiantian sword sect has fought valiantly against the demon race in the southern region. My master, the Mou sword immortal, has shed blood in the demon domain. Without our efforts, the existence of your sects would remain uncertain. How dare you come to pilfer our possessions? Xiao Zixuan's admonishment evoked feelings of guilt among many cultivators. Their faces flushed as they averted their gazes. However, in the path of cultivation, opportunity was indispensable. Greed, if unchecked, will inevitably lead to one being taken advantage of. To attain something of value, one must often take risks. Xiao Zixuan observed as some individuals departed in shame, yet the leaders of the various sects remained, their expressions unyielding. Does Senior Han not acknowledge the contributions of the Xiantian sword sect to the southern region? Han Xian's visage, parched and devoid of color, betrayed no hint of embarrassment. If the Ink Rain sword immortal were to pass, you would surely be unable to safeguard the elixirs. It would be wiser to entrust them to our esteemed sects for safekeeping until your strength is sufficient to reclaim them. The clinking of their schemes was audible to all. Xiao Zixuan regarded the assembly with cold disdain, revealing no inclination to act. You wish to take custody? That depends on your capabilities. The dialogue had grown explicit, and Han Xian ceased to be courteous. A dragon-headed staff materialized in his grasp, the sound of surging waters accompanying its flourish. Spirit energy coalesced into a colossal water sphere, hurtling towards the monument of the Xiantian sword sect. With a resounding impact, the sphere exploded, revealing a faint blue barrier. Everyone, join me in the assault. Once we breach the grand formation, let strength dictate the outcome. The sect leaders beside Han Xian promptly assumed the lead, channeling their spirit energy and casting spells against the protective array of the Xiantian Sword sect. In a dilapidated chamber, Lin Feng gradually opened his eyes, sensing a gentle flow of spirit energy circulating within him. Upon turning his head, he beheld a kind-hearted elder sister, her palm resting on the area of his dantian. Master, what is happening to me? Su Moli, witnessing his awakening, smiled warmly, akin to a spring breeze. Fenger, you fainted due to the depletion of your spirit energy. Lin Feng quickly comprehended the situation. Previously, his spirit energy had been halved due to demonic contamination, coupled with the exhausting demands of alchemy. It was no wonder he had succumbed. The body of one in the chi refinement stage was indeed too frail. He needed to strive for advancement. But master, why did you lift my garments? Ahem, my dear disciple, this is necessary to channel spirit energy into you. Su Moli's cheeks flushed slightly as she uttered a preposterous excuse. She found Lin Feng endearing, possessing an appealing countenance, and having aided her by dispelling the malevolent influence. Such an exemplary disciple was truly a treasure. In a whimsical turn of fate, under the guise of imparting spirit energy, she placed her hand on Lin Feng's dantian area. By the way, what of my senior sister? Had you not mentioned it, I would have nearly forgotten. She is outside dealing with a pack of ungrateful wretches. She has only reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. She should be safe, right? With the sect's South Grand formation in place, there should be no issues. However, you certainly harbor many secrets. Su Moli's words caused Lin Feng to tense. His new master indeed had a commendable reputation. Yet his own extraordinary feats might provoke unwelcome thoughts in others. To refine 6th grade elixirs at the chi refinement stage and withstand a lightning tribulation unscathed was nothing short of astonishing. Master, everyone harbors secrets. You need not divulge them to me, nor do you require justification. As Lin Feng's words escaped his lips, he was promptly halted by Su Moli. Thank you, master. There is no need for such formality. There are only 3 of us in our sect, and mutual understanding is only natural. As she uttered these words, a hint of sorrow glimmered in Su Moli's eyes. Master, could you please remove your hand? I wish to step outside and take a look. Although your hand is soft and delicate, with a faint aroma of lilies surrounding us, it feels rather ambiguous. And it would not bode well if Xiao Zixian were to witness this. Su Moli's body trembled slightly as she realized that her hand was resting on Lin Feng's abdomen, near his energy center. She hurriedly withdrew her hand into her sleeve. Feigning composure, her face flushed as she spoke. I shall accompany you. Lin Feng gazed at Su Moli's visage, reminiscent of peach blossoms, feeling a momentary distraction. It must be said, this sword immortal, known as the god of slaughter, possesses remarkable beauty, and her figure is equally exquisite. Her voice is gentle, her temperament remarkably mild, akin to that of an elder sister. Outside the stone tablet of the Xiantian Sword sect, various ethereal lights radiated forth. Xiao Zixian wore a cold smile as she observed the cultivators outside, ceaselessly casting their spells. A group of inept individuals. Have they not eaten? Can they not exert themselves a bit more? Chapter 12. The junior disciple I brought back is to become a matriarch? Outside the Xiantian Sword sect, a multitude of cultivators were unleashing their magical techniques. Various forms of assaults bombarded the protective array of the sect. Initially, Xiao Zixuan felt a pang of anxiety. If the array were to falter, she would be compelled to take lethal action. However, she was taken aback by the resilience of their protective barrier, which remained unyielding despite the onslaught of numerous transformation stage cultivators. Suddenly, the attackers outside froze in unison. Han Xian from the Fanhai sect, in the midst of casting his glazed water sphere technique, came to an abrupt halt. The water had barely begun to coalesce when he ceased his efforts. With a splash, the unanchored water sphere plummeted like a waterfall, drenching Han Xian completely. Yet, he remained motionless, allowing the rain to drench his garments without a flicker of concern. The surrounding cultivators refrained from mocking him. Xiao Zixuan turned to see 2 figures emerging from the sect's building. The man was strikingly handsome, while the woman exuded a gentle beauty. They were indeed a perfect match. Wait, Lin Feng was the junior disciple I brought back. So why does it feel as if he is destined to become a matriarch? The cultivators who had been assaulting the protective array were now trembling in fear. A group of transformation and nascent soul stage practitioners assaulting a sect led by a formidable refining void expert. Was this a death wish? She actually survived the heavenly tribulation? Observing her light and graceful footsteps, she appeared even healthier than the last time they met a year ago. Could it be the effect of elixirs? This is disastrous. Mou, the sword immortal, will surely bring our doom. Su Mo Li wore a perpetually gentle smile as she strode forth from the gates of the Xiantian sword sect, prompting Han Xian and the others to retreat. Are you all not training? What are you gathering here for? Han Xian recognized her feigned ignorance but dared not respond ambiguously. He immediately knelt, bowing deeply. Forgive me. Sword immortal, we were blinded by greed, attempting to seize your sect's elixirs that have been blessed by the tribulation. I led this folly. Please punish me, sword immortal. Some of the younger cultivators felt a chill run down their spines, resenting this old fool for betraying them. However, the ensuing spectacle left them utterly astonished. All the sect leaders standing beside Han Xian followed suit, kneeling in unison. We have erred. Please punish us, sword immortal. In that moment, they finally comprehended that the gentle beauty before them was certainly not an innocent soul. A fraction of them knelt, pleading for mercy, while a few others wore expressions of icy resolve, attempting to stealthily withdraw. Yet, as they took a single step back, a sharp sword aura sliced through the air. Blood sprayed forth, and heads rolled. None had witnessed how Su Mo Li had executed her strike. She hadn't even summoned her spirit sword. Dozens of nascent soul cultivators were decapitated simultaneously. Lin Feng's heart raced, a mix of shock and elation coursing through him. He delighted in the realization that his master's prowess surpassed all expectations. That display of swordsmanship was undoubtedly beyond the grasp of any refining void practitioner. He finally felt he had a formidable ally to rely upon. Astonishingly, Su Mo Li maintained a gentle smile, her emotions concealed beneath an unwavering facade. The recent intimacy shared between the two in the chamber lingered in her thoughts. If she had faltered, would she have met a similar fate? Su Mo Li surveyed the kneeling assembly of cultivators. Since you all advocate punishment, I shall not defy your wishes. Each sect shall contribute 1,000,000 spirit stones. It is high time for the Xiantian sword sect to expand. Not a single soul dared to voice dissent, all nodding in compliance. Thank you, sword immortal. We willingly accept the punishment. Han Xian stepped forward, presenting 5,000,000 spirit stones, forming a small mountain beside him. This sum nearly represented the entirety of the Fan Hai sect's wealth. After fulfilling this obligation, he was the first to depart, his speed surpassing that of their earlier treasure hunt. He soared for several miles before daring to pause and catch his breath. How terrifying. Indeed. It was fortunate that Elder Han was astute, otherwise we would have perished on Qingyan Mountain. Following Han Xian, a group of sect leaders who had settled their debts trailed behind him. Having crossed paths with Mou Sword Immortal on multiple occasions, I am acutely aware of her temperament. The Xiantian sword sect, having suffered from a dearth of talent, lacked the manpower to manage sect affairs and had been perpetually short of spirit stones. As long as no grave errors were committed, they could pay their way to survival. The crowd gradually understood, yet none wished to provoke Su Mo Li again. The silent yet lethal sword technique they had witnessed was chilling. Many still trembled from the experience. It was their closest brush with death. Lin Feng watched the retreating figures, a hint of confusion lingering. Master, why did you let them go? Su Mo Li affectionately ruffled his hair. We are indeed in need of funds, and given our dwindling numbers, it is unwise to foster deadly enmity. In the future, our sect will recruit more disciples. Should they one day find themselves in a position of power, they may remember past kindness. Of course, should anyone overstep their bounds, they shall pay with their lives. Lin Feng nodded slightly, recognizing this as a pragmatic judgment based on the sect's circumstances. How do you feel, Master? Is there any obstruction in your spiritual energy flow? None whatsoever. I feel as though the malevolent heart's poison has been entirely purged, granting me an unprecedented sense of clarity. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. The efficacy of the system's elixir was remarkably impressive. Master, this merely alleviates the symptoms. It does not cure the ailment completely. You will need to consume 1 elixir each month. Upon hearing this, Su Mo Li did not display disappointment. She had never anticipated a complete cure. Achieving the current state of relief was already a source of joy. Thank you, Fenger. You have rendered me a great service. Speak, what reward do you desire? Anything is permissible, but do consider your choice carefully. At that moment, Xiao Zixian, sulking, approached. Master, what about me? I have safeguarded the sect's entrance. In the courtyard of Huangyun's sect, Qin Keqing observed the 3 jesting figures, her expression growing increasingly frigid. The moment she beheld Su Mo Li's arrival, she had foreseen the inevitable outcome. What she did not anticipate was that the elixir was actually concocted by Lin Feng. It was a 5th grade, if not a 6th grade, healing potion, and not a single one could be found within the entirety of the Huangyun sect. Indeed, He was a hindrance, harboring rebellious thoughts long before. He had kept his abilities hidden from me, never having crafted a single pill for me. Now, having changed masters, he immediately seeks to ingratiate himself. At first, Wang Xin felt a surge of joy upon hearing his master scold Lin Feng. Such displeasure would only solidify his own status and garner him more favoritism. However, as he listened further, an odd sensation crept over him. Was his master perhaps feeling a pang of jealousy? Had he begun to regret expelling Lin Feng from the sect? Master, he is but an ungrateful wolf that cannot be nurtured. Do not let anger consume you. That traitor has already joined another sect. Look, might my status as your 7th disciple be elevated? I assure you, in 7 days, I will break through to the mid-foundation stage. Qin Keqing finally received a piece of good news. Indeed, she had a diligent disciple. His talent for cultivation was remarkable, not inferior to Lin Feng's. Very well. In 7 days, I shall arrange a nomination ceremony for you and invite several sect members to attend. With a proud demeanor, Wang Xin departed from the cave. His mind already envisioning the rise of his own reputation. If he could summon Lin Feng to the ceremony, it would be most entertaining. Sister, I am going into seclusion. This is our farewell. Li Yun nodded slightly. She too was on the verge of a breakthrough and needed to secure the heavenly stage transformation pill first. Chapter 13. The Devouring Spirit Gu, the most malevolent of hearts. Within the cavern of the Huanyan sect, Qin Keqing's demeanor shifted to one of fierce animosity as she watched her 3 disciples depart. Su Moli, why did you take in that rebellious disciple? Were it not for you, he would have knelt before me, pleading for forgiveness, returning to my side. The image of Su Moli seemed to respond to her thoughts, as he lifted his gaze towards the clouds above. How audacious it was for someone to set up projection talismans above our sect. In an instant, a flash of sword light obliterated the scene before Qin Keqing, clearly indicating that Su Moli had dismantled the talisman. Ha! You wretched creature, stealing my disciple, who is truly shameless here. Qin Keqing yearned to vent her ire, but found herself devoid of a target. In the past, she had often taken her frustrations out on Lin Feng by assigning him arduous tasks or deliberately creating obstacles. She contemplated smashing the chair she sat upon, but hesitated as she lifted her hand. She held a fondness for this dwelling, imbued with an ethereal quality. Even if it had been damaged before, Lin Feng had been there to assist in its restoration. Now, should she cause it harm, her patience for repairs would be sorely tested. This situation is infuriating. Post report, the system has detected a sense of regret in Qin Keqing. Upon returning to his room, Lin Feng received a system notification. What is this? I haven't done anything. What could she possibly regret? The real regret was yet to come. This was merely the beginning. Nevertheless, the system's voice served as a reminder. A significant dilemma loomed, and he was uncertain where to begin. Old friend, analyze the source of the demonic energy within me. Analysis complete. The demonic energy within the host originates from the devouring spirit Gu, which consumes spiritual energy and transforms it into demonic energy. This Gu possesses a food-like aroma, and those who employ it typically conceal it within delectable dishes. The devouring spirit Gu thrives on spiritual energy, living and dying in tandem, based on the host's cultivation level. The simplest solution recommended is a perfect heavenly stage foundation establishment. As long as the structure of the spiritual energy is entirely transformed, a complete remedy can be achieved. Upon reading this result, a chilling glint of murderous intent flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. He vividly recalled the night before his fateful battle with the Demon Emperor, when Qin Keqing, accompanied by 5 disciples, had presented him with a bowl of chicken soup. He had relished it, unaware that it was a lethal poison. Truly, the most malevolent of hearts belong to you. This Gu poison is exceedingly potent, and even reincarnation could not sever its grasp. The proposed solution, which seemed insurmountable to others, was but a trivial task for Lin Feng. In his previous life, he had achieved heavenly stage foundation establishment without the aid of medicinal pills. The sole challenge lay in the word perfect. This required a total conversion of the spiritual energy within him to a liquid state, leaving not the slightest trace behind. Such a feat was immensely difficult. He had only heard of cultivators accomplishing it millennia ago. Achieving a perfect heavenly stage foundation establishment demanded not only exceptional talent and a solid foundation, but also the assistance of a heavenly stage elixir, namely, the long-lost formula for the heavenly stage gathering chi pill. Although it is merely a first-grade elixir, no alchemist has been able to decipher its formula for over 10,000 years. Yet, this did not pose a challenge for Lin Feng, who fortuitously knew the whereabouts of this item. During his previous participation in the Secret Realm trial, he and his 5th senior sister, Li Yun, inadvertently stumbled upon an alchemist's tomb. Not only did they encounter the celestial-level gathering chi pill, but they also discovered the celestial-level crystal transformation pill. These treasures are essential for achieving a perfect celestial-level golden core. In his past life, Lin Feng endured countless trials and narrowly escaped death from the traps within the tomb, ultimately obtaining 3 pills through sheer perseverance. Meanwhile, Lin leisurely waited at the entrance of the tomb. After their endeavor, she left him with a single gathering chi pill, which was of no use to him at that time, as he had already reached the peak of foundation establishment. It would only be beneficial if he were to abandon his cultivation and start anew. Although Li Yun's talent did not match his, even with the celestial-level crystal transformation pill, she could not condense a perfect golden core. Nevertheless, she attained a celestial-level golden core, becoming a rare prodigy, capable of looking down upon her peers. The remaining celestial-level gathering chi pill was gifted to Wang Xin by Li Yun. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, relying solely on his own strength and without the aid of any pills, successfully condensed a celestial-level golden core. His disciples, 3 of whom achieved celestial-level golden cores, brought immense joy to Qin Keqing. Generally, it is considered a great fortune for a yellow-grade sect to possess even a mystic-level golden core. Lin Feng initially believed that he would gain his master's recognition through this accomplishment. However, to his surprise, Qin Keqing treated him with cold disdain, especially when he mentioned that he had not utilized any pills for assistance. For reasons unknown to him, Qin Keqing flew into a rage and assigned him the punishment of mining spirit stones for 3 months. Reflecting on the events of his past life, Lin Feng felt a pang of foolishness. He should have completed the celestial-level golden core within the tomb, ensuring that the pills he carried were rightfully his. Fortunately, with his rebirth, he had the opportunity to rectify his regrets. Without further ado, Lin Feng approached Su Moli's chamber. "Master, I wish to descend the mountain in search of an opportunity." "Very well. Will you not inquire what it entails?" "I trust you. Take the Chulong sword for self-defense." Lin Feng felt warmth in his heart, a sentiment he had never experienced in his previous life, a bond between master and disciple. "Thank you, master." With a mere gesture, Su Moli summoned the Chulong sword before Lin Feng. "Depart early and return promptly." Simultaneously, Li Yun left the sect and ventured into a remote mountain range. The spiritual energy here was scarce, hardly resembling a place of opportunity. Yet, at the valley's base, there lay a concealed entrance. The last time she and Lin Feng passed this way, they took a moment to rest and inadvertently caught a whiff of medicinal fragrance. After some investigation, they discovered it to be the tomb of a certain alchemist, where they beheld those rare elixirs. However, the tomb was fraught with numerous traps, and as they were pressed for time to participate in the foundation establishment competition, they agreed to return when they had the chance. Just the thought of entering the tomb sends chills down my spine. That fellow Lin Feng chose to betray the sect at this very moment. If only he were still here, he could enter and retrieve the elixirs, and all I would need to do is share with him a single gathering chi pill. Remaining were 2 crystallized pills, one for myself and one for my junior disciple. Perfect. Li Yun gazed at the dark, foreboding entrance of the tomb and let out a sigh. The last time, accompanied by Lin Feng, she felt no fear. Now, alone, what would she do if danger arose? Calling upon others for this opportunity seemed far too perilous, and her junior disciple, Wang Xin, just happened to be in seclusion. After contemplating for a considerable time, she finally made up her mind. For the sake of her and her junior disciple's celestial golden pills, she would risk it all. With a deep breath, she strode boldly into the tomb. Surrounding her, a luminous aura of spiritual energy emerged, providing both illumination and protection. She recalled that last time, 10 steps from the entrance, there was a flying sword trap. Treading cautiously, she approached and suddenly halted at a certain distance. A sphere of spiritual energy materialized in her hand, which she tossed ahead. To her surprise, there was no reaction. Could it be that the trap had been entirely dismantled during her last visit? Exercising her prudence, she retrieved a low-tier flying sword and hurled it onto the empty ground ahead. Still no response. It seemed there was indeed no danger. Tentatively, she advanced, sensing no abnormalities. Phew, it appeared that the previous fellow had done a thorough job. This would save her a great deal of time. Continuing onward, she recalled that after another 100 steps, she would encounter the next trap. But this time, the trap remained dormant, as if rendered ineffective. Quite impressive, that laborer was indeed reliable, making things much easier for her. However, it wasn't long before the smile on her face faltered. Li Yun suddenly realized that the corridor of the tomb was rather extensive. So extensive it felt interminable. She had walked for 2 hours without seeing anything beyond the walls. Chapter 14. Sister's Regret. In the art of crafting, Li Yun's heart was in turmoil as she found herself lost within the ancient tomb of a long-forgotten alchemist. It was as though she had encountered a ghostly wall, for no matter which path she took, she remained ensnared in an interminable corridor. This was undoubtedly an illusionary trick or an intricate maze array. However, during her previous visit with Lin Feng, she had encountered no such obstacles. Could it be that this place had been discovered by other practitioners? The only possibility that Li Yun could conceive was that someone had come before her and had set up this bewildering formation as a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Having only scratched the surface of array techniques, she was entirely unable to discern the array's focal point. Those 3 elixirs, along with the treasures that might lie within this tomb, had undoubtedly been claimed by someone else. Despair washed over Li Yun. She possessed a means of self-rescue but was reluctant to employ it. A few tears slipped down her delicate cheeks. If only he were here. Would he be able to unravel this formation? He had solved the previous traps upon Lin Feng's return to the Xiantian sword sect. He received a notification from the system. Alert. The system has detected Li Yun's feelings of regret. The only thing that could evoke regret in this woman must be those 2 celestial-level transformation elixirs. When he departed the tomb, he had modified some of the formations within. Due to material constraints, their effects would not last long. But it would suffice to give Li Yun a taste of her misfortune. You wish to undermine me and seize my opportunities? Come back when you are reborn. The traps and formations within the tomb were child's play for him now. Not only had he obtained 3 elixirs, but he had also acquired numerous rare formulas. These constituted the very foundation of a sect. With ample materials, he could produce a multitude of foundation establishment and core formation cultivators. This was the terrifying essence of an alchemist, making it one of the most coveted professions in the realm of cultivation. In his past life, Lin Feng had devoted a considerable amount of time to the study of alchemy and formations. Thanks to his celestial root and the system, he had managed to maintain his cultivation level. Upon returning to the sect, he was soon approached by Xiao Zixuan. Junior brother, while you were away, Huangyun's sect sent an invitation. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Having been expelled from the sect, what business could they possibly have with him? Wait, an invitation? Was it addressed to me or to our sect? The master said it was an invitation for the sect. Whether to attend is up to you. Lin Feng took the crimson invitation, which contained but a single announcement. 7 days hence, Qin Keqing would hold a nomination ceremony for her junior disciple, promoting the 7th disciple to the 6th. How trivial, all for a plate of vinegar, to wrap a dumpling, truly a challenge for them. It seemed they wished to regain their lost dignity at the ceremony, but how could I allow them to succeed? A confident smile crept upon Lin Feng's lips. Sister, I have been initiated. Why have I not received the foundational cultivation technique? Xiao Zixuan gazed at Lin Feng's visage, momentarily lost in thought before responding. The master had given it to me long ago, but you have been quite occupied. She produced a pristine jade tablet. This is the 8th grade earth-level cultivation technique of our sect, the Sword Void Divine Canon. My master said it is the most suitable method for sword cultivators in the southern region. Lin Feng accepted the jade slip, his expression gravely serious. He had heard of this technique in his previous life. It was indeed the one practiced by the Azure Sky Sword Immortal. It was evident that Su Imoli genuinely wished to cultivate him, as she entrusted him with the treasured artifact of the sect. Senior sister, I will strive to break through to the foundation establishment realm in the next few days. Please convey my gratitude to Master and assure her that I will not disappoint her. Additionally, you may call me Junior Brother, but refrain from calling me Little Junior Brother. Surely you are aware of our age difference? Listening to his words, Xiao Zixuan initially found Lin Feng admirable and appreciative. However, upon hearing the last sentence, her face flushed crimson. I was not unclear at that time. How then do you know it was me? You. I shall ignore you, Little Junior Brother. Watching Xiao Zixuan storm off in a huff, Lin Feng felt a sense of delight. Sooner or later, he would compel this little girl to change her address. By then, she would no longer call him Junior Brother but rather, husband. Returning to his chamber, he retrieved the jade slip he had just acquired. Upon infusing his consciousness into it, he immediately received a vast array of information regarding the technique. For an ordinary qi refining stage cultivator, the influx would likely induce a throbbing headache. However, for Lin Feng, whose consciousness had transcended to the tribulation stage, it was merely a drop in the bucket. The Sword Void Divine Canon could be cultivated with the aid of 1's innate spirit sword, significantly enhancing the training effect compared to ordinary techniques. Nevertheless, having seen much in his previous life, Lin Feng regarded it with indifference. The 8th grade technique could only be cultivated up to the Great Ascension stage, which was considerably inferior to what he had experienced before. He possessed the celestial grade 9th tier Zhengong Heart Sutra in his mind, whose efficacy was several times greater. Previously, he had utilized fist techniques. In this life, he would embrace the path of the sword. With that in mind, he needed to practice with the appropriate technique. Old friend, initiate the simulation of the Sword Void Divine Cannon. Congratulations, host. Simulation complete. The Sword Void Divine Cannon has been upgraded to a celestial grade 9th tier technique. The Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Sword Art. Upon seeing this name, Lin Feng felt an uncanny familiarity. Could it possibly be of the same lineage as the Spirit Root? His consciousness delved once more into the Jade Slip, and a new technique emerged in his mind. It allowed cultivation through the very calamities that cultivators feared the most. This function was akin to that of the Nine Heavens Calamity Thunder Sacred Spirit Root, was it not? Though he grumbled, the power of this technique was undeniably formidable. With the assistance of his innate spirit sword during cultivation, the speed could increase by several-fold. This effect was indeed befitting a celestial grade technique. Next, it was time to break through and simultaneously cleanse the soul-eating demon goo from his chi-si. Lin Feng arranged several small formations within his room. Though he trusted Xiao Zixian and Su Mo Li, he still needed to retain a measure of caution. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he was surrounded by thousands of spirit stones. He retrieved a celestial-grade chi-gathering pill from his storage ring and swallowed it whole. As the pill descended his throat, it transformed into a refreshing aura that coursed through his limbs and bones. Ah, blissful comfort. Truly, the heavenly stage elixir is devoid of bitterness. Lin Feng unshackled the half-sealed spiritual energy within him, as demonic essence surged tumultuously in his dantian. However, upon encountering the effects of the gathering chi pill, he became remarkably docile, akin to a mischievous child who quiets upon the sight of a father's belt. This enabled him to unleash his full potential to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. The spiritual energy in the Qingyan Mountain region surged wildly, coalescing above Lin Feng's dilapidated roof into a funnel. The essence flowed into his body like an incoming tide. Xiao Zixuan and Su Moli were the first to notice this phenomenon, rushing to the exterior of Lin Feng's abode. Master, is my junior brother on the verge of a breakthrough? Is it true? The commotion accompanying a breakthrough to the Foundation Establishment realm surpasses even my own achievement at the heavenly stage. Su Moli observed that spiritual energy from dozens of miles around was converging towards Qingyan Mountain. Dark clouds roiled in the sky, intermittently illuminated by flashes of purple lightning. This spectacle is quite extraordinary for Feng. Perhaps he is achieving the legendary perfect Foundation Establishment. Xiao Zixuan gasped in astonishment, unable to close her mouth. She had heard her master speak of this level. Was it not merely a fable? Your junior brother's situation is, in itself, a legend. Chapter 15. The Relentless Thunder Tribulation. The celebration begins. All sects in the vicinity took note of the peculiar happenings atop Qingyan Mountain. Apart from the tumultuous thunderclouds and the overwhelming celestial might, the Xiantian Sword sect was drawing considerable attention today. Initially, they took in the prodigy Lin Feng, who had been cast out by the Huanyan sect. Subsequently, the incident regarding the tribulation of a heavenly tier elixir unfolded, leading to over 100 individuals besieging the Xiantian Sword sect. The esteemed Sword Immortal Mou personally intervened, slaying a dozen cultivators, including several sect leaders from minor factions. Now, with the Thunder Tribulation returning, what was transpiring? Onlookers, always present, had learned their lesson this time, daring only to observe from a distance. It was not merely the tribulation of an elixir. Someone was breaking through a realm. The source of such a thunderous event must be a heavenly tier cultivator. The Xiantian Sword sect still possessed profound foundations. The young Sword Immortal was a heavenly tier foundational cultivator, having reached her pinnacle. Was she now striving for the core formation realm? I have heard that Lin Feng's cultivation has already returned to the peak of the Qi refinement stage. Could it possibly be him? Impossible. He had only restored his Qi-Si this morning. How could he establish his foundation by evening? Hours later, the dark clouds dissipated, revealing the bright moon overhead. Ultimately, no cultivator dared approach the gates of the Xiantian Sword sect to investigate. Lin Feng had initially thought it would take days to complete his foundation establishment. Yet, he had succeeded in achieving a flawless heavenly tier foundation. He could feel a formidable power within him, even more potent than in his previous life. However, the cost was considerable. He had spent several thousand spirit stones, leaving him with only 2 or 3 remaining. Gazing at the emptiness of his storage ring, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. He had given all his valuable possessions to those leeches, only to receive cold glances and betrayal in return. Looking at the 2 heavenly tier transformation elixirs in the corner, he had already devised a plan. Staying in the Xiantian sword sect was rather pleasant, especially with his master Su Imoli, who exuded a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered her before. That day at the Huanyan sect, when Feng Yuan Ting sought to seal Lin Feng's Qi Si, he was prepared to unleash a killing spree and then find a hideaway until he regained his strength for tribulation. Little did he expect to run into his nemesis Xiao Zixian, inadvertently gaining a benefactor in the process. This was quite agreeable from this day forth. He was a member of the Xiantian sword sect. Qin Keqing, Wang Xin, and Li Yun were all waiting for him. This marked Lin Feng's first night after his rebirth, and he slept soundly. The following morning, a lovely maiden even delivered breakfast to his door. The only disappointment was that he could only manage a single sip before he retched. Wow, is this meant for consumption? Humph. Just because you have achieved foundational cultivation, you think you can disregard your appetite? Xiao Zixian huffed, puffing her cheeks indignantly. If it weren't to nourish your body, I wouldn't bother cooking at all. During their time at the Huangyan sect, it had always been Lin Feng who took charge of the meals for his master and senior sister. Initially, they deemed it unimportant, believing that as long as they could eat, it sufficed. Yet, after savoring the delectable dishes he prepared, they all changed their minds. Lin Feng found himself cooking for them almost daily. Are there any more ingredients? Oh, what are you up to? Of course. I am preparing a meal for you and our master. Are you not aware of whether what you create is edible? Although Xiao Zixuan was irked, the memory of Lin Feng roasting that spirit chicken in the secret realm made her mouth water. Here, all the edible ingredients are right here. You may handle them as you please. After handing over the items, she did not leave but watched Lin Feng with keen interest. What are you staring at? Is it not permissible for me to learn? Very well. Allow me to impart to you, my little disciple, the art of culinary skills. You joined the sect just yesterday and already wish to reverse the heavens, is it? Address me as senior sister. Half an hour later. For the first time since relocating to the Xiantian sword sect, the tantalizing aroma of delectable dishes wafted through the air. The table was adorned with an enticing array of 8 dishes and a soup. Both Xiao Zixuan and Su Moli were left dumbfounded. Is that the century-old turtle simmered in silver-fired ginseng soup? And this dish, the braised pork, is made from the Yuanying stage pig demon that Master slaughtered last time? Stir-fried purple bamboo shoots with thunder yak beef. Could it be any more overwhelming? Xiao Zixuan criticized each dish, yet the final bite of every dish ended up in her mouth. Observing the chaotic state of bowls and chopsticks on the table, Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. Master, we ought to establish a rule. The one who eats the most must clean up. What do you think? I find your suggestion quite agreeable. Let us proceed with it. Both turned to gaze at Xiao Zixuan, who still had grains of spirit rice clinging to her lips. Me? For cultivators, washing dishes was a trivial task, merely requiring the manipulation of spiritual energy. Yet, she could not shake off her lingering thoughts about being the one who consumed the most. After indulging in a sumptuous breakfast, Lin Feng and Su Moli sat in the courtyard sipping tea. Master, do you not need to cultivate? For my current realm, cultivation is futile. It relies on comprehension. What about you? Should you not seize the time to cultivate? The disciple is unhurried. I must first solidify my foundation. Through this conversation, Lin Feng discerned Su Moli's peak strength, having experienced it himself. At that moment, Xiao Zixuan returned after completing her chores. You both look so at ease. Having time for tea and conversation. I must return to my cultivation. Wait, take this. Lin Feng produced an orange-yellow pill adorned with intricate celestial patterns. Upon seeing it, the previously serene Su Moli sprang to her feet. The heavenly grade transformation pill. Yes, it is for you, as a token of gratitude for saving my life yesterday. This is too precious. You should keep it for yourself, Fenger. Lin Feng gently shook his head, producing another identical pill from his hand. It is quite all right. I have another. I even obtained the pill formula. This is the foundation of our sect. Suddenly, Su Moli's aura erupted, enveloping the entirety of the Xiantian sword sect. Her gaze was filled with uncertainty as she breathed heavily. Fenger, in the future, we should discuss such significant news in a more secluded setting, perhaps within the confines of my chamber. If it were to fall into the ears of those with ill intentions, we might find ourselves besieged by countless adversaries at the Xiantian sword sect. Su Moli was exceedingly exhilarated. Her long-held aspiration had been to lead the sect back to its former glory. However, with the emergence of the malevolent demonic heart, that ambition had been relegated to the shadows. With the formula for the celestial-level transformation crystal pill in hand, it would at least ensure that the sect's golden core masters would surpass their counterparts of the same realm. Fenger, you truly are a blessing to our sect. This was the first time Lin Feng had received such praise, causing him to feel a touch of embarrassment. Senior sister, please keep this pill safe. You must excel at the ceremony in 6 days. Xiao Zixuan trembled as she accepted the celestial-level transformation crystal pill, still unable to fathom that a pill, long lost for over 10,000 years, had so effortlessly come into her possession. Thank you, junior brother. That very afternoon, dark clouds once again enveloped the skies above the Xiantian sword sect. The onlooking cultivators had grown numb to the spectacle and simply observed from their own sections. Time swiftly passed, and 6 days had flown by. Today, the Huanyun sect was particularly bustling. Although it was merely a trivial matter, a small ceremony, Qin, as an elder of the sect, had 6 direct disciples and several hundred non-direct disciples. Nonetheless, the Huanyun sect sought to leverage this event to cleanse the negative repercussions brought about by the Lin Feng incident a few days prior. Chapter 16. Confronting such individuals requires a slap in the face. The Huanyun sect hosted a grand celebration, extending invitations to numerous sects, though none of the sect leaders were present. In truth, only a few elders, including Qin, attended, with the majority being the younger generation of cultivators. The square of the sect buzzed with excitement, as most attendees had arrived uninvited, eager to witness the spectacle. It was widely anticipated that Huanyun sect would invite Lin Feng. Otherwise, the event's allure would diminish significantly. Seated at the head of the table, Qin wore a constant smile, welcoming several elders from other sects who came to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, Elder Qin, on your disciple's breakthrough to the mid-foundation stage and your 5th disciple's successful condensation of a profound grade golden core. Wang Xian is remarkably young, with a limitless future ahead. Indeed, his talent for cultivation surpasses even that of Lin Feng. He will undoubtedly excel in the upcoming sect competition. Without Elder Qin's guidance, Lin Feng would amount to nothing. Qin reveled in their flattery, particularly when it pertained to Lin Feng. Wang Xian was her pride, deserving of utmost admiration. Li Yun was also commendable. A profound grade golden core is a remarkable achievement for an inferior tier sect. However, she wore a perpetual frown, seemingly burdened by some grave injustice. Even when approached for conversation, she remained unresponsive, her expression dark as she sat there. Li Yun had returned just the previous night, having been trapped in a tomb for 7 days. She had even managed to break through to the golden core realm within, yet failed to decipher the formation. Initially, she had planned to resort to her trump card, summoning her family. However, the illusion formation dissipated, and she encountered no further traps within the tomb. Likewise, she found no elixirs or useful items, returning to the sect empty-handed. The sensation of a missed opportunity was profoundly disheartening. Only in Wang Xian's presence did she occasionally reveal a fleeting smile. I apologize, junior brother, for not being able to provide you with a heavenly grade gathering crystal pill. It is all that Lin Feng's fault. Had he not left the sect, I would not have been trapped for so long. Was it possible that he had seized the opportunity? Although a mere Qi refinement stage cultivator could not accomplish such a feat. With the presence of the MOU sword immortal, Li Yun's expression darkened, and she resolved to observe closely. If he had indeed acquired it, he would certainly utilize that heavenly grade gathering pill. Meanwhile, Xiao Zixuan from the Xiantian sword sect and Lin Feng arrived. Someone called out, prompting everyone to look up. 2 young figures descended gracefully on swords, landing lightly in the square. Xiao Zixuan was youthful and charming, her smile revealing 2 delicate dimples. Lin Feng stood tall and handsome. His demeanor transformed from previous gloom to one of commanding authority and charisma. He exuded an air of dominance, completely unrecognizable as an overlooked disciple. Not only did his peers gaze in astonishment, but even elders like Qin regarded him with intrigue. How could the 17-year-old Lin Feng possess such an aura of strength? The young disciples present felt an even deeper impact, as many had previously been defeated by them at the Foundation Establishment Conference. Now, the 2 extraordinary talents belonged to the same sect, instilling a profound sense of threat among disciples from various factions. The next sect competition might indeed yield numerous surprises. Ha ha ha, you 2 truly shine. One might mistakenly assume you are the protagonist of today. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Recognizing the voice belonged to Wang Xian's 4th senior sister, Lu Qingqing. She was a tall and alluring woman, her face adorned with disdain and mockery. You traitor of the sect dare to return? Weren't you quite arrogant when you left? Is the current sect so dilapidated that you could no longer remain? It had long been rumored that the Xiantian Sword sect had only 2 members, with a pitifully small territory and no source of spiritual stones. Lin also stood up, scrutinizing Lin Feng. Senior sister, I told you he would come back. Without the sect's cultivation resources, he is nothing. By the way, today marks the day our master nominates the junior brother. Even if you return, you can only be known as Little Seven. Ha! Their voices did not wane, immediately drawing the attention of the crowd, who had come to witness this scene. They all wondered if Lin Feng truly intended to return to Huang's sect as a junior brother. Wang Xin wore a mocking smile. But as he turned to look at Qin Keqing, his expression instantly shifted to one of sorrow. Master, my senior brother committed those wrongs out of jealousy for the affection I received. Perhaps you could show him some leniency. He would not hold a grudge against you in the future. Upon hearing this, Qin Keqing's gaze turned icy. This ungrateful disciple dares to hold a grudge against me? There should be no mercy for traitors. He made his own choices and must bear the consequences. Qin Keqing, having known her disciple for over a decade, understood Lin Feng's intentions. His attendance at the ceremony, rather than secluding himself to recover, indicated he had a purpose. Was he seeking to return to the sect or to request her forgiveness? This time I shall certainly discipline you well, ensuring you no longer entertain thoughts of rebellion. Lin Feng remained calm. After all, he was a formidable figure in his past life, unconcerned with these youngsters. If he could not endure a few idle remarks, how could he withstand the trials of hundreds or even thousands of years of cultivation? However, Xiao Zixuan's fiery temper would not allow such insults to go unchallenged. Who dares to insult my sect and my junior brother? The Qiyu sword suddenly materialized, poised for conflict. Lin Feng hastily restrained her, gripping her delicate hand tightly. Li Yun felt elated at this scene. He truly remained the same as before. His demeanor was merely a fade. When I bullied him, he would only endure in silence, never daring to express any dissatisfaction. Xiao Zixuan, somewhat astonished, looked at Lin Feng in confusion. They treat you this way, and you still wish to protect them? How is that possible? Why are you holding me back? Let senior sister teach these insolent fools a lesson. Lin Feng gently patted Xiao Zixuan's head and strode towards Li Yun. Do I resemble my former self? What do you mean by that? Speak to me properly. Smack. In response to Li Yun's inquiry, Lin Feng delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed loudly, drawing the attention of everyone present. Drops of fresh blood fell, accompanied by the vivid red imprint of his palm. Ah! Li Yun let out a furious scream, her eyes fixed intensely on Lin Feng. You worthless fool. How dare you strike me? It was you who spoke so arrogantly first. What? Are you not allowed to face the consequences? The crowd stood in stunned silence. Their activities halted. The surreal nature of the events that had just unfolded left them bewildered. Wasn't Qin Keqing's 6th disciple known for his exceptionally gentle demeanor? Akin to a domesticated pet? How could he suddenly lash out in front of so many? Yet, Xiao Zixuan could not contain herself and burst into laughter. Ha ha. Well done, junior brother. Such people deserve a slap in the face. Chapter 17. Various signs indicate that Lin Feng has affections for me. The celebration venue of the Huangyan sect was eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the previous revelry. The only sound that pierced the silence was the weeping of Li Yun, who had never before experienced such humiliation. Her lips were cracked from the slap, and her cheeks were swollen, faced with the mocking gazes of the surrounding cultivators. Li Yun's defenses crumbled completely. You wretched scoundrel, I shall make you pay. Born into a wealthy family, she had been pampered since childhood. When she was accepted as a disciple by Qin Keqing, she was the youngest and most favored among her peers. With Lin Feng's arrival at the sect, he had become like her shadow, obediently following her every command. After Wang Xian's arrival, he too would shower her with sweet words. Li Yun was accustomed to being adored and could not endure such indignity. Drawing a whip from her belt, an instrument she had previously used to discipline Lin Feng, she declared, I will make you understand that without the master and the sect, you are nothing but a stray dog on the roadside, and I can strike you whenever I wish. Upon seeing the whip, a self-deprecating smile crept across Lin Feng's lips. During the past 6 days, aside from admiring the beautiful senior sister and the enchanting master, he had not neglected his cultivation. With the supreme system at his disposal, he could enter a state of perfect training at any time. Now, Lin Feng's strength had improved significantly compared to 7 days ago, advancing from the initial stage of foundation establishment to the mid-stage. As the whip came swinging toward him, Xiao Zixuan instinctively moved to defend him, but Lin Feng stopped her with a mere glance. When I regarded you as a treasure, you were indeed precious. But now, I perceive you as nothing more than a nuisance. Lin Feng, a perfect heavenly tier foundation establishment cultivator, was immensely stronger than the average yellow tier cultivators. Coupled with the insights gained from his past life during the Tribulation Period, Li Yun's attack was rife with flaws from his perspective. He charged forward, arriving before her and delivering a powerful punch to her face. Bang! A piercing scream echoed as Li Yun, like a kite severed from its string, was sent flying backward. She coughed up blood mid-air before crashing violently onto the ground, plunging the entire square into silence. Although Li Yun was considered a beauty, no one dared to approach her in her current state. Lu Qingqing was taken aback. Lin Feng had just exuded the spiritual pressure of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. In just 7 days, he had not only returned to the foundation establishment stage, but had also advanced to the mid-stage. More importantly, a core formation cultivator had been sent flying before him. No, it must be that the junior sister felt pity for this scoundrel and did not strike with full force. A traitor! How dare you strike your senior sister? Do you understand the gravity of your offense? Kneel and kowtow to Shaoan and await the Master's judgment. Lu Qingqing's voice was filled with fury. This traitor had returned seeking the Master's favor, yet dared to lay hands on his senior sister. Kowtow and admit my fault. I suggest you do so first. Lin Feng's demeanor had irrevocably changed the moment he was betrayed. In the past, he had perished alongside Xiao Zixuan under Qin Keqing's sword. Now, he had returned from the brink of death, a vengeful spirit harboring a deep-seated grudge. Confronted by threats, he never wavers. Though many formidable beings reside here, including those in the nascent soul and transformation realms, he is not without support. Lin Feng deftly maneuvered, swiftly closing the distance. Before Lu Qingqing could comprehend the situation, he seized her elegant, swan-like neck. You dare threaten me? Prepare to perish. With a sudden force, Lin Feng lifted her. Spiritual energy coursed through his arm, forming seals that shackled Lu Qingqing's vital force. Oh, cough. Cough. Let go. Oh? Are you pleading with me? Lu Qingqing's complexion rapidly shifted to a pallid hue, her limbs flailing in desperation. A wave of terror surged within her. How could this once subservient junior brother possess such an extraordinary technique that could seal his own spiritual energy? Moreover, the strength in his arms was immense, rendering her mid-core formation body incapable of escape. After a moment of stalemate, Lu Qingqing's face transitioned from ashen to a deep purple. Nearby cultivators watched in horror. Was Lin Feng truly about to commit murder within the Huanyan sect? Lu Qingqing's breathing grew increasingly labored. Would he not relent? Hush! Let us outsiders not interfere with the affairs of their sect. Is it not delightful to witness? Lu Qingqing's eyes rolled back, akin to a fish gasping for air. Her breath was faint, her voice a mere whisper. Let me go. With one hand, Lin Feng hoisted her, a smile gracing his lips. You just stated that you are not pleading. Why should I heed your words? Please, I beg you. At that moment, Qin Keqing, accompanied by a group of disciples, suddenly appeared before Lin Feng. Cease this at once. Lin Feng, however, did not seek to annihilate her. Though he was a heavenly-level foundational cultivator, he was no match for a nascent soul practitioner. Revealing his tribulation-level consciousness was not an option. Furthermore, these vampires had yet to receive sufficient punishment. Their demise would be too lenient. As Lin Feng relinquished his grip, Lu Qingqing collapsed to the ground like a fish out of water, gasping and coughing fervently. She glared at Lin Feng with a mixture of resentment and fear. Unable to fathom how this once meek and easily bullied junior brother had transformed so drastically, Qin Keqing regarded Lin Feng with a steely gaze. Wretched disciple, you commit violence in the sect square, defying authority. Kneel and accept your punishment. Xiao Zixuan immediately objected, positioning herself before Lin Feng with a smile that harbored a hint of coldness. You jest, elder. It was your 2 inept disciples who provoked my Xiantian sword sect and junior brother Lin Feng first. If they were to be beaten to death, it is only their lack of skill that bears blame, or perhaps your inadequate instruction as master. Should you harbor any doubts, feel free to discuss them with my master and this sword. With a flourish, Xiao Zixuan brandished the Ch-Ling sword, which emitted a resonant hum. Instantly, the very mountaintop of Huanyun's sect trembled. The onlookers retreated, their eyes filled with apprehension, aware of the events that had transpired mere days prior. It is said that the sword immortal of Mou calmly eliminated over a dozen cultivators, among them several sect leaders at the nascent soul stage. Whether he has truly returned to his former glory or is merely experiencing a fleeting moment of brilliance remains a mystery. At this moment, Lu Qingqing has regained her ability to move, standing beside Qin Kaching with a lingering sense of trepidation. Humph, if it weren't for that peculiar confinement technique, I would have certainly turned this rebellious wretch into a pig's head. Lin Feng, you have greatly disappointed us. Associating with such a brazen and unreasonable woman, has your training turned your brain to mush? Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. Did this fool not see the Chao Long sword hovering above? How dare he speak so arrogantly? Do you really think you are worthy to be compared to our Zixia fairy? A flicker of confusion crossed Lu Qingqing's eyes. She had never heard of Xiao Zixuan being referred to by that title. Fairy? Is she even deserving of such a name? It is fortunate she isn't called a witch. In fact, even Xiao Zixuan herself was oblivious to this moniker. However, she had grown quite fond of it, as she had always adored the color purple and relished being called a fairy by Lin Feng. Humph, how childish you are, still playing such games at your age. Everything you do is merely to attract my attention, I assent it? Here I am. Speak your heart's desires before the moment slips away. Everyone stood in astonishment. It turns out there was such an underlying truth to the matter. So, Lin Feng's rebelliousness stemmed from unfulfilled desires? Lu Qingqing was quite pleased with the reactions of those around her, her demeanor gradually regaining its haughty air. Moreover, her previous remarks were not mere fabrications. On several occasions, she had distinctly felt Lin Feng's affection for her, such as the monthly delivery of pink roses, the delectable pastries he often brought during lunch, and even sacrificing his training time to willingly become her sparring partner. All these signs indicated that Lin Feng harbored feelings for her. Chapter 18. Just because you have a sharp tongue, does that mean I cannot strike you? Lu Qingqing was aware of Lin Feng's past feelings. Yet she held disdain for those who sought to curry favor so blindly. She preferred the audacity, confidence, and eloquence of Wang Xian. Even when she was nearly choked, she still believed that Lin Feng harbored feelings for her. The actions he took were merely expressions of impotent rage born from unfulfilled desires, and the thought of it only deepened her contempt. If you apologize to the master now, I may still grant you a smile. However, should you remain obstinate, do not blame me for looking down upon you. Since Qin Kaching's arrival, Lu Qingqing had regained her haughty demeanor, no longer fearing being throttled. Yet, in this very moment, Lin Feng stealthily approached her, his footfalls nearly inaudible, before delivering a resounding slap and a swift kick. With a gasp, Lu Qingqing's body was propelled backward, spinning 3.5 times in the air, leaving a trail of bile in her wake. Fortunately, her strength surpassed that of Li Yun, or she might have coughed up blood. Xiao Zixuan did not conceal her amusement, bursting into laughter. Haraha, are you performing? Even the invited elders and disciples joined in the merriment. Lu Qingqing quickly rose from the ground, her fingers tracing the 5 distinct imprints on her cheek. Her left side bore the same redness as Li Yun's. As the laughter of the crowd intensified, her other cheek flushed with embarrassment. A surge of rage erupted from within her. She had never endured such humiliation. Traitor, not even my junior disciple has struck me. What gives you the right? Just because you have a sharp tongue, does that mean I cannot strike you? This scene once again incited uproarious laughter, with no one perceiving Lu Qingqing's words as coherent. Xiao Zixuan clung to Lin Feng's arm, laughing so hard she could scarcely breathe. Well said. This is the temperament worthy of the top contender in the Foundation Establishment competition. Qin Kaching observed the closeness between the two with increasingly frigid eyes. Lu Qingqing and Lu Yun's gazes transformed into fierce glares. They had not looked so fierce even during Lin Feng's earlier humiliation. Deep within, they felt as though something precious had been snatched away from them. At that moment, Wang Xian, standing aside, spoke up in indignation. Senior brother, is it really appropriate for you to bring outsiders to target our master and senior sister? His words immediately captured the attention of numerous cultivators. Dressed in a pristine white robe, though he lacked Lin Feng's striking handsomeness, he was not without appeal. He was indeed the 7th disciple of Elder Qin, possessing a rather refined appearance. It was said he possessed innate spiritual roots and was a prodigy, much favored. After all, how else could he be accepted as Elder Qin's direct disciple, even having a nomination ceremony dedicated to him? Within a decade, Wangman's sect would surely produce another golden core at the heavenly stage. Hearing the gossip of the onlookers, Wang Xian was thoroughly pleased, his chin lifted high. However, Qin Kaching did not regard him. Instead, she fixated on Lin Feng's visage, hoping to discern some special emotion. Unfortunately, she gleaned nothing. Lin Feng merely wore a faint smile, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding spectacle. Such a scheming person like you, who seeks to entrap a senior brother, is best left unspoken till. He then surveyed the surroundings. casting his gaze upon the assembled cultivators. Let me reiterate, I have severed all ties with the Huangyan sect and have long since bid farewell to this group before me. Even if I were to perish like a wild dog by the roadside, I shall never return to the Huangyan sect as a disciple. Lin Feng's words reverberated throughout the venue, causing Qin Keqing's expression to shift dramatically. Could it be that my assumptions were flawed? Does he truly not regard me as his master, nor view Qingqing and Yuner as senior sisters? Does he not consider the astute and empathetic Wang Xian as a junior brother? Particularly the scene that unfolded next, which plunged Qin Keqing into a state of despondency. Upon hearing Lin Feng's declaration, Xiao Zixuan embraced his arm, nestling closely against his shoulder. Rest assured, my master and I shall stand by your side. And we shall never allow you to become a wild dog. Zixuan, could you not phrase it more delicately? Though her words were rather ungracious. Lin Feng comprehended her intent. This woman, who had accompanied him through death in a past life without a hint of complaint, alongside Su Moli, who had promptly sent disciples to assist him upon his rebirth, both bestowed upon Lin Feng an unprecedented warmth. With such a woman by his side, what more could one desire? He had long aspired to live a carefree life in this lifetime. Thus, in full view of the crowd, he wrapped his arms around Xiao Zixuan's slender waist. In that moment, the two appeared as true celestial lovers, evoking envy in the eyes of many cultivators. Oh, how enviable they are, able to embrace so tightly, disregarding the gaze of the world. Alas, I had hoped to support senior brother Lin for a lifetime. But it seems he requires no such thing. After all, he is a little sword immortal, not only beautiful, but also possessing formidable cultivation talent. Why would he be drawn to a discarded waste like me? Just look at the force with which Lin Feng struck. Could anyone truly believe him to be a waste? The most pained was Wang Xian, who had exerted great effort to expel Lin Feng, only to discover that he had found a stunning little sword immortal outside, more radiant than the 5 senior sisters combined. Moreover, their bond was one of mutual affection, a promise of lifelong commitment. Their progress surpassed that of his relationships with the senior sisters. Lu Qingqing's brows furrowed in indignation as she spoke. In front of so many, how could you exhibit such intimate behavior without a shred of shame? Qin Keqing's countenance was equally frosty. She no longer wished to witness the scene. If you have arrived, do not cause a disturbance. The auspicious time has come. Everyone, please take your seats for the ceremony. Lu Qingqing shot Lin Feng an angry glare before departing. Only Li Yun remained, her gaze vacant. She had just realized something profound. She understood where the elixirs from the alchemist's tomb had vanished. In the recent one-sided confrontation, Lin Feng's displayed strength far exceeded that of a foundational cultivator. He could even contend with her, a nascent soul practitioner. Such feats were unattainable for an ordinary foundational cultivator. Unless Lin Feng was of heavenly tier foundational caliber. Upon returning from the tomb, Li Yun had heard about the incessant thunder tribulations that had plagued the Xiantian sword sect just days prior. It is likely precipitated by the foundation establishment at the heavenly stage. Have you taken those elixirs? Lin Feng inquired with a smile, gazing into Li Yun's eyes. If I were to present you with all 3 elixirs, what would I receive in return? Naturally, a gathering chi pill and my commendation. Oh, and what of the extra crystal transformation pill? That would naturally be bestowed upon the understanding younger disciple. Li Yun instinctively spoke her thoughts aloud. Just as she endeavored to retract her words, she inadvertently met Lin Feng's icy gaze. What? Do you not feel honored to work for me? Are you unwell? Begone, lest I be compelled to strike you twice more. A pang of fear gripped Li Yun, silencing her further. With their master having returned to his seat, there would be no one to rescue her if she were to be struck. She touched the red mark on her cheek and left, dejected. Shortly thereafter, she settled behind Qin Keqing. Master, does Lin Feng truly intend to forsake the Huangyan sect? Not necessarily. His little schemes cannot escape my notice. Oh? Li Yun's eyes brightened. If Lin Feng were to return, there would still be hope for her heavenly stage crystal transformation pill. If she could coalesce a heavenly stage golden pill, it would be worth it even to re-establish her foundation. Chapter 19. For the sake of a young disciple. Exhausting the sect's resources, Qin Keqing observed the affectionate gestures exchanged between Lin Feng and Xiao Zixuan, a faint, sardonic smile gracing her lips. What claim to being a small sword immortal did he have? In the presence of a man, he was nothing more than a sycophant. As for Yuner, that rebellious disciple, he was fully aware of the humiliation he would face, yet still chose to attend the celebration. His relationship with Xiao Zixuan resembled that of partners rather than the typical master-disciple bond, indicating he did not view the Xiantian sword sect as his true home. Upon hearing her master's analysis, Li Yun's confidence soared. Regardless of how Lin Feng's temperament had morphed into brutality, upon returning to the Huangyun sect, he would remain just a pawn beneath her influence. The two heavenly grade transformation pills were destined to belong to her and her junior disciple. Master, we shall see how long he can maintain this facade. This matter is trivial. The priority now lies in preparing for the significant event concerning Xin. Qin Keqing's expression turned slightly grave. While many believed her concerns to be exaggerated, deeming the nomination ceremony unnecessary, none could fathom her true ambitions. She intended to seize the opportunity while the sect leader was in seclusion, to orchestrate a grand endeavor. With the Huangyun sect's fortuitous power, she aspired to elevate her young disciples' cultivation aptitude. If successful, Wang Xion's future would be boundless. If not, the sect's fortune would merely suffer a setback. Qin Keqing's motives extended beyond simply aiding her beloved disciple in ascending to greater heights. She sought to make Lin Feng and all present cultivators acutely aware of one undeniable truth. Her favoritism would eternally lie with her cherished disciple Wang Xian, rather than a wayward apprentice. Even the most precious resources could be granted without hesitation. She doubted Lin Feng could maintain his composure upon witnessing this spectacle. He would likely kneel before her, yearning to return to the sect. At that moment, she would have him firmly in her grasp. Qin Keqing wore a confident smile, relishing the sensation of having everything under control. Her coldness towards Lin Feng stemmed largely from the fact that he was unpredictable. Whether in action or cultivation, he often surprised her, and such unpredictability garnered widespread acclaim, leaving her, as his master, in an awkward position. Lin Feng and Xiao Zixuan settled into their designated seats, the tables and chairs of the Xiantian sword sect positioned at the rear, a clear indication of their disdain. The nomination ceremony is now commencing. With a loud proclamation from a Huangyun sect disciple, the bronze cauldron at the center of the square suddenly erupted into flames. A group of disciples clad in yellow robes, wielding wooden swords, positioned themselves on either side. Bow. At the command, they pointed their swords towards the heavens. Dressed in resplendent garments, Wang Xian rose and slowly ascended the altar. In an instant, the heavens darkened, winds surged, and the atmosphere grew immensely grand. The cultivators present widened their eyes in astonishment. This was no mere nomination ceremony. It was an act of defiance against the heavens. Even the disciples and elders of the Huangyun sect were left bewildered. Such a grand display had not been discussed with them. What was happening? Wasn't this simply a nomination? Why had it stirred the very fortune of the sect? Could Qin Keqing truly be willing to expend the sect's resources for the sake of a mere apprentice? With the sect leader still in seclusion, what recourse do we possess? It seems she seeks to elevate Wang Xian to an undeniable position as the foremost among the younger generation. They suddenly turned their gaze towards Lin Feng. For such actions have not been singular in nature. 5 years prior, Lu Qingqing utilized this very altar with the same scale and form. Though it was merely an experiment, it nonetheless consumed a considerable amount of spirit stones and the sect's fortune, along with the intricately crafted 3,600 talismans. The sect leader had consented to this, resulting in Lu Qingqing's ascent from an earth root to a heaven root. The following year, Huangyun sect gained an additional golden core cultivator, a result that was already deemed acceptable, especially considering the emergence of a disciple with immense potential. The most pivotal step of this sacrificial ceremony is the incineration of those 3,600 talismans. Matters concerning fortune are often intertwined with the heavenly principles, which is why cultivators hesitate to slay mortal emperors. A plethora of talismans, when accumulated, can significantly impact causality. Not to mention the formidable power of the heavenly principles associated with fortune. Should there be a backlash, it would result in annihilation. Ordinary talisman masters would not dare to craft such talismans. Only Lin Feng, eager to contribute to his senior sister, would undertake this task. However, these talismans are essentially rendered useless after a single ignition. To attempt a second use would invite calamity. Lin Feng retrieved a teapot from his storage ring. Commencing the brewing of tea, he dared not partake in the Huangyun sect's provisions indiscriminately, for in his past life, even during the tribulation phase, he had fallen prey to these individuals. Who knows what toxins may lurk? Regarding the grand sacrificial formation comprised of 108 cultivators before him, he felt no sense of novelty, merely a desire to observe in silence. The clouds in the sky thickened, and flashes of lightning flickered ominously. An impending heavenly tribulation seemed to loom, yet it remained elusive. At that moment, the cultivators upon the altar began to pour a vast quantity of spirit stones into the bronze cauldron. As soon as they entered, they were engulfed by roaring flames, transforming into concentrated spiritual energy that was ensnared. The act of pouring the spirit stones alone consumed half an hour and expended at least 500,000 spirit stones. The subsequent step involved invoking the sect's fortune, a task necessitating the intervention of a nascent soul cultivator. Qin Keqing, adorned in a flowing white dress, ascended above the bronze cauldron, wielding her fated spiritual sword, executing a non-lethal sword technique. Huangyan sect's fortune arise. A mysterious yellow aura surged forth from the sect's main hall, and under Qin Keqing's guidance, it infused the bronze cauldron. The final step was to ignite those 3,600 talismans, culminating in their elevation. We, as cultivators, are bound by our innate talents from birth, yet those who practice cultivation strive against the heavens for their destiny. Today, I shall harness the sect's fortune to usurp the heavens for my beloved disciple. The 108 disciples surrounding the altar acted in unison, their sword techniques igniting the talismans as they soared into the air, swiftly forming a bagua, spinning rapidly as they ignited. The thunder in the heavens grew increasingly resounding, while flashes of lightning danced within the clouds. Yet the anticipated calamity of thunder did not descend. This phenomenon was attributed to the talismans, which possessed a subtle ability to obscure the celestial mechanisms. As the talismans ascended, wisps of pure energy emerged from the bronze cauldron, cascading gently onto Wang Xian. The cultivators present were utterly spellbound, witnessing such an extraordinary display for the first time. Was it truly worth expending such vast resources for a disciple in the mid-foundation stage? Li Yun's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson as she glanced at Wang Xian upon the high platform. Subsequently, she feigned nonchalance and approached Xiao Zixuan's side. Do you see? This is the treatment we, the Huangyan sect, provide to our core disciples. You, from the Zuanshan Sword sect, are impoverished. I doubt you could even gather 500,000 spirit stones. As for your dilapidated sect, do not even dare to mention fortune. And you, Lin Feng? Do you now comprehend? This is our affection for the junior disciple. It is something you shall never attain, no matter how hard you strive throughout your life. After this moment, you shall forever remain in his shadow. Lin Feng slowly poured himself a cup of tea, his expression as tranquil as still water. However, Xiao Zixuan was known for her fiery temper and had never been one to tolerate injustice. With a resounding slap, she struck Li Yun's face, leaving both cheeks crimson. The sheer force of the blow sent Li Yun reeling backward. Why you dare strike me? Li Yun glared at the two with resentment, but her grievances fell on deaf ears. All eyes were fixed upon the altar, where the youth enveloped in pure light stood. Chapter 20. Whom I choose to share my possessions with is none of your concern. Li Yun glared at Xiao Zixuan with a venomous gaze. Just moments ago, she had stumbled upon a startling revelation. Despite being at the same stage of foundation establishment, and having taken precautions, why had she been so easily cast aside? The only plausible explanation was that the opponent's foundation was superior. However, Li Yun herself was at the mystic level of foundation establishment, unless Xiao Zixuan had achieved the celestial level or Lin Feng. Did you give her a celestial transformation pill? Fuming, she directed her ire toward Lin Feng, yet her eyes remained fixed on Xiao Zixuan. So what if it was true? So what if it was tea? My possessions are mine to give as I please. It is none of your business. They belong to me and my junior disciple. When did it become your right to claim a share? If it is indeed yours, what gives you the authority to possess it in my presence? Lin Feng took a gentle sip of tea, realizing that reasoning with such a fool was futile. It was more effective to simply berate her. Only when Li Yun had suffered sufficiently might she comprehend the source of her misplaced superiority. Meanwhile, atop the sacrificial altar, Wang Xian observed the unfolding events with a haughty demeanor, his nostrils nearly reaching for the heavens. Two insignificant insects, once my spiritual root ascends. I shall toy with you at my leisure. Guided by Qin Keqing's sword technique, the brilliance surrounding Wang Xian intensified, rendering his form somewhat discernible. He commanded, Heavenly spiritual root, ascend for me. As he executed the final sacrificial sword maneuver, the clouds above fell eerily silent. The dense, pure light was wholly absorbed by Wang Xian, who stretched languorously. A formidable aura erupted, captivating the audience. This presence was vastly more potent than before. What kind of spiritual root was this? I have never encountered such a powerful spiritual essence. The seed of the foremost individual of the younger generation is assuredly secured. Wang Xian was thoroughly pleased with the transformation of his body. His meridians shimmered like crystal, and his blood coursed with golden light. The strength of his physique and the capacity of his energy reservoir had significantly increased. Just standing there, he exuded waves of heavenly pressure. The spiritual root, having transcended from the innate wood element, was flawless in every regard. Ha ha ha, this sensation of newfound strength is exhilarating. Wang Xin laughed heartily, his aura surging rapidly. Even cultivators at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage paled in comparison to him. Li Yun turned her gaze toward Lin Feng's position, only to find the two of them sipping tea in a toast-like manner, igniting a surge of jealousy within her. Humph, a coward too afraid to speak. Still pretending to hold his ground. When you finally wish to humble yourself, I shall be most eager to see how you plead with me. Ching-ka-ching. Witnessing Wang Xin's state, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiner, do you sense anything unusual? Master, I feel fantastic. My body brims with power, and both my physique and energy reservoir have been substantially enhanced. Excellent. I believe you shall undoubtedly emerge as the leader among the younger generation, unlike certain individuals. Master, I am not one of them. I vow I will not disappoint you. The master knows that you are not the kind of ungrateful and rebellious individual. The interplay between the two truly amused Lin Feng and Xiao Zixuan, though they were merely spectators. Hush, let us quietly observe their pretentious display. The most thrilling part is yet to come. The talismans floating in the sky were all meticulously crafted by his own hand. He is fully aware of the current situation. Qing gently patted Wang Xin's shoulder, her eyes brimming with delight. Lin Feng, do you see? This is my reward for my beloved disciple. Should you bow down and kneel before me, you too may have the opportunity to enjoy such treatment. Xiner, please wait a moment. The ritual has not yet concluded. Yes, Master. The final task was to sever the connection between the heavenly path and fate. In doing so, Wang Xin would be able to claim the spiritual essence he had acquired as his own, effectively stealing the mandate of heaven. As Qing wielded the concluding sword gesture, a sudden thunderclap resounded in the sky. How strange, it was different from the last time. Before she could ponder further, all 3,600 talismans above her head ignited fiercely. Even a fool would realize that something was amiss. The connection between the heavenly path and fate had not been severed, and with the obstruction of heavenly secrets being destroyed, the situation was dire. Wang Xin, who had stood proudly just moments ago, suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream, blood gushing from all 7 orifices. It felt as though something within him was violently struggling against his corporeal form. Bang, bang, bang. His skin erupted, gaping wounds oozing blood as if it were water. Master. Ah, Master, please save me. Qing's expression darkened as she surveyed the onlooking cultivators. What on earth is happening? All disciples involved in drawing the talismans stepped forward. If anything were to happen to my beloved disciple, you all shall pay the price. The 108 disciples wielding wooden swords stepped forward in unison, their faces pale and trembling. Elder Qin, all the talismans are burning. They may not last much longer. That's obvious. Do you need to state the obvious? Quickly redraw the talismans to replenish them. Upon hearing Qing's icy command, the disciples in yellow robes were taken aback. The talismans were provided by you, and this is our first time seeing them. How are we to draw them? Although each stroke appears clear, crafting talismans is an intricate and esoteric art that is far from simple. Elder Qin, we do not know how to draw them. Qing felt a surge of fury rising within her, unleashing the pressure of her nascent soul cultivation. It bore down on the 108 disciples, forcing them to their knees, unable to lift their heads. You useless lot, in our sect of so many people, not a single one of you can draw a talisman? The disciple at the front, wearing a look of helplessness, spoke up. Elder Qin, it is not just one. We require 3,600 simultaneously. These talismans are not only complex, but also no one dares to attempt drawing them. You are well aware of the entanglement with the sect's fortune. Should an unforeseen event occur, the consequences would be dire. What a jest it would be. If your disciple were to perish, we would merely face punishment, ultimately preserving our own lives. However, to inscribe such a significant talisman of causality might very well lead to our own obliteration. Among the cultivators present, only one possesses the ability to draw. Upon uttering these words, all eyes fixated on him, eager to discern the identity of that individual. The practitioners from other sects, witnessing this grand spectacle, also yearned to partake, despite the inherent risks, for at the very least, they would acquire a secret technique. During times of transition within the sect, it could be employed to nurture exceptional disciples. The incident involving Lu Qingqing had previously incited the envy of nearby sects, with many inquiring about it, yet none yielded any results. It seems that everything now hinges upon that individual. Qing's countenance turned icy as she surveyed the disciples present. Speak quickly. Who is that person? Bring him to me at once to inscribe the talisman. If it saves my apprentice, I shall offer no shortage of spirit stones and techniques. Upon hearing these words, Wang Xian felt as though he had found a lifeline. He forcibly stifled the blood that threatened to erupt, but the peculiar force within him continued to surge, poised to create further wounds at any moment. Thud. He collapsed to the ground, his gaze filled with bitterness. Were it not for the imminent threat to his life, he would never demean himself in such a manner. I beseech that esteemed senior for assistance. I shall repay you handsomely. Chapter 21. This is treating people like beasts. In the plaza of the Huangyan sect, Wang Xian was drenched in blood. He knelt upon the high platform, his expression one of utmost sincerity. Almost all the cultivators were scanning the crowd, seeking someone who could salvage the situation. For those in the nascent soul and transformation stages, employing the method of utilizing fortune was of paramount importance. Qin Keqing was also surveying the throngs, yet found nothing. Reluctantly, she redirected her gaze to the disciple who had just spoken. Who is that person? Go and bring him to me. I assure you he will not leave empty-handed. The disciple in the yellow robe, grasping a wooden sword, wore an awkward expression as he glanced towards Lin Feng's seat. Elder Qin, that individual was once a disciple of our Huangyan sect, but he was expelled by you just days ago. He is over there, albeit. The unspoken words were clear to all. These few statements had already revealed Lin Feng's identity. However, he was no longer a disciple of the Huangyan sect. Just moments ago, he had been ridiculed by Qin Keqing's 3 apprentices. Upon this reminder, Qin Keqing recalled the matter. Indeed, Lin Feng had spent an entire month creating those 3,600 talismans. Yet, she had little regard for such trivialities, or perhaps she simply wished to ignore him. Now, faced with an urgent situation, the recollection weighed heavily upon her mind. The invited cultivators turned their gazes towards Lin Feng, their eyes ablaze with fervor. He was a treasure. If the sect were to falter, the method of enhancing spiritual roots was crucial. Who could have anticipated the Huangyan sect's lack of discernment? The only one who understood the formation for enhancing spiritual roots was expelled from the sect, and they even forced him to forfeit his cultivation, filling him with animosity. Truly, they were a bunch of fools. A peaceful parting would have been far better than this predicament. Indeed, was there no one to intervene at that time? Since Lin Feng was no longer a member of the Huangyan sect, would it not be easier for us to pursue the formation? Ah, yes. Thank you for the gift from the Huangyan sect. Let us hasten to negotiate and secure this formation. Some third-rate sects found their legacies in dire straits. Even if it meant expending all their sect's fortune, they would gladly exchange it for a disciple of exceptional talent. Yet, before they could approach, others had already seized the opportunity. Li Yun and Lu Qingxing rushed anxiously to Lin Feng, pointing at his head and shouting in anger. What are you still doing seated here? Hurry and repair the talisman. If anything happens to our junior brother, I will bind you and whip you for 3 days and nights. The nearby cultivators were bewildered. Was this their way of pleading for help? Lin Feng sipped his tea, completely ignoring the two, continuing to share jokes with Xiao Zixuan. This dismissive behavior only fueled Li Yun and Lu Qingxing's rage further. Hey, are you deaf? Get over there and fix the talisman formation. Yes, our junior brother is bleeding. You better not think you will escape unscathed. Lin Feng continued to disregard the situation, sharing hearty laughter with Xiao Zixuan. Li Yun, witnessing this scene, was instantly filled with fury. She unleashed her power, casting a spell that struck the table with a thunderous crash. Boom! The entire table, along with the tea and fruits upon it, was reduced to mere dust. The surrounding cultivators were left dumbfounded, retreating in disbelief, their faces adorned with expressions of intrigue. They were well aware that this incident would swiftly spread, tarnishing the reputation of the Huangyan sect. Firstly, they had expelled a gifted talent, one who understood the nuances of the spiritual root enhancement array, from the sect. Secondly, the attitude exhibited in this plea, who would not deem it foolish? Elder Qin, a formidable practitioner of the nascent soul stage, had cultivated disciples of such arrogant demeanor, providing ample entertainment for many. Seated comfortably, Lin Feng and Xiao Zixuan remained unperturbed. Should Li Yun choose to attack, he would not hesitate to respond in kind. A radiant smile graced his handsome face as he spoke softly, addressing the irritable Fairy Li. Might you be imploring me? This simple question sent Li Yun's expression into a furious contortion. Plead? Do you think you are worthy? You are but a mere sycophant. This is a boon I graciously offer you. Simply say whether you wish to partake. Lin Feng suddenly sensed that Li Yun's intentions were deliberate, as if she wished for Wang Xian to be struck down by heavenly retribution. How else could she so brazenly offend him? There was, of course, another possibility. His previous kindness had led others to believe it was a given. You pilfered the sect's spiritual herbs. and it is only due to the protection of our master that you were not struck down. You ought to be filled with gratitude and worship us daily. Now, an opportunity to repay that debt lies before you. Why do you not hasten to repair the array?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nearly burst into laughter. Firstly, he had not stolen the century-old Lingxin fruit, rendering the subsequent punishment absurd. Moreover, he had severed all ties with the Huangyan sect and even rebuilt his cultivation from scratch. He owed them nothing. "Ha! I refuse. What can you do about it?" Observing Lin Feng's playful demeanor, Li Yun's patience finally evaporated. "You shall repair it today, or you shall not leave the Huangyan sect alive." With a wave of her hand, she summoned a group of Foundation Establishment disciples, surrounding the two. "You wretched fool, I grant you one final chance to respond. If you cannot provide us with a satisfactory answer, I shall cleanse the sect of you myself." Lin Feng, wrapping his arm around Xiao Zixuan's slender waist, rose to his feet, surveying the crowd with an increasingly arrogant smile. "I refuse. Ha ha." His laughter echoed with a wild, mocking delight. At that moment, Lu Qingqing could no longer contain herself. Approaching Lin Feng and Xiao Zixuan, her expression was as frosty as winter. "Enough, Lin Feng. Your behavior only deepens our disdain. Is it not your desire to return to the Huangyan sect, to be reunited with our master? Mastering the so-called transcendence of spiritual roots has emboldened you to overreach. Your actions are truly disappointing." After scolding, Lu Qingqing's expression suddenly relaxed, even her tone softened somewhat. "Very well, considering your junior disciples daily pleas on your behalf, I shall grant this one opportunity. You are to repair the array for the transcendence of talismans, while I shall discuss your situation with our master. Of course, the acceptance of this will depend on our master's disposition." This shameless proclamation left the nearby cultivators utterly astounded. To think that such a contribution would be subject to someone's whims, has the world gone mad? A person like Lin Feng, who is unafraid of the intertwining of fate and the heavenly path, would surely attract the attention of sects even if he were not a practitioner himself. Indeed, it seems that the Huangyan sect has lost its senses, allowing its disciples to misbehave without intervention, treating them as mere beasts of burden. I am curious whether this reflects the will of sect master Shen Xinyao or that of Qin Kuching and her disciple. Throughout it all, Lin Feng maintained an unwavering demeanor, his expression devoid of fear. Facing the two aggressive individuals and the dozen or so Foundation Establishment cultivators surrounding him, he wore a broad smile, dismissing them entirely. "Oh, you seem quite formidable. Why not test your mettle against me? Should you inflict harm upon me, rest assured, there will be no one left to rescue your dear junior disciple." Chapter 22. This is not a discussion, but a command. Upon the sacrificial altar of the Huangyan sect square, Wang Xian, who had once looked down upon the crowd, now found himself drenched in blood. A surge of pure energy within him was striving to break free from its constraints, threatening to lead to his imminent demise. "Master, it hurts so much. Please, save me." Listening to Wang Xian's cries from the altar, Lu Qingqing and Li Yun felt a tightening in their hearts, realizing that they could no longer delay. "You must mend the talisman immediately. If anything happens to our junior brother, we will all meet our end. That gentle and kind junior brother should not have to bear such torment. It should be directed towards you, the heartless traitor." Seeing Lin Feng remain unmoved, Lu Qingqing, driven by desperation, reached out to forcibly take him away. "If you refuse to mend it, I will compel you to do so. If you disobey, I will make you listen." Blinded by rage, she acted solely on instinct. Xiao Zixuan's expression turned icy. She had never feared confronting anyone. "If you wish to die, I shall grant you that." She summoned her internal spiritual power and threw a punch. The clash of their attacks erupted in the air, sending a cloud of dust swirling. Lu Qingqing was thrown back in astonishment, exclaiming, "Impossible. This cannot be. My realm is clearly higher than yours." In their earlier skirmish, they had relied solely on spiritual power and physical strength, without invoking any techniques. How could she, a mid-stage golden core cultivator, lose to someone who had just formed their golden core? This was utterly incomprehensible. Xiao Zixuan's expression remained calm. As a golden core cultivator who has achieved a perfect golden core, defeating a mid-stage golden core cultivator is a mere trifle. Li Yun, witnessing this scene, felt an even greater dissatisfaction. That perfect crystallized golden core was originally meant for her. Suddenly, a powerful pressure descended from the heavens, bearing down upon Lin Feng and Xiao Zixuan. "Cease this at once." Qin Kuching's icy voice echoed from the altar. "Go and repair the talisman." She looked down upon the two, issuing commands as she always did. At that moment, the Chulong sword suddenly unsheathed, positioning itself above Lin Feng and Xiao Zixuan. blocking all the pressure without a trace escaping. Are you pleading with me? Lin Feng maintained his smile, gazing at the lofty Qin Keqing. This scene felt eerily familiar. Yet this time, he was not in the role of a disciple. If you are not pleading with me, why should I save a stranger? Qin Keqing's expression grew colder, her eyes glinting with a hint of frost. She was genuinely enraged. This detestable wretch dared to speak to her in such a manner. I command you as a nascent soul cultivator. The other cultivators present understood that Qin Keqing was truly serious. In this world, the law of the jungle prevailed. The strong could act as they pleased. Yet, Lin Feng smiled even more brightly, clearly indicating that if words could not resolve the matter, then action would ensue. Do you dare to move even a finger against me? Do you truly believe that I, the revered master MOU, am one to be trifled with? In the past, I shunned the notion of acting under another's banner. Yet now, I find the support of a powerful ally rather exhilarating. Humph, with her frail constitution, does she truly believe she can breach the formidable protective array of the Huanyan sect? I am prepared to expend the full might of my sect against a mere spirit sword. The elders of other sects, who were initially mere spectators, began to sense the gravity of the situation. They had hoped to have Lin Feng impart his knowledge of this talisman array. Should Qin Keqing eliminate him, it would effectively sever their inheritance and, in turn, extinguish their hopes. This cannot be allowed. Elder Qin, is it not excessive for your Huanyan sect to act against a mere youth in such a manner? Humph, this is a matter for the Huanyan sect alone. It would be prudent for you to refrain from interference. Qin Keqing cast a frigid gaze upon the assembled elders. Though her expression was one of coldness, her heart began to waver. These were the cultivators from several sects with which Huang Yun had maintained cordial relations. Offending them all could lead to dire consequences. Yet, I chastise my own disciple. What concern is that of yours? At that moment, the elder from Huang Xianmin spoke once more. Elder Qin, have you forgotten something? Lin Feng is no longer a disciple of Huanyan sect. Upon hearing this, the invited cultivators nodded in unison, engaging in fervent discussion. Indeed, Lin Feng had been expelled from the sect. Why should he serve Huanyan? That day, he had been forced to forfeit his cultivation without a shred of mercy. Oh, how cruel this master-disciple pair truly is. Listening to the murmurs of the surrounding cultivators, even Qin Keqing, with her thick skin, found her temper waning. Her chest heaved with indignation, clearly agitated. A powerful pressure enveloped the entire square, barely suppressing the rising chatter. Very well, I comprehend your sentiments. Out of respect for the elders, I shall take a step back. Qin Keqing cast a chilling glance at Lin Feng and spoke icily. Is it not your desire to gain something? Speak, what do you wish for? Truly, Elder Qin is far more reasonable than several of her disciples, Lin Feng mused. Delighted by the unfolding drama, my demands are not excessive. Let Li Yun, Lu Qingqing, and Wang Xian kneel and sincerely plead for my forgiveness. Additionally, I desire the coveted scarlet abyss flower from the treasures of Huanyan sect. Qin Keqing's brow furrowed in irritation, a rare display of anger crossing her features. Preposterous. On the sacrificial altar, Wang Xian, who had already been kneeling, struggled to rise, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Lin Feng, his eyes brimming with resentment. Even if I must perish, I shall never kneel before you. Lu Qingqing and Li Yun, however, were more direct in their contempt, unleashing a torrent of insults. You heartless, ungrateful mongrel, do you believe you deserve our reverence? Are you not afraid of your own demise, you wretched creature? The very notion of kneeling was one they could never acquiesce to. In the eyes of the two, Lin Feng has merely been a subordinate over the years, even more obedient than the outer sect's miscellaneous servants, ever ready at their beck and call. To compel someone of such stature to kneel is an egregious affront. As for the Crimson Shore flower, it is the most prestigious spiritual herb housed within the sect's apothecary. Should it be bestowed upon Lin Feng, the sect leader would undoubtedly investigate upon their return. Qin Keqing, with an icy demeanor, resolutely declined both conditions. The Crimson Shore flower is a cherished treasure of the sect, and I am unqualified to grant it to you. You, too, are unworthy of receiving it. As for demanding my 3 disciples to kneel, you, as a foundation-building practitioner, are equally unentitled. Let us amend the terms. Lin Feng had anticipated this outcome. Qin Keqing was indeed such a person. For her beloved disciples to kneel would be tantamount to humiliating her. However, his visit today had a dual purpose, to humiliate her, and more importantly, to acquire the Crimson Shore flower. It is a crucial ingredient needed to eradicate the poisonous influence of the Master's malevolence. Elder Qin, you have misunderstood a crucial matter. I am not here to negotiate with you. I am issuing a command. You may acquiesce or refuse. Your response will determine whether I choose to rescue your most cherished disciple. Chapter 23. A heartless refusal of his confession. In the square altar of the Huangdan sect, Qin Keqing wore a sullen expression. Known as the Celestial Maiden of Lingwei, she seldom displayed such emotions in public. Yet, Lin Feng's words pierced her heart like a cruel thorn. How dare this wretch address me as Elder Qin? He even dares to threaten me with Xinr's life. By what virtue does he demand the reverence of my senior sisters? Surrounding her was a swirl of white spiritual energy, reflecting her inner turmoil and making it clear to the assembled cultivators that she was genuinely enraged. Are you truly intent on this? Facing the inquiry, Lin Feng met her furious gaze, smiling as he nodded. Isn't it obvious? Or do you think you can do something about the Chulong sword above my head? Lu Qingqing and Li Yun's eyes turned red with fury as they shouted at him. You are truly despicable. Even if I were to kneel before a stray dog, I would never bow to you. A traitor who betrays his master and ancestors, relying solely on the reputation of others to show off his worthlessness. Both were at the core formation stage. What could they possibly achieve against a powerful nascent soul's life sword? All they could do was express their futile rage. Had Lin Feng still been a part of Huangdan sect, they would have long since given him a thorough beating. Very well, berate me as you wish. Soon, your beloved junior brother may prove to be even less than a stray dog, he taunted. I shall remain here, witnessing with my own eyes how he perishes in a violent explosion, his soul scattered. His words sent a chill through the hearts of those present. Was this the fate awaiting one who sought to seize destiny without the veil of heaven? Yet, Lin Feng knew that Wang Xin would not perish so easily. His fortune was not merely a matter of fate, it was bolstered by the powerful spirit concealed within him. The method of siphoning the fortune of those around him was taught by this mysterious figure. However, it was not solely Lin Feng's Chulong sword that watched over the altar. Many elders at the God transformation stage, sent by various sects to participate in the celebration, were also present. The commotion they had just caused likely attracted the attention of hidden refinement void cultivators, quietly observing the situation. Should Wang Xin resort to the mysterious figure and reveal his formidable trump cards, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of powerful adversaries. Thus, he would not easily employ them unless faced with dire peril. Gazing at Lin Feng, whose resolve was unwavering, Qin Keqing's tone shifted from icy detachment to one laced with anger. Do you truly believe that by causing harm to Xin, I will take you back as my disciple? Please, spare me. I am unworthy of having someone like you as my master, so do not seek me out. Lin Feng's disdainful expression was perceived by Qin Keqing as a blatant insult. Yet, she found herself in a position of need, forced to lower her head. Otherwise, her most cherished disciple would be at risk of a gruesome demise. Qin Keqing attributed all blame to Lin Feng, claiming that it was his drawn talisman, intentionally flawed. That failed to withstand the second use. It was he who refused to assist in repairing the talisman, showing blatant disrespect to his elders. Fine, I accept your terms. However, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. As you reflect upon this day in the future, do not harbor any regrets. The decision made by Qin Keqing was one born out of necessity. She turned her gaze towards Wang Xin, then briefly glanced at Lu Qingqing and Li Yun. Subsequently, her eyes drifted towards the heavens, deliberately avoiding Lin Feng's stare, and softly uttered, "Kneel." Thud. Wang Xin, who was already struggling to maintain his composure, found himself collapsing to his knees on the high platform upon receiving his master's command. His heart brimmed with resentment towards Lin Feng regarding the act of kneeling. Yet, amidst his bitterness, he felt a sense of relief that this traitor had appeared. Otherwise, he might have been compelled to resort to his hidden tactics. Some matters are too precarious to delve into, and the troubles they would bring could escalate immensely. He chuckled inwardly. The humiliation you have inflicted upon me today shall be repaid 1,000-fold in the future. And the woman by your side, I shall undoubtedly claim her as my own. Even if you regain your foundational strength, what worth is it to remain in that impoverished sect? Before long, I shall have you utterly beneath my heel. With this thought, a slight smirk crept upon Wang Xin's lips, a smile that would surely mark him as a pervert had anyone noticed. The attention of the crowd was fixated on Lu Qingqing and Li Yun, for neither exhibited any intention of kneeling. Instead, they glared at Lin Feng with ferocity. Master, are you certain we are to kneel before this beast who stands idly by in times of peril? Should you be unwilling, then do not kneel. I had thought your bond was profound. Qin Keqing remained silent, while Lin Feng, with a smile, interjected. Little did he know that his words provided the two women with the very excuse to submit. Humph, are you not envious that junior brother has captured our favor? I tell you, junior brother holds a place in our hearts that surpasses yours 1,000-fold. Do you wish to witness the lengths we would go for him? Very well. Today you shall see our resolve. We would willingly embrace death. They continued their declarations, oblivious to the mocking gaze of Wang Xian. Li Yun knelt before Lin Feng, her demeanor proud. She seemed to perceive this act not as shameful, but rather as a source of immense pride. Lu Qingqing soon followed suit, a smirk gracing her features. What has silenced your laughter? Have fifth junior sister struck a chord? Ha ha ha, in our eyes, you are utterly incomparable to junior brother. Lin Feng was taken aback by the extent to which these two women had indulged in their delusions. It was indeed alarming. When seeking assistance, one must adopt the appropriate attitude. He raised his hand and delivered a slap to each of Lu Qingqing and Li Yun. Smack, smack. Though the blows were not particularly damaging, the sound resounded throughout the venue. Lu Qingqing, incensed by this humiliating strike, retorted, "You scoundrel! How dare you strike me? Do you not fancy me any longer? Let me tell you, resorting to such tactics to garner a girl's attention is the mark of a mundane fool. In my eyes, you shall forever remain a worthless bully." Lu Qingqing vowed silently that no matter how Lin Feng pleaded in the future, she would grant him no opportunity, resolutely rejecting his affections with unwavering cruelty. A sharp slap echoed once more, leaving her cheeks swollen and tender. "What are you saying? I cannot comprehend your words," she retorted. "I'm sorry, but I have no feelings for you. Please do not indulge in self-deception. You are far from handsome, nowhere near the beauty of my dear Zixuan." Lin Feng summoned a stream of water to cleanse his palm, as if he had just struck not a delicate face, but some loathsome refuse. "Junior brother, do wipe your hands clean. I fear this water may be as tainted as the hearts of men," remarked Xiao Zixuan, offering him a handkerchief. "Your thoughtfulness is commendable. Yet the most venomous of all remains the heart." Lu Qingqing, having endured 2 slaps and being treated as refuse, could bear it no longer. Her anger surged, and she coughed up blood, fainting on the spot. Qin Keqing gestured to have her taken to the edge of the square, then cast a cold gaze upon Lin Feng. "Are you finished playing? Hurry and repair the talisman formation." Wang Xian, who had been chuckling at the altar, now found himself in unbearable agony. The pure energy within him dispersed throughout his body, threatening to erupt. Had it not been for Qin Keqing's agreement to Lin Feng's terms, he would have been compelled to reveal his trump card by now. Chapter 24. It is time to end this farce. Lin Feng, confronted with Qin Keqing's command, chuckled and shook his head. "How can this be deemed a farce? I am merely here to save lives. You have yet to fulfill another condition I proposed. Hand over the Crimson Lotus." Unlike her 2 female disciples, Qin Keqing promptly produced the item without hesitation. It was a vibrant red flower, roughly the size of a common lotus, which immediately suffused the entire square with a crimson hue. The numerous cultivators present gazed intently. This was a treasured artifact of the Huangyan sect, reputed to possess numerous marvelous properties. Especially for alchemists, many advanced elixirs could be crafted from it. Even consuming it raw could significantly enhance one's cultivation and mend hidden injuries. Countless greedy eyes fixated on Lin Feng as he accepted the Crimson Lotus. For such an item promised immense profit once obtained. "Indeed, it is genuine. Zixuan, you may keep it." Xiao Zixuan nodded slightly and casually tossed it into her storage ring. All set. Qin Keqing watched the 2 conversing amicably, her gaze simmering with malice. This item was not easily acquired, and it could very well bring fatal calamities to the Xiantian sword sect Entio. Let us proceed with the restoration of the talisman array. Very well. Since the other party had met Lin Feng's demands, he too would honor his promise. Although this time, he could not eliminate Wang Xian. He could certainly instigate some upheaval within the Huangyan sect. As for the restoration of the nearly burnt-out talismans, those were trivial matters. However, crafting talismans at his current level was quite exhausting. If only there were a better method. "Old friend, let us invoke the secret art of fate connection." This technique was his assurance to flawlessly inscribe the talismans. He had acquired it at the tender age of 10 in a mystical sect. Now, with the current system requiring no energy, it could be utilized freely. This secret art could elevate one's spiritual roots, a true treasure. If he could deduce something even more profound, it would reflect the sect's heritage. Congratulations, host. The deduction is complete. The secret art of fate connection has been upgraded to a heavenly tier 9th rank technique, the Imperial Extreme Astonishing Law. An influx of esoteric and profound knowledge surged into his mind. Lin Feng gained a deeper understanding of the relationship between fate and the heavenly path. The Great Tao encompasses 50, while the heavenly variation consists of 49. Humanity eludes one. This so-called spiritual root represents a sliver of hope bestowed upon cultivators by the heavenly path. Acquiring it allows one to step into the realm of cultivation, prolong life, and defy the heavens. Under the watchful eyes of all the cultivators present, Lin Feng gently raised his palm. Spiritual energy swiftly wove a complex array of runes. Go. With his command, the runes soared into the sky. Boom. The talisman, which had been fiercely burning, was reduced to mere flickering flames. Wang Xian suddenly felt a release in his body and immediately stood up to stretch his limbs. A surge of formidable strength erupted from his blood and bones, far exceeding his previous capabilities. Even when faced with a formidable opponent at the core formation stage, he now possessed the confidence to engage in battle, especially those crystalline bones, appearing as if a celestial being had been reincarnated. With golden blood coursing through them, the sound of war drums echoed in their flow. Master, I am unharmed. Good, splendid. Qin Keqing's anxious heart could finally find solace, and the tasks at hand could now be addressed. She cast a frigid gaze upon Lin Feng and Xiao Zixuan. Hand over the scarlet, ghostly flower, and I shall spare your life. A shiver ran through the assembly of cultivators, realizing that Qin Keqing had changed her mind. With Wang Xian's matter resolved, there was nothing left to threaten her. I will count to 3, should you fail to surrender the treasure. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Xiao Zixuan's expression darkened, glaring at the two upon the altar. How could the esteemed Huanyun sect engage in such capricious behavior before so many cultivators? Do you not have any shame? Qin Keqing was unfazed by her words. Her tone as frigid as ever. Humph, you were never qualified for a fair transaction with me. In that moment, she resumed the icy demeanor of the Lingwei fairy. 3. Hand over the scarlet ghostly flower, and Lin Feng knelt, surrendering himself. Do not jest. 2. This is rather tedious. Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head. Displaying no sign of fear, Lu Qingqing had already regained consciousness, and Li Yun had also risen, a look of triumph adorning her face. I still prefer your earlier defiant demeanor, threatening the master, coercing the senior sister, and forcing the junior brother to kneel. You deserve nothing less than a death of 1,000 cuts. No, I believe it would be best to first strip him of his cultivation and then gradually train him into a compliant servant. The two exchanged words, seemingly having determined Lin Feng's fate. 1. As Qin Keqing's voice fell, a formidable pressure of the nascent soul stage once again manifested. Yet, no matter how potent her force, it was entirely absorbed by the Chulong sword, never reaching Lin Feng and his companion. I shall grant you one more chance. Kneel and accept your punishment. Otherwise, I will let the core formation disciples show you what true power looks like. She did not believe that the spiritual energy of a life-bound spirit sword could be inexhaustible. Eventually, it would be depleted. Xiao Zixuan, unable to conceal her emotions, glared fiercely at Qin Keqing. Are you intending to make an enemy of my Shantian sword sect? Humph. MOU sword immortal, is it? A dying man, capable of breaching the protective mountain array of my Huanyun sect, would be the limit. Lu Qingqing and Li Yun immediately burst into laughter at her words. They had regained their previous confidence as proud daughters of heaven. It was said that just days ago someone witnessed Su Moli making a move outside the Shantian sword sect. That must have been a fleeting glimpse of glory. Perhaps he is already half a foot in the grave. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zixuan scoffed. What a pity. My master has already consumed an antidote pill and is about to return to her peak. Dealing with you will require but a single strike. At that moment, Wang Xian, who had been standing on the altar contemplating the profound nature of the new spiritual roots, let out a hearty laugh and spoke. Who are you trying to deceive? Little girl? He stood upon the high platform like an emperor surveying his multitude of subjects. This constitution is truly remarkable, blessed with fortune and harmonized with spiritual energy. To dispel the venom of the demonic heart, the scarlet othershore flower is an indispensable herb. Surely, you would not dare to resort to extortion against the treasures of my Huanyun sect unless you feared for Su Moli's life. Although Qin Keqing was unaware of how her young disciple had come to know such matters, she was confident that Wang Xian would not deceive in this setting. Thus, her resolve strengthened. So that is the case. No wonder you would forsake spiritual stones and medicinal pills to pursue this scarlet othershore flower. Alas, it seems you may not have the opportunity to save Su Moli after all. Even your little sword immortal must remain in my Huanyun sect to atone for a century. Lin Feng had not anticipated that Wang Xian would articulate the function of the scarlet othershore flower. It appeared that a mysterious, powerful figure had divulged this to him. However, it was unfortunate that the system had not only deduced a complete antidote, but also provided a formula to alleviate the toxicity at that time. Su Moli was not only unharmed but might also be observing the scene from some distant place. Yet Lin Feng had no intention of leveraging this situation. He had his own means to deal with these individuals. Cultivators of the core formation stage from Huanglin's sect, apprehend this traitor. In the face of the acting sect master's command, even if some cultivators were reluctant, they had to comply openly. In an instant, an array of magical energies surged forth, accompanied by intense fluctuations of spiritual power, hurling towards the two. Yet, the Qi longsword stood as an indomitable barrier, manifesting a tapestry of black and white light that shielded Lin Feng and Xiao Zixuan, deflecting all assaults. I did not expect this sword from my master to be so formidable. Indeed, my master has declared it the sect's treasured artifact. Lin Feng recalled the day of his battle against the Demon Emperor when Xiao Zixuan wielded this very sword to rescue him. It is a fine sword, when time permits. I shall also perform a divination for you. In the face of the onslaught, he leisurely sipped his tea. It is time to bring this farce to a close. Chapter 25, The Three of Us Strike, easily subduing Lin Feng. Surrounded by a throng of core formation cultivators, Lin Feng appeared utterly unperturbed, exuding an air of tranquility devoid of fear. Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? Qin Keqing scoffed at the two, her expression laced with disdain. Huh. Even with death looming, you remain defiant. I need not concern myself with your fate. Your outcome is already sealed. You shall be stripped of your cultivation once more, reduced to a mere husk. For the rest of your life, you will languish in the Huangyan sect, a slave at the beck and call of others. Qin Keqing's words sent a chill through the gathered cultivators. What deep-seated hatred must one possess to treat their own disciple in such a manner? Alas, what a pity for such a prodigious youth. Had the esteemed Mou Jianxian been in good health, the people of Huangyan sect would not dare to act so brazenly. Hush, be wary that Elder Qin does not decide to include us in her wrath, whispered Lu Qingxing and Li Yun, their confidence rekindled as they beheld the encircled duo. Despite their swollen cheeks and the clear imprints of 5 fingers, continue to be arrogant. Soon, it shall be your turn to kneel at my feet. I shall repay you in kind, rendering your visage unrecognizable. Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head. Not only were they incapable of such feats, but even Qin Keqing would falter. On the high platform, Wang Xian surveyed the crowd with a spirited demeanor, this being the most resplendent moment of his life. He could finally extricate the thorn that had long plagued his heart. Merely standing on the altar, he felt spiritual energy permeating his being. He believed that within a few days, he would ascend to the later stages of foundation establishment. I believe it would be prudent to retain your cultivation. This way, you can truly grasp the chasm that lies between us. To be honest, without your assistance in those menial tasks, I feel quite ill at ease. During Lin Feng's absence, a considerable number of spiritual herbs in Qin Keqing's care had perished, and even the efficiency of the mines had plummeted, inadvertently diminishing the supply of spirit stones destined for Wang Xian. The few disciples soon realized how invaluable Lin Feng truly was. Little sword immortal Xiao Zixuan, is it? If you confess your wrongdoings, I shall beseech my master to spare you. Alternatively, you may join our Huangyan sect, and I shall treat you as a junior sister. Xiao Zixuan waved her hand dismissively, her face twisted in disgust. EW, who is emitting such a foul stench? It is utterly unbearable. Wang Xian's complexion turned ashen. He had always been favored by fortune, with beautiful women gravitating towards him. Encountering someone like Xiao Zixuan was a first. Enough. Can't you see her face has turned green from the stench? Lin Feng encircled Xiao Zixuan's slender waist once more, but his smile had vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. Since you desire death, I shall oblige. A sudden sense of foreboding gripped Wang Xian, prompting him to glance towards his master. Qin Keqing abruptly lifted her gaze to the sky, astonished to find that the talismans, which should have been completely incinerated, each retained a corner intact. Like a flame meticulously controlled by an unseen hand, she finally comprehended the audacity that Lin Feng possessed. Quick! Subdue him! With a thunderous roar, numerous disciples at the core formation stage unleashed their powers, a myriad of spells illuminating the air as they surged towards the two. The air was thick with spiritual swords and bizarre weapons. Clang! 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 The defensive barrier of the Qi Dragon sword shimmered once more, successfully warding off the initial wave of attacks. Yet the brilliance emanating from the sword began to wane considerably. Observing this scene, Qin Keqing felt a sense of relief wash over her. It appeared that her pitiful master was indeed faltering, as even the life-bound spiritual sword failed to react to the onslaught. This realization emboldened her to execute her plan without hesitation. extending her palm. A colossal phantom materialized in the sky, hurtling towards Lin Feng and his companion. As the nascent soul cultivators joined the fray, the Qi dragon sword began to tremble. Its energy seemingly on the brink of depletion, and the defensive barrier flickered ominously. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was not idle. His hands danced with complex hand seals, mesmerizing those who beheld him. After enduring 2 rounds of assaults, an intricate rune materialized before him. Swiftly, a slight smirk graced Qin Keqing's lips. She had awaited this moment. If she could intercept that rune, the situation would surely be resolved. The prepared talisman, shaped like a jade chariot, plummeted from the heavens. Huh? It passed right through? Although this spectacle was perplexing, no one had the luxury to ponder it. For as the rune hovered above the talisman array, the entire firmament shifted in hue. Pitch black and profound, boundless dark clouds suddenly materialized, crackling with lightning, as if a cataclysmic thunderbolt could strike at any moment. The invited cultivators watching this scene trembled in fear, daring not to linger at the Huangun sect, hurriedly whisking their disciples away. It was over. Elder Qin had stirred a monumental disaster. Witness the rolling thunderclouds. The concealed talisman had already been consumed, and the calamity was bound to descend. Run far away to observe. Perhaps we might seize an opportunity amidst the chaos. Qin Keqing stood frozen, her gaze vacant as she stared at the sky. If such a thunder tribulation were to strike, she would be utterly defenseless. Yet soon, she shifted the blame entirely onto others. Lin Feng, look at the havoc you've wrought. You traitor, betraying your master and ancestors. Do you wish to witness the obliteration of the sect that has sheltered you? Scoundrel, after living here for over a decade, do you not possess a shred of sentiment? The core formation cultivators, who had originally attacked Lin Feng, were now drenched in sweat. Under the oppressive might of the heavens, who could remain unafraid? They couldn't help but resent Qin Keqing for her unprincipled actions. Having reneged on their agreed transaction, she not only tarnished the sect's reputation but also summoned such a great calamity. Now, it seemed, for the sake of her favored disciple, the entire sect would be at stake. Inside the law enforcement hall, several elders turned pale. Quickly, summon the sect master. We cannot afford for him to be struck down. What nonsense are you speaking? That rascal Lin Feng must have a solution. Hurry and plead with him. If you wish to go, then go. But I shall certainly not step outside, for I am bound to face divine retribution. Then let us send a message to Qin Keqing, urging her to cease her foolishness and swiftly quell the situation. However, when their communication jade slip reached the sect's plaza, it was shattered by a single strike from Qin Keqing. As the acting sect leader, my words carry the utmost authority within the Huangyuan sect. All Yuanying stage cultivators, heed my command. Apprehend the traitor Lin Feng. Her gaze was icy, and her resolve unwavering. She could not yield again. Lin Feng must be made to face the consequences of his actions, since it takes time for the Jiadan stage cultivators to break through the Qilong sword. Let the Yuanying stage cultivators take action instead. Once you fall into my grasp, the matter of fending off the heavenly tribulation will naturally find resolution. As Qin Keqing's command echoed, only 2 Yuanying stage cultivators were present, both elders closely allied with her. The others would never risk their lives to assist. These scoundrels are utterly unreliable at critical moments. Nevertheless, with the 3 of us joining forces, capturing this scourge will be more than sufficient. Chapter 26. Those who disdain me yet cannot overcome me. Together with Qin Keqing, there were 3 cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Just as they prepared to strike Lin Feng, a sudden convulsion seized Wang Xin on the sacrificial altar, his complexion oscillating between pale and ashen. Master! Master! My spiritual root! With a violent eruption, several areas of his skin were torn apart by a surge of energy, blood gushing forth. His piercing scream, accompanied by the rumble of heavenly thunder, was particularly harrowing. Wang Xin could vividly perceive the golden hue of his blood dissipating within him. The once glimmering bones, akin to crystal, were reverting to the mundane. In a moment, he felt that familiar aura fading away. The Anatimu spiritual root. Master, that scoundrel has obliterated my spiritual root. You must seek justice for me. Wang Xin, weeping profusely with blood streaming from his 7 orifices, knelt on the high platform, entirely bereft of his earlier imposing demeanor. His bloodshot eyes were fixed intently on Lin Feng, filled with hatred. Why must that man interfere? Had I only obeyed, I could have established a solid foundation for my ascension, with boundless prospects ahead. His voice was low and tremulous, steeped in resentment. Lin Feng regarded the 3 nascent soul cultivators with unwavering composure, a mocking glint in his gaze directed at Qin Keqing. So are you satisfied now? Oh, And I almost forgot to mention, this is merely the beginning. Far more thrilling events await. A chill ran through Qin Keqing's heart. Her meticulously crafted plan had unraveled entirely, tarnishing the reputation of the Huangyun sect and leaving her prized disciple grievously injured. It's all your fault, you wretched star. Why did you not heed my counsel? You once obeyed me without question. Has your newfound master turned you rebellious? Qin Keqing felt no guilt, instead attributing the blame to Lin Feng's perceived betrayal. Rest assured, I will ensure this scoundrel remains in the sect to prepare for the next talismanic grand formation. Next time, I shall orchestrate an even more splendid ceremony for the elevation of your spiritual root. Upon hearing this, Wang Exine seemed to grasp a glimmer of hope. Having experienced the exquisite sensation of an unknown spiritual root, he was exceedingly dissatisfied with his current state. Very well, I shall abide by Master's arrangements. See, this is my exemplary disciple. Qin Keqing and the two other nascent soul cultivators channeled their spiritual energy, concocting a formidable strike to breach the defenses of the Chulong sword. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, his fingers gently trembling as they rested on Xiao Zixuan's waist. Although Wang Exine had returned the stolen destiny, his fortune remained intertwined with the sect. If one could not strike down a master-protected individual, then one must find an alternative target to strike. With his left hand raised skyward, Lin Feng opened his palm. Thunder, assist me. A deafening roar echoed as he spoke, and as if summoned by divine will, a bolt of lightning descended. Exiner. All eyes witnessed the lightning strike Wang Exine. His skin ruptured with each inch, transforming him into a bloodied figure. His hair reduced to ashes. The monks who had retreated to a distance to witness the spectacle pounded their chests in relief. Fortunately, we fled in time. Had we been struck, survival would have been nearly impossible. Indeed, this time Qin Keqing has stirred a great calamity. Who would have thought that Lin Feng possessed such arcane mastery? That individual must surely be dead, smoke rising from his body. In truth, the power of this tribulation lightning had little effect on Wang Xine's physique. He soon regained his footing, an expression of delight betraying his otherwise unembarrassed demeanor. Moments ago, he had been seeking assistance from a higher power to withstand the tribulation, yet unexpectedly, this lightning was not painful. Could it be influenced by residual celestial forces? Ahaha. Heaven is aiding me. Even if struck a dozen more times, I shall not perish. Seeing her beloved disciple laughing as if nothing had happened, Qin Keqing felt a significant portion of her anxiety dissipate. Just then, the heavens roared once more, and a series of thunderclaps rained down upon Wang Exine. The blood that had already seeped from his body was scorched dry. Yet this time, he did not kneel. Instead, he raised his head and bellowed defiantly, "Come on. If you have the ability, strike me dead. Have you not eaten?" With a thunderous boom, the final bolt of lightning struck. The sacrificial altar disintegrated into dust, and Wang Exine resembled a fish tossed ashore. After being hurled, he bounced a few times upon the ground before falling silent. Lin Feng smirked. "Look at you. Continue to flaunt your bravado." This last bolt of lightning had indeed struck Wang Exine directly. Unlike the previous instances where the energy had shifted to the fortunes of the Huangyun sect, a practitioner skilled in this art would undoubtedly perceive the decline of their fortunes. In establishing a new sect, they would likely face annihilation. Qin Keqing halted her prepared assault and instantly rushed to Wang Exine's side. "Exiner, are you all right?" To an outsider, it appeared as though she held a piece of charcoal. However, this piece of charcoal still exhibited breath and heartbeat, merely having succumbed to unconsciousness from grave injuries. "You wretch! How could you inflict such cruelty upon my junior? Are you even human?" Qin Keqing turned her furious gaze toward Lin Feng, tears glistening in her eyes. She quickly instructed her nearby disciples to carry Wang Exine for treatment. Following this, her life-bound spiritual sword materialized, radiating a palpable aura of killing intent. This incident had made her acutely aware of Lin Feng's peril. If not eradicated promptly, he would undoubtedly pose a renewed threat to Exiner and her other disciples' lives. "Wretched spawn, today I shall sever your hopes of returning to the sect completely." The two other nascent soul cultivators joined in the assault. Their spells and swords clashed against the defensive barrier conjured by the Chulong sword. The sound echoed, yet the outcome was beyond Qin Keqing's expectations. The attacks from the core formation cultivators nearly caused the barrier to falter, yet the combined might of three nascent soul practitioners failed to even make it tremble. This is inconceivable. Could we truly be inferior to core formation cultivators? No, it must be due to Su Moli. She remains unscathed. Upon uttering these words, Qin Keqing's complexion turned ashen. After all, she was a cultivator of the void refinement stage. Lin Feng and Xiao Zixuan exchanged knowing smiles with the three, exhibiting not a trace of anxiety. How delightful it is to see you regard me with disdain yet find yourself incapable of eliminating me. Junior brother, how do you suppose they intend to escort us away? Two cultivators at the nascent soul stage, summoned by Qin Keqing, hurried over. I am Wang Jie from the Spirit Herb Hall. I beseech the Sword Immortal for forgiveness. I am Li Xiaolei from the Task Hall. I implore the Sword Immortal to mete out punishment. Their expressions were filled with genuine trepidation, not feigned in the slightest. The name of the MOU Sword Immortal echoed throughout the entire southern region, observing the condition of the Chulong sword, even if it were to falter. Eliminating two nascent soul cultivators would be as simple as dispatching a chick. Deep down, they harbored resentment towards Qin Keqing. She hastily summoned us to confront her disciple without fully understanding Su Moli's circumstances. We nearly committed a grave error. May these two young souls possess broader minds. Lin Feng scrutinized the quaking duo, fully aware that he could not easily let them off the hook. Were it not for their master's robust health, these two would undoubtedly fulfill Qin Keqing's orders without hesitation. Their master had just conveyed to us through sound transmission that while their capital offenses could be absolved, lesser transgressions could not escape punishment unless they surrendered all their possessions. Chapter 27. The Autumn Moon of the Upper Sect. What of the sect's fortune? Wang Jie and Li Xiaolei harbored no doubts. They had long heard of Su Moli's circumstances. The last time they attacked the Xiantian sword sect, the cultivators had incurred a loss of spirit stones. They promptly retrieved their storage rings and presented them before Lin Feng. Their heads bowed in trepidation as if they were wayward children. Upon noticing Lin Feng's slight frown, they even handed over their accessories. Please forgive us, Sword Immortal. Indeed. You both exhibit far more understanding than that old woman. Lin Feng cast a glance at the two storage rings, which contained a modest amount of spirit stones. After all, expenditures for nascent soul cultivators could be quite substantial. 100,000 spirit stones, along with a few magical artifacts, was reasonable enough. All right, you may leave. Do not involve yourselves in such matters. Yes, thank you, fellow Taoist. The two nascent soul cultivators departed, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Keqing as they exited. They had sacrificed their entire belongings to assist. Lin Feng resumed his seat and poured himself a cup of hot tea. There is a saying, it is easy to invite the Buddha, but difficult to send him off. Have you considered how to bid us farewell? For the first time, Qin Keqing felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. With Su Moli's support, she was utterly powerless against Lin Feng. Yet, for today's arrangements, she had expended vast resources and the foundation of the sect. Even her dearest disciple remained unaccounted for. The inconsistencies during this period would inevitably tarnish the reputation of the Huanyan sect. Qin Keqing was engulfed in profound resentment and simmering anger. What do you intend to do? As she uttered these words, her spirit waned. The once proud and aloof Lingyue fairy now bore a hint of resignation in her gaze. The matter is far from concluded. Why the haste? Observe the calamity clouds above. They have yet to disperse. The price for usurping destiny exceeds your imagination. A weight settled in Qin Keqing's heart. If Lin Feng's words held true, the Huanyan sect was on the brink of calamity. By her side remained only the fearful faces of Lu Qingxing and Li Yun. The gazes of other sect disciples towards them were laden with suspicion. At that moment, a long-anticipated rumble emanated from the calamity clouds. Boom! A single clap of thunder brought the ancestral hall of the Huanyan sect crashing down. Only Lin Feng understood that this marked the commencement of the sect's decline. The heavens churned with thunder, sparks illuminating the sky. Onlookers among the cultivators retreated several miles, fearing they might be ensnared by the thunderous tribulation. Should this bolt of lightning strike, it was likely that not a single soul would survive within the Huanyan sect. Look, the sect's great formation has been activated. It is futile. Not even a single bolt of thunder can be resisted. The end is nigh, unless those above take action. Behind most third-rate sects in the southern region lies an upper sect. Some are second-rate, others first-rate. And behind the Huanyan sect stands the Xinyan sect. Several integration stage cultivators are stationed there, and their influence has been burgeoning in recent years. Regarded as the most formidable second-tier sect by the practitioners of the southern domain. A resounding boom echoed as a mighty column of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the grand hall of the sect. In an instant, the structure was reduced to rubble, leaving behind a dark pit that emitted wisps of black smoke. The disciples of the Huanyan sect stood in stunned silence, all gazing skyward, pondering whether the next formidable bolt would strike them as well. With a cacophony of noise, a multitude of cultivators, ranging from the chi refinement stage to the nascent soul stage, hastily evacuated the premises. They scattered in all directions, as if fleeing for their lives, unwilling to remain within the sect to await their doom. Among them, a nascent soul cultivator from the law enforcement hall, passing through the square, glared at Qin Keqing with red-rimmed eyes, unleashing a furious roar. Look at the calamity you have brought. After thousands of years, our sect is on the brink of destruction due to your stewardship. With that, he turned and fled, his harsh words left behind in the air as he prioritized his own survival. Qin Keqing stood there, dazed, her vision blurring as she witnessed the chaos. Had she truly erred in her decisions? No. It was all the fault of that rebellious disciple. Had it not been for him, her plans would have succeeded. Exioner could have realized boundless potential, leading the younger generation of the southern domain and propelling the Huangyun sect effortlessly into the ranks of second-tier sects, perhaps even aspiring to the elite tier. As the thunder rumbled overhead, Qin Keqing wearily closed her eyes. A solitary tear slipped down her cheek, its origin uncertain, whether it stemmed from regret or mere anguish. Suddenly, the sound of a bell resonated, unexpectedly overpowering the thunder. The crowd collectively looked up to see a middle-aged man clad in white robes hovering above the Huangyun sect, a magnificent golden bell floating before him. The sound emanating from the bell was akin to thunder clashing upon it. What wondrous artifact could possibly withstand the tribulations of lightning? I recognized it as one of the 3 sacred treasures of the Xianyun sect, the Qiyun Huangzhong, with boundless applications. You were correct in your initial assessment. The latter assertions were mere drivel. It serves but 2 functions, to absorb punishment and to sever fate. Upon seeing the newcomer, a smile illuminated Qin Keqing's face. Her confidence rekindled in her eyes. I pay my respects to Elder Bai Yu of the upper sect. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, his gaze cold and devoid of any discernible emotion. The toll of using the Qiyun Huangzhong to deflect the lightning had taken its toll on him as well. Before the next bolt could arrive, he needed to swiftly sever the threads of fate. Xiao Baiwei invoked the secret arts of the Xianyun sect, his eyes transforming into a brilliant golden hue, granting him clarity regarding the state of fate. However, upon perceiving the situation before him, he felt darkness encroach upon his vision, his form wavering. The Huangyun sect's fortune was the most potent among the myriad of third-tier sects. Otherwise, Xiao Baiwei would not have risked his life to carry the sect's sacred treasure for assistance. Yet, the current state left his heart shaken. The once ethereal aura of the mountain gate now bore little distinction from an ordinary hill in the mortal realm. Even had he not intervened, no further lightning would strike. For the divine will had already depleted the sect's fortune. But what of the sect's destiny? You have utilized this secret art to elevate your disciples' spiritual roots, which is beyond my concern. However, you have shaken the very foundation of our sect, and this matter shall not be resolved lightly. Qiao Baiwei cast an angry glare at Qin Keqing. Every third-rate sect holds paramount importance, as they not only provide resources to the upper sect, but also unearth talents. Currently, unless Huangyun sect relocates, its prospects for development will only worsen. Esteemed elder, the talismanic formation I employed requires merely 1% of the sect's fortune. Qin Keqing was equally bewildered. Where had the sect's fortune gone? She was, however, acutely aware of the resources expended. In the face of the fury of a cultivator at the void refinement stage, even her typically aloof demeanor compelled her to act with utmost respect. May I inquire? Elder Baiwei, has there been a change in the sect's fortune? Fortune. Not a drop remains. Elder. The talisman enhancement formation was provided by the traitor Lin Feng of Huangyun sect. He must be privy to the situation. Oh, is it he? Qiao Baiwei's countenance darkened as she directed her gaze towards the only calm-faced youth in the square. Chapter 28. How do you expect me to be your dog? This is no joke. Lin Feng gazed at the figure of Qiao Baiwei, clad in a flowing white robe, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed. It was you, the most despised individual, who has come to my aid. He had anticipated this moment, deliberately prolonging the descent of the thunder tribulation. Had no one arrived, he would have been sorely disappointed. The middle-aged man before him had tormented Lin Feng considerably. After achieving the nascent soul stage in the Huangyun sect, he was selected to join the Xianyun sect. Qiao Baiwei had been his senior brother at that time, a cunning and treacherous individual who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He had schemed against Lin Feng's fortunes multiple times, even attempting to seize his body after his demise. The cultivation world was fraught with such machinations, where lives were gambled for opportunities, spiritual stones, elixirs, and partners. You may plot against me, but I shall certainly seek my vengeance. Qiao Baiwei was also surveying Lin Feng, finding the youth rather peculiar. Despite being at the mid-foundation stage, He exhibited no signs of fear in the presence of Qiu Baiwei, a cultivator at the virtual stage. Was it the sword that shielded him from my spiritual pressure? Ah. So you are a disciple of the Ink Rain Sword Immortal. How fares your master? Kindly convey my regards. My master is in good health. Consuming 10 pounds of monster meat and 3 pounds of spiritual rice with every meal. Is that so? I have heard that the Sword Immortal's health has been declining, and he has not left his mountain this year. Such rumors are nothing but fabrications. My master is nearby, otherwise. The nascent soul cultivators around you would have apprehended me long ago. A faint smile graced Qiu Baiyue's lips. Had Lin Feng mentioned that Su Molie's health was poor, he might have hesitated. The current situation clearly indicated that the opponent was merely waving a flag of false might. That individual is likely at the end of his tether, on the verge of passing away. Last month, the predictions from the Tianji Pavilion in the southern region spoke of the fall of the ink. Although the Huangyan sect suffered significant losses this time, if they could obtain the secret method for the enhancement of spiritual roots by sacrificing the fortunes of a few third-rate sects to elevate the disciples of the upper sect, it would not be an unprofitable venture. Qiu Baiwei presented a demeanor of cultured elegance. My young friend, if you could present to me the secret art of manipulating fortunes and assist us in preparing 10 sets of talismans, I shall then relinquish your cultivation, and this matter will be considered settled. How does that sound? Lu Qingqing and Li Yun's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. They had initially believed that the Xianyun sect would highly regard Lin Feng, but were taken aback by such a severe punishment. A smile finally emerged on their swollen faces, their gazes towards Lin Feng filled with pride and satisfaction. This is indeed the advantage of having powerful backing. Even if Su Moli were to arrive, what could a frail individual do against a robust cultivator at the virtual stage? Although Lu Qingqing and Li Yun dared not speak in this setting, they harbored intense resentment towards Lin Feng. They had witnessed the dire situation of their junior brother just moments ago. It was truly a harrowing sight, one that had left him nearly incapacitated. Qin Keqing wore a confident smile, her eyes brimming with assurance. Fortunately, with the assistance of the virtual cultivators from the Xianyun sect, she could indeed manage Lin Feng without much difficulty. The mere thought of the rebellious disciple of the Xianyun sect drawing talismans daily, only to ultimately have their cultivation discarded, brings an involuntary smile to her lips. You will inevitably return, seeking my shelter. Despite the twists and turns, it is still your master who surpasses you. What do you say? Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon Qiu Baiwei, his eyes unwavering. How would you like to be my dog? I am not jesting. Quite the coincidence, neither am I. Qiu Baiwei's expression visibly contorted into a grimace. He is precisely that type of person, smiling while bullying others. Yet, should anyone dare to resist, his true nature reveals itself. Ah, such an ignorant youth. Blissfully unaware of his limitations. When I was your age, I obeyed my master without question. Yet here you are, not only betraying your sect but daring to meddle during the sacrificial ceremony. Lin Feng did not respond, knowing that the more filth they throw, the less he would worry. Continue on. I shall simply regard it as the barking of a dog. His nonchalant demeanor infuriated Qiu Baiwei, causing his complexion to darken. Since you refuse to recognize your own folly, I shall be compelled to resort to violence. Once I capture you, I shall employ the soul-searching technique to uncover the methods of connecting with fortune. Then, using secret arts, I will transform you into a puppet to draw talismans for the Xianyun sect for eternity. What do you think? Lin Feng released his hold on Xiao Zixuan's slender waist, laughing heartily as he nodded. Excellent. Splendid. One day, I shall fulfill your wish. In his mind, his consciousness morphed into a tempest. Since there are shameless individuals eager to strike, who is afraid of whom? The divine consciousness of the tribulation stage can effortlessly crush all. However, as his consciousness expanded, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Remarkably, it seems others have arrived. The tempest of consciousness swiftly receded, as if nothing had transpired. Come now, Qiu Baiwei, strike at me. I stand here unyielding. Through his earlier probing, Lin Feng discovered that numerous high-ranking cultivators were concealed nearby. Among them were several with profoundly deep auras, likely among the pinnacle of the human race. It seems many covet the method of connecting with fortune and the heavenly Tao. The version prior to the system's deduction could indeed be shared. After all, it's a matter of life and death for them. Lin Feng's smile faded, and he let out a resigned sigh. Even Xiao Zixuan beside him was at a loss. Just a moment ago, he was so confident, intending to make a void refinement cultivator his dog. Why the sudden shift to despair? Senior Qiu, I can provide you with the method to connect with fortune. But could the subsequent punishment be waived? Upon hearing this, Qiu Baiwei burst into laughter. So, he too is merely a bully toward the weak and cowardly before the strong. Were it not for the need to return home today, he might have considered taking Lin Feng as his personal disciple. Very well, I can agree to this, provided your method proves correct. A shadow of doubt flickered in Qiu Baiyue's eyes. Who decides the correctness of the method, if not I? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's smile reappeared as he produced a jade slip and pressed it to his forehead. Before long, the content acquired earlier was completely transcribed and then casually tossed aside. Here you go. Qiu Baiwei gracefully summoned a light spirit to catch it. Throughout this process, no unforeseen events transpired. Upon obtaining the item, he immediately began to examine it. The more he scrutinized, the more astonished he became. If utilized correctly, this item could determine the eternal foundation of a sect. To seize the mandate of heaven. What a magnificent concept. The art of celestial divination, it turned out, originated from him, the founding ancestor of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. It was unexpected that you possess such fortune, capable of receiving the legacy of such legendary figures. Qiu Baiwei chuckled for a moment, only to suddenly change countenance, revealing an expression of fury. You wretched fool, how dare you present me with a false secret method? Senior Qiu, while one may joke about food, such words should not be trifled with. What I gave you were indeed top-notch treasures. Humph, then enlighten me. Why is this method of fate connection so impeccably intact? Lin Feng had anticipated that Qiu Baiwei would concoct a more plausible explanation. Are you no longer pretending? However, this was more advantageous for his intentions. This predicament is of your own making. Do not blame me. Chapter 29. Why team up with the junior brother against Lin Feng? Qiu Baiwei gazed at Lin Feng with a smile that held a hint of mockery. I am convinced that the complete luck connection technique you provided is a fabrication. Apologies. But your cultivation is inferior to mine. He ceased his pretense and revealed the truth of the matter. As Qiu Baiwei extended his palm, the clouds in the sky morphed into the shape of fingers. Let us set aside the matter of drawing talismans. I wish to spare you your livelihood. Furthermore, even if this technique is false, I still thank you. As he pressed down with his palm, an immensely powerful pressure erupted, causing the clouds above to plummet rapidly. Qin Keqing's expression shifted as an unsettling resistance rose within her. It felt as if the strike would cost her something of great significance, not love, but rather some invaluable tool. Even Lu Qingqing and Li Yun sighed softly. Such a useful tool, it would be a pity if it perished. However, those who harm the junior brother deserve their fate. Lin Feng raised his gaze to the diminishing yet increasingly potent hand of cloud. His expression remained as tranquil as still water, without a hint of movement. Just as Qiu Baiwei believed he had surrendered, a white meteor streaked down from the heavens, piercing through the clouds in an instant. Who dares to harm my disciple? Boom. The Huangyan sect's plaza erupted, and the clouds in the sky scattered, revealing a vast expanse of clear blue. A stunning figure clad in a white dress with flowing black hair suddenly appeared before Lin Feng and Xiao Zixuan. The onlookers from afar, witnessing her arrival, were taken aback. It is she. Su Moli. Is this the one who instilled fear in the demon clan? She appears so young and beautiful. Of course, given her cultivation level. Her lifespan exceeds that of your grandmother. This marked the first time the Ink Rain Sword Immortal had ventured out this year. Was her health truly unscathed? Qiu Baiwei shared this concern, gripping his innate spirit sword, poised for attack. Lin Feng looked at the enchanting silhouette shielding him, warmth blossoming in his heart. His master had indeed arrived. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Keqing's smile vanished instantly. The pressure she had just felt was even stronger than that of a cultivator at the virtual refinement stage. Lu Qingqing and Li Yun's smiles froze on their faces. They dared not whisper, slowly retreating behind Qin Keqing. The current situation was clearly beyond their capacity to intervene. Nonetheless, a glimmer of hope remained. If Qiu Baiwei could defeat Su Moli, Lin Feng would undoubtedly face punishment. Perhaps he would remain at Huangyan sect, continuing to serve them. With that thought, the two exchanged glances filled with mirth. Qiu Baiwei's thoughts mirrored those of Qin Keqing. The spiritual pressure emanating from Su Moli had left him feeling as though his very soul trembled. He could not ascertain the true nature of her condition. Was it a fleeting moment of brilliance, or had the malevolent heart been dispelled? Fairy Su. This is the territory of my Xianyun sect. I cannot allow you to act with impunity. Qiu Baiwei trembled, revealing his cultivation at the late stage of the void refinement realm. You are unworthy to converse with me. Su Moli merely cast a glance at him, and he immediately sensed an aura of peril. Bang! In an instant, Qiu Baiwei was sent hurtling backward, his fall so swift that no one could discern the cause. To strike down a void refinement cultivator with just a glare, what formidable power that was. Puff! Qiu Baiwa landed at the opposite end of the square, spitting blood. What could have transpired? He was supposed to be at his last gasp, as the heavenly mechanism pavilion had foretold his demise. Had the demonic poison within him been dispelled? Upon mentioning this, a chilling smile graced Su Moli's face, reminiscent of a blooming lotus, graceful and enchanting. It is my dear Fenger who has concocted a 6th-grade antidote pill of heavenly quality. The cultivators who heard this immediately recalled the alchemical tribulation that had occurred days prior on Qingyan Mountain. Was that pill truly crafted by Lin Feng? Impossible. He was merely a foundational stage cultivator. How could he possess such capability? Even divine transformation cultivators struggled to forge 6th-grade pills. Yet, Su Moli clearly held no disdain for the truth of the matter. What a monster! This could not merely be described as prodigious. It appeared Lin Feng's mastery in the alchemical arts was unfathomable. Huangyuan sect had made a grievous error in easily casting such a treasure aside. You are mistaken. It is evident that the Sword Immortal seeks to elevate his disciple while suppressing Elder Qin's favorite student. Su Moli extended her hand, and the Chulong sword appeared before her. Qiu Baiyue's heart sank. He suddenly recalled that his opponent had not even drawn her sword during their earlier exchange. This was the renowned Moi's Sword Immortal. Employing the Chulong sword was merely her fundamental form. Wait, Sword Immortal Su, let us remain calm. We can discuss matters. Haha. You did not speak so amiably when you sought to harm my disciple. Upon utterance of these words, an unmistakable aura of danger enveloped the crowd. The once serene square turned cold, filled with a murderous intent. Thud. Something grazed Qiu Baiyue's cheek, causing him to hastily deploy a dozen defensive talismans. Just the murderous intent alone was enough to pierce the skin of a void refinement cultivator. What realm was this Moi's Sword Immortal truly in? As the two seemed poised to clash, a sudden gust of wind swept through the sky. A boy, appearing akin to a child, abruptly materialized before Qiu Baiyue. Everyone understood he was not a mere child, yet his fair complexion invoked such imagery. I am the ever-young celestial child of Tianyin sect. I have come to meet my fellow Taoist. This title was unknown even to foundation stage cultivators. Yet, Yuan Ying and divine transformation cultivators trembled at its mention. The elders of the first-rate sects in the southern domain, those in the great ascension stage, recognized the name of the ever-young celestial child. That realm was one the multitude of cultivators present could scarcely hope to attain in their lifetimes. Here stood a genuine powerhouse of the human race. It was astonishing that the events at Huangyuan sect had drawn the attention of such a prominent sect. Even more unfathomable to the assembled cultivators was the ever-young celestial child's address to Su Moli, Taoist friend. Typically, a cultivator addresses only those of the same realm with such terms. Could it be that the Ink Rain Sword Immortal is a formidable presence in the Great Ascension stage, while the Void Refinement stage merely signifies a decline in one's physical form? Upon this realization, those who once boasted and targeted the Xuantian Sword sect trembled in fear. They unanimously resolved to present spirit stones shortly. However, 3 individuals found themselves unable to do so, as even standing was a torment. Qin Keqing stood with her 2 disciples. Disbelief etched across her face. She had anticipated that Qiu Baiyu would easily dominate Su Moli. To her astonishment, it required the intervention of an ageless celestial being who had cultivated for millennia. It dawned on her that she was utterly insignificant in the presence of such power. The sheer strength of Lin Feng's new master was the most disheartening revelation for her. Regret consumed her. She lamented not having eliminated that rebellious disciple on the day at the law enforcement hall. Lu Qingqing and Li Yun's faces drained of color as they cowered behind Qin Keqing, trembling uncontrollably, particularly amidst the pervasive aura of murderous intent surrounding them. They dared not move, fearful that a moment's carelessness might reduce them to mere fragments. A cultivator in the Great Ascension stage, what an unfathomable existence. Even with their commendable talents and a smooth path of cultivation, it would require millennia to achieve such formidable prowess. They exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they discerned a shared sense of regret. If only they had spoken a kind word for Lin Feng that day, rather than siding with the junior disciple. Now, we could still have been the esteemed elder sister to our senior brother. The benefits Su Moli extends would also have graced us, granting us the opportunity to partake in 6th-grade celestial elixirs. How I regret the decision to conspire against Lin Feng alongside the junior disciple. Chapter 30. They shall regret not acting sooner. Report to the host. The system has detected that Qin Keqing feels remorse. She regrets not having eliminated you sooner. Lin Feng, standing behind Su Moli, momentarily froze in surprise, only to reveal a radiant smile. Now, this is more like it. Lin Feng had never intended for these individuals to regret not treating him well. Rather, He sought to make them lament their failure to strike first. Just wait. This is merely the beginning. Congratulations to the host. The system has detected that Lu Qingqing and Li Yun feel remorse. They regret not speaking up for you that day, hoping you would offer tribute. Just moments ago, Lin Feng had been in high spirits, but he suddenly felt deflated. These two truly had no shame, still expecting me to offer tribute? Had they forgotten the harsh words they had hurled at me? At that moment, the square of Huanglun's sect was permeated with an intangible aura of hostility. To protect the trio of Qiu Baiwei and Qin Keqing, the ageless immortal child had no choice but to release his spiritual pressure to counterbalance the tension. If he could not even safeguard his subordinate sect members, who would be willing to belong to Xianyin's sect in the future? Taoist Su, perhaps we should let this matter rest. The current dilapidated state of Huanyun's sect can be considered a punishment in itself. The immortal child, wary of Su Moli's strength, sought to provide an avenue for resolution, hoping to quell the situation. They brought this upon themselves. My two disciples were merely invited to observe. It was they who requested Fengwu to act, and they are the ones who have gone back on their word. If you wish to settle this matter, you must increase the compensation. Su Moli was uncertain why she had chosen to say such a thing. In her mind, these people deserved nothing less than a swift demise. Yet, since it was her beloved disciple's wish, she decided to comply. After all, who could resist indulging him? Both the immortal child and Bai Qiu were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the esteemed sword immortal of Mo you would propose such terms. Was it not overly simplistic? Ahem, Taoist Su. How many spirit stones do you require? Please name a figure. Not much, just 30 million will suffice. The immortal child could indeed procure these spirit stones. But doing so would leave him utterly destitute. Would the sect provide compensation? Not a chance. The sect leader, that old fox, would surely use his prior knowledge of the fate connection technique as an excuse to evade responsibility. As for Qiu Baiwei and Qin Keqing, they were not worth even a fraction of that amount. Taoist Su, could we possibly reduce the sum? Absolutely not. Observing the two haggle, Qin Keqing found it utterly astonishing. Is this what a cultivator in the Great Ascension stage truly resembles? They seemed no different from the miserly disciples within the sect. She, accustomed to a life of luxury, had Lin Feng managing her every need, and had not thought about spirit stones in over a decade. She had even forgotten the most fundamental aspects of cultivation: wealth, companions, techniques, and land. Lin Feng is merely discarded refuse to me. Yet, in your words, he has transformed into an exceedingly precious treasure, valued at 30 million spirit stones? Qin Keqing was acutely aware that, in this context, she had no place to interject. The ageless fairy furrowed her brow, realizing that she needed to take action. The thought of relinquishing control to Lin Feng was too dreadful to contemplate. Upon hearing these words, Su Moli did not display any signs of anger. Instead, a trace of mocking amusement graced her lips. Oh, are you envious of Feng or perhaps of me? Do you truly believe you are worthy of my jealousy? Let us not speak so presumptuously. There are indeed many things you might envy. Su Moli extended her finger, counting one by one. You envy my beauty, my grace, my strength. You also envy me for having a diligent disciple capable of refining sixth-grade elixirs. Qin Keqing gradually lost sight of her original purpose, her expression darkening further. Yet, Su Moli continued to enumerate. You envy my obedient disciple who prepares delectable meals for me, who visits daily, catering to my every need, even coming to my room at night to give me a massage. That child, who abandoned you to join the Xiantian sword sect, is truly well-behaved and considerate. I cherish him dearly, unlike some individuals who take the kindness of others for granted. Su Moli's words pierced Qin Keqing's heart like a needle. She had once enjoyed the very things Su Moli spoke of, but she had never truly appreciated them. Wasn't it natural for a disciple to honor their master? How long could it take to prepare a meal? Did a yuaning stage cultivator really require someone to fuss over them? These sentiments paled in comparison to the sweet nothings whispered by her own disciple, Wang Xing. Yet, in retrospect, something felt amiss. The ageless fairy observed the two with quiet contemplation, choosing not to interject. He held no discontent towards Qin Keqing's sudden outburst. Rather, he admired her fortitude in facing the challenge. If he could indeed save a significant sum of spirit stones by uttering a few words, what harm could it do? At that moment, Su Moli was indeed distracted, neglecting the matter of finances. This afforded him the opportunity to seize the jade slip from Qiu Baiyue's hands and begin his examination. Upon viewing its contents, he nearly experienced a disturbance in his Tao heart. It was indeed a secret technique left behind by the founding master of the Tiangong Pavilion, containing various profound talismans. With diligent study, one might even replicate a second Tiangong pavilion. However, he found one matter particularly troublesome: the ancient figures yet to reveal themselves nearby. Surely, there were elders from the Tiangong pavilion among them, unlikely to allow him to carry away such an invaluable treasure. The silver lining was that once he presented this jade slip, he would become the sole cultivator within the Xianyun sect privy to its contents. At that point, requesting 50 million spirit stones from the sect leader would be a necessity. However, the individual in white beside him could not be allowed to remain. Xiao Baiwei, standing behind the ageless fairy and expecting protection, was instead met with the specter of doom. Meanwhile, Su Emoli continued to enumerate Lin Feng's virtues. My precious disciple is simply too wonderful, to the point that it causes me some distress. I tell him not to fuss over me so meticulously. Yet he refuses to listen and becomes upset. Alas, how could I possibly treat Fenger unjustly, given his unwavering kindness towards me? Thus, I solemnly vow that anyone who dares to harm him shall face the annihilation of their entire family and the eradication of their sect. Su Emoli began with a smile, but her tone suddenly turned chilling. This encapsulates the battle-hardened demeanor of the illustrious Mo.U Sword Immortal. When Fenger was at the Huangyun sect, he surely did not extend such kindness to you. After all, you lack both my beauty and my tenderness. How absurd. He has treated me with even greater affection. Qin Keqing could no longer contain herself, exclaiming loudly, utterly disregarding the esteemed title of Lingyue Fairy. The pleasures you have enjoyed were merely remnants of what I discarded. What right do you have to boast before me? TSK, TSK, TSK. It is truly difficult to ascertain who has cast whom aside. Do you ponder why Fenger adhered to the sect's regulations and willingly chose to cripple his own cultivation? Lies may cause no harm, but it is the truth that wields the sharpest blade. Qin Keqing found herself silenced by this probing question. Are you unaware? I am well aware indeed. It is because Fenger once treated you with such kindness, yet you continually made things difficult for him. You are even beneath the level of a beast. He has been utterly disillusioned with you and has lost all hope. Chapter 31. I shout thrice. I am more beautiful than you. Su Emoli's words struck Qin Keqing's heart like a bolt from the blue. It was not an epiphany that dawned upon her. Rather, it was the bitter sting of jealousy. How dare this wretch bestow upon another the care and respect that rightfully belonged to me? For Qin Keqing, that was her exclusive privilege. I shall not acquiesce. You cannot give it away. Anger surged within her, causing her hands to tremble. Yet, she ultimately retained her composure, refraining from acting against a cultivator of the great ascension stage. The youthful, ageless immortal displayed a childlike smile. Su Daoyu, you have vented your frustrations. Surely you feel relieved now. As for the compensation you mentioned earlier, I am willing to offer 20 million spirit stones to settle this matter. What say you? Su Emoli had no intention of engaging with a mere underling. Without even casting a glance at Qin Keqing, she outright rejected the proposal. Not what say you, but 30 million. Not a single spirit stone less, or you shall not leave today. Upon hearing this blatant threat, the youthful immortal's expression soured. He wished to bow his head in concession, yet many elders surrounded him, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. If he were to concede to Su Emoli's terms, he would have nowhere to hide his shame. Su Daoyu, I believe. At that moment, a young man clad in white emerged from the grand hall behind Qin Keqing. Senior, I have a proposal. Oh, pray do share. The newcomer was Wang Xian, whose injuries had astonishingly healed. The youthful immortal's willingness to comply stemmed from this very fact. He had witnessed the boy being struck down by lightning, reduced to ashes. The speed of his recovery indicated significant fortune. Moreover, the aura surrounding him radiated like a roaring flame, vibrant and powerful, a rare prodigy indeed. In truth, Wang Xian was still haunted by the ordeal, grateful for the intervention of a powerful ally amidst the tempest of lightning. Otherwise, even with his body restored, he would have needed months of recuperation, coupled with the consumption of a 5th-grade healing pill obtained from a secret realm. He was now revitalized and returned to the sect square. Wang Xian's gaze sharpened as he fixed it upon Lin Feng, then turned his smile toward Xiaozi Xian and Su Emoli. Senior Su, today marks my nomination ceremony. Yet it has been thrown into chaos by you and your 2 disciples. I seek justice valued at 10 million spirit stones. Drawing forth a verdant spirit sword, he pointed it directly at Su Emoli. I challenge your disciple to a duel of the sword. Should I prevail, the 10 million spirit stones will be waived, and you shall offer an apology to my master. At these words, Su Emoli's eyes turned icy. Apologize to that wretched Qin Keqing? You dare utter such demands? You wreak havoc at this ceremony and then place the blame on my disciple? Moreover, those who dare point swords at me shall find themselves 6 feet under. Had it not been for Lin Feng tugging at her sleeve from behind, Suemo Li would have already slain Wang Xian with a single thrust of her sword. Very well, I accept your challenge. Xiao Xian, you shall take action. Yes, master. Xiao Zixuan stepped forward, her early core formation aura erupting explosively. Startled, Wang Xian nearly fell to the ground, while he held confidence against ordinary early core formation cultivators. The spiritual pressure emanating from Xiao Zixuan surpassed even that of Lu Qingqing in mid-core formation. No, my challenge is not directed at you, but rather at him. Wang Xian pivoted his sword, pointing it towards Lin Feng, who stood behind them. You were once my esteemed senior brother. And on the day you were expelled from the sect, I even pleaded for you. Yet here you are, conspiring with outsiders to bully our master on such a significant occasion. Is this how you repay my kindness? Today, I shall seek justice for our master. Let us commence. Lin Feng was taken aback by these words, having seen shamelessness before, but this was an entirely different level. The so-called plea for mercy was evidently an attempt to firmly place the blame for the theft of the sect's spiritual fruits upon him. Wang Xian was well aware that Lin Feng had regained his cultivation, currently possessing the aura of mid-foundation establishment. Although he had just sustained severe injuries, he emerged even stronger after recovery. His spiritual power contained traces of thunderous might, reminiscent of a thunder-rooted cultivator, against an opponent of equal realm. This alone would grant him an advantage. Furthermore, he wielded a spirit sword, whereas Lin Feng practiced martial arts. Before the battle even commenced, Wang Xian wore a confident smile. In terms of equipment, I possess the 4th-grade spirit sword bestowed by our master. Regarding martial arts, I practice the esteemed Yellow Cloud sect's 4th-grade wandering sword technique, personally taught by our master. Even if you have joined the Xiantian sword sect and found a formidable master, it is improbable that you have cultivated to a profound level. In the art of swordsmanship, you remain a novice among novices. Xiao Zixuan had long discerned Wang Xian's intentions. She recognized that Lin Feng had previously trained in martial arts, and quite commendably at that. After more than a decade of sword cultivation, you dare to challenge a novice swordsman? You must be a coward. If you possess the courage, then utilize your former martial arts against me. Wang Xian was confident that Lin Feng would honor his promise and refrain from employing the Yellow Cloud sect's techniques, hence his audacity. Always hiding behind a woman, how shameless. Qin Keqing, observing the unfolding events, finally comprehended her dear disciple's scheme. Instantly, her confidence surged as she mockingly gazed at Suemo Li. Your precious disciple, whom you hold in such high regard, lacks even the courage to strike. Could it be that he is utterly worthless? Suemo Li's expression darkened, and the Chulong sword in her hand emitted a resounding cry. It seems I should eliminate all of you to spare me your incessant chatter. The immortal boy simultaneously released his spiritual pressure, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Keqing. This woman may be obstinate, but do not disturb my quest for frugality. Daoist Su, please do not be angered. Let us proceed as previously agreed. Lin Feng finally stepped out from behind Suemo Li. The immortal boy then took note of the youthful figure before him, not only strikingly handsome but also exuding an exceptionally composed aura. Being chosen as a direct disciple by the sword immortal of the Ink Rain, his talents were undoubtedly remarkable. When did the Huangyan sect conceal Tu Koi? Lin Feng and Wang Xian are hardly inferior to the disciples of the Tianyan sect, even possessing a fiercer glint in their eyes. They exhibit a ruthlessness that surpasses that of the offspring of prominent cultivation families. Why should I accept your challenge? If you emerge victorious, there is a reward. If I win, I merely reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. How about this? If you lose, you shall add another 10 million spirit stones to the wager. Wang Xian's expression shifted. Some matters were beyond his control. The Huangyan sect could certainly not produce 10 million spirit stones. Should he lose, the Elder Immortal would undoubtedly take his head and use it as a ball. Although Wang Xian was filled with confidence, one must always consider the worst-case scenario. I do not possess such a sum of spirit stones. Please propose an alternative condition. Very well, if you lose, you and your master must apologize to mine. Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon Qin Keqing and continued. Moreover, you must shout 3 times, I am not as beautiful as you. This was a decision that Wang Xian could not make, and he could only cast a pleading glance toward his master. Qin Keqing held unwavering faith in her beloved disciple. How could a novice in swordsmanship contend with a seasoned swordsman who has trained for over a decade? Furthermore, having had his cultivation crippled 7 days prior, he could not utilize the Huangyan sect's techniques. She deduced that Lin Feng had barely mastered the core techniques of the Xiantian sword sect and was only just beginning. Under such circumstances, what could you possibly use to triumph over my exiner? Chapter 32. The Sword God Feng Qing Tian and the Little Sword Goddess Lu Hongying. Upon witnessing Qin Keqing's nod, Wang Xian felt a surge of joy within. He was confident in his ability to defeat the traitor Lin Feng. To his surprise, a mere bait was sufficient to lure the opponent effortlessly. However, Wang Xian desired much more than to merely ascend by stepping over Lin Feng. Though he could not kill, the blade knows no mercy. Incapacitating Lin Feng was still within the realm of possibility. Should he destroy Lin Feng's Dantian, the latter would be unable to cultivate for the rest of his life. The spectators who had initially kept their distance began to draw closer. The sky was now clear, devoid of clouds, and without the threat of a thunderstorm, everyone felt somewhat reassured. Who do you think will emerge victorious among these two talented youths? Obviously, it will be Wang Xian. How long has Lin Feng even been cultivating again? Do you consider the disciple of the Ink Rain Sword immortal a fool? I never said that. Don't misattribute words to me. Once they engage, everything will become clear. Su Mo Li was well aware of Lin Feng's capabilities. While Xiao Zixian displayed signs of concern, her hands gripping her skirt tightly. Be cautious. If you feel uncertain, you needn't stake the 10 million spirit stones. Rest assured. I never undertake actions without assurance. Under the watchful eyes of numerous cultivators, Lin Feng and Wang Xian stood opposite each other in the Huang Yun sect square. This space served as their arena. Although it was not a fight to the death, it nonetheless involved the honor of their respective masters and the substantial sum of 10 million spirit stones from the ageless immortal youth. Aside from Qin Keqing and Su Mo Li, Wang Xian was the most invested in the outcome of this duel. In the face of such proximity, Wang Xian discarded all pretense, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. You are indeed remarkable. I have always lived in your shadow. Despite my innate Emu spirit root being rarer than your Tian spirit root, my cultivation speed has consistently lagged behind yours. Both 17. Lin Feng and Wang Xian had only a month's difference in their initiation into cultivation, rendering Wang Xian the junior disciple. The former was preoccupied with various tasks daily, while the latter enjoyed the advantages of resources allocated by his master and senior sister. In this context, their cultivation levels diverged increasingly. 7 days prior, Lin Feng had achieved the peak of foundation establishment, having stagnated for a year. In contrast, Wang Xian had diligently practiced, barely reaching the early stages of foundation establishment. Indeed, the pressure you exert upon me is significant, yet it all culminates here today. Following this battle, the pride of Huang Yun sect shall belong solely to me. Do not blame me for taking advantage of you. I cannot find peace until you are eliminated. In the future, I shall become the foremost sword cultivator among the younger generation of the southern region. This confidence was derived from a mysterious, powerful figure, a formidable sword cultivator in their own right. At that moment, a melodious and clear laughter echoed through the air. Ha ha. Are you attempting to make me laugh to death, claiming to be the first sword cultivator of the younger generation? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Did you consult with this esteemed lady? A girl clad in a pink skirt with matching pink hair descended from the skies, landing gracefully at the center of the square. Upon witnessing her appearance, many cultivators gasped in astonishment. The pink-haired sword cultivator was none other than the renowned disciple of the sword god, the little sword goddess Lu Hongying. It turns out to be her, the sole disciple of the sword god, with undeniable talent in the way of the sword. You ask, in a contest among 3, who would emerge victorious? With a playful smile gracing her face, Lu Hongying stood between Lin Feng and Wang Xian. My dear little fellows, shall you engage in a duel one-on-one, or should I take delight in a group assault upon you both? Such arrogance and audacity are indeed in line with the expectations of the formidable sword cultivators present. Wang Xian, captivated by Lu Hongying's slender figure, silently nodded in approval. Such a beauty deserves to be by my side. I shall take the lead then. Once I have subdued you, I will deal with the traitor. You? Do you truly believe you can best me? He chuckled, for until the battle commenced, how could anyone know? Should I prevail? How about you kneel and acknowledge me as your master? Wang Xian's thoughts were audacious, believing this scheme would allow him to keep the enchanting maiden close. To his astonishment, Lu Hongying readily acquiesced, confidence radiating from her eyes. However, I suspect you shall suffer a most humiliating defeat, so I shall forego any conditions to spare your pride. The sensation of being underestimated even before the contest ignited a fiery anger within Wang Xian. You little vixen, once I have you under my control, you shall have your moments of despair. Lin Feng, indifferent, stood aside to observe the spectacle. Just a glance was sufficient for him to ascertain that Wang Xian was destined for a crushing defeat. Yet, Lu Hongying's presence here surprised him in his past life. They had not crossed paths until a century later. It seems this reincarnation has altered many events. Might I be able to change the outcome for you both? The sword god, Feng Qitian, is Lu Hongying's master. Lin Feng had once studied under her, making him a half-disciple to this graceful maiden in a pink dress. No, I already have a senior sister. Perhaps I shall seek a different title in this life. As Lu Hongying prepared for the duel, she remained oblivious to the handsome youth beside her who was contemplating her designation. In the center of the square, the two stood facing each other, the air thick with sword energy. Before the true battle began, their sword intentions clashed, faint echoes of thunder and wind resonating in the atmosphere. The cultivators of Huangyan sect observed this and wore expressions of wry amusement. Compared to the two in the arena, their own sword skills seemed laughably inadequate. Lu Hongying's sword intent was formidable. Could Wang Xian truly prevail? Upon hearing this, Li Yin shot a fierce glare in their direction. What nonsense are you spouting? My little junior brother could never lose. His mastery of the sword is a height you shall never reach in your lifetime. Li Yun's gaze toward Wang Xian was filled with admiration and infatuation. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxing remained somewhat grounded, concern flickering in her eyes. Fifth junior sister. This Lu Hongying is no ordinary contender. Her sword intent surpasses mine. She ranks among the esteemed sword cultivators of Huangyan sect. Yet in this contest, she seems to overshadow the two before her. Nonetheless, my junior brother will undoubtedly triumph. It remains uncertain, however, whether he will forget us once he has acquired such a beautiful disciple. Xiao Zixuan, also a sword cultivator, was naturally intrigued by the impending battle. Master, have you encountered the sword god, Feng Qitian? Indeed, I have, and I even shared a drink with her. A wistful glimmer appeared in Su Moli's eyes, recalling an event from long ago. Oh, when shall you take me and junior brother to pay her a visit? Her demeanor is so carefree. Who knows where she might be now? Xiao Zixuan felt a tinge of disappointment, coupled with sympathy for Su Moli. If only our master were in good health. She too would likely lead a life of freedom. Master, have you ever crossed swords with her? Who is the stronger of you two? He, naturally. It was I who soundly defeated her. Xiao Zixuan did not believe a single word of this. She had long heard tales of the sword immortal and the sword god, the unparalleled duo. Their prowess in the sword arts should be quite comparable, given that master has been plagued by injuries over the years. Perhaps she is now outmatched by Feng Qingtian. My sword intent, however, is not inferior to that of Lu Hongying. Junior brother, whom do you think would emerge victorious? The cultivators present turned their gazes toward the discussion. Lin Feng was undoubtedly the center of attention today. So many events were intertwined with his presence. Li Yun, not far away, wore a disdainful smile. A mere novice in the sword path, what could he possibly understand? Let alone comment on the duel between the junior brother and the little sword god? However, when Xiao Zixuan cast a cold glance in her direction, she was immediately silenced, lowering her head to blend into the crowd. Indeed, she was still reeling from the embarrassment of having been so thoroughly put in her place. Chapter 33. It all depends on how Lu Hongying wishes to play. Lin Feng did not spare a glance at Li Yun, directly articulating his judgment. What could Wang Xian possibly compare to the little sword god? A master in the nascent soul stage? One strike would suffice to determine the victor. It merely hinges on Lu Hongying's intentions. Upon this declaration, a fervent discussion erupted among the assembled cultivators. The initial statement from Lin Feng was readily comprehensible. After all, the sword god was a cultivator of the great ascension stage, far beyond the capabilities of the diminutive Qin Keqing in the nascent soul stage. However, the latter part of his assertion sparked doubt among the crowd. Given Wang Xian's exceptional talents and innate spiritual roots, how could he possibly falter at the first strike? He was, after all, the second most formidable swordsman of the Huangyan sect, following Lu Qingxing. Lin Feng's words seemed excessively exaggerated. I believe Lu Hongying could indeed triumph, but it would require a considerable struggle. Lu Qingxing cast a scornful glance at Lin Feng. Even if you are concerned about your inability to contend with your junior disciple, there is no need to resort to slander here. The baseness of human nature is vividly reflected in your demeanor. Her eyes, filled with admiration, were fixed on Wang Xian at the center of the plaza. Such a splendid opportunity should be seized for earnest learning, rather than indulging in nonsensical chatter. Lin Feng regarded Li Yun with a peculiar smile, a hint of disdain playing at the corners of his mouth. One cannot deny that your cultivation talent is rather lacking. With the remaining talismans at your disposal, Wang Xian could elevate his innate with spiritual root to a heavenly Tao spiritual root. Meanwhile, Your own advancement would merely shift from a earth spiritual root to a heavenly spiritual root. Even if that chance were bestowed upon a stray dog, it could give rise to an innate spiritual root. Faced with Lin Feng's public humiliation, Li Yun could only open her mouth in shock, unable to retort. For his claims were, alas, indisputable. Today, all present witnessed the stark transformation of Wang Xin, truly night and day, exuding an overwhelming presence. Li Yun clenched her fists, her eyes wide with frustration. Enough. Even if you were to return to the foundation establishment stage, your spiritual roots would still pale in comparison, rendering you unqualified to judge Yuner. Qin Keqing could no longer contain herself. Lin Feng had mocked Wang Xin, then turned his derision toward Li Yun, effectively grinding her authority as a master into the dust. Your heavenly spiritual root must have already plummeted. It is uncertain whether you can retain even your earth spiritual root. Speak only when your true strength surpasses that of Yuner and Xiner. However, I dare say, that day will forever elude your grasp. Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng remained unperturbed. After all, his spiritual roots had not only remained intact, but had instead been elevated by the system. I had not realized that one needed qualifications to evaluate a waste. Others may lack talent yet understand the value of diligent cultivation, at least grasping the nuances of human affairs. Consider your promising disciple. She began her training at 5. Yet at 20 remains at the peak of foundation establishment, only recently breaking through to the core formation stage. I, on the other hand, commenced my journey at 6, achieving foundation establishment by 16, while my senior sister did so by 17. Li Yun has expended hundreds of thousands of spirit stones and a great deal of fortune, yet still cannot catch up to us. What else could one call it but waste? Lin Feng's words resonated like thunder, reverberating through the hearts of the many cultivators present. Amidst the throng of onlookers, the only individuals who have achieved the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage at the tender age of 17 are Su Molin, her 2 disciples, and the young gentleman beside her. I, too, am 17 and have reached the culmination of the foundation establishment, exclaimed Lu Hongying in the center of the square, waving her hand with a charming smile directed towards Lin Feng. Fenger, your words seem to have inadvertently chastised everyone else present. Su Molin stifled a giggle, harboring no resentment. Rather, she found his remarks quite reasonable. The ageless immortal youth appeared unfazed by such comments, even if he had not met the criteria himself. Nevertheless, his current achievements are commendable. Having already attained the great ascension stage, why bother with trivialities? The other cultivators merely observed for amusement, as they were all equally lacking. If they were all inept, then none were truly inept. Only Qin Keqing and her 2 disciples wore particularly grim expressions. You wretched child, she thought, feeling her breath become erratic as her inner spiritual energy surged tumultuously. This is dire. Qin Keqing immediately focused her mind, silently reciting the heart purification mantra. Just moments ago, she had nearly fallen into a state of madness. It is all Lin Feng's fault, that rebellious disciple of mine. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Your tone should be gentle and accommodating. When you gaze upon me, you ought to suppress any hostility, leaving only reverence and admiration. When I am angered, you should strive to cheer me up, rather than express disdain or aversion. Yet, you have reserved all of that affection for Su Molin at your side. Qin Keqing had witnessed Lin Feng's tender, radiant glance directed at Xiao Zixuan and her disciple. Her desire for her wayward disciple's affection was inherently contradictory. Moreover, she was unwilling to relinquish her lofty pride and dignity. Yet, her yearning stemmed not from genuine care or love, but rather from envy and possessiveness. At that moment, a clear, ringing sound of a sword echoed through the square, diverting everyone's attention. The duel between the 2 sword cultivators proved far more captivating than any gossip. Wang Xin, unable to contain himself, was the first to unleash his gathered sword energy. The spiritual sword soared into the sky, suddenly expanding tenfold, crackling with sparks of electricity, and came crashing down with a thunderous force. The manifestation of sword intent was palpable. Such profound mastery of the sword path rendered this strike nearly insurmountable, even for early-stage core formation cultivators. Behold that electric brilliance within the sword intent. It closely resembles the effects of a thunder spirit root. It seems the ascension array has indeed left behind some remnants, remarked Li Yun, her earlier embarrassment now forgotten. See, this is the prowess of our junior disciple. To claim he would be defeated in a single strike is utter nonsense. In Li Yun's eyes, her junior disciple's attack was destined to dominate and secure victory. She even began to contemplate how to humiliate the insolent Lin Feng. At that moment, Lu Hongying finally made her move. A resounding sword cry erupted as a blazing fire phoenix ascended from her sword, hurtling directly towards Wang Xian's colossal sword intent. The collision was monumental. As the great sword and the fire phoenix, both embodiments of sword intent, met, an explosive sound reverberated through the air. Suddenly, a shattering noise pierced through, plunging Li Yun's spirits into despair. The colossal sword did not cleave the fire phoenix, rather, it was the fire phoenix that shattered Wang Xian's mighty blade with a mere swipe of its claw. Humph! With such meager strength, how dare it consider itself my opponent? What audacity to impose conditions! Not only was it annihilated, but it also had to endure humiliation from a woman. Wang Xian's face flushed crimson, resembling a fresh liver. The cultivators present were still reeling from the shock of the earlier event. That was the true manifestation of sword intent, was it not? It was undoubtedly far more profound than Wang Xian's sword intent and colossal sword, deserving of the title of the little sword deity. Such formidable sword intent. Li Yun was consumed by rage as she gazed at the pink-haired girl in the center of the plaza. A monster, daring to bully my junior brother. I shall slay you. Lu Hongying turned her head, casting a cold, indifferent glance in her direction. The chilling and piercing killing intent momentarily halted her advance. She was certain that should she strike, her end would be exceedingly tragic. Even Lin Feng had never exhibited such intense killing intent towards her. Is this the nature of a powerful sword cultivator, unyielding and impervious to insult? Wang Xian, momentarily lost in despair, soon discerned the reason for his inability to contend with Lu Hongying. His cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, while his opponent had already attained the perfected stage. It must be so. Ahem, fellow Taoist Lu, if we were to suppress our cultivations for a fair fight, you would not stand a chance against me. Chapter 34. Once again, struck down by a single sword, the sword immortal grows jealous. Lu Hongying's gaze was fixed on Lin Feng, completely disregarding Wang Xian. As for the latter's doubts, they were easily dispelled. The sound of the phoenix's cry resounded once more, and the once fading flames of the fire phoenix were reborn in a magnificent blaze, now at least twice its previous size. With a mere thought from Lu Hongying, Wang Xian would be swiftly vanquished, leaving him no opportunity for resistance. He understood this truth all too well. As his complexion transformed from a sickly shade of liver to a ghostly pallor devoid of any color. I have lost, especially upon hearing the discussions among the surrounding cultivators. His expression grew even more dismal. To think that Lin Feng had correctly predicted this outcome, the little sword god had defeated Wang Xian in a single strike. How keen his insight must be to perceive such a thing. Even Wang Xian's junior sister had miscalculated. Who could have anticipated this? Lu Hongying turned her gaze toward Lin Feng, her eyes ablaze with fervent combat spirit. Come, let us engage in a duel. Such words are rather unbecoming. Lin Feng replied as he rose and stepped into the center of the square, directing his attention toward Wang Xian, who stood off to the side. Dazed and lost in thought. Why do you linger here? Do you wish for me to escort you on your way? You. Wang Xian's eyes suddenly brightened, as if seizing upon a lifeline. Heh, if I cannot defeat Lu Hongying, do you think you stand a chance? Our wager is not yet concluded. I have a proposal. Let us settle this once and for all. If you win against me, then you may challenge Lu Hongying. Or is it that you lack the confidence to defeat me and merely wish to evade your wager? Lin Feng did not deign to look at him, instead fixing his gaze on Lu Hongying. Please wait a moment longer. It will be resolved shortly. Very well. I place my trust in your sword intent, she assented. Wang Xian's expression darkened. This is your first meeting, is it not? How can you trust him so quickly? Humph. My friend Su may have misunderstood. He practiced martial arts and only joined the Xiantian sword sect 7 days ago. Upon hearing the name of the sect, Lu Hongying's eyes sparkled with interest. She moved closer to Lin Feng, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and playfully patted his shoulder. Ah, so you are junior brother Lin. My master instructed me to call the MOU sword immortal uncle master when we meet. By that reckoning, you are my true junior brother. This time, Lin Feng's expression darkened. He had initially intended to take on a disciple. Yet, she had preempted him, claiming him as her junior brother. Was it fated that in both of my lives, I should have a sisterly bond? In my past life, it was a bond of misfortune. In this life, a bond of virtue. Ahem, sister. Once I deal with this hypocrite, I shall give you a good thrashing. Lu Hongying nodded with a smile, raising her small fist in encouragement. Then you must be swift. Someone is waiting for you. Whether to strike or be struck depended on your strength, after all. Wang Xian watched from the sidelines, his teeth nearly grinding to dust in frustration. Yet, he dared not utter a word against Lu Hongying, fearing that she might retaliate with a sword strike. Will you fight, or not? If not, then kneel and concede. Lin Feng suddenly turned his head, his eyes sharp, and arcs of electricity flickered around him. Let us commence. Wang Xian could scarcely comprehend the scene before him, as a slender purple sword, crackling with electric energy, appeared in his immediate vicinity. The tip of the blade was nearly pressed against the very center of his brow, sending waves of tingling sensations coursing through him, while beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Did I win? Silence. Stillness. The assemblage of cultivators fell into a state of astonishment at Lin Feng's display, yet soon erupted into a chorus of cheers. What swiftness in that sword! What formidable sword intent! Behold, the thunderous patterns upon the blade are vividly discernible. Though there were insinuations of a sneak attack, such as the nature of battle, Lin Feng's restraint in not delivering a lethal blow was commendable. Wang Xian still needed to wield a fourth-grade spirit sword. While both Lu Hongying and Lin Feng could manifest sword intent in the void clearly, the disparity in strength was evident. Li Yin gasped, her heart racing. She was deeply concerned that the diminutive sword might spiral out of control. Lin Feng, cease this at once. You must not treat my junior disciple in such a manner. If you utter another word, I shall pierce him through with a single strike. Lin Feng did not even glance at Li Yun, his gaze fixed solely on Wang Xian. Yet the chilling undertone in his voice made her tremble involuntarily. She promptly sealed her lips, clenching her fists tightly. Originally, Lu Qingxing had intended to speak fiercely as well. However, upon witnessing her junior sister's predicament, she wisely refrained from doing so. As Wang Xian's master, Qin Keqing felt her heart racing in distress. How dare this wretch point a sword at Xian's brow? Should his spiritual energy spiral out of control, it would lead to utter annihilation. How could he, having just joined the Xiantian sword sect, possess such formidable prowess in the sword arts? Could he truly be a prodigy of swordsmanship? Master. He must have colluded with the Xiantian sword sect long ago to attain such strength. Lu Qingxing proposed a highly plausible hypothesis. Indeed, it was no coincidence that just as he defected and renounced his cultivation, the Xiantian sword sect dispatched someone to retrieve him. It appeared that everything had been meticulously orchestrated. He had long harbored intentions of betrayal. Rebellious disciple, how could I have once placed such trust in him? Qin Keqing pondered for several moments, but could not find a fitting descriptor, for she harbored neither affection nor protection for Lin Feng. Lu Hongying gazed at the flickering lightning of the small sword, her eyes alight with excitement, as if she had discovered a delightful plaything. Hurry, let us have a duel. And wait, this fellow, along with that woman over there, owes my master an apology and an explanation. Wang Xian's countenance turned ashen. He truly had not anticipated such a dismal defeat. His sword intent had yet to coalesce, and he was vanquished in a single stroke. Do not overstep. She is still your master. Ah, you are mistaken. I have long severed ties with her and the Huangyan sect. Lin Feng replied with a cold smirk, shaking his head. Naive. You think you can play the moral card with me? Hurry up. I grant you 3 breaths of time. If the apology is not forthcoming, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. As time passed, beads of cold sweat began to accumulate on Wang Xian's forehead. Faced with a life-and-death crisis, he had to either reveal his hidden trump card or seek the guidance of his master. Yet, 2 formidable cultivators of the Great Ascension realm were present, and recklessly employing his trump card could lead to dire consequences. Master, please. Qin Keqing closed her eyes. For the sake of Xian's life and the recovery of the 1 million spirit stones belonging to the ageless immortal boy, she had no choice but to step forward and apologize. Are you truly willing to stoop to such depths, disregarding our past camaraderie? Qin Keqing's eyes were filled with disdain as she coldly regarded Lin Feng. I must apologize. Do not attempt to invoke our emotional ties. You must realize that there exists no affection between us, only interests and your grotesque possessiveness. Lin Feng unflinchingly exposed Qin Keqing's true nature. Make a decision swiftly. Xiao Zishuan gazed at her formidable junior brother, her heart swelling with admiration. This was the sword cultivator she aspired to be. Unafraid of injustice and wielding her sword against enemies without hesitation. Her enchanting eyes were fixated on Lin Feng's visage, her cheeks flushed in a manner she was oblivious to. Ahem, Zishuan, you're drooling. Ah. Xiao Zishuan hurriedly wiped the corner of her mouth, suddenly realizing she had been teased by her master. I would never drool over my junior brother. Is that so? I was under the impression that you were contemplating a delectable feast. It seems you were merely thinking of Fenger. Xiao Zishuan bashfully lowered her gaze, unaware of the hint of jealousy in Su Moli's tone. Chapter 35. Is it not better to be a worthless fool? Lin Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Yet the ethereal sword of thunder he had conjured pressed firmly against Wang Xian's forehead. It was time to make a decision. I apologize, Senior Su. I was careless with my words. Wang Xian's brow was slick with cold sweat, the pressure overwhelming him, causing his temper to falter. Qin Keqing had arrived at her resolution. Yet the words remained unspoken on her lips. The arrogance ingrained in her being forbade her from conceding. Are you certain you wish to proceed? You may forever relinquish the opportunity to return to the Huangyan sect. Your senior sister will no longer regard you as a junior. I shall not grant you the chance to rejoin the sect as my disciple. Think carefully. Is this truly the path you wish to take? Lin Feng was taken aback by the audacity of Qin Keqing to utter such lofty sentiments while wearing that contemptuous expression. I have no connection to you or your entire Huangyan sect. As the final moments ticked away, would it be an apology or the sight of your beloved disciple perishing? Qin Keqing felt a pang in her heart, as if a piece of flesh had been cruelly torn away. You ungrateful disciple, I act for your benefit, urging you to leave the sect and hone your skills before returning. Yet, you conspired with the Xiantian sword sect and have turned to the sword path. Concealing these truths, you ambushed and defeated Xian'er. What is there to be proud of in that? Initially, if only you had knelt and pleaded for my forgiveness, accepting some punishment, you could have returned to the sect. Now, I am utterly disappointed in you. Do not return. Her voice was icy as she delivered this pronouncement. Lin Feng, upon hearing such cold-hearted words, should have recognized the gravity of her anger. He should have bowed his head in repentance, pleading for her not to be wrathful. Yet, her overconfidence was her undoing. Lin Feng did not bow, but rather erupted in laughter. Do not burden me with your nonsensical ramblings. Time is of the essence. He could not fathom the workings of Qin Keqing's mind. Had she forgotten the severance agreement signed 7 days prior? Did her memory resemble that of a fish? Wang Xian's forehead began to ooze blood, his complexion turning ashen. Was he left with no choice but to expose his hidden trump cards? Yet, with 2 great Ascension Period cultivators watching, he felt utterly insecure. That was his capital for rising. Should it be seized by others? He would never stand a chance against Lin Feng in this lifetime. Master, I understand. Qin Keqing merely uttered 3 words before closing her eyes. Senior Su, I previously spoke without regard, and for that, I apologize. I know I am not as beautiful as you. Her expression was eerily calm. And closing her eyes was her final act of defiance. Qin Keqing could not bear to look at Su Moli as she uttered her apology. Release Xian'er. The thunderous sword dissipated, and Wang Xian trembled as he retreated from the center of the square. The atmosphere was laden with silence. Numerous cultivators observing the interaction between the master and her disciple. Qin Keqing felt a burning sensation on her cheeks, an unfamiliar embarrassment washing over her for the first time. Su Moli, however, remained indifferent to Qin Keqing's apologies, as the disparity in their cultivation levels was too vast. She would not stoop to concern herself with the words of an insignificant ant. Had it not been for Lin Feng's intervention, she would have crushed this biting insect without hesitation. On the other hand, Xiao Zishuan wore an expression of delight, thoroughly pleased with the outcome. Master, that wicked woman is indeed far less radiant than you. In truth, she is utterly unworthy of comparison. Ah, you sweet-tongued child. Let us see if your junior brother can triumph. Yet, before Lin Feng and Lu Hongying engaged in battle, Su Moli had another matter to attend to. With Wang Xian's defeat, the 30 million spirit stones were non-negotiable. The ageless immortal child could only hope to save 1 million. But it turned out that Wang Xian was merely fortunate in spirit, while his swordsmanship was commendable. It paled in comparison to the 2 prodigies at the center of the plaza. Rest assured, fellow cultivator Su, there are indeed 30 million spirit stones within. You may count them. The ageless immortal child extended a storage ring. Though his heart ached, he maintained a facade of cheerfulness, for otherwise he would surely be looked down upon. Fortunately, he still possessed a jade slip, which could be exchanged for an additional 50 million spirit stones without issue. However, returning to Tianyun's sect might pose some complications. Su Moli took the jade slip and glanced at it casually. Indeed, not a stone more, not a stone less. You may depart now. The ageless immortal child turned to a middle-aged man in white robes beside him. Let us go. I shall escort you back to Xianyun's sect. Upon hearing this, Qiu Baiyue's heart soared with joy. Just moments ago, he had been worried about how he would return to the sect. He sensed several cultivators in the vicinity at the refining void stage, their gazes lingering on him, clearly drawn by the allure of the fortune-linking secret technique. Without the protection of the ageless immortal child, he would undoubtedly face fierce battles along the way. Thank you, Senior. No need for such formality. Xianyun sect is a subordinate sect of my Tianyun sect. Indeed, I shall report this matter to the sect master. Xianyun sect will certainly prepare a generous gift. A small boat materialized in the ageless immortal child's hand, which he tossed lightly. The vessel expanded in the air, swiftly transforming into a grand ship adorned with numerous rooms. Let us depart. Chiu Baiwei leapt aboard, selecting a cabin to begin his contemplation of the fortune-linking secret method. Among the onlookers, several refining void cultivators sighed at the sight. With Chiu Baiwei under the protection of the upper sect, we have no chance to act. Do not be disheartened. Our sect is in dire need of a remarkably gifted genius. Today is our final opportunity. What do you think of that, Lin Feng? Should we consider capturing him? Are you seeking death? Do you not see the ink rain sword immortal right beside him? Xiao Zishuan gazed at the departing flying boat, a hint of disappointment creeping in. Master, are we simply going to let them go? What do you mean? Yet, that is the disciples' technique. Why should it be granted to them? Suemoli chuckled as she gently patted Xiao Zishuan's head. This is Feng Er's intention. Do you truly believe they can return safely to the sect? With this reminder, she swiftly grasped the situation. You mean that there are quite a few old-timers around here? As Lu Hongying returned to the center of the square, everyone's thoughts finally shifted back to the competition. One contender is the sole disciple of the sword god, renowned in the cultivation world, while the other is the newly accepted apprentice of the sword immortal, who is said to have just begun their journey in swordsmanship. Those who witnessed the previous battle would undoubtedly align more with Qin Keqing's perspective. I believe the little sword god has greater odds of victory. Her phoenix sword intent is truly formidable. Lin Feng's thunder sword intent is no less impressive, being intricate and unexpected. The compactness of his sword intent stems from its limited quantity. In this duel, Lu Hongying shall prevail. Originally, Qin Keqing intended to leave, feeling that remaining here would only lead to embarrassment. However, the prospect of witnessing Lin Feng's defeat piqued her interest. She resolved to remain and observe the match. Eager to see the expression of that miscreant in discontent, Wang Xian stood beside Qin Keqing, his face darkened throughout the proceedings. He was displeased by Lin Feng's repeated stealing of the spotlight today. Why, having already crippled his own cultivation, must he still stir up trouble? Would it not be better for him to simply embrace his fate as a useless being? Moreover, he appeared precisely at the moment when I was most in the limelight, clearly targeting me. Chapter 36. The sword breaks all laws. Wang Xian crossed his arms, his eyes brimming with resentment. I cannot compare to Lu Hongying. What right does Lin Feng have to stand alongside her? Just wait and see how he embarrasses himself later. Lu Qingqing and Li Yun stepped forward to offer comfort. Junior brother, that scoundrel wouldn't stand a chance against you if he hadn't ambushed you. Don't take it to heart. Indeed, in the past few days, I have helped you refine your sword intent. Even if he were to ambush you again, he would not prevail. In response to the encouragement from his two senior sisters, Wang Xian managed a faint smile. This was his foundation, and he could not afford to lose it. Rest assured, senior sisters, I will not be disheartened. Lin Feng, burdened with heavy thoughts and having plotted for a long time, felt that losing to him due to a moment of inattention was not shameful. At the end of the month, during the sect competition, I will surely teach him a lesson, making him understand the importance of respecting his teachers and cherishing his senior sisters. Lu Qingqing and Li Yun's faces immediately brightened, dispelling the earlier gloom. Junior brother, we believe in you. Seeing her beloved disciple's demeanor, Qin Keqing was quite pleased. Not arrogant nor impatient, undeterred by setbacks, these are the qualities of a strong individual. You will surely surpass that wretch. It is merely a matter of time. However, a resounding cry of a phoenix interrupted the warm moment shared among the master and disciples. Lu Hongying did not hold back this time, drawing the spirit sword from its pink sheath. I know you reserved your strength against that fellow, but I am not so easily dealt with. As she executed her sword technique, the spirit sword soared into the sky, transforming into a gigantic fire phoenix. The sword intent surged forth, and the sword energy enveloped the area, significantly stronger than the previous mere sword intent manifestation. Even the god transformation stage cultivators watching nearby could not help but express their admiration. With our cultivation level, achieving this is quite challenging. Lu Hongying is indeed a natural sword cultivator. It is said that her spiritual root is the innate sword body. Spiritual roots bound to one's physique are not uncommon in the cultivation world, and being favored by the sword god is most likely genuine. In this battle, it would be commendable for Lin Feng to withstand 3 strikes. Xiao Zishuan, hearing this, felt somewhat displeased. Master, is junior brother's sword intent truly inferior to that of the little sword god? Hiki, even I cannot see through Feng Er's sword path. In truth, Su Moli was also quite perplexed. Over the years, she had kept a close eye on Lin Feng's movements and had even met him in secret several times, never sensing the presence of sword intent within him. Could it be that her junior brother is a rare sword cultivation genius? Perhaps. Su Moli smiled gently, realizing her newly accepted disciple possessed remarkable opportunities. Not only could he refine 6th-grade celestial pills, but his sword path training over 7 days equaled that of others' painstaking efforts spanning over a decade. This was not merely talent, it was a prodigy. Lin Feng gazed at the fire phoenix soaring high above, chuckling softly as he shook his head. It possesses only form, it is but an empty facade. You could undoubtedly refine your sword intent to be purer. Is this grand display merely for show? Ah, Master has said the same. Could it be that you are Master in disguise, little junior brother? Lu Hongying's lively eyes appraised Lin Feng from head to toe. No. Master would never transform into a man. A fire phoenix must be grand to command respect. Otherwise, how could anyone acknowledge my swordsmanship as supreme? Lin Feng shook his head with an odd expression. If Feng Qitian were to overhear such words, the little girl would undoubtedly face a vigorous reprimand. He had once uttered similar sentiments, only to find himself subjected to a thorough thrashing by the contemporary sword god. That individual possessed a temperament far less forgiving than Su Moli's, resembling a veritable powder keg. As cultivators mastering the sword, our purpose is fundamentally rooted in conflict. In such endeavors, strength is paramount. Outward appearances hold little significance. Lin Feng's words were not mere rhetoric. He extended his right hand, his fingers poised like a blade. Before our contest, I propose a wager. All right, I shall accept your bet, little junior brother. Should I emerge victorious, you must address me as brother without the diminutive prefix. Is that all? Lu Hongying, without hesitation, agreed. Draw your sword. Lin Feng raised his hand, his spiritual energy surging forth, igniting sparks that danced around him. He resembled a divine thunder god, exuding an aura of cataclysmic power. Nearby cultivators of lesser prowess trembled, instinctively retreating. They sensed an innate fear emanating from the depths of Lin Feng's being. What kind of technique is this, capable of producing the pressure of heavenly thunder? Confronting cultivators of inferior strength, merely revealing his might could obliterate them. Observers speculated that his spiritual energy bore the essence of thunder, likely derived from a downgraded celestial root. No, with such imposing pressure, it must be at least an innate thunder root. Amidst the fervent discussions regarding Lin Feng's constitution, his index and middle fingers had already turned a deep shade of purple-black as an overwhelming surge of energy coursed through him. Sword that shatters all laws. A violet. Ancient longsword erupted from his fingertips, its blade extending infinitely. The tip surged forth, crashing into the fire phoenix with tremendous force. Boom. At the moment of impact, the sky was engulfed in a fiery crimson hue. With a mournful cry, the fire phoenix plummeted. Streams of sword energy cascaded like flowing water, showering the Huang and Sect's plaza. Lin Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the surroundings with an air of dominance. A sense of majesty emanated from him, a feeling he had never experienced in his previous life. The authority of the exalted, coupled with a trace of celestial might bestowed by the 9 heavens thunder spirit root, enveloped him. Those who met Lin Feng's gaze found themselves instinctively bowing their heads, akin to subjects kneeling before an emperor. Even Su Moli was taken aback by the aura he projected. How could this little rascal, who had once surreptitiously spied on her bathing at the tender age of 5, have garnered such an imposing presence over the years? What extraordinary opportunities had he encountered to develop such charisma? She couldn't shake the feeling that she had taken on an exceptional disciple, one with the potential of a true immortal. Lu Hongying gazed vacantly at the sky. The fiery sword energy that descended upon her face had already lost its lethal potency. It turned out that what Master had said was indeed true. Even amidst adversaries of the same realm, I would be exposed when confronted by a master of the sword. If today's encounter had been with an enemy rather than my junior apprentice, a shiver ran down Lu Hongying's spine, her pride crushed to ashes by Lin Feng's singular strike. Thank you, junior apprentice, for your enlightening guidance. Sister, have you forgotten our wager? Please remove the little. This. Junior apprentice. Lu Hongying did not hasten to depart. Instead, she seated herself cross-legged, contemplating the lingering resonance of the sky. Although the two had exchanged just one blow, she perceived infinite possibilities. Sharing her contemplative spirit with Xiao Zixuan, both fixated upon the heavens, savoring Lin Feng's recent strike. The cultivators who had been awed by Lin Feng's presence were gradually regaining their senses. Terrifying. What was that piercing light that transcended heaven and earth? You must be deluded. That was merely the extension of Lin Feng's sword intent, akin to a spear being thrust forth. Is this a foundational stage cultivator? I, in the later stages of the nascent soul, would surely perish if struck by such a blow. From this day forth, he shall be recognized as the foremost swordsman among the younger generation of the southern domain. Qin Keqing, upon overhearing the discussions, widened her eyes in astonishment. It was only then that she realized she had been captivated by Lin Feng. No, it was not merely his presence. It was the aura that emanated from him that had ensnared her. Chapter 37. Why not remain at Huangyan sect to discuss the way of the sword? Qin Keqing pondered deeply, yet found herself perplexed. Lin Feng had never held the position of senior disciple, nor had he ever served in any sect office. Though he had once been obedient to her commands and submissive to several senior sisters, he was merely a talented disciple. How could he possibly exude such an overwhelming presence and aura? It seemed that ever since the upheaval a week ago, everything about him had transformed. The more Lin Feng excelled, the worse Qin Keqing's mood became. No, I refuse to be mistaken. XINR's potential surpasses Lin Feng's by far. His achievements will undoubtedly be greater. Lin Feng simply possesses a modicum of cleverness and some peculiar skills. Those talents, which cannot serve my purpose, hold no significance. Qin Keqing recalled the year she first brought Lin Feng to Huangyan sect. He merely glanced at the qi refinement techniques and was able to comprehend and grasp them. On that day, he stepped into the early stage of qi refinement, astonishing the elders. Techniques such as fireball and light rain were mastered with a single viewing. When he ventured down the mountain for leisure, he returned with secret arts that connected with fate and an abundance of fifth-grade elixirs. Upon learning of this, the sect master smiled and remarked to Qin Keqing, "It won't be long before Xiao Feng's cultivation surpasses yours. In less than 20 years. He may well succeed me." It was on that day that Qin Keqing began assigning Lin Feng various menial tasks, managing the mines, tending to spirit plants, and caring for spirit beasts, among others. She even entrusted him with the cleaning of her own and several disciples' caves. Fearful and anxious, she dreaded the day he would surpass her. She too was hailed as a prodigy. How could a disciple ever eclipse her? Especially as Lin Feng busied himself with countless trivialities, his cultivation showed no signs of stagnation. Finally, she grew anxious and descended the mountain to bring back another prodigy. Wang Xian, pouring all the affection that should have belonged to Lin Feng into her new disciple. Gradually, Qin Keqing began to notice that Wang Xian possessed virtues that Lin Feng lacked: obedience, charm, sweetness, and an air of superiority akin to her own. Those who cultivate must rise above mortals and lower-tier practitioners to earn the respect they deserve. When did he begin colluding with the Xiantian sword sect? To be able to use sword intent to pierce through the moves of the minor sword deity, it must have been for several years. Lu Qingqing spoke softly from the side, equally astonished by the aura Lin Feng displayed. How had the sycophant who had trailed behind her merely a week ago suddenly transformed into a genius of the sword? Even his demeanor had undergone a dramatic metamorphosis. Some analyzed the situation with composure, while others were driven to a frenzy. Lian's eyes were red-rimmed as she glared at Lin Feng, as if he were her father's murderer. It must be the transformation brought about by that heavenly-grade qi-gathering pill. If only I could obtain that heavenly-grade crystallization pill, I too could achieve a profound transformation. The previously praised Wang Xian, who was commended by Qin Keqing for his calmness and resilience, now wore a fierce expression. A wave of violent energy surged from within him. Lin Feng's performance was perceived by many cultivators as an overwhelming display of dominance. After being expelled from the sect and relinquishing his cultivation, he returned only to find himself still trampled upon. Numerous elders and disciples who had come to watch the spectacle did not conceal their laughter. To expel a prodigy over a fruit worth merely 50 spirit stones was utterly amusing. I cannot help but wonder if Qin Keqing's head has been caught in a vice. Otherwise, how could she commit such a thoughtless act? I am quite curious about the reaction of the sect master Huangyan upon his emergence from seclusion. With the prodigy lost and fortune dissipated, who could have anticipated that Lin Feng would restore his foundational cultivation in just 7 days? Moreover, his profound mastery of the sword path is something I have just discovered. Qin Keqing's expression grew increasingly grim as this cast doubt upon her and her esteemed disciple. Humph. This competition is merely about swordsmanship, not an assessment of overall strength. If it were a matter of sheer power, my disciple would undoubtedly prevail. Furthermore, our Huangyan sect will not harbor petty thieves, even if that spirit fruit is only worth 50 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian felt a surge of confidence. What my master said is true. If it were a contest of total strength, Lin Feng would not stand a chance against me. Yes, I believe in you. Wang Xian's demeanor returned to one of pride, looking down upon all. With the affection of my master and 5 senior sisters, along with the assistance of a mysterious expert, what could Lin Feng possibly use to contend with me? My master, a mere cultivator of the great ascension stage, is insignificant before that person. Qin Kuching and the others spoke openly, leaving no room for discretion. Naturally, Lin Feng heard them but remained unfazed. With the performance concluded and matters settled, it was time to depart. Having acquired 30 million spirit stones, he contemplated how to spend them. At the very least, the sect's infrastructure needed some repair. It was indeed in a rather dire state. Master, senior sister, let us leave. There is nothing more for us here. Just as the group prepared to leave, Lu Hongying suddenly rushed over. Little, junior brother, wait for me. Is there something my dear senior sister needs? Lu Hongying approached the trio, casting a disapproving glance at Lin Feng. Drop the little. Just call me senior sister. Xiao Zixuan immediately bristled, swiftly positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Feng. Lu Hongying. He is my junior brother. Master said that upon meeting the Ink Rain Sword Immortal, one should refer to him as uncle. Thus, is he not my junior brother? Xiao Zixuan looked at Su Moli in confusion, who merely smiled and nodded. Her master is indeed my senior sister, though we seldom mention it. Hongying is entitled to call Fenger her junior brother. Of course, she must also refer to you as senior sister. Upon hearing the first statement, Lu Hongying puffed out her chest, brimming with pride. However, upon hearing the latter part, her expression fell dismally. Meanwhile, Xiao Zixuan looked at her with a smile, gently patting her head. Indeed, junior sister, your swordsmanship is quite commendable, but it still pales in comparison to mine as your senior sister. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng observed the playful exchange between the two with a bemused smile. By the way, second senior sister, do you have something to discuss? It is as follows. I currently have no place to go. May I return to the Xiantian sword sect? Lu Hongying cautiously inquired, seemingly apprehensive about a potential rejection. Such matters were beyond Lin Feng's authority, prompting him to glance towards his master, Su Moli. Of course, junior sister, you have not been expelled from the sect, and you remain a disciple of the Xiantian sword sect. Thank you, master uncle. Lu Hongying then turned her gaze to Xiao Zixuan, a mischievous smile creeping across her lips. Sister, let us make a wager. Upon our return, we shall compete in swordsmanship, and the victor shall take the title of senior sister. What say you? I refuse. You shall forever remain my junior sister. You. Then I shall cling to the junior brother. Lu Hongying and Xiao Zixuan each wrapped an arm around Lin Feng. Witnessing this scene, Wang Xian felt a tumultuous wave rise within him. His previously calmed heart now stirred once more. Why does he deserve the affection of 2 extraordinary beauties? Is it merely because he is more handsome than I? And what of the Xiantian sword sect? A mere assemblage of dilapidated structures. What allure could it possibly hold? Many shared such sentiments, including an elder from the Huanggan sect's law enforcement hall. Little sword god, why not remain in my Huanggan sect to cultivate? The current state of the Xiantian sword sect is woeful. It would not be an exaggeration to say it is riddled with leaks. Furthermore, it possesses scant teachings and manuals. It would be far more beneficial to stay in my Huanggan sect and discuss the way of the sword alongside Xiner. Chapter 38, The Deal with the Ageless Celestial Youth. The elder of the law enforcement hall brazenly opened his mouth, inciting a chorus of derisive laughter from the other sect cultivators. Even his own disciples buried their faces in embarrassment, unable to meet anyone's gaze. After all, the individual in question was the little sword god, who had just referred to Lin Feng as his junior brother. How could he possibly remain in your Huangyan sect? If one wishes to discuss the way of the sword, they would naturally go to the Xiantian sword sect, where 3 swordsmanship masters await, including the formidable Su Moli, a being in the great ascension stage. The consensus among all was clear. Huangyan sect was chasing after illusions. It was evident that Lu Hongying shared this sentiment. Without turning back, she coldly remarked, You dare speak to me of the way of the sword, defeated ones. Li Yun and Lu Qingqing seethed with indignation, their heads almost steaming with rage. Wasn't this a blatant jab at their junior brother? Yet, they found themselves at a loss for a retort, as they had indeed lost. And in a single move at that, Lin Feng and his companions departed under the watchful eyes of countless cultivators. The guests who had been invited to witness the ceremony were in high spirits that day. The unfolding events had been anything but mundane, filled with unexpected twists and turns. What had begun as a mere nomination celebration, where the discarded disciple Lin Feng was expected to be thoroughly humiliated, had instead turned into a spectacle where Qin Keqing and her 3 disciples faced a series of humiliations. This left many cultivators of Huangyun's sect feeling dissatisfied, particularly the newly risen star, Wang Xian. As he observed Lin Feng being surrounded by 2 beautiful young women as they departed, the malice in his eyes was unabashedly evident. This was supposed to be my day to establish authority, yet it has all turned into your triumph. However, if you think you can trample upon me for a lifetime, you are sorely mistaken. Under Su Mo Li's guidance, Lin Feng and his companions soon arrived at the Xiantian sword sect. Upon gazing at the dilapidated stone tablet, the crumbling buildings, and the overgrown little square, Lu Hongying not only showed no signs of disdain, but instead appeared genuinely thrilled. We actually have a sect stone tablet? Wow. We are living in a 3-story independent house, one for each of us? And such a spacious square for sword practice. This is splendid. I am very satisfied. Xiao Zishuan initially thought that Lu Hongying was mocking her. However, upon closer inspection, she realized that there was nothing but sincerity in Lu Hongying's eyes. What kind of life have you been leading? She asked. Well, I usually sleep in dilapidated temples or on tree trunks. One must save spirit stones, after all. Xiao Zishuan finally grasped the truth. Here was yet another impoverished soul. This was the plight of wandering cultivators, devoid of money and support, forced to shoulder their burdens alone. To procure resources, they lacked the internal sect prices and had to resort to the black market or trading guilds. In truth, the situation at Xiantian Sword Sect was not much better. Prior to Lin Feng's arrival, Su Mo Li had been tormented by the malevolent demon heart. Unable to leave her bed for over a year, Xiao Zishuan dedicated most of her time to cultivation, leaving little opportunity to earn spirit stones. Yet both were upright cultivators, unskilled in deceitful tactics. Ironically, the current circumstances were entirely different. Xiantian Sword Sect, with only 4 members, held over 30 million spirit stones, surpassing the total assets of many average second-tier sections. Su Mo Li promptly presented a storage ring containing 20 million spirit stones to Lin Feng. Master, this is too much. Were it not for your intervention, we could never have subdued the ageless celestial youth. This is rightfully yours. Your aptitude is remarkable. Your focus should be on cultivation. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng ceased to refuse, recognizing that having a system for cultivation was sufficient. His primary intention was to utilize this sum of spirit stones to renovate the sect. He required a formidable sect with numerous disciples to undertake a significant endeavor, a hurdle that one encounters only upon achieving the perfection of the tribulation stage. The remaining 10 million spirit stones were evenly divided between Xiao Zishuan and Lu Hongying. At her current level, mere cultivation could not resolve her situation. She was not particularly invested in revitalizing the sect at this moment. Resources must be allocated judiciously. The cultivation of the 3 disciples was of utmost importance. Far from the Huangyun sect, a flying vessel soared through the skies. Qiu Baiyu meditated in his cabin, his mind swirling with intricate techniques of destiny manipulation. Truly marvelous. It is no wonder the heavenly mechanism pavilion has endured for millennia, having produced such means of seizing celestial secrets. Just then, a knock echoed through the cabin. There were only 2 individuals aboard. Aside from him, there was the ageless celestial youth from Tianyin's sect. Realizing the other was a cultivator of the Great Ascension stage, Qiu Baiyu personally rose to open the door. Senior, do you require my assistance? To his surprise, there was no one outside. The knock was a result of some arcane technique. The voice of the ageless celestial youth resonated from the deck. We have arrived. It is time for you to disembark. Finally, they had reached their destination, and Qiu Baiyu felt as though an eternity had passed. However, he dared not question the vessel's speed and remained silent. He hurried to the deck, bowing deeply to the ageless celestial youth. Thank you, Senior, for your intervention. Upon my return, I shall certainly report to the sect master. There is no need. First, take a look at your surroundings. What is this? As Qiu Baiyu approached the edge of the flying vessel, he gazed down at the unfamiliar terrain, confusion etched upon his face. Senior, where are we? This is not the entrance to my Xinyan sect. Of course not. We are in the Qingyan mountain area, home to the Xiantian sword sect. What brings us here? Are we seeking trouble with Su Mo Li? The ageless celestial youth's expression darkened, reminiscent of an old grievance he had not experienced in quite some time. You will understand shortly. Upon hearing this, Qiu Baiyu felt an ominous premonition. Yet, before he could plead for mercy, he discovered he was unable to move. Senior, I am an elder of the subordinate sect of Tianyin sect. We are allies. Only interests bind us. What are you in this equation? At the entrance of the Xiantian sword sect, Lin Feng and Su Emoli stood side by side, resembling a pair of celestial lovers. Fenger, he has indeed arrived. Driven by self-interest, he made the right choice. As the celestial vessel landed, the ageless celestial youth guided the stiff Qiu Baiyu off the ship. It is you. Are you in league with them? Not exactly. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. As Qiu Baiyue's heart raced uncontrollably, he found the manner of speech of this individual eerily reminiscent of an ageless celestial youth. I apologize for my earlier disrespectful words at Huangdun's sect. I implore you. Magnanimous one, spare my life. However, upon hearing Lin Feng's response, Qiu Baiyue's heart sank. Did you not declare your intent to employ the soul-capturing great art against me? To wield secret techniques to transform me into a puppet, binding me with talismans for eternity? Such a fortunate arrangement, you shall assist me first, and in due course I shall return the favor. In that moment, Qiu Baiwei felt as if his heart had plummeted into an abyss. Once reduced to a puppet, what future could he possibly hope for? No, please, no. Lin Feng conjured a rune that floated down to Qiu Baiyue's lips, silencing him instantly. This scene rendered the ageless celestial youth momentarily speechless. As a practitioner of the Great Ascension stage, he was utterly perplexed by the nature of this rune. Yet, none of this mattered to him. He was here for business. Friend Su, nephew Lin, I have brought the individual you requested. Are the items prepared? This is the remaining part of the fortune connection secret method. Consider our accounts settled. Lin Feng tossed a jade slip, which the ageless celestial youth grasped and began to scrutinize. Indeed, when combined with the earlier fragment, it constituted a complete spell. Excellent. I have captured Qiu Baiwei for his insolence towards the Xiantian sword sect, and now entrust him entirely to you, my young friend. The ageless celestial youth beamed with satisfaction as he pushed Qiu Baiwei forward. With the complete fortune connection technique in hand, not only could he recover his 30 million spiritual stones and losses, but he could also reap considerable profits. Should a prodigy with exceptional spiritual roots emerge within the sect in the future, they would surely remember his kindness. Chapter 39. Are you the heir of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion? Su Moli gazed at the departing child, whose laughter was as innocent as his youth, before turning her attention to Qiu Baiwei. Fenger, did you ask me to send a message to the immortal child merely to summon this fellow? Had you informed me earlier, I would have gone to apprehend him myself. Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head, casting a spell to allow Bai Qiu to float alongside them as they entered the sect. Master, our Xiantian sword sect is a prestigious and righteous faction. How could we resort to forcibly seizing cultivators? If word of this were to spread, it would tarnish our sect's reputation. Su Moli nodded thoughtfully, for to her, the sect had dwindled to mere symbolic significance. Do you not feel it a pity to so freely give away that secret method of connecting with fortune? The immortal child, or rather, the Tianyan sect, may not be able to safeguard it, and the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion along with other first-rate sects will not rest easily. Lin Feng placed Bai Qiu in the center of the square and replied with a smile, it matters not. That technique is not one that just anyone can employ. Success is akin to what Lu Qingqing achieved, transcending from a terrestrial spiritual route to a celestial one, which has minimal impact. The consequence of failure, however, could entangle the sect's fortunes, leading to the annihilation of the spirit of the one who transcends. Upon hearing this, Su Moli's face was filled with perplexity. She recalled the situation when Wang Xian achieved his transcendence, where the enhancement of the spiritual root was immense. Bai Qiu also shared this bewilderment, her eyes reflecting confusion. Lin Feng, aware of their unasked questions, smiled and elucidated. The talisman formation I employed was slightly modified by me to achieve such an exaggerated effect. Should the opportunity arise, I shall demonstrate it for you, Master. The heavenly spiritual root should yield impressive results. His words astonished both women. What do you mean by slightly modified? To elevate an innate Imu spiritual root to the strongest and most sacred heavenly spiritual root? Fenger, do you possess many such abilities? Su Moli inquired delicately, refraining from prying into Lin Feng's secrets. Indeed, many. I shall showcase them shortly, Lin Feng replied, recalling the titles bestowed upon him by cultivators in his previous life, prompting a smile. The title of Sovereign of all laws was not earned without merit. He was engaged in both amusing his master and senior sister while delving into various arts. After all, his innate talent and exceptional aptitude allowed him to grasp ordinary techniques at a glance. With a plethora of skills under his belt, he could also utilize a system for deduction and enlightenment. The myriad techniques he employed in battle were as diverse as they were peculiar. Hence the title Sovereign of all laws. This time, Lin Feng aimed to avoid the exhaustion of his past life, seeking not only enjoyment, but also adequate preparation for ascension. His long-term aspiration was to ascend alongside his beloved, achieving eternal life. This, perhaps, was the ultimate goal of all cultivators. Feng, did you not claim that our Xiantian sword sect is a prestigious and righteous faction? Is it not an act of righteousness to ensnare those from heavenly great sects? Master, your vision is still too limited, Lin Feng remarked, gazing up at the heavens with his hands clasped behind his back. From Bai Qiuyu's perspective, it was Lin Feng who appeared as the true master. In truth, I have studied that the fortune of this world is fixed. As some sects flourish, others inevitably decline. Should the prestigious sects fall into obscurity, while our Xiantian sword sect possesses a grand array capable of attracting fortune. Before the thought could fully crystallize, Su Moli and Qiu Baiwei were left in a state of incredulity. If such a feat could indeed be achieved, what consequences would unfold? All present were cultivators, inherently aware of the significance of destiny. They harbored no doubts regarding Lin Feng. Truly, he was no ordinary individual. Furthermore, the method of intertwining fortunes was deliberately disseminated by him, clearly with a specific intention in mind. The shock on Su Moli's face gradually gave way to a chilling glare directed at Qiu Baiwei. This individual possessed far too much knowledge to be allowed to remain. Rest assured, Master, I have my own plans. Additionally, Fenger, remember that what you just spoke of must never be shared with others. Understood, Master. Should the cultivators of those elite sects become aware that someone sought to usurp their fortunes, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. It was likely that they would swiftly unite to eradicate the Xiantian sword sect in one fell swoop. Despair clouded Qiu Baiwei's eyes as he grasped the gravity of his fate. Upon hearing such a secret, evading death would be a formidable challenge, especially at this moment. Lin Feng approached him, wearing a benign smile. It is time to fulfill my promise. Fortuitously, I find myself in need of a puppet. Terror overwhelmed Qiu Baiwei as he realized the harsh irony of his earlier bravado, which had now turned against him. A mere foundation-building youth had effortlessly ensnared a cultivator of the transformation stage. Lin Feng offered no opportunity for Qiu Baiwei to respond. The noise was excessive. With a swift motion, he placed his palm upon the other's head, his gaze sharpening suddenly. Soul search. Qiu Baiwei felt as though his skull were being torn asunder. He yearned to struggle, to flee, yet found himself utterly incapacitated. His body was ensnared by the immortal child of indestructibility, leaving him unable to move or even whimper. Minutes dragged on until Lin Feng finally withdrew his hand. He had extracted the desired information, Qiu Baiwei's secret technique for crafting puppets, the ghostly corpse-raising art. This won't do. The puppets produced by this technique lack agility and cannot perform intricate tasks. As the Lord of all laws, he possessed a profound understanding of such matters. Old comrade, deduce the heavenly dual puppet technique. Congratulations, host. Deduction complete. The heavenly dual puppet technique has been elevated to a 9th-tier celestial art, the celestial general puppet technique. Puppets crafted using this technique retain their complete cultivation and abilities. Lin Feng was thoroughly pleased with this system. Its efficiency and efficacy were commendable. However, the crafting of puppets necessitated a plethora of materials. Are you concerned about the resources, Feng? I was just contemplating a journey. I could procure a batch of supplies along the way. Then I shall entrust that to Master. I will record the necessary items on a jade slip. Lin Feng slapped his palm against Qiu Baiwei's forehead. Instantly, the latter's expression grew vacant, as if entranced by an intoxicating elixir. This was the preliminary step in puppet crafting, a measure to avert unforeseen complications in the days to come. That night, Lin Feng and his companions succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. Beside the stele of the Xuantian sword sect stood a graceful figure, holding an ancient dragon-patterned spirit sword. This night was destined to be one of tempestuous upheaval. Countless cultivators focused intently on the fortune's secret arts wielded by Lin Feng. Compared to confronting several great ascension cultivators of the Tianyan sect, the dilapidated Xuantian sword sect appeared to be a more manageable opponent. However, while aspirations may be lofty, reality often proves to be harsh. Alone with her sword, Su Moli engaged in a battle that rendered the heavens devoid of light and the sun and moon pale. Through her discourse with Lin Feng today, her swordsmanship advanced, even allowing her to take a small step forward in her original realm. These great ascension cultivators served as free sparring partners. Indeed, one must not adhere too rigidly to righteousness. The path of the sword should be as unrestrained as Fenger's. On the following morning, as Lin Feng and the others awoke, the internal affairs of the sect remained unchanged. Yet, The outside terrain resembled a field that had been plowed 100 times. Once a towering presence, Qingyun Mountain had transformed into a lofty mound, from which wisps of blood aura ascended. The once sheer cliffs had become gentle slopes that even an octogenarian could ascend. Did you foresee even this, Feng? Are you the heir of the Tiangong Pavilion? Standing beside Lin Feng, Su Moli's aura deepened. She wore a delicate, flowing white gown, and a gentle smile graced her exquisite features. Of course not. I am the disciple of my revered master. However, I am acquainted with the current head of the Tiangong Pavilion, and we share a significant bond from a past life. Chapter 40. Has our Qingyun Mountain been stolen? Upon rising in the morning, Lu Hongying and Xiao Zishuan were bewildered by the scene outside their sect. Master, has our Qingyun Mountain been taken from us? Where has it gone? It was your junior brother who suggested expanding the sect, so I merely filled in some earth. Su Moli replied with a gentle expression, her demeanor calm and unperturbed, clearly a habitual offender. Xiao Zishuan nodded lightly, having heard of this matter from Lin Feng. To her, it seemed a waste of spiritual stones, an endeavor that yielded no reward. With only 4 members in the sect, what purpose did opulent architecture serve? Better to invest those spiritual stones in cultivation. Indeed, we must persuade our junior brother. But what about the blood and remains scattered about? Oh, some thieves visited last night. But their strength was too feeble, so I didn't disturb you. Xiao Zishuan nodded in a daze, not pondering further. She still needed to head to the nearby market to procure cultivation supplies. Cultivators generally avoided cities inhabited by mortals to evade entanglements of karma. Even the market was established in an area rich with spiritual energy. Coincidentally, Su Moli also needed to shop, so she took Xiao Zishuan and Lu Hongying along. Lin Feng, having indulged in a lazy morning, awoke to find himself the sole occupant of the sect. Ah, how delightful it is to have a system one can sleep whenever desired. In his previous life, he had only rested 2 or 3 hours daily, dedicating his time to meditation and cultivation, a life hardly befitting a human being. It is time to transform the sect. The fortunes of Huangyun's sect had entirely dissipated yesterday. Before long, they would shift to another sect. Lin Feng intended to seize those fortunes beforehand. Transforming Qingyun Mountain into a mere mound was due to his disdain for the meager spiritual vein here. Why not simply relocate the spiritual vein of Huangyun's sect? Such an undertaking would typically be arduous, but under the right conditions, it could be quite simple. In areas of good fortune, spiritual veins flourish and develop rapidly. Conversely, robust spiritual veins naturally attract fortune. The two are interdependent. As long as the fortunes of Xuanzhan's word sect were abundant, with a bit of secret technique, he could transfer Huangyun's sect's spiritual veins. Lu Hongying and Xiao Zishuan rarely visited the market, primarily due to their lack of funds. They wandered about, full of curiosity for many items. Master, I just heard them say that the fully realized divine transformation stage master of the creation profound sect passed away last night. Oh. I also heard that a divine transformation stage cultivator from the Zijin mansion also died last night. Was yesterday a particularly auspicious day for death? Su Moli listened quietly, suppressing a smile. With such meager strength, they thought to steal from Xuanzhan's word sect. They were likely slain by the protective array. The opponents she had dealt with last night were all at the Great Ascension stage. Before long, the trio arrived at the largest shop in the market, Starry Pavilion. This chain store sold various items for cultivators. Known for its reasonable prices and excellent reputation, it was highly favored by many cultivators. From spiritual swords to herbal medicine and magical techniques, the realm of possibilities is virtually limitless. Even if something is not available at present, one can always summon it from afar with sufficient funds. Behind every successful chain store lies a formidable power. The 3 individuals managed to procure everything they desired. Even more surprising was the news they overheard. Su Moli was sipping tea in the lounge when Xiao Zishuan hurriedly approached her. Master, something terrible has happened. Must you always be in such a frantic state? Feng would surely disapprove, she chided. Oh, is that so? I shall amend my ways tomorrow. No, wait. That is not what we're discussing. While procuring supplies, Xiao Zishuan had overheard patrons discussing the Xian Tian sword sect. They claimed our sect was struck by divine retribution last night, causing the entire mountain to crumble into ruins. Is that so? Which sect were they from? The insignia on their garments bore the mark of the Tianfeng sect. Oh, pay no heed to them. Their sect leader has perished, and they are likely mourning excessively, leading them to madness. Xiao Zishuan understood, then relayed the information to Lu Hongying. Both women had slept soundly the previous night, oblivious to any thunder. and thus were incredulous about the notion of divine punishment. However, the sheer volume of gossip was overwhelming. By the time the trio exited the marketplace, it was already afternoon. Along the way, they encountered a myriad of rumors. Some claimed that the Xiantian sword sect had brought calamity upon the cultivation world, thus inciting the heavenly tribulation. Others suggested it was due to their acceptance of the abandoned disciple Lin Feng, attracting the wrath of the heavenly path. Xiao Zixin nearly charged at them in outrage, but was restrained by Su Mo Li. They have merely lost their elders. There is no need to stoop to the level of the grieving. Master, should we consider relocating and establishing a new sect elsewhere? Why so? This morning, the sight of corpses littering the grounds unsettled me. Xiao Zixin expressed her true feelings. Upon awakening, the gruesome scene outside had startled her awake. Blood was smeared everywhere, along with various dismembered body parts. She harbored the unsettling feeling that matters were far more complicated than Master had suggested. The location of our sect cannot be changed on a whim. Perhaps, in a few days, you may have a change of heart. Su Mo Li had ample time to clear away the remnants of flesh. Yet, those remains were left at the insistence of her young disciple, who claimed they could harness the sect's fortune through the corpses. Xian, do you believe our Xiantian sword sect embodies righteousness? Indeed. We do not engage in malevolent deeds, nor have we slain the innocent. If one day we were to be labeled as a demonic sect, would you feel disheartened? Xiao Zixin was perplexed by her master's inquiry, but held her own views on righteousness and wickedness. Not at all. Who cares for their opinions? Deep down, she sensed that Su Mo Li had accomplished something significant the previous night. Otherwise, why would she pose such questions? However, upon returning to the sect, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Master, do you truly believe anyone would still dare to call us a demonic sect? Even the well-versed Su Mo Li could not maintain her composure at this moment. Surely, it cannot be true, most likely. We shall be addressed as the Xiantian sacred sect. Lu Hongying rubbed her eyes thrice in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before her. How could that mere mound of earth now be adorned with an abundance of blooming flowers, their fragrant essence wafting through the air, radiating a pure, sacred light? The atmosphere resembled that of an ethereal mountain. Beneath Qingyan Mountain lies a small spiritual vein, sustaining a modicum of spiritual energy. Yet now, this energy is a vast expanse of white, nearly transforming into spiritual liquid. A single breath of it grants a slight elevation in one's realm. The dilapidated structures atop the mound, though retaining their original form, are crowned with magnificent golden lotuses. Even an ordinary individual would recognize this as a symbol of auspiciousness and flourishing fortune. How could a once-declining sect morph into a sanctuary for cultivation in just a single day? Lu Hongying's mind struggled to grasp the enormity of this transformation. Master Uncle, did you engage in some nefarious act last night, pilfering the fortunes of another sect? I too am astonished by this change. We must inquire with your junior disciple for further details. Chapter 41. Rather than waiting, it is better to lose money. Qin Keqing was elucidating the intricate mysteries of the foundation establishment stage to Wang Exine when Li Yun suddenly burst in, her face alight with exhilaration and joy. Master, junior brother, I have heard delightful news. Qin Keqing's expression instantly turned icy as she shot her a glare. Your frantic demeanor may frighten Exiner into a state of madness. Upon hearing this, Li Yun's smile diminished slightly, yet her tone remained fervent. Master, that is because you have not yet heard this wonderful news. I assure you, it will bring you joy as well. Very well, speak. The Xiantian sword sect has been struck by divine retribution. At this revelation, not only did Qin Keqing's face brighten, but Wang Exine also leapt to his feet, grasping Li Yun's shoulders and shaking her vigorously. Senior sister, is this truly the case? Of course, everyone outside is aware. And I even inquired at the market. This matter is absolutely certain. Since Qin Keqing had been humiliated last time, she had harbored resentment, patiently awaiting her chance for retribution. She never anticipated that the opportunity would arrive so swiftly. Her heart, which had just settled, began to stir once more. Taking in a disciple tainted by demonic energy is bound to attract divine wrath. Now, please elaborate on the specifics. Li Yun nodded with a smile, recounting what she had heard. It was said that last night, amidst thunder and lightning, the cultivators near Qingyun Mountain felt the overwhelming might of the heavens. Upon awakening today, they discovered Qingyun Mountain had vanished, leaving only mounds of earth and a few dilapidated structures. However, Su Mo Li had set up a formation to obscure the view from outsiders, likely wishing to keep their disgrace concealed. Listening to Li Yun's vivid account, Qin Keqing became convinced of the veracity of the news. The smile on Wang Xian's face remained unwavering. Humph. My senior brother truly is oblivious to the blessings he possesses. Our Wangan sect is so splendid. With both my senior sister and master valuing it greatly, yet he chooses to ally himself with such a cursed sect. Upon hearing these words, both Li Yun and Qin Keqing felt a flush of embarrassment. It was uncertain how much Lin Feng was valued, but the task assigned to him was undoubtedly significant. Xiner. The elders have already selected a new location for our sect, and construction will commence shortly. You should lend a hand whenever possible to avoid any scandal. After all, this predicament arose because of Wang Xin. If he does not assist, he might be caught in a compromising position. Yes, master, I understand what I must do. As cultivators, we will swiftly establish the framework of our sect. Qin Keqing's gaze regained its former pride. On the day of the sect's founding celebration, we shall personally deliver an invitation to Su Moli and take the opportunity to witness the remnants of that thunderstruck sect. I am eager to see how that wretch will kneel before us, pleading for our return. Li Yun and Wang Xian clenched their fists, their faces adorned with triumphant smiles. Seemingly envisioning the scene of that day, a similar spectacle unfolded among the various sects surrounding Qingyun Mountain, including the Zijin Mansion. The esteemed Lord Feng Yuanting was acutely aware of the actions undertaken by the void refinement cultivator from his sect. The attempt to pilfer the fortune connection secret techniques from the Xiantian sword sect not only ended in failure but also cost him his life. Beside him were several other sect leaders, all of whom had lost high-ranking members last night. Was it truly divine retribution? Indeed, I witnessed it from afar. As soon as the leader of the Huangxian sect entered, he was struck down by a bolt of lightning. Elderly from our sect met a similar fate, consumed by the flames of the earth as he stepped into the sect. It seems we have indeed incurred heavenly wrath. Yet Su Moli will not easily let us off the hook. The gathering at the Zijin Manor was convened for this very matter. Although it was known that a formidable being was preoccupied with Su Moli, who could ascertain that she had not seen our plight, Feng Yuanting was greatly troubled, lamenting that sending someone to take advantage of the chaos was a grave mistake. Instead of waiting for her to come to us, it would be wiser for us to take the initiative. What does the Lord suggest? Compensation. The crowd exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement. It is said that Su Moli is in dire need of spirit stones, and since the Xiantian sword sect lacks mineral veins, each of our sects shall contribute 200,000 to alleviate her grievances towards us. This plan is quite astute. One should never strike at those who extend a friendly hand. Thus, it was decided, and we shall coordinate a time to proceed together. Under the sign of the Xiantian sword sect, Su Moli and her companions were still in a daze. The surroundings were enveloped in a dense mist of spiritual energy, significantly impairing visibility. Lin Feng emerged from the haze, observing the dawdling trio. Sister, why are you two standing idly? Come and assist me. I still have half of the spirit gathering array to complete. Once finished, it would return to its usual form, allowing them to experience the rich spiritual energy only during cultivation. Xiao Zixuan opened her mouth in disbelief. Junior brother, you can even manage formations. And it's the Sect's spirit gathering array? ISNT it quite simple. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. No, thank you. I scarcely have time to practice my swordsmanship, let alone learn formations. That sentiment is misguided. As the saying goes, all methods are interconnected. Master one. And you master them all. Su Moli felt a stirring within her, recognizing the profound truth of this statement. Given their lower cultivation levels, she decided to assist them. Perhaps once their realms improved, they would comprehend the meaning behind his words. Lin Feng nodded lightly, having only grasped this principle during his own transformation into the god transformation stage. You two should diligently cultivate and not slack off. Xiao Zixuan placed her hands on her hips, glaring at him in indignation. Who are you ordering around? I am your senior sister, not your subordinate. At that moment, Lu Hongying also regained her composure, nearly falling for this mischievous junior brother's ploy. Humph, our realms are equal. What gives you the right to command me? And by the way, you mentioned my feet were quite fair last night and promised to wash them today. Lin Feng swiftly covered the girl's mouth. Ahem. Master, please check if there are any issues with the spirit gathering array over there. Zixuan, I have left a tome of the celestial rank 9 swordsmanship in your room. I am certain you will find it delightful. Su Moli cast an odd glance at Lin Feng and Lu Hongying. Initially, she had intended to observe the formation, but upon hearing of the celestial rank 9 swordsmanship, she promptly dragged the visibly displeased Xiao Zixuan away. Noticing their departure, Lin Feng finally released Lu Hongying. My dear, Our secret must remain confidential and not be divulged in public, he cautioned. Is washing feet truly a secret? Do you harbor ulterior motives? She inquired with a raised eyebrow. Nay, I simply wish to admire your exquisite jade-like feet and offer you a gentle massage, he replied innocently. Humph, do remember to attend to this senior sister later. I, too, wish to peruse the swordsmanship. With that, Lin Feng watched Lu Hongying, adorned in her pink attire, depart, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. This young girl is so naive. Was my conduct overly cruel? Unbeknownst to him, the departing maiden had already flushed crimson with embarrassment. Upon Lu Hongying's arrival in Xiao Zishuan's chamber, she found the two disciples in a state of stupor. What ails you? Becoming entranced by the techniques can easily lead one astray, she admonished. Spotting a jade slip on the table, she picked it up and pressed it against her forehead. Instantly, a torrent of information surged into her mind, leaving her dizzy and disoriented until she finally regained her composure. However, her expression mirrored that of Xiao Zishuan, filled with astonishment. This is the foundational technique of the Xiantian sword sect, an enhanced version of the sword void divine canon? Suamoli slowly nodded, emerging from her trance, and took a deep breath. Indeed, it has ascended from the earth rank 8 to the celestial rank 9. This is the true essence of a sect, irreplaceable by any amount of spirit stones. Such knowledge must remain undisclosed. It is for our master-disciple cultivation alone. Chapter 42. In pursuit of fortune, we must express our gratitude. In the heart of the Xiantian sword sect's plaza, a deep pit emerged. Lin Feng meticulously arranged spirit stones within the earthen hollow, following the intricate patterns dictated by an esoteric formula. At the center of the pit lay a white spirit stone vein, modest in size, measuring just over 2 meters in length. Yet, it pulsated with life, expanding and contracting as if it were breathing. This was the small spirit vein belonging to the Xiantian sword sect. Lin Feng encircled the vein, channeling spiritual energy in accordance with the formations recorded in the Emperor's Supreme Astonishment technique. As for the gathering spirit array, it was not yet time to set it up. First, he needed to resolve the matter of the spirit vein. Old friend, please deduce the gathering spirit array I have mastered. Congratulations, host. Deduction complete. The large sect gathering spirit array has been elevated to the heavenly tier, 9th grade array, gathering spirit array of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Lin Feng had discerned that no matter the technique he provided to the system, it could always be deduced to the heavenly tier, 9th grade. This tier represented the tribulation stage, possibly linked to his previous life's cultivation level. Cultivators vie against fate, creating various realms of transcendence throughout their journey. Chi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, divine transformation, void refinement, integration, great ascension, tribulation. These stages constituted the known hierarchy of realms in this world. Whether there were more beyond remained to be verified. After all, the only one capable of confronting the demon sovereign, the Lord of all methods, had not managed to surpass the tribulation stage to achieve ascension. However, in his final moments, he did conceive a method for ascension. At that moment, Suamoli descended from the skies. Fenger, how do you intend to transport the spirit vein? I will require my master's assistance. Take me for a discreet visit outside the Huanghan sect. This is a trivial matter. Can you cultivate the technique I provided to Xiner? This inquiry resembled a disciple seeking guidance from a master. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, deeming it merely a technique, nothing of great consequence. As long as he desired. And with the system still in place, he could obtain as many as he wished. Furthermore, all would be of the heavenly tier, 9th grade. Minutes later, Suamoli brought Lin Feng to hover above the Huanghan sect. The once tranquil sect was now bustling with cultivators, alive with fervor. I heard in the market that the Huangyan sect does not intend to postpone matters. They have selected a site and begun the reconstruction of the sect. Indeed, their reasoning is sound. Prolonging the process will only disperse fortune. The disrupted fortune by the heavenly Tao is not easily reconstituted. However, even if they rebuild their sect this time, they cannot return to their former glory. With a shift of his hand, Lin Feng wove a mystical rune with his spiritual power before him. In that instant, the high sky swirled with wind and clouds, as if stirred by some celestial phenomenon. Go. The rune, propelled towards the Huanghan sect's mountain gate, expanded in the wind, quickly enveloping the entire mountaintop, yet the inhabitants remained oblivious to its presence. Perhaps the cultivators sensed a shadow of unease in their hearts, but they would not suspect it was of human origin. Master, shall we return now? Is that all done? Indeed, As long as the fortune of our sect converges, we can transfer the spiritual vein of this place. Lin Feng has already extracted a trace of fortune from the corpses outside the Xiantian sword sect, which has culminated in the auspicious golden lotus adorning our sect's edifice. Upon returning to the pit, Su Emoli observed that the spiritual vein had noticeably expanded. The results were astonishing. If the Huangyan sect were to witness the disappearance of the vein, they would likely be driven to madness. Lin Feng further arranged an array outside the spiritual vein to gather the fortune that drifts throughout the world. Subsequently, he utilized various materials purchased by Su Emoli to set up the vast 9 heavens and 10 earths gathering spirit array. The once hazy mound of Qing'an Mountain had reverted to its original state. The corpses on the ground had been concealed by vibrant flora, entangled within dense root systems and pulled beneath the earth. The dilapidated structures were not shrouded in the golden lotus of fortune, as if the former holy ground had, in an instant, returned to its state of decay. However, as the sect master, Su Emoli could distinctly sense that the sect's fortune was on the rise. During cultivation, the spiritual energy was exceedingly rich. This array truly had the power to change the course of destiny, remarkable indeed. In due course, as the fortune and spiritual energy become even more potent, it will be impossible to conceal everything. Moreover, revealing a portion will better attract disciples to join. Yet, prior to that, the sect's architecture must undergo renovations. Otherwise, the sight of such dilapidation would dissuade many low-tier cultivators. Furthermore, this tremendous fortune does not solely originate from the sect itself. It has been gathered from elsewhere and necessitates a sufficiently powerful stabilizing artifact. Just as the two finished filling the pit, they heard a voice from outside the sect. The master of the Zijin mansion seeks an audience with Sword Immortal Su. In the presence of a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage, Feng Yuan Ting adopted a lowly demeanor. Beside him stood a dozen individuals, all masters of various sects, bowing in deference. Shortly thereafter, they beheld Su Emoli in a flowing white dress, accompanied by the recently ascended prodigy Lin Feng. "What brings you here?" In response to the icy inquiry, no one dared to inhale audibly. Only Feng Yuan Ting, under pressure, stepped forward to speak. "Senior Su, we have come to offer our apologies. Last night a group of thieves disregarded the sect's orders and attempted to steal from your esteemed sect. We share in the responsibility for this incident and have brought a token of compensation in the form of spirit stones, asking for your forgiveness." With that, he presented a storage ring containing nearly 200,000 spirit stones. Su Emoli did not accept it but instead turned to Lin Feng. "Master, they come sincerely to apologize. We should extend mercy where possible and forgive them." Upon hearing this, the sect masters present all exhaled in relief, eagerly offering spirit stones. This prodigy from Huangyun's sect displayed far greater magnanimity than Wang Xian, and it was no wonder that his achievements were so formidable. It was rumored that the heavenly tribulation was directed at Lin Feng. "Thank you, Lin Daoyu." In response to the gratitude from the crowd, Lin Feng merely waved his hand. Su Emoli was somewhat surprised. Given her disciple's nature, he would typically seek vengeance, teaching these individuals a lesson. Why is everyone so accommodating today, easily forgiving in exchange for money? It seems her temperament increasingly mirrors my own. However, her leniency stems from a lack of time to cultivate spirit stones, leaving her no choice but to grant forgiveness. At that moment, Lin Feng produced a dozen jade slips and presented them before several sect leaders. His demeanor was affable, akin to a benevolent benefactor. "Since you have sincerely apologized, I shall not withhold anything. This is the complete version of the destiny linking secret method, with an additional 2 million spirit stones from each of you. It can be yours." The sect leaders present were momentarily stunned, unable to believe their eyes. The very item they had sought at great expense just the previous night was now laid out before them, and all it required was 2 million spirit stones to obtain it. Yet, it soon dawned upon them that Lin Feng intended to impose a forceful transaction. Su Emoli's spiritual pressure enveloped the assembly like an imposing mountain suspended above them. With a mere thought, their lives could be forfeit. "Lin, my friend, is this destiny's secret method genuine?" One inquired. "Ahem, even if it isn't, I would still purchase it," another chimed in. Lin Feng, understanding their intentions, did not conceal the truth. "It is indeed authentic. Soon, even the top-tier sects will come to know of it. You are aware that the ageless immortal youth took away one copy, and the Tianyun sect cannot safeguard it. Ultimately, it will inevitably spread among the esteemed sects of the southern region, so I might as well sell it at a fair price. Consider it a favor to you. Do you understand?" The members of Feng Yuan Pavilion and others suddenly comprehended, as news of the incident involving Huangban sect had already circulated. Everyone knew that the ageless immortal youth and Qiu Baiwei had departed with the jade slips. "Thank you, Lin, my friend. We are more than willing to contribute these 2 million, they proclaimed. With your caliber and potential, you will undoubtedly make a name for yourself throughout the southern region. That narrow-minded individual from Huangyun sect pales in comparison to you." With the flattering words of the assembled sect leaders, they eagerly produced spirit stones to acquire the secret method. Suemoli watched in astonishment, realizing that this group was hastily bestowing fortune upon their own sect, and they ought to be thanking her. Chapter 43. Establishing a timeless sect, sweet words still flowing. Suemoli gazed at the more than 80 million spirit stones nestled within her storage ring, momentarily lost in thought. Previously, when those individuals attacked the Xiantian sword sect, she had only demanded a mere 100,000 from each. In retrospect, she realized how impoverished she had been, lacking worldly experience. Sword cultivators were solely adept at slaying, unlike alchemists, blacksmiths, and talisman masters who amassed wealth with greater ease. Devoted entirely to the path of the sword, she had scant knowledge of methods to acquire spirit stones. This experience had truly opened her eyes. Feng Earth. Shall we take advantage of this fortuitous secret method before it spreads throughout the southern region and sell a few more sects? Lin Feng, upon hearing this, could only chuckle in disbelief and promptly shook his head in refusal. You are a cultivator of the great ascension stage. Engaging in such activities would be beneath your dignity. Simply distributing flyers at the market, proclaiming that our Xiantian sword sect offers the secret method of fortuity, would attract them to us. However, other sects possessing similar methods would undoubtedly follow suit. This opportunity won't last long. Soon, the entire southern region will be aware of it. Embracing the mindset of seizing every opportunity, that very evening, the great ascension sword immortal, Suemoli, personally distributed flyers at various bustling markets. As pages bearing the enticing announcement of purchasing the fortuitous secret method from the Xiantian sword sect descended from the heavens, the entire cultivation community erupted in fervor. For merely 1 million spirit stones, one could acquire the grand fortuity array previously utilized by the Huangyun sect. It was rumored that Wang Xian had nearly stolen the heavenly Dao spirit root, an exceedingly terrifying feat. This assertion was indeed true. Numerous sects had already made purchases, and the disciple who defected from the Huangyun sect was now at the Xiantian sword sect. What were we waiting for? As lesser sects, we must channel our collective strength to cultivate a prodigy. The following morning, Xiao Zixuan and Lu Hongying were roused from their slumber by the lively sounds of conversation. Both emerged from their quarters, rubbing their eyes. What is happening? Is our sect under attack? It didn't sound like it. Rather, it resembled a bustling marketplace. Ascending to the rooftop, they peered outside. Before the gates of the Xiantian sword sect, throngs of cultivators congregated. They gathered around numerous stalls, void of proprietors, where they deposited a handful of spirit stones to receive a jade slip. After perusing its contents, they departed joyfully to queue at the next stall. Amidst the cheerful exchanges, no one dared to cause a ruckus. Isn't that the master of Qilong Palace? What brings him here? He has already purchased 10 jade slips. I saw that fellow too. He has spent millions of spirit stones back and forth. Look over there. Even cultivators dressed in the attire of first-rate sects are present. What could they possibly be buying? Quick, glance at that side. The fellows from the Tianba sword sect are queuing as well. The two stood atop the dilapidated 3-story building, observing the surging crowd below, pointing and whispering. Yet, they had no intention of joining the throng. Confronting those cultivators would likely lead to incessant annoyance. You too. Why are you idling up here instead of cultivating? Suemoli's sudden appearance extinguished their desire to slack off and spectate. Master, what items are being sold at the stalls outside our sect? Why are so many cultivators flocking to purchase them? They are merely spells that your junior disciple has no use for. He believes it is better to disseminate them widely than to let them gather dust. It is evidently a scheme to sell them far and wide, and those are substantial piles of spirit stones. Lu Hongying furrowed her brow, for she perceived that the matter was far more complex than mere spirit stones. Master, there are a total of 200 stalls. How could my junior disciple, being so young, possibly master such an array of spells? Has he sold the spells from the Huangyun sect and the Xuanyang sword sect as well? Upon hearing this, Xiao Zixuan immediately grew displeased. Humph, my junior disciple is quite sensible. He would never engage in such actions. Su Moli smiled and nodded, having reviewed those spells herself. Their quality is commendable, and one could even find an 8th-tier secret technique for the protection of the sect. They must be spells from other sects. But they bear no relation to us from the Xuanyang sword sect or the Huangyan sect? What if their sect comes seeking retribution? Feng said we would deal with them by turning them into fertilizer. Su Moli's calm remarks startled Lu Hongying, who then recalled that her gentle and charming master was, like her own master, a domineering sword cultivator at the Great Ascension stage. My little junior disciple harbors too much killing intent. I must take the time to properly instruct him tonight. Lu Hongying's cheeks flushed as she recalled the intimate scene from last night when Lin Feng helped her wash her feet. He seemed to have said something about how fragrant, tender, and smooth they were, but in her embarrassment, she had not paid close attention. Xiao Zixuan fixed a piercing gaze on Lu Hongying. You too. Surely nothing scandalous occurred last night. Of course not. He merely kissed my toes. Lu Hongying shyly lowered her head, fiddling with her pink skirt. This only ignited Xiao Zixuan's anger further. He is my junior disciple. Keep your distance from him. I shan't. Lin Feng is also my junior disciple. If you have the ability, let him kiss your toes too. You, shameless hussy. The instigator, Lin Feng, lay beside the spiritual vein at the bottom of the square. The rocking chair swayed gently, accompanied by the sound of stones dropping. Just by selling a portion of spells, he could earn so many spirit stones. Why hadn't he thought of this in his previous life? While the financial aspect was secured, the matter of the protective item posed a challenge. Lin Feng had ideas and could refine one, yet he did not wish to create a sect that was so rudimentary. A protective item typically requires 1,000 years of nurturing by luck to naturally emanate its essence. Only then can it suppress scattered fortunes and even blend them into a singular entity. Although Lin Feng was a master of myriad techniques, he was utterly clueless in this regard. It would be swifter to seek a ready-made solution. He recalled hearing in his past life about a supreme protective item that Wang Xian had stumbled upon. Lin Feng immediately formed a plan and sought out Su Moli. Are you certain you wish to go to Baidi City? Yes, I aspire to establish a sect foundation that can endure for millennia. And the protective item is of utmost importance. Baidi City is relatively safe. Even in the absence of our master, we need not worry about anyone causing trouble. As Su Moli continued her words, Lin Feng felt a surge of warmth in his heart. It is said that Master Ku Hui once left behind a treasured artifact, which remains in the White Emperor City where he passed away. You may inquire about it at the Star Pavilion. Although I cannot leave the sect for too long, I can certainly accompany you on this journey. The current Xuantian Sword sect is thriving, with a steady influx of spirit stones. And it is essential to have a powerful figure in the Mahayana stage to uphold our reputation. Thank you, Master. I shall set off tomorrow. Just as Lin Feng intended to leave, he was seized by Su Moli's arm. Master? Suddenly, his body moved uncontrollably, retreating into the warm embrace of Su Moli. I heard that you washed Hongying's feet last night. I too wish to experience that. Master, honoring one's elders is a cherished virtue of our lineage, and it would be my greatest pleasure to serve you. Your words remain as sweet as ever. Lin Feng was perplexed by her statement, wondering if they had met before. Yet, at that moment, he undeniably tasted the sweetness of her lips. Su Moli's cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering with tenderness, as her fragrant lips descended upon him in a deep kiss. Though Lin Feng perceived his master as gentle, akin to an elder sister from next door, he could not deny his own feelings, being a normal man and not practicing any form of emotion-suppressing techniques. To his astonishment, his master in the Mahayana stage was so forward. Lin Feng's mind momentarily blanked, overtaken by a sensation that was sweet, soft, and fragrant. Chapter 44. Flirting and Fleeing. Is it that simple? This is a reward from your master. Do not overthink it. Su Moli spoke in a soft, delicate tone, but before she could finish, she attempted to slip away. However, she was swiftly caught by Lin Feng, who pulled her back, flirting and then trying to escape. Is it truly that simple? Su Moli's heart raced, her breath quickening with anxiety. What if Shiana saw? No, even if she were not seen. Xiao Feng is my disciple. Such actions are inappropriate. While she was still lost in thought, Lin Feng leaned in and kissed her red lips. It is well known that a man becomes quite unruly upon kissing. Fenger, no, my master must not become strange. Ultimately, Su Moli fled in disarray, leaving behind a mischievous Lin Feng. The following morning, Lin Feng and his two junior sisters entered Baidi City, the largest city closest to the Xiantian Sword sect. It is a rare city governed by cultivators, where mortals and practitioners coexist peacefully, provided that the power behind the city is substantial enough. Even those in the Great Ascension stage would not dare to cause trouble here. The city's master is known as Tianyuan Daojun, one of the premier tribulation phase cultivators in the southern region, who commissioned Master Ku Hui 3,000 years ago to design and construct this grand city. As Lin Feng and his companions arrived at the city's entrance, Xiao Zixian and Lu Hongying were awestruck by the towering, ancient city walls, adorned with intricate patterns forming elaborate designs. Not only were they visually stunning, but they also constituted a large formation, clearly prepared for war. A multitude of cultivators and mortals traversed the city gates, with practitioners required to pay spirit stones for entry, while ordinary people paid with currency. The streets were bustling with activity, vendors selling a variety of goods, and even mortals setting up stalls to sell food. By the way, why are both of you following me? Lin Feng asked, exasperated, as he watched his two senior sisters darting about the streets like wide-eyed children. Junior brother, ever since I accompanied our master to the market last time, I discovered how fascinating these places are. There is food and drink, as well as intriguing formations and spirit tools, Lu Hongying replied, echoing the sentiment of her companion, emphasizing the sheer amusement of it all. Lin Feng could hardly blame them. They were merely 17 or 18-year-old girls, and it was natural for them to seek enjoyment. First, let us attend to our business. Once that is settled, I will take you on a delightful excursion. You must not deceive me, or I shall never allow you to touch my feet again. Lu Hongying threatened, and seizing the moment while Xiao Zixian was distracted, Lin Feng readily acquiesced, no problem, as long as I secure the town's treasure. I will grant you a few days for leisure. With his promise, the two girls obediently returned to his side. The Xingqian Pavilion, a chain of shops, naturally had a branch in Baidi City, noted for being the most luxurious, upscale, and spacious store within the city. Upon entering, a young and beautiful girl approached them. Three esteemed guests, what is it that you wish to purchase? I am at your service to guide you. Lin Feng, without reservation, expressed his intentions directly. Do you possess any relics left by Master Ku Hui at the Tianji Pavilion? I wish to acquire one. Please hold on for a moment, as I must inquire with the proprietor. Very well, do so. The young lady is a Qi refining stage practitioner. It is understandable that she is unaware of this matter. Lower-tier cultivators are primarily concerned with enhancing their combat prowess. It is only upon reaching the Tribulation Transcendence and the peak of the Great Ascension that one can afford to divert their focus from diligent cultivation. At that moment, two familiar faces strolled in, engaged in light-hearted banter. Upon spotting Lin Feng, Wang Xian and Lu Qingqing momentarily froze, quickly replaced by a sneer on Wang Xian's face. What brings you three paupers to the Starry Pavilion? Xia Zixuan, with her fiery temper, was poised to draw her sword and strike him down, but Lin Feng intervened. In Baidi City, killing is strictly prohibited, as is engaging in combat. Otherwise, one would be apprehended and imprisoned. Your junior brother is correct. If you have the ability, draw your sword and kill me. Haraha. Wang Xian's raucous laughter soon ceased. For the numerous cultivators within the Starry Pavilion regarded him as if he were a fool. Ahem, I hear that your Xiantian sword sect has fallen into dire straits. Resorting to selling off sect techniques? If you are truly in need of funds, do not hesitate to inform me. After all, you were once my senior. Perhaps I might show you some pity and bestow upon you a few dozen spirit stones. Wang Xian was well aware that the ageless immortal had bestowed 30 million spirit stones upon the Xiantian sword sect. Yet, in his eyes, that wealth was ultimately ill-gotten and would not remain in Lin Feng's possession. Why the silence? This is rather dull. By the way, I have delightful news to share. Our Huangyan sect is relocating. Our master has found a place rich in spiritual energy, and fortune is gradually consolidating there. We shall move next month. I shall extend an invitation for you to attend the celebration. Do be sure to come. Lin Feng nodded lightly, a smirk gracing his lips. Certainly, I shall attend. I hope you are adequately prepared this time. Unlike last, when you begged for my assistance, it was rather embarrassing. Upon hearing the mention of past events, Wang Xian's expression darkened. That day was meant to be his moment of glory, only for Lin Feng to steal it away. To be frank, our master has dispatched us to seek the relics left by Master Ku Hui. Our Huangyan sect aims to establish a lineage that endures for millennia. Xia Zixuan couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. How fortuitous that our objectives align. However, you are merely a defeated foe among us three, with less spirit stones than we possess. It would be wise for you to depart now, lest you embarrass yourself later. Yet, this time, neither Wang Xian nor Lu Qingqing appeared angered, their faces adorned with inscrutable smiles. Ignorance is bliss. How could the treasures of Master Ku Hui be measured in spirit stones? The junior disciple may not be aware that the Xiantian sword sect has been impoverished for over a decade. Spirit stones are treasures to them. It seems I was unaware of the circumstances, and I apologize. Ha ha ha. Wang Xian and Lu Qingqing harmonized their laughter joyfully. However, Xiao Zishuan tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, her expression not quite pleasant. Junior brother, did you not come to purchase the town's artifact? Is it true that they do not accept spirit stones here? Wang Xian spoke truthfully to obtain the treasures left by Master Ku Hui. What one needed was not spirit stones, but to become the champion of the low-level alchemist competition. I see, do you have confidence? Of course. You two sisters just need to observe. With Lin Feng's assurance, both Xiao Zishuan and Lu Hongying felt at ease. They were concerned about him being humiliated by Wang Xian, which was unacceptable, according to the circumstances of the past life. The artifacts preserved by Master Ku Hui would indeed be offered as prizes in this upcoming alchemy competition in Baidi City. At that moment, the girl who had just departed returned. Esteemed guests, Manager Zhao is awaiting you in the private room on the second floor. Please follow me. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian became anxious and eagerly interjected. This fairy, we too have come seeking Master Ku Hui's artifacts. May we accompany you? The girl appeared somewhat conflicted, but upon noticing Lin Feng's subtle nod, she acquiesced. Very well, let us go together. Wang Xian's expression brightened, and he arrogantly strode ahead. Chapter 45. Why bestow good fortune upon the fox spirit instead of me? The maid guided Lin Feng and his companions to an elegant chamber on the second floor of the Starry Pavilion. Manager Zhao, the esteemed guests have arrived. The other two distinguished visitors are also here to seek the relics of Master Ku Hui, she announced. Ah, I understand, replied the manager, an elderly gentleman with a kind smile adorning his face. As he gazed at Lin Feng and Wang Xian, his eyebrows arched slightly in recognition. Oh, we have two remarkable talents here. Please, take a seat. Due to the recent incident at the nomination ceremony where the destiny was usurped, the once overlooked Huang Yun sect has gained considerable notoriety in the cultivation community. The talents Lin Feng and Wang Xian have become well known among many cultivators. Manager, our Huang Yun sect has finalized the location for our new sect, Wang Xian declared with an air of arrogance, as if it were the Starry Pavilion's duty to offer the relics rather than his own initiative to procure them. In his eyes, this establishment was merely an ordinary merchant shop, albeit with a few more branches. He believed they should seize the opportunity to align themselves with the Huang Yun sect and willingly surrender the relics. However, Wang Xian understood that a merchant with numerous establishments likely wielded considerable influence, probably backed by a third-rate sect. Thus, he adhered to the decorum of the situation and refrained from pressuring the elder for the items. After listening to Wang Xian's remarks, the manager of the Starry Pavilion merely nodded in acknowledgement, withholding any further comment. He then turned his attention to Lin Feng with a smile. Young friend, has the Xiantian sword sect relocated to establish a new mountain gate? Before Lin Feng could respond, Wang Xian interjected with a laugh. Haha. Oh, venerable elder. You may not have heard, but the Xiantian sword sect faced divine retribution due to their recruitment of miscreants. Their entire mountain has been reduced to rubble, leaving only a heap of dilapidated buildings. It is entirely reasonable for them to utilize their extorted spirit stones to seek a new location for their sect. Xiao Zishuan and Lu Hongying's eyes flushed with anger upon hearing this. You speak nonsense. Our spirit stones were acquired through legitimate means. We have no intention of relocating. Qingyan Mountain is perfectly fine. Lu Qingqing observed the two agitated women, recalling her own recent frustrations. Huh? Do you truly believe that heap of rubble warrants the use of Master Ku Hui's relics? The tale of the Xiantian sword sect's divine retribution has spread throughout the entire southern domain. Your denial cannot alter the truth. The manager of the Starry Pavilion furrowed his brow, disregarding Wang Xian and Lu Qingqing's exchange. Instead, he focused on Lin Feng, who had remained silent until now. Manager Zhao, the Xiantian sword sect is currently flourishing with auspicious energy and abundant spiritual essence. Our leader, the Sword Immortal MOU, has resolved to expand our sect and establish a legacy for the ages. He specifically dispatched me and my two senior sisters to procure the relics left behind by Master Ku Hui. Before our journey, my master instructed me that if we could obtain the relics, we should remember the master's name for eternity. Upon hearing Lin Feng's declaration, the manager's demeanor visibly shifted, his breath quickening with anticipation. The legacy of 1,000 generations, the reputation of eternity, your esteemed master possesses an impressive audacity. Even a fully realized cultivator in the tribulation phase has a mere lifespan of 5,000 years. Wang Xian sneered disdainfully at the two. Master, do you truly believe the absurdities spewed by him? Where does such fortune arise from the mere earth? The spiritual energy here is so sparse that even a gathering formation cannot be utilized. Let us commence alchemy. I must return with the town's artifact to fulfill my obligations. Wang Xin had already gathered information. Today marked the final day of the low-level cultivators alchemy competition. Securing the top position would grant him the coveted artifact. Lu Qingqing gazed at Lin Feng with contempt, her disdain palpable. Lacking any skill is one thing, but incessantly boasting? No wonder you receive no favor. No sooner had her words settled than she beheld Xiao Zixuan and Lu Hongying each clinging to one of Lin Feng's arms. Junior brother, pay no heed to that wicked woman. I relish in pampering you. Indeed, you have your senior sister and master by your side. Wang Xin, consumed by envy and jealousy, itched to mock them further, but was interrupted by Manager Zhao. Well, since both prodigies are here for the artifact, you must be aware of the alchemy competition. From his storage ring, Zhao produced a lifelike white jade Pichio. The Pichio is a guardian spirit of our sect, capable of transforming misfortune into fortune. The one who claims first place in the competition shall receive this artifact left by the master. If both of you have no objections, please follow me. Wang Xin shot a derisive glance at Lin Feng, letting out a cold snort as he trailed behind. Lu Qingqing's expression grew complex. She felt as though something precious was being taken from her, though she could not articulate it. Witnessing Xiao Zixuan and Lu Hongying's attitudes towards the traitor only ignited her fury. I advise you to return promptly. Junior brother and I are well prepared. You will only realize the value of my words when faced with disgrace. Of course, her suggestion was merely a tactic to provoke. Lin Feng disregarded her entirely, leading the two beautiful girls along. Zixuan, you are hugging too tightly. Those two individuals were truly infuriating. Had she known, she would not have allowed them to accompany her. Lu Hongying wholeheartedly agreed, gritting her teeth. I would gladly cleave them with a sword. Manager of the Starry Sky Pavilion led the group back to the first-floor hall, where a space had been cleared, two alchemical furnaces positioned at the center. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Xin burst into laughter, fully prepared and brimming with confidence. Many guests present understood the situation. It appeared yet another pair had joined the low-level cultivators alchemy competition. Are these the two youngsters? The last time, the fifth-grade elixir crafted by the Yuanying prodigy of the Zijin mansion placed first. They look quite familiar. Ah, it's Wang Xin of the Huangyan sect and Lin Feng of the Zuanshansword sect. It seems these two prodigies are utterly oblivious to their own limitations. Daring to contest for Master Ku's artifact, Wang Xin listened to these discussions, and rather than feeling angered, he found himself unable to suppress a smile. When you witness my prowess later, do not be startled into losing control. Lin Feng, did you hear what they said? You might as well withdraw now to spare yourself the humiliation. I shall leave that remark for you. Lu Qingqing cast an annoyed glance at Lin Feng. Junior brother, that you were kind enough to offer a warning, your lack of gratitude and your harsh words are unwarranted. A person as selfish as you is destined for mediocrity. I advise you, sometimes it is wise to be magnanimous and to share resources with your elders. Lin Feng understood Lu Qingqing's sentiments. Likely having learned of the celestial grade transformation pill from his dear junior sister, Li Yun. Yet, given the multitude of practitioners present, he could not directly mention names. You speak wisely, senior sister Hongying. Are you on the verge of condensing your golden pill? Yes, what of it? No matter, when we return to the sect, I shall present you with a grand gift. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing's eyes instantly glistened with tears. Lin Feng, I have been your senior sister for 12 years, sharing countless moments with you. Yet, you think of gifting something to this vixen whom you have only met for a few days instead of me. Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? Lu Hongying was bewildered by the situation, yet she comprehended that someone had called her a vixen. She leaned closer into Lin Feng's embrace, speaking softly. Isn't it perfectly reasonable for my junior brother to reserve good things for me, given our closeness? You have known each other for 12 years and yet remain strangers. What grounds do you have for such expectations? Chapter 46, The Violet Skyfire. The old monster's rebirth upon observing the delicate and alluring figure of Lu Hongying nestled in Lin Feng's embrace. Lu Qingqing could only express her indignation by stamping her foot in protest. Who would he desire the heavenly-grade crystallization pill to achieve the perfect golden core? Yet, she regarded Lin Feng merely as a servant, never truly acknowledging him as her junior brother. The gestures of goodwill from the past, in her eyes, were merely a matter of course. Ugh, the audacity of the lecherous pair, shameless even in public. I find it far more disgraceful that you beg with such seriousness. You, you. Lu Qingqing was rendered speechless, her chest heaving violently, as if on the verge of a cardiovascular explosion. Senior sister. There is no need to engage with this heretical individual. Whatever he can provide, our junior brother can offer as well. Please, feel free to speak up, suggested Xiao Zixuan. Lu Qingqing opened her mouth but ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. Even if she were to acquire the heavenly-grade crystallization pill, she intended to use it herself. Should fortune grant her two, she might consider bestowing one upon her favored junior brother. It's nothing. I'm merely upset about that traitor. Xiao Zixuan pulled Lu Hongying away from Lin Feng. Do not disturb our junior brother's alchemy. You've been clinging to him for quite some time. Hiki, senior sister. Next time I'll let you snuggle. It's quite warm in our junior brother's embrace. Indeed, Lu Qingqing was not mistaken. You truly are a temptress. Thank you for the compliment, senior sister. If only I could enchant our junior brother. You. Not a chance. Before long. News of Lin Feng from Xiantian Sword Sect and Wang Xian from Huangban Sect simultaneously engaging in alchemy spread throughout the area. Cultivators from the surrounding streets flocked to witness the event. Almost everyone held a skeptical view of their chances. After all, the competition's requirements included cultivators at the God transformation stage, far beyond the capabilities of those at the foundation establishment stage. In previous editions of the contest, it was always the God transformation alchemists who claimed the top prize. The shopkeeper of the Starry Sky Pavilion stood before the two alchemy furnaces. His expression grave as he announced, to obtain the coveted Pichio artifact painstakingly crafted by Master Ku Hui, one must secure the championship in the alchemy competition. The requirement is to concoct a pill capable of delaying or averting the impending heavenly tribulation. Young prodigies, you may begin. Wang Xian was well prepared, his eyes brimming with confidence. He promptly approached one of the furnaces, retrieving various materials to ignite the fire and extract the medicinal essence. For Xiao Zixuan and Lu Hongying, this was their inaugural visit to Baidi City, and the concept of alchemy was entirely new to them. Junior brother, this concerns the Tao of Heaven. Are we certain we wish to undertake this challenge? Lin Feng smiled confidently and nodded. Just watch. Leave it to me. He settled in front of another furnace. Crossing his legs in meditation, a plethora of spiritual herbs and materials flew out from his storage ring. As he manipulated the incantations in his hands, the flames within the furnace surged, gradually shifting to a brilliant blue hue. Among the crowd, a certain alchemist observed this spectacle and exclaimed in astonishment. Is that azure sky fire? How is a foundation establishment cultivator able to summon such power? Upon hearing the words, the other monks turned their gazes in unison, soon revealing expressions of reverence. Chen Tai, a revered figure from the White Emperor City, was a practitioner in the void refinement stage and a sixth-grade alchemist. Reflecting on his remarks, the crowd's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. It was said that the flames he commanded could only be mastered by fifth-grade alchemists, requiring a minimum of 10,000 successful concoctions to achieve such a feat. How could someone so young, still in the foundation establishment stage, possibly wield such flames? Could it be true? If so, his talent was utterly astounding. This competition might indeed hold some intrigue. Meanwhile, the sixth-grade alchemist who had spoken earlier wore an increasingly grave expression. He had suddenly realized that the young man, named Lin Feng, exhibited an alchemical technique more refined than his own. Each movement was devoid of superfluous action, remarkably streamlined, evidently a skill honed through countless alchemical endeavors. Even he, as a sixth-grade alchemist, found much to learn from observing Lin Feng. A new conjecture blossomed in his mind. This must be a master of the alchemical arts, perhaps a reclusive elder in the midst of a rebirth. What transpired next only solidified his thoughts. Within Lin Feng's alchemical furnace, the azure flames were transitioning to a violet hue. The celestial fire of the purple clouds. The ultimate aspiration of a ninth-grade alchemist. Who exactly are you? The crowd, upon hearing Chen Tai's words, were expressions of bewilderment. While many had heard of the azure celestial fire, what was the celestial fire of the purple clouds? At this moment, the manager of the Starry Pavilion cleared his throat, offering an explanation to the assembly. The violet flames, he elucidated, could only be wielded by practitioners at the tribulation stage who were also ninth-grade alchemists. It was rumored that pills refined with this fire had a significant probability of reaching heavenly tier. However, this flame was exceedingly difficult to control. A moment's carelessness could incinerate the wielder. Legend spoke of only two such extraordinary alchemists in the entire southern domain capable of harnessing it. The manager's words ignited a flurry of speculation among the gathered practitioners. Could he possibly be one of those two legendary alchemists? Perhaps having reincarnated after mastering a certain art? Might it be the ageless technique practiced by the immortal youth? Such a notion seemed plausible. Otherwise, how could a practitioner in the foundation establishment stage command the celestial fire of the purple clouds? Qin Tai shared this line of thinking to alchemists. Such flames were akin to divinity. Xiao Zixuan and Lu Hongying were left in stunned silence. Could this charming and handsome junior brother truly be the reincarnation of a tribulation stage elder? They recalled Lin Feng's profound mastery in swordsmanship, formations, and fortune, along with his extensive knowledge of various techniques, which he could even sell for spirit stones. The two increasingly convinced themselves that Lin Feng was indeed a reclusive elder reborn. Ahem, Hongying, our junior brother is quite remarkable, one mused. Indeed, it would be prudent for the elder sister to keep her distance, lest she be drained as a dual cultivation furnace, the other replied. No, as the elder sister, I bear the responsibility to protect you and our master. Henceforth, I shall remain ever vigilant in his presence. They exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes gleaming with jealousy. Vixen, Pa Wanton. The whispers of the crowd inevitably reached Lu Qingqing's ears. She regarded such speculations with disdain, dismissing the notion of a formidable being in the tribulation phase or a legendary alchemist. If Lin Feng truly possessed such extraordinary abilities, he would have been venerated as an ancestor by the Huangmen sect long ago, rather than obediently serving as a mere attendant under his master. To further compound her frustration, he had to endure reprimands and beatings from her and her senior sisters for failing to meet their expectations. If Lin Feng truly held such an outrageous identity, Lu Qingqing mused that her life would have been worth it. After all, she had once commanded the presence of a ninth-grade alchemist in the tribulation phase, which should be a source of pride. Wang Xian shared her sentiments. The so-called purple sky divine fire was merely a ruse concocted by that traitor. If he were truly that formidable, wouldn't the cheap alchemical furnace he currently used be incinerated? The subsequent words of the Starry Sky Pavilion's manager further solidified his conviction. The two legendary alchemists mentioned earlier had recently been active. This young friend likely was not a reincarnate. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. He was merely putting on a show, lacking any true understanding of alchemy. Back at the Huangyan sect, he had a penchant for employing bizarre tricks. Do not let yourselves be deceived by him. With this declaration, the onlookers revealed expressions of disdain. So that was the case. The competition should be conducted with integrity, and conjuring a purple flame would not aid in alchemy. Indeed, such trivial tactics were unworthy of emulation. This person was likely of dubious character. The Xiantian sword sect's misfortunes were not without cause. However, Lin Feng himself showed no inclination to heed their remarks. With a tranquil demeanor, he continued to add materials to the alchemical furnace. The timing for introducing each material varied depending on their effects and attributes. Yet, to Lu Qingqing, this scene merely appeared as an act of feigned composure. How long do you intend to keep up this charade? Chapter 47. Unworthy of being a senior sister. The 7th rank elixir is complete. Lu Qingqing gazed at Lin Feng, whose expression remained tranquil despite the turmoil. A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within her. How could he remain so composed while I am tarnishing his reputation? At the very least, he could offer me some reaction. What do you mean? Can you not hear me speaking to you? Yet, he remained silent, igniting her fury. She perceived Lin Feng's reticence as a deliberate evasion, a cowardice in voicing his thoughts. Your silence is an admission, is it not? The absence of a response intensified her feelings of being disregarded, pushing her anger to its zenith. Habitually, she reached out to grasp Lin Feng's head, a gesture she often employed when displeased. Get lost. Simultaneously, 2 slaps struck Lu Qingqing's face as Xiao Zixuan and Lu Hongying intervened, sending her spiraling away. My junior brother is refining pills. If you dare approach, I shall end you. Disturbing others is profoundly impolite. Do you believe I want to take down Wang Xian later? Confronted with the murderous intent emanating from the two, Lu Qingqing rose, covering her face in solitude. You have some audacity. This is Baidi City, and you dare to resort to violence? Shopkeeper, should you not summon the city guards to apprehend them? However, Zhao, the shopkeeper of Xingqian Pavilion, merely cast her a cold glare. According to the regulations of Baidi City, one is entitled to retaliate if attacked. What do you mean? I merely wish for him to answer my question. It is well known that alchemists must not be disturbed during their craft, lest they fall into chaos. Surely, you are aware of this? Faced with Zhao's icy gaze, Lu Qingqing involuntarily trembled, lowering her head in fear of response. Only then did Xiao Zixuan and Lu Hongying react. They simultaneously drew their swords, pointing the tips menacingly at Lu Qingqing. Ah, you venomous woman, your heart is so malicious. You are unworthy to be the senior sister of my kind and lovely junior brother. Xiao Zixuan and Lu Hongying prepared to strike, but were halted by Zhao. According to the rules, she has not harmed Lin Xiaoyu, thus you cannot act against her within the city. In that moment of hesitation, Lin Feng spoke with a smile. Senior sisters, he the shopkeeper, she cannot harm me. Since my junior brother has spoken, I shall let it slide for now, but mark my words. One day, I will have my revenge. Xiao Zixuan shot Lu Qingqing a fierce glare, revealing no concealment of her murderous intent. Lu Hongying, relieved to see Lin Feng unaffected, sheathed her sword. Truly, he is a reformed master. His temperament is admirable. The onlookers, cultivators drawn to the spectacle, harbored no affection for either Lin Feng or Lu Qingqing, perceiving the former as ostentatious and the latter as cruel-hearted. However, Chen Tai, a sixth-rank alchemist, was different. He had long ceased to care for the whispers of those around him, immersing himself in an extraordinary state. Watching Lin Feng refine elixirs with such fluidity, he felt his horizons broaden and found himself captivated. Upon witnessing this scene, the manager of the Starry Pavilion waved his sleeve, conjuring a barrier of spiritual energy around Chen Tai. This individual was not only a member of the Starry Pavilion, but also a supplier. All the materials for alchemy were procured from him, and surplus elixirs were sold through his establishment. Likewise, he did not regard Lin Feng as a mere charlatan. Had he thought so, he would have expelled him long ago. Seeing that Xiao Zixuan and Lu Hongying were hesitant to take action, Lu Qingqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. She pressed her palms against the imprints on her cheeks, her pent-up fury intensifying. Just wait and see. Once my junior brother concocts a 7th-grade elixir, what face will he have left to stand before us? As Wang Xian engaged in alchemy, he keenly observed the unfolding situation. A smile crept upon his lips at the words of the 5th senior sister. Yes, once I successfully refine my elixir, while you, Lin Feng, face failure, I shall be hailed as the most formidable alchemist of the younger generation. Sister, pay them no mind. Soon they will understand who the true prodigy is. An hour passed, and a fragrant aroma wafted from Wang Xian's alchemical furnace. Merely inhaling it uplifted one's spirits and invigorated the mind. Such a rich scent of elixir. It surely surpassed the 5th grade. Truly, he was a genius who once stole the mandate of heaven, and he genuinely possessed knowledge of alchemy. Ordinarily, one must reach a corresponding realm to concoct elixirs of a specific grade. His talent was indeed astonishing. At that moment, Wang Xian suddenly made his move. With a resounding thud, he struck the wall of the furnace, causing the lid to fly open. A pink elixir, exuding a robust herbal fragrance, soared forth, landing precisely in the jade box he had prepared. I have not failed my task. The crowd, drawn in by the enticing aroma, speculated on the nature of the elixir. However, the scent was undeniably potent. Comparatively, the stillness of the adjacent furnace made this elixir appear all the more genuine. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, shrouding the entirety of Baidi City. The oppressive weight of natural forces left everyone gasping for breath. To evoke such a phenomenon of heaven and earth was no small feat. While no thunderbolt descended, it nonetheless indicated a grade of at least earthly quality. If this truly was a 7th-grade elixir, it would be nothing short of remarkable. Pray, Wang Daoyu, what manner of elixir is this, and what effects does it possess? He truly deserves the title of prodigy. The manager of the Starry Pavilion regarded the elixir with a peculiar expression. It was indeed a 7th-grade elixir. Upon uttering this, the crowd erupted in excitement. Their gazes toward Wang Xian grew increasingly reverent. He was a potential alchemist of boundless promise, a cultivator capable of refining 7th-grade elixirs, if he could safely progress. His future achievements would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the fusion stage. Wang Daoyu, with your unparalleled grace, you are truly a model for our generation. As some extolled Wang Xian, others began to belittle Lin Feng. A deceiver such as he dares to compete alongside Wang Daoyu in this trial? We must not disturb him. What if the alchemy fails and the blame falls upon us? Among us, the most delighted was Lu Qingqing, who, at this moment, displayed a visage of profound sorrow. Alas, why stray from the righteous path and instead venture into the realms of the sinister? As a former senior sister, I advise you to depart from the Xiantian sword sect at your earliest convenience, for the malignity of its inhabitants is overwhelming. Should you wish to beseech our master, she is certain to grant you leniency. Lu Qingqing sighed, her expression tinged with disappointment. Wang Xian rose, casting his gaze upon Lin Feng, who was still engrossed in alchemy. an irrepressible smile gracing his lips. If you desire to return to the Huangyan sect, I shall intercede with our master on your behalf. However, you must henceforth address me as senior brother. Xiao Zixuan, incensed, clenched her silver teeth, wishing fervently that the multitude present did not restrain her from silencing these two rascals. Meanwhile, Lu Hongying gazed at Lin Feng with deep concern. What if my junior brother fails to produce a seventh-grade elixir? Would his heart be irreparably damaged? Perhaps I should whisk him away to live in seclusion, away from the cultivation world, and lead a life akin to celestial lovers? Just then, Lin Feng abruptly rose. With a wave of his hand, an orange-hued pill floated from the cauldron and obediently landed in his palm. Mission accomplished. Chapter 48. The Golden Lotus Erupts. Thunder erases the world. Upon seeing the pill in Lin Feng's hand, Wang Xian and Lu Qingqing exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disdain. Is this the elixir you concocted? Lacking both fragrance and the signs of extraordinary phenomena, you dare claim this is a seventh-tier pill? I would sooner believe it was fashioned from mere clay. Their mocking laughter echoed, driven by an eagerness to seize the artifact of Master Ku Hui. If they could simultaneously suppress the traitors of the sect, that would be even better. The other cultivators joined in the derision, but Lin Feng chose to disregard their taunts, directing his gaze instead toward the manager of the Starry Pavilion. This pill I hold is called the Calamity-Defying Pill, an 8th tier of the celestial grade. His proclamation incited an uproar of laughter. You claim it to be an 8th tier pill, yet you must add the term celestial? Who is unaware that celestial grade pills invoke heavenly tribulations? This concoction lacks even a hint of fluctuation. Should the heavenly tribulation truly descend, we would all be struck down. Should we not seek refuge, haha? Lin Feng nodded solemnly, addressing the speaker. Indeed, you should seek refuge, or you may very well be struck down. The trio who had mocked him erupted into even more raucous laughter, boldly striding to the entrance of the Starry Pavilion, arms outstretched, gazing skyward. Did you hear that? A mere Foundation establishment brat claims to have concocted a celestial 8th tier pill. Let the heavenly tribulation strike me down. Here I stand, not moving an inch. If I emerge unscathed, do not blame me for causing trouble unless you compensate me with 500,000 spirit stones as a token of your folly. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. This was blatant extortion. As word spread among the cultivators, more flocked to the Starry Pavilion to witness the spectacle. Wang Xian and Lu Qingqing remained silent, reveling in the unfolding drama from the sidelines. How do you think he will handle this embarrassing situation? Little junior brother. Do you still not understand him? He will likely bow and flee in disgrace. Indeed, he has been scolded by our master for such missteps before. Serves him right. Attempting to fabricate grandeur without the capability. Let us observe how he continues this charade. Lu Qingqing believed Lin Feng was aware of her and her junior brother's intentions, having come specifically to intercept them. Their objective was clear, to acquire Master Ku Hui's artifact to bolster their bargaining power and return to the Huangyan sect. A clever plan indeed. Should he succeed, there would be a genuine opportunity. Alas, lacking ability, he only invites humiliation. Lin Feng gazed at the raucous figures outside, inexplicably feeling elated. Since you are so earnestly courting death, I shall oblige. Suddenly, the orange-yellow pill in his hand soared into the air, ascending to the heights of the Starry Pavilion, radiating beams of golden light. The heavens rumbled with thunder, and violet sparks surged within the darkened clouds. A scene of apocalyptic grandeur unfolded above, while golden lotuses blossomed upon the ground, sacred and resplendent. The entire White Emperor city was astir, with cultivators hastening towards the direction of the Starry Pavilion. However, upon witnessing a pill radiating golden light and hovering in the air, they fled with even greater urgency. Run for your lives. Who could be the wretched old fool that dares to conduct a tribulation within the city, with so many cultivators here? The power of this thunderous tribulation is unfathomable. Given the rapidity with which the lightning is coalescing, the Starry Pavilion is doomed. The innkeeper turned pale at the sight, his mouth agape, seemingly wishing to utter something, yet ultimately remained silent. A transmission talisman flew from his palm, aimed at the Lord's mansion. Wang Xian and the other cultivators dared not step outside, hiding within the Starry Pavilion, employing projection techniques to observe the unfolding situation. As they beheld the pill in the sky shining resplendently, disbelief washed over their faces. No, the earthly lotus of gold. The descent of thunder, could it truly be an 8th grade elixir? Lu Qingqing struggled to accept this reality, though those around her continued to speak of it. Heavens! It is indeed real. In my lifetime, I have encountered an 8th grade alchemist. If he continues to grow, his future achievements will undoubtedly reach the level of a great ascension cultivator. Had they not seen how even the 6th grade alchemist Chen Tai was captivated by the youth's prowess? Meanwhile, only the previous 3 cultivators remained on the street, their expressions blank, fear rendering them nearly paralyzed. They were not fools and yearned to escape, yet discovered their inner spiritual energy had been sealed, rendering them incapable of fleeing. Help! Is there anyone to save us? We do not wish to perish. Handsome young man, please release us. Lin Feng wore a cold smile, casting a meaningful glance at the trio. You wish to depart? I am merely a Foundation establishment cultivator. How could I possibly control you, Golden Core cultivators? Suddenly, a mighty bolt of thunder descended from the heavens, creating a vast pit in the street, erasing the 3 from sight. Given the earlier display of power, they had undoubtedly met their end. Under the awe-inspiring might of heaven, no one dared to recklessly employ their consciousness. Lin Feng directly suppressed the trio with his tribulation stage consciousness, striking them down with thunder. In this life, it is only I who shall extort spirit stones from others. Witnessing this scene, the cultivators trembled. That was palpable heavenly might. The tribulation had struck the street. The dark pit continued to emit smoke. Particularly for those within the starry pavilion, they were merely a few steps away from Lin Feng. If the tribulation were to misfire, they too would be doomed. Who can save us? This White Emperor city is bound to be destroyed. Is the city lord present? Only he can rescue us. Quickly, summon the city lord. Why are we just standing here? Why don't you go? Don't you realize that stepping outside makes you a target for the tribulation? Amidst the chaos of their arguments, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Lu Qingqing's eyes. The figure standing amidst the myriad dark clouds, enveloped by thunder yet remaining unperturbed, etched itself indelibly into her heart. The Lin Feng of today was utterly transformed from the one she once knew. He exuded an air of dominance, majesty, and an imperious gaze that seemed to look down upon the world. He was in no way comparable to the timid junior disciple by his side. Her heart, once innocent and tender, now seemed struck by thunder, pulsating with vigor. Yet, the flames of jealousy within her burned ever brighter. How wonderful it would be if you were still my junior brother, but alas, what I cannot possess, no one else shall attain. Xiao Zixuan and Lu Hongying exchanged glances of concern, fearing that Lin Feng might not withstand the forces of the thunder tribulation. However, intervening in the current situation would only bring harm. All they could do was offer their prayers from within. Just when everyone believed that the thunder tribulation would obliterate the White Emperor city, the rumbling in the heavens gradually subsided, and the ominous clouds seemed to retreat without notice. Lin Feng returned to the starry pavilion, his demeanor calm and composed. Junior brother, are you all right? Lu Hongying and Xiao Zixuan rushed forward, each wrapping their arms around one of his. I was so worried. You should have warned us about attracting the thunder tribulation. Lin Feng gently stroked the hair of his 2 senior sisters. It's all right now. I shall inform you in advance next time. His gaze then turned to the steward of the starry pavilion. I suppose this marks the completion of my first trial, does it not? Chapter 49, Learning from Lin Daoyu. A true paragon. Wang Xian gazed at the elixir in Lin Feng's hand, his countenance darkened with dismay. He had expended considerable effort and resources to procure these materials, even soliciting 100,000 spiritual stones from his master, with the assistance of a unique formula provided by a powerful soul within him. He had aspired to transcend boundaries and concoct a 7th-grade elixir. To his utter astonishment, Lin Feng had managed to produce a genuine heavenly-grade elixir, even attracting the heavenly tribulation. Both were cultivators at the foundation stage, yet with the aid of a superior, Wang Xian had failed to achieve what Lin Feng had accomplished. There must be some trickery at play. Wait, shopkeeper, I recall there are specific requirements for the creation of this elixir, correct? Indeed. The elixir's efficacy must either suppress or delay the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. Do you have any questions? I suspect that Lin Feng's so-called 8th-grade elixir is utterly ineffective. Wang Xian was incredulous at the idea that a mid-foundation stage cultivator could forge an elixir capable of postponing heavenly tribulation. The 7th-grade elixir in his possession was merely a clever trick. Such creations were not the domain of mere novices. However, upon hearing Wang Xian's remarks, the shopkeeper's smile remained unshaken. I can assure you that this elixir is genuine. When your elixir was produced, dark clouds gathered in the sky, leading me to believe it was your elixir that instigated the phenomenon. Yet, even after you stored your elixir, the anomaly persisted. Conversely, it was only with the emergence of Lin Daoyu's elixir that the tribulation materialized. The evidence clearly demonstrates that your elixir did not even reach the earthly grade. The shopkeeper's gaze towards Lin Feng grew increasingly benevolent. The heavenly tribulation summoned by elixirs never halts midway. The solitary bolt of tribulation that fell this time was evidently concealed by the elixir's inherent effects. Such phenomena can only be associated with elixirs designed to evade tribulation. Thus, Lin Daoyu has indeed crafted a genuine 8th grade heavenly elixir for evasion. Lin Feng nodded slightly. It was no surprise that the shopkeeper possessed such knowledge. The onlookers in the shop erupted into cheers upon hearing the shopkeeper's confirmation of the elixir's efficacy, as if they themselves had concocted it. I never imagined I would witness the birth of an 8th grade heavenly elixir. How could a discarded disciple like Wang Xian achieve such prowess? You may not know this, but Lin Feng had severely outshone the younger generation at Huangyin's sect. He is truly a prodigy. I apologize for my previous doubts. As Wang Xian listened to the discussions around him, his eyes reddened with frustration. Seeing everyone rally behind Lin Feng only heightened his agitation. Only Lu Qingqing remained by his side, fixated on the discarded disciple. Sister, you are indeed the best. Even in the face of my humiliation, you remain steadfast. Junior brother. We have lost. Let us return. No, I have not lost. Wang Xian stepped forward, drawing the crowd's attention. Shopkeeper. I propose a rematch to demonstrate that my elixir possesses efficacy as well. Though my elixir is classified as a 7th grade potion, its potency is undeniably formidable. He then turned to Lin Feng, his gaze sharp and revealing. This time it was merely your good fortune. Should we meet again? Do not expect to triumph over me. Wang Xian could no longer afford to dwell on such matters. He had boasted within the sect and must return with the treasured item. If necessary, he would summon the mysterious powerhouse within him to concoct a true celestial grade elixir. At that moment, the shopkeeper of the Star Pavilion wore a somewhat stern expression and shook his head lightly. There is no need for further comparison this time. Young friend Lin Feng has prevailed, and I shall present Master Ku Hui's treasured item to him. What? Are you two in collusion? When has the Star Pavilion ever conducted business unfairly? Before Wang Xian could finish his words, a powerful aura emanated from shopkeeper Zhao. The profound spiritual pressure far exceeded that of a transformation realm cultivator. The expressions of those present changed drastically, a wave of helplessness rising from within. They realized then that the shopkeeper of the Star Pavilion was a master of concealment. Always appearing as a benevolent old man, they had not anticipated such profound cultivation. In the entire shop, only Lin Feng and his 2 senior sisters were unaffected. The shopkeeper of the Star Pavilion had no intention of making things difficult for him, as his spiritual pressure intentionally avoided the 3. How dare you slander the fairness of our Star Pavilion's business? At this moment, Wang Xian's stubbornness flared up. I refuse to accept this. My elixir also meets the requirements. His audacity to protest against a high-ranking cultivator stemmed from the significance of this task and the losses incurred at Lin Feng's hands. Should his master learn of this, his reputation would undoubtedly plummet. Nevertheless, with a trump card in hand, he felt secure. You stated that the elixir must be of 7th grade or higher to achieve the effect of evading tribulations. The one I concocted can achieve that as well. The shopkeeper of the Star Pavilion immediately laughed, his eyes filled with disdain. Do you think I am unfamiliar with this elixir? The red dust pill, once consumed, completely suppresses fluctuations of spiritual energy, thus enabling one to evade heavenly tribulations. However, one cannot utilize spiritual power, otherwise it becomes ineffective. If it were merely that, I might still consider you eligible to place second in the competition. But this elixir's effect lasts only a day, and a maximum of 2 can be consumed. Upon hearing this, the cultivators present erupted in an uproar. So it can only evade for a day, and its resistance is limited to 2 doses. No wonder he was able to concoct it. I surmise that if I had the formula, I could easily craft it as well. This concoction's effectiveness hardly qualifies it as a 7th grade elixir. Wang Xian understood the rules of alchemy. Any elixirs he created could be taken with him. As long as he could confirm the efficacy with the shopkeeper, he could secure first place based on quality. Who would have thought this old fellow had such sharp insight? The first time he heard of this elixir, the other party could recognize it without even handling it. He never anticipated the sudden emergence of Lin Feng, who had crafted an 8th grade celestial elixir. With his thoughts laid bare, Wang Xian felt utterly humiliated, faced with the pointed fingers of other cultivators. I felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice in the ground to hide myself. Fortunately, my senior sister stood beside me, shouldering the burden together. Yet, I could not fathom why she was still fixated on Lin Feng. Did her animosity run this deep? The manager of the Starry Pavilion observed Wang Xian and Lu Qingqing with a cold gaze. I hereby declare that you have disqualified yourselves from the competition through your underhanded tactics. In the alchemical arts, Nothing is more abominable than deceit and petty schemes. You ought to learn from your fellow Taoist Lin, who truly embodies the grandeur of a true master. Wang Xin seethed with frustration, yet found himself at a loss for words to counter. Moreover, this was their territory, and they were in no position to argue. Yes, the junior shall heed your counsel, he conceded, bowing his head under the manager's imposing presence. However, the thought of returning to Huang's sect without the treasured item of Master K who weighed heavily on his mind. He had assured his master of its retrieval before their departure. Many elders were aware of this matter. How could he justify it? Or perhaps he could shift the blame onto that abandoned disciple. At that moment, the oppressive spiritual pressure enveloping the crowd gradually dissipated. The manager of the Starry Pavilion restored a warm smile to his face and turned to Lin Feng with cheerful demeanor. Esteemed Taoist, might I purchase the calamity-evading pill you concocted? The price is negotiable. I offer 30 million spirit stones. He recognized the authenticity of the pill Lin Feng had crafted. Acquiring it would be of immense benefit to him. Certainly, but the price must be increased. Chapter 50. The Immortal's Absence. Those who possess this elixir are unrivaled. The bid from the manager of the Starry Pavilion left the assembled cultivators in utter astonishment. 30 million spirit stones, a sum that many could scarcely dream of throughout their lifetimes. Yet, this young prodigy managed to secure it in just over an hour. Nevertheless, he did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he sought to raise the price. Esteemed manager, I shall not part with this elixir for less than 50 million. For ordinary cultivators, the evade catastrophe pill is of little use. However, for those in the tribulation stage, it is akin to a longevity elixir. They have attained a consummate level of cultivation but lack the confidence to endure the heavenly tribulation. The 8th grade heavenly evade catastrophe pill I have concocted can delay the tribulation by 500 years, during which time one can freely utilize spiritual power. In an era devoid of immortal beings, the possessor of this pill would undoubtedly be the foremost cultivator in the world. To those in the tribulation stage, 50 million spirit stones is a negligible amount. What they desire above all else is survival, to endure until they have gained the strength necessary to ascend. Upon hearing Lin Feng's remarks, the audience realized that even the most exalted individuals in the world grappled with such concerns. Even the manager of the Starry Pavilion gazed at him in surprise. He had not anticipated that Lin, a young genius, possessed knowledge of such matters. Could it be that this prodigious youth was indeed a reincarnated powerhouse? Yet, 50 million was still exorbitant. How about 40 million? My recipe has never been disseminated. It will not interfere with the consumption of other elixirs by those in the tribulation stage, as you should well understand. The manager of the Starry Pavilion nodded gently. He had encountered numerous elixirs, yet the fragrance of this one was unlike any he had ever inhaled. Very well, then. It shall be 50 million spirit stones. Splendid. However, I am willing to gift this elixir to the master, provided he concedes to one condition. The moment these words were uttered, the venue fell silent once more. 50 million spirit stones in exchange for a mere condition? This was tantamount to trading a low-grade sect for a favor from the manager of Baidi City. Had he lost his senses? What could possibly be better than possessing such spirit stones? After all, it was 50 million. Did he intend to persuade the manager to acquiesce to 3 additional demands? Surely, he lacked the audacity to make such requests. The manager of the Starry Pavilion was somewhat taken aback. The spirit stones he offered were no trifling amount. Lin Feng had audaciously declared he would forego them, gifting a 500-year heavenly evade catastrophe pill. This young man was indeed full of surprises. Pray tell, what conditions must I meet? Lin Feng levitated the elixir into the air. It is quite simple. Assist me in procuring several rare medicinal herbs. I shall provide the spirit stones, but I hope that Starry Pavilion will sell them to me first. Ha ha. Very well. I Kuhua shall gladly acquiesce to your request. Accompanied by a hearty laugh, the manager of the Starry Pavilion ceased to feign modesty. The cultivators within the shop were utterly astonished. Many of them were regular patrons of the Starry Pavilion, yet they had never realized that the manager was, in fact, Master Kuhua. He was the very architect behind the design and construction of Baidi City. Having attained perfection in the tribulation stage, he was a genuine powerhouse, unrivaled in an era absent of immortals. Wang Xion's face turned ashen, his gaze cast downward in embarrassment. Little did he know that it was Master Ku Hui himself who would personally test him and Lin Feng. Even if he were given a myriad of chances, he would not dare to resort to such petty tactics. Contemplating the consequences of deceiving a cultivator in the tribulation stage, he could only seek assistance from Lu Qingqing, who stood nearby. Senior sister, you must help me. If Master Ku Hui inquires about the elixir, Please say that the formula was obtained from a certain secret realm. I will share the formula with you." Upon realizing that the shopkeeper of the Starry Pavilion was none other than Master Ku Hui, Lu Qingqing's heart began to race with anxiety. At that moment, receiving a message from Wang Xian only added to her turmoil. What if the elixir formula was incorrect? Would it provoke the master's ire? Why did he not address this matter directly? Did he intend for her to take the blame? No, that could not be. The little junior brother, being loyal and righteous, would never do such a thing. Rest assured, senior sister will certainly assist you. However, Master Ku Hui did not mention the red dust one-day elixir at all, leading Lin Feng and the others upstairs to enjoy tea. Once the esteemed figure departed, the shop became lively, with patrons animatedly discussing the events that had just transpired. Wang Xian breathed a sigh of relief as he and Lu Qingqing discreetly left to the inn across the street, quietly monitoring the movements of the Starry Pavilion. "Senior sister, what do you think will happen if we let it slip that Lin Feng is capable of refining the evasion elixir?" Lu Qingqing paused momentarily before quickly realizing the implications. Strong individuals would undoubtedly come knocking, pressuring him with threats and temptations to divulge the formula. Even if he complied, he would be coerced into producing the elixirs. After all, a cultivator capable of refining 8th-grade heavenly elixirs would be the easiest to exploit. An innocent man suffers for possessing a treasure. Those who do not understand the simple principle of keeping wealth concealed deserve to be cast out from their sect. Lu Qingqing recalled Lin Feng's extraordinary cultivation aptitude, which was akin to a precious gem she once cherished. Failing to conceal one's brilliance invites scrutiny from both the master and peers. Wang Xian nodded with a smile and promptly sent out a message talisman. Meanwhile, in the elegant chamber on the second floor of the Starry Pavilion, Master Ku Hui continued to examine the evasion elixir, his heart brimming with excitement. "Master, you can treat this as candy. There is no need for such solemnity. This is a matter of ritual. You have yet to reach my level of understanding." Lin Feng smiled as he sipped his tea, knowing he had ample time. A brief wait was inconsequential. Having experienced similar situations in his past life, he understood Master Ku Hui's current feelings. Despite being a fully realized cultivator in the tribulation stage, he had to suppress the fluctuations of his internal spiritual energy. He lived like an ordinary person, hesitant to wield his powers for fear of attracting the attention of the heavenly laws, which could lead to catastrophic consequences. Sometimes, Lin Feng found himself questioning whether ascending to immortality and living in harmony with the heavens truly existed. After a tedious ritual of bathing, incense burning, and worship, Master Ku Hui finally ingested the elixir. In terms of taste, it was indeed akin to candy. Yet, the master's expression soon grew grave. For the effects of the elixir exceeded all his expectations. He had initially thought that utilizing even a fraction of his power would be remarkable. Yet, within him, the spiritual energy surged at full throttle, and he felt no hint of the peril posed by the Five Thunders. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Xiao Zishuan and Lu Hongying stood obediently beside Lin Feng, not daring to take a seat. The figure before them was no ordinary cultivator in the tribulation stage. This magnificent Baidi city was crafted by his own hands. Reflecting on the future of the Xiantian sword sect, both were filled with excitement. "Dear friend, how many of these pills can one consume in a lifetime?" "Only once. The second time yields no effect." "What a pity. In this world, perfection is an elusive concept, and the cultivator who devised this pill formula has long since returned to dust." Ku Hui could only nod with a wry smile. Dispelling the notion of purchasing the formula, "I will disseminate this information. With that, those old-timers will not trouble you. At most, they will beseech you to refine a pill. To have a tribulation stage cultivator owe you a favor is hardly a loss." Lin Feng nodded with a smile. He had not yet spoken. Yet the other had already considered it. Truly, as the shopkeeper, his foresight is commendable. "I have a design blueprint for the Xiantian sword sect. Could you assist me in identifying areas for improvement? Should there be no significant issues, I shall proceed with construction in this style." Lin Feng handed Ku Hui a jade slip, containing ideas he had conceived long ago. The individual before him was indeed a designer, having overseen the construction of Baidi City for a millennium. Chapter 51. Assisting senior brothers and sisters with expectations. The matters concerning the alchemy of the Starry Pavilion swiftly spread throughout the realms. Initially, Lin Feng was renowned only in the vicinity of the Xiantian sword sect, but soon his reputation reached even the grand city of Baidi, drawing a multitude of cultivators into the city to witness the spectacle. Yet, some were drawn by avarice. "Have you heard? The Qilong Palace has dispatched several elders to procure the formula for the avoidance pill. What a coincidence. The Tianba Sword sect has sent representatives as well. Goodness. Even the Tianyan sect has sent a contingent of cultivators straight to Baidi City. Does this pill elude even their time-honored alchemical lineage? In an inn. Wang Xian listened to the discussions amongst the many cultivators, and a cold smirk crept upon his face. You cannot blame my junior brother. No. I am now your senior brother. Blame yourself for putting me in a predicament, making it impossible for me to report to our master. Sister, we must offer him a choice. What does my junior brother mean? If we can take the formula to the Tianyan sect. Lu Qingqing immediately grasped Wang Xian's intention. If we could present this formula to the formidable support of Huanyan sect, the Tianyan sect, we would undoubtedly earn great merit and rewards. Very well, I shall send a message to that individual. No, we should wait until he encounters difficulties. So he may truly understand gratitude. What my junior brother suggests is quite reasonable. We are not coercing him to surrender the formula, rather. He shall willingly bestow it upon us. Wang Xian and Lu Qingqing gazed at the starry pavilion across from them, their smiles becoming ever more radiant. Master Ku was stared in astonishment at the design blueprint within the jade slip. He had never encountered such an architectural style before. Young friend Lin, the appearance of these caves is truly exquisite. Some tower high, while others stand independently. I had never imagined that houses could be designed in such a manner. Possessing an extraordinary beauty, despite your youth, you exhibit remarkable talent in cave design. Ku presented a white jade Pishio talisman to Lin Feng. This is a treasure that once suppressed the fortunes of Baidi City, though it has become obsolete now. Lin Feng understood the underlying reason. The current talisman of the city was the fated spirit sword of the Tianyuan Taoist lord. Young friend Lin, you might consider resting in Baidi City for a few days. He recognized this as a kind reminder from Manager Zhao, foreseeing impending troubles. That is quite all right. I also wish to explore this city. Xiao Zixuan and Lu Hongying finally sighed in relief. A foundation-building cultivator remaining so calm and composed in the presence of a tribulation stage expert, only their junior brother could achieve such tranquility. As the three descended from the second floor, they were surrounded by a group of white-robed cultivators, led by a middle-aged man with a scar across his face. Are you Lin Feng? His voice slithered forth like a writhing centipede, exuding an intimidating aura. 100,000 spirit stones. Sell the formula for the avoidance pill to my Qilong Palace. This is not something you can manage. The surrounding cultivators retreated, revealing expressions of amusement as they prepared to watch the unfolding drama. The crowd remained, anticipating this very moment. Do you truly believe you can seize it? Lin Feng spoke without reservation, a cold smirk gracing his lips. A mere mid-stage void refinement cultivator daring to act within the starry pavilion, let alone disrupt the rules of the White Emperor City. If you lack the courage, then be gone at once. Upon hearing these words, the onlookers were taken aback. They had stayed to witness the spectacle, never expecting Lin Feng to be so audacious as to insult a void refinement cultivator while being merely a foundation establishment practitioner. The middle-aged cultivator from the Earth Dragon Palace turned pale with rage, a sinister smile twisting his features, his gaze akin to that of a ravenous wolf. Youngster, do you understand the meaning of overreaching leads to downfall? With your limited years, you act as though you were above all, emboldened by a modicum of talent. I have slain many cultivators of your ilk. Qinping from the Earth Dragon Palace furrowed his brow, a surge of spiritual pressure erupting forth, barreling straight towards Lin Feng and his companions. You are so arrogant, I shall crush your knees. Yet, at that moment, an elderly, kind-faced shopkeeper appeared by Lin Feng's side. You dare cause trouble in the starry pavilion, Earth Dragon Palace cultivator? The previously melancholic expression of the elder shifted, a wave of murderous intent radiating from him. Before anyone could react, Qinping's body fell rigidly to the ground, his soul extinguished. Lin, my young friend, is a friend of mine. You would do well to consider your actions before proceeding. This was a blatant threat, emanating from a peak tribulation crossing expert. The cultivators of the Earth Dragon Palace knelt in submission, pleading for mercy. However, the elder did not spare them another glance. Instead, turning to Lin Feng with a benevolent smile. Rest assured, my young friend, no one shall bully you within the starry pavilion of the White Emperor City. Thank you. Master Ku Hui. Lin Feng understood the unspoken agreement. Here, he was safeguarded. However, once he departed from the starry pavilion, he would be left to fend for himself. After all, the bond between them was one of mutual benefit. Lin Feng provided a calamity-evading pill, not for protection but to acquire precious medicinal materials. The contingent from the Earth Dragon Palace dared not linger any longer, hastily retreating several streets before stopping. Although an elder had perished, at least they had survived. What should we do now? Should we follow? Of course. Do you dare disobey the sect leader's orders? Fear not. We will not act in the White Emperor's city. Other cultivators will not dare either. Just as Lin Feng stepped out of the shop with two beautiful companions, Wang Xian and Lu Qingqing approached, intending to witness the unfolding drama. Their primary goal was to take advantage of Lin Feng's predicament to offer a helping hand in exchange for alchemical formulas. Yet, they were astonished to see the trio emerging so swiftly. Had the Earth Dragon Palace cultivators just entered? Could it be that the formula had already been seized? With that thought, Wang Xian's heart sank. He depended on this formula to gain favor with the Tianshan sect and earn his master's affection. Lin Feng, where is your formula? Did you give it to the Earth Dragon Palace cultivators? Whether I did or not is none of your concern. Lu Qingqing, observing Lin Feng's demeanor, was immediately filled with disdain. Do not be so ungrateful. We came here to support you out of concern for your well-being, fearing that you might be bullied. Quickly hand over the pill formula so that our junior brother can request credit from the Tianyan sect, and you need not live in constant anxiety. Lin Feng gently nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. What benefits do I gain from this? Benefits? Assisting your senior brother and sister should be reward enough. Do you still seek more? Chapter 52. Senior, please abandon his cultivation. Outside the starry pavilion, Lin Feng was intercepted by Wang Xian and Lu Qingqing. The audacity of the two was such that even he, a reborn soul, felt a sense of shame. I will say this only once and will not reiterate it in the future. I am no longer affiliated with the Huangyan sect, nor do I have the kind of clingy junior brothers and sisters like you. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing was immediately infuriated. Who are you calling clingy? Anyone who stands in my way is fair game. Humph. We only ask you to hand over the pill formula out of concern for you. Should we gain recognition from the sect, you would surely benefit as well. Lin Feng was almost amused by their absurdity. Why should I hand over the formula when the rewards are such pittance? Xiao Zishuan, possessing a temperament far less forgiving than Lin Feng's, strode boldly towards the two. Did you hear that? Good dogs don't block the way. Or do you intend to fight here in Baidi City? Wang Xian's expression darkened. Even with 100 doses of courage, he wouldn't dare to cause a scene here. Humph. The day will come when you beg me for help. Sister, let us leave. Lu Qingqing shot Lin Feng a fierce glare before turning to depart. At that moment, a luxurious flying boat descended swiftly. A stern-faced middle-aged man cradling a young girl emerged. Directly ignoring Lin Feng and Wang Xian's mockery and striding towards the starry pavilion. Do you sell any pills that can dispel the 16 demon fire? Bring them forth. No matter the cost in spirit stones. I am Chu Han from Lingxi's sect. Summon your manager. The cultivators present shifted their attention to the beautiful girl in his arms. She appeared pale, with a hint of dark energy swirling about her features. Her brow was furrowed, and she clenched her silver teeth, seemingly enduring great agony. The staff of the starry pavilion offered tea and water, yet upon hearing the name of the 16 demon fire, they all fell silent. The alchemist Ku we floated over, glancing at the girl brought by Chu Handong. Master Chu, our starry pavilion is powerless in this matter. Among the crowd were many alchemists, and upon hearing the mention of the 16 demon fire, they all shook their heads in dismay. It is a venomous affliction of extreme cold and softness, rarely circulating even among the demon clan. The afflicted exude a chilling aura and suffer greatly, their meridians feeling as though they are being scorched by flames. Chu Handong's already dim gaze darkened further at these words. His partner had passed away after leaving behind this precious daughter. She was the sole light in his life, his reason for existence. Was it truly destined for Yu Ya to leave this world at such a tender age? I might have a method, albeit rather unconventional. Lin Feng suddenly interjected from the crowd, instantly drawing the attention of all present. Chu Hanong turned to look, but upon seeing a mere youth, his eyes blazed with fury. What can a foundation establishment cultivator like you accomplish? Do you not see that even the alchemists present are powerless? The offering elder of Baidi City, Chen Tai, nodded gently. Indeed, he had no means to concoct an antidote for the 16 demon fire. Could Lin Feng truly concoct an 8th grade heavenly elixir? Perhaps there is a solution. Just as he was about to offer his assistance, he was preempted by the exuberant Wang Xian. Master Chu, this fellow is indeed eloquent, he remarked. I happen to possess a Luyang Dan, capable of remedying various malevolent toxins. Over the years, Wang Xian's fortune had been remarkable, as he consistently encountered secret realms upon descending the mountain, coupled with the aid of a mysterious soul from a powerful being residing within him. His storage ring brimmed with treasures, this elixir being one of them. He triumphantly produced the pill, instantly enveloping the hall on the first floor in a warm, radiant glow, accompanied by a comforting medicinal fragrance. The alchemists gathered in the Xingqian Pavilion's lobby beamed with delight. This is a 7th grade elixir. I cannot even refine such a potion myself. Wasn't Wang Xian supposed to be stingy? This display was rather generous, perhaps motivated by a desire to ingratiate himself with Master Chu. Given that this was a matter of saving his beloved daughter, Chu Handong gazed at the golden-hued elixir as if it were a beacon of hope. Very well. If this elixir can save Yue Yao, I shall grant you any request you may have. Wait. Lin Feng interjected once more, his expression grave. To save your daughter's life, a particular method must be employed. Consuming an elixir that is inherently antagonistic in nature will not neutralize the poison. Rather, it will exacerbate the toxicity of the 6 devil fire. Chu Handong's countenance abruptly chilled, glaring at Lin Feng. Humph, you are neither a seasoned elder nor an alchemist. What right have you to speak here? Should you utter another curse upon my daughter, even if it means violating the rules of Baidi City, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Wang Xian exchanged amused glances with Lu Qingqing, surprised that Lin Feng would unwittingly walk into peril. Master Chu, you may be unaware, but this individual is a discarded disciple of my Huangyan sect. He was expelled by our master due to his unscrupulous conduct. Recently, he joined the Xiantian sword sect, which has drawn the ire of the heavens. Treat his words as mere folly. After hearing Wang Xian's words, Chu Handong's gaze towards Lin Feng grew increasingly disdainful. He accepted the golden elixir and administered it to his cherished daughter. Chu Yueyao's pallid complexion swiftly regained its rosy hue. Even the dark aura at the center of her brow dissipated rapidly, and her icy palms regained warmth. The efficacy was both remarkable and swift, leaving Chu Handong astonished. Moments later, Chu Yueyao opened her eyes. Though her body remained weak, she had finally awakened from her stupor. Yueyao, does your body still ache? Father, I feel warm, as if basking in the sun. Aside from some fatigue, I experience no other discomfort. Chu Handong released a heavy sigh of relief, and a smile finally graced his previously somber visage. Very well, I shall take you back to the sect shortly. The expressions of the onlooking cultivators varied, many taken aback by the remarkable results of Wang Xian's elixir. Lu Qingqing, brimming with pride, could hardly suppress her grin. Would her junior brother seize this opportunity to utterly eliminate Lin Feng? Contemplating this matter, she found herself feeling a twinge of reluctance. Could it be that this errand boy truly did not wish to return to the sect? Or perhaps it would be prudent to have her junior brother teach him a lesson, compelling him to seek the guidance of their esteemed master? A myriad of thoughts danced through Lu Qingqing's mind, yet the final decision rested in the hands of Wang Xian. Master Chu, I humbly request your assistance with a small favor. Speak, and I shall fulfill the promise I made to you. Your word is as good as gold, and I harbor no doubts. Wang Xian glanced at Lin Feng, a fierce glint flickering in his eyes. The person who had just spoken so disrespectfully had not only pilfered the sect's spiritual fruits but, after being expelled, conspired with outsiders to insult my revered master. I request your intervention to strip him of his cultivation. Rest assured, you need not take his life. Such an act would not contravene the rules of the White Emperor City. Those who had previously perceived Wang Xian as benevolent, willing to part with a 7th grade elixir to save a fellow cultivator, were now left in stunned silence. He was prepared to leverage the power of outsiders to exact a severe reckoning upon his former senior brother. Chapter 53. A good intention gone awry? Wang Xian sneered as he gazed at Lin Feng. Aren't you quite capable? Achieving the foundation establishment stage in merely 7 days. I shall grant you another opportunity to showcase your abilities. Let us see if you can rise again and become the center of everyone's attention. At that moment, I will relish the chance to trample you underfoot and crush you thoroughly. Junior brother, perhaps we should reconsider this matter, or at least report it to our master first. Lu Qingqing felt a pang of reluctance toward the toy that could be lost at any moment. Once upon a time, Lin Feng was so dependable. Whenever directed east, he would never deviate west. He would always prioritize his elder sister when it came to anything good. Now, however, he had indeed become rebellious. If only he could be properly guided, there might still be a chance for him to revert to his obedient self. Wouldn't it be better to just be a compliant puppet? Yet, Chu Handong only acknowledged Wang Xian's influence and paid no heed to Lu Qingqing. Fear not, young friend. Even without your prompting, I shall not spare the one who curses my daughter. The overwhelming spiritual pressure of a perfected transformation stage suddenly erupted, crashing down upon Lin Feng. Shall I take action, or will you do it yourself? Go ahead, make a move and see what happens. Lin Feng, unperturbed, spoke with a mocking smile. Chu Handong, Frustrated that his spiritual pressure had only managed to immobilize Lin Feng rather than compel him to kneel, felt his anger flare. Lin Feng's tone was insufferably disdainful, further fueling his ire. Since you do not wish to act, allow me to step in. I assure you, I will shatter every meridian in your body, leaving not a single trace of spiritual energy. You shall spend the rest of your days bedridden and worthless. Xiao Zixuan and Lu Hongying, sensing the dire situation, stood resolutely beside Lin Feng, exuding a formidable sword intent. This is the Starry Pavilion. Do you think you can act recklessly here? As for you, the sect master, you are unworthy even to serve as a mere doorkeeper for the Xiantian sword sect. Unfazed, Chu Handong advanced step by step toward Lin Feng. Humph. You were the one who deceived me into believing that the elixir was ineffective. I am merely administering a slight punishment for your insubordination. The emotions of the cultivators present were varied. Some deemed the punishment excessively harsh, while others believed one must take responsibility for their words. Could a young prodigy capable of concocting 8th-grade heavenly elixirs truly be reduced to a wastrel? Such a blow was insufferable even for ordinary cultivators, let alone for a naturally gifted genius. Chu Handong looked at Lin Feng with a mocking gaze, a cruel smile playing upon his lips. Yet, he did not witness the fear and panic he had anticipated. Despite being merely a youth, Lin Feng's expression was more composed than that of the onlookers. The disdain in his eyes suggested that he deemed Chu Handong incapable of achieving his threats. With a sudden light laugh, Lin Feng spoke, "Some matters must ultimately be relinquished. I have offered you 2 fair warnings, yet you have failed to grasp them. In this realm of cultivation, is there truly a need for selfless kindness?" It seemed he had come to a profound realization. With clarity of thought, his cultivation smoothly advanced into the late foundation establishment stage. I choose to respect the destinies of others, yet a fine young girl shall be doomed because of your actions. However, due to the principle of 3 occurrences, I can indeed wait for you to buy life with money. Chu Handong found this utterly absurd. Who begs for mercy in such a manner? At this juncture, does your statement hold any weight? Observe as I dismantle your cultivation. Just as he was about to act, a chilling scream pierced the air. Chu Handong felt a shiver run down his spine, his heart racing violently. No, it can't be. Yueyao, what has happened to you? Father, my body is in excruciating pain, as if a fire is searing my flesh and veins. Ah. The once steady Chu Yueyao, who had just moments ago stood without support, now lay on the ground, her frail frame writhing in agony. It seemed she was attempting to alleviate her suffering through this frantic movement. Her delicate, rosy lips had been bitten by her silver teeth, drawing blood. Yet, as the crimson droplets fell to the floor, they transformed into a scarlet mist, dissipating into the air, accompanied by a hissing sound of intense heat. Father, I feel as if I cannot hold on any longer. Yueyao, my dear daughter, you must endure. Do not succumb to slumber. Chu Handong swiftly returned to his daughter's side, cradling her in his arms. His eyes were red-rimmed, and the earlier domineering demeanor that threatened to cripple others had vanished. He was now a helpless father, frantically scanning his surroundings. Is there a healer among you, a practitioner of medicine, who can assist my daughter? Chen Tai, a revered physician from the White Emperor City, emerged from the crowd. However, after taking her pulse, his expression turned grave. What is it? Speak plainly. Upon seeing Chen Tai's countenance, Chu Handong understood the gravity of the situation. Alas, the 16 demon fire has not only persisted, but has become even more vigorous. It is likely that the interplay of yin and yang has exacerbated the toxicity. Grieve for her. Hearing Chen Tai's words, Chu Handong felt a chill seep into his heart. Are you suggesting that my daughter is doomed? The symptoms exhibited by the young girl are indicative of the final outbreak of the 16 demon fire, are they not? At these words, Chu Handong was rendered speechless. He then spotted Wang Xian, the one who had claimed he could save his daughter. His gaze turned razor-sharp, as if he were ready to devour him whole. You said that the Liryang pill could save Yueyao. What is the meaning of this current situation? Wang Xian had no inkling of the unfolding calamity. He only knew that the Liryang pill could cure the chill poison. Even if it could not completely remedy the ailment, it should alleviate it. He had no way of anticipating such a dire outcome. If anything happens to my daughter, the 2 of you shall accompany her to the grave. Wang Xian and Lu Qingqing instantly turned ashen, acutely aware of Chu Handong's palpable intent to kill. I suspect this must be a side effect. Many healing elixirs are accompanied by bodily pain. If you can endure for a while, you will soon recover. Upon hearing this, Chu Handong was so incensed that he nearly laughed. This fellow has consistently regarded me as a fool. Side effects? What kind of medicine causes such agonizing contortions and a weakening breath? Moreover, The esteemed by D City has been personally inspected by the revered officials. How audacious of you. A mere foundation establishment cultivator, to attempt to deceive me. It seems you are quite weary of life. The spiritual pressure that once bore down upon Lin Feng now simultaneously descends upon Wang Xin and Lu Qingqing. They, lacking the divine consciousness to withstand the tribulation period, are instantly crushed to the ground, blood streaming from their 7 orifices. Forgive me, Lord Chu, my intentions were pure. Who could have anticipated such a disastrous outcome? Indeed, my junior brother meant well. Perhaps the efficacy of the Li Yang pill was insufficient. Wang Xin and Lu Qingqing lie prostrate on the ground, utterly incapacitated. At this moment, they care not for their dignity, only for the instinct to survive. Here in Bai Di City, the formidable spirits within them dare not reveal themselves. Chu Handong's expression is frigid, clearly unwilling to let the two escape so easily. Were it not for the fact that we are on the territory of the Starry Pavilion, I would have skinned you both alive. Lin Feng's countenance remains calm as he leads Xiao Zixuan and Lu Hongying towards the exit, seemingly unaffected by Chu Handong's spiritual pressure. Let us depart. They are hardly interested in us foundation establishment cultivators. Chapter 54. Touch as you will, for you have already touched it all. Lin Feng, accompanied by Xiao Zixuan and Lu Hongying, was about to depart when a pained plea reached their ears. Please, big brother, save me. In the throes of agony, Chu Zuiyao summoned a sliver of strength to speak. The tremor in her voice resonated with despair, causing Lin Feng to momentarily halt his steps. Without turning around, he could envision the torment etched upon her face. Enduring the torment of the 6 devil fire, her features were contorted in agony. Her gaze towards Lin Feng filled with a mix of suffering and supplication. In this moment of life and death, she finally comprehended who possessed the power to alleviate her suffering. Chu Hanong trembled, turning his gaze towards Lin Feng, finally recalling his earlier counsel, which he had previously dismissed as mere folly. The anguish that beset Yueyao was a consequence of his own actions. With the situation dire, he cast aside his pride. Young friend, please save my daughter. Chu Handong, the esteemed leader of Lingxi's sect and a formidable practitioner of the refinement void stage, lowered himself in humility, his tone imbued with desperation. Huh? Did you not believe that this place held no room for foundation establishment cultivators to speak? Lin Feng's eyes met Chu Handong's, and the indifference reflected therein sent a shiver through him. The decision to save or forsake lay entirely within the young man's will. He would not extend his hand simply because she was but a frail girl. This was the implication Lin Feng conveyed. Reflecting on his prior conduct, he felt a chilling remorse. He had bullied and ridiculed others without discerning right from wrong. Any person would feel insulted by such treatment. Please, young master, save my daughter. I refuse. Lin Feng and the 2 women continued towards the exit, unwavering in their resolve. Thud. The leader of Lingxi sect collapsed to his knees, vowing repeatedly before the trio. All faults lie with me. I take full responsibility for the consequences. Should there be punishment, let it be decided by you. But my Yueyao is innocent. I beseech you to lend your aid. If you can save her life, I am willing to relinquish the position of sect leader. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the assembly. Was he truly willing to offer up a second-rate sect for the sake of his daughter? Though his methods were often tyrannical and drew ire, his love for his daughter was undeniably genuine. Lu Qingqing, witnessing this scene, found herself momentarily stunned. Before Lin Feng, the once proud Chu Handong now resembled a wayward child seeking forgiveness from his master. Yet Lin Feng merely halted, showing no inclination to turn back. Was Lingxi's sect not sufficient? How could he dare to disregard the plea of a refinement void practitioner? Was this the same timid disciple who once toiled for Huanyan's sect? Lu Qingqing had believed Lin Feng's actions were merely a strategy to negotiate his return to Huanyan's sect, but she now realized he truly did not care. A mere third-rate sect was worth less than a fraction of Lingxi's sect. Did he truly intend to forsake his sect, his master, and his elder sister? Upon this thought, she found herself filled with regret. Would I truly never again savor those delectable dishes or bask in your tender care? The master has bestowed all affection upon the junior disciple, while both senior and junior sisters have directed their love towards Wang Xin. Only you have cherished me, tending to me with meticulous attention, treating me as a true sister. No, I do not wish to toil daily in the spiritual herb garden, expending my spirit energy without receiving any spirit stones in return. Nor do I desire to supervise the mining, which would only soil my garments. You cannot depart in this manner. There remain numerous matters within the sect that require your attention. The spiritual pressure weighing upon Lu Qingqing vanished when Chu Handong knelt. She stood amidst the crowd, fists clenched tightly, tears of blood still flowing from her eyes. Her mind raced with thoughts of how to bring Lin Feng back to the Huangyan sect. When Chu Handong observed Lin Feng halt without a direct refusal, she felt a sense of relief. If he truly left, there would be no way to compel him to stay in this bitey city. Young Master Lin, please save Yu Yao. Regardless of the outcome, I shall prepare a grand gift for you. Xiao Zixuan and Lu Hongying merely watched, refraining from mentioning the matter of saving the child. Whatever decision Lin Feng made, they would support it. Besides, they had already afforded Chu Handong an opportunity, which he had explicitly declined. Yet, upon witnessing the pained expression and writhing form of the young girl, both women felt a pang of compassion. For those who have cultivated for a century, such emotions might have dulled. However, Xiao Zixuan and Lu Hongying were merely in their teenage years, unable to turn a blind eye entirely. Lin Feng discerned the expressions of the two girls beside him and understood their sentiments. In light of my two senior sisters' concern for the child, I shall lend my assistance this once. I hold no interest in your sect, simply provide me with spirit stones. At once, delight illuminated Xiao Zixuan and Lu Hongying's faces. Then, Lin Feng grasped their slender waists. Xiao Zixuan stiffened momentarily, but soon relaxed, revealing a hint of bashfulness. Given your willingness to help, feel free to touch. After all, you explored every inch of me in the secret realm. Lu Hongying's face flushed crimson upon hearing this. Ahem. I am only permitting this because of your intent to save the child. Lin Feng turned, and the most excited among them was Lu Qingqing. What had he just said? In light of my senior sister's concern for the child? Those two girls hadn't even pleaded for mercy, nor had they conferred. They merely displayed pitiful expressions, and Lin Feng had agreed to help. This was unmistakable affection and favoritism. All these privileges were originally mine, Lu Qingqing's. How could he bestow them upon others? What have I missed, and is there still a chance to regain it? Tears streamed down Lu Qingqing's cheeks. Her heart filled with remorse. Why had she agreed to Wang Xian's scheme and betrayed her junior brother? Chu Handong hastily rose, bringing her daughter before Lin Feng with an expression of utmost reverence. Young master, is there still hope for Yu Yao? Of course. You may rest assured and retrieve the spirit stones. When you return, I guarantee you will have a lively daughter. Lin Feng discerned Chu Handong's concerns and gestured towards the assembly of cultivators present. Is it because there are so many practitioners here that you fear I might abduct your daughter? No, of course not. Please rest assured. I shall procure the spirit stones at once. Exercise caution on your journey. It would be prudent to enlist a few guards from the White Emperor City to accompany you. Many are aware of this matter, and the news is surely circulating. Upon Chu Handong's return with the sect's spirit stones, she will undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. They will not concern themselves with whose daughter she is. With the presence of White Emperor City's guards, the safety of the situation will be significantly enhanced. How many cultivators would dare to offend a perfected tribulation transcending powerhouse? This is one of the reasons for the prosperity of White Emperor City. As Chu Handong departed, all eyes turned towards Lin Feng, eager to ascertain how he would treat the girl afflicted by the fully manifested 6-in demon fire. It had never been heard that there existed an antidote for such poison. One could only withstand it with their cultivation. The practitioners capable of wielding such toxic arts were no ordinary demons. Lin Feng cradled the young girl, who appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age. A surge of formidable spiritual force erupted from him, temporarily stripping her of her sensory perceptions. Chapter 55. How can you face the thunder tribulation barehanded? Chu Yao felt all her pain dissipate, and her grim expression softened. Upon closer inspection, she appeared to be quite an adorable young girl, albeit one who had been ravaged by illness, rendering her noticeably gaunt. Next, I shall assist you in your healing. You may rest assured and keep company with your two elder sisters, he said. All right, thank you, big brother. The attendants of the Xingchen Pavilion quickly brought chairs and a table for the group, with the company of Xiao Zixuan and Lu Hongying. Chu Yao rarely managed to display a smile. However, coupled with her pallid complexion and ashen lips, it appeared somewhat chilling. Old friend, assist me in devising a method to detoxify the 6-in demon fire. Simulation complete. Obtained a 6th grade formation, the Heavenly Thunder Body Refinement Array. Having pledged to lend aid, he naturally committed himself wholeheartedly to the task. He immediately summoned the attendants of the Xingchen Pavilion to gather materials. The formula he provided contained several unnecessary herbs, designed to prevent any leakage of the formation's secrets. Should anyone else desire to detoxify, they would certainly be required to pay a price. After all, there are no free lunches in this world. Fortunately, being at the Xingchen Pavilion, where resources were abundant, it did not take long to assemble the required materials. They even cleared a space at the entrance for Lin Feng to set up the formation. The events of the day inadvertently served as a promotional advertisement for the pavilion. With so many cultivators present, it was inevitable that they would purchase something before departing. Half an hour later, the sky suddenly lit up with flashes of lightning and thunder. The previously cloudless expanse became shrouded in dark clouds. Sparks flickered ominously within the clouds. A truly fearsome sight. The celestial might loomed over Baidi City, causing the cultivators below to panic. Is someone undergoing a tribulation in the city? This could be perilous. With no fragrant herbs in the air, it was evident that this was not a medicinal tribulation. Which genius was breaking through to the heavenly stage? Could it be that young man who just departed? Surely not. The intensity of this celestial pressure suggested at least the void refinement stage. How could a mere foundation establishment cultivator manage such a feat? Wang Xian and Lu Qingqing exchanged worried glances. Both understood that Lin Feng had the capability to set up talismanic formations. Could this be yet another of his machinations? Junior brother. You don't think he might actually cure Chu Weiyao, do you? Humph. He couldn't possibly know how to treat such a perplexing ailment. Wang Xian bore within him the soul of a mysterious powerful being, yet even he was powerless against the 16 demon fire. Thus, he resorted to using the scorching young pill that could alleviate poison. We shall merely observe. By the time Chu Handong returns, Chu Weiyao will be cold as ice. Before long, Lin Feng completed the formation and gazed skyward. The cultivators within the Xingchen pavilion surged forth, eager to discern his intentions. Now you comprehend that the toxicity of the 16 demon fire is beyond imagination, do you not? Everyone is watching you. There is no escape. Wang Xian stood at the entrance, a cold smile gracing his lips. Let us see how you manage to navigate this. Your fate shall be far worse than mine. Lu Qingqing stood nearby, her expression grave, her face a mixture of joy and worry as the blood from her 7 orifices had been thoroughly cleaned. The joy was that the young disciple could not save the person, nor could Lin Feng. Yet, he was deeply concerned that the furious Chu Handong would stop at nothing to eliminate Lin Feng. She did not wish for this fellow to perish. He must return to the Huangyan sect to continue serving for several centuries. Without him, how could she indulge in a life of luxury and various privileges? When Sect Master Chu returned, it would be best for him to kneel and admit his mistakes. Perhaps he could evade death. If he performed well, I and my junior disciple, in the name of the Huangyan sect, would speak favorably on his behalf. Who knows, maybe Sect Master Chu would grant him a reprieve. He must remember the kindness of me and my junior disciple. Lin Feng did not even spare a glance at the two, soaring directly into the sky. This action left the onlooking cultivators bewildered. What was he doing up there? Did he not fear being struck down by lightning? Amidst the impending tribulation, he was the only conspicuous figure flying in the air. Where were the cultivators undergoing tribulation? Just as one of the cultivators voiced his thoughts, he caught sight of the flickering lightning in Lin Feng's hand. The lightning serpents amidst the clouds seemed to have found their target, swirling with frenzied energy, beginning to converge. At that moment, the crowd finally understood. This young man was the one who had summoned the heavenly tribulation. This shocking revelation struck the hearts of the cultivators like thunder. Wang Xian shook his head in disbelief. No, this is impossible. How could a foundation-level cultivator summon a heavenly tribulation using a formation? It must be an illusion. A trick of the eye created by him through a formation. Lu Qingqing was equally astonished, her mood deteriorating further. You actually know how to construct formations. Why did you not tell me? I never expected you to possess such hidden talents. Everyone has underestimated you. You know formations and can refine pills. What purpose do you serve lurking beside the master? Xiao Zixuan and Lu Hongying exchanged exasperated glances. Meanwhile, Lin Feng paid no heed to the barking of a mad dog. He was entirely focused on the impending tribulation. Boom. As the heavenly thunder body refinement formation operated at full capacity, the sky rumbled violently. A faint purple spiritual energy began to permeate the air. The cultivators present inhaled deeply, feeling a refreshing chill wash over them. Strangely, this coolness brought no discomfort. Instead, it sharpened their minds and invigorated their bodies. As everyone stood in stunned silence, a thick purple lightning bolt descended with a tremendous crash. It seemed as though the entire Baidi city was shaking. This was the might of heaven, descending calamity upon those who defied fate. Thunder would also strike against pills and spiritual objects that transcended common boundaries. Yet, the thick lightning pillar struck the formation Lin Feng had set up. At the center of the formation lay the contorted face of Chu Weiyao. Hey. With such tremendous heavenly lightning, would it not strike down the young girl? Was he not attempting to save her, but rather seeking revenge? Just then, Lin Feng suddenly extended his hand, shielding Chu's way above. Boom. A dazzling purple light erupted, and everyone instinctively closed their eyes. The actions of Lin Feng have been witnessed by all. Beyond the shock, there lies a sense of regret. To confront the thunderstorm with bare hands, does he consider himself a celestial being? Such an exceptional alchemist and formation master should not meet his demise amidst the tribulation of thunder. Yet, had he chosen not to intervene, Chu would undoubtedly have succumbed to this heavenly wrath. As the brilliance before them dissipated, the observing cultivators were left in a state of bewilderment. They beheld a foundational stage cultivator who had withstood the thunder tribulation without perishing. Not only did he survive, but his expression remained serene, his garments unblemished. Such an individual transcends the term genius and instead embodies a true prodigy. Wang Xian's countenance finally shifted, revealing a glimmer of fear and unease in his gaze. A discarded disciple, who had long departed from the sect, now displayed an even sharper set of fangs, trampling upon his status as a so-called genius. No, this cannot be real. This formation was meticulously prepared by him long ago. It must be so. Yet, how could he possibly withstand the thunder tribulation with his bare hands? Many shared this same question, including the Lord of Baidi City, the heavenly origin Taoist. Chapter 56. You are the paragon in your senior sister's heart. In the skies above the starry pavilion, Lin Feng descended like a deity of thunder, seizing the lightning bolt with his bare hands. The onlookers, astonished, stood frozen in the streets, gazing up at his striking figure. Did you witness that? The descending tribulation appeared to be absorbed by him. A young prodigy indeed, able to withstand the wrath of the heavens. If it were me, I would tremble even before a lesser tribulation. Do not hasten to conclusions. The storm clouds have yet to disperse. Let us hope he can endure. Within Lin Feng, a radiant energy surged. The power derived from the lightning tribulation continually refining his body. With the nine heavens thunder spirit root, he had no fear of being harmed by the tribulation. Yet, he was uncertain if he could transcend the ascension tribulation relying solely on this spirit root. Becoming an immortal entails facing more than just the punishments of the heavenly way. The sky churned with dark clouds, crackling with electric serpents. Soon, another brilliant purple ray descended. Boom. The thunderous sound signified the might of this formidable tribulation. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the gathered cultivators, Lin Feng remained steadfast in the air. The previous lightning bolt he had grasped vanished from his hand. Anyone with discernment could see that this was highly unusual. He must be a cultivator of the thunder spirit root. No wonder he contained the lightning. Nonsense. My thunder spirit root lacks such prowess. This is clearly an innate thunder spirit root. Wang Xian's gaze was cold as he glared at the sky, his fist clenched tightly, nails nearly embedding into his flesh. Humph. He was once a heavenly spirit root who self-destructed his cultivation. His spirit root qualifications can only diminish, not improve. He must be practicing some advanced technique to fearlessly confront such heavenly might. Wang Xian spoke cryptically, yet his words sparked intrigue among many regarding Lin Feng's cultivation method. Lu Qingqing secretly gave a thumbs up to her junior brother. Lin Feng must have been too fortunate, which is why he did not return to the Huangyun sect. If one were constantly pursued by cultivators, facing daily troubles, it would not take long to realize the merits of a sect. Though the Huangyun sect is modest, it is backed by the likes of the Xianyun sect and even the prestigious Tianyun sect. Ordinary cultivators truly dare not provoke them lightly. My junior brother is correct. After Lin Feng's self-destruction, his spirit root could only decline, not ascend. There must be a powerful technique supporting him. Alas, he is unwilling to share it with you all. Xiao Zishuan immediately discerned the implication in their words, a surge of fury igniting within her. These shameless individuals. I shall confront them. Senior sister, do not be hasty. They may be waiting for you to act, hoping to have you captured by the guards of Baidi City, thereby affecting my junior brother's tribulation, Lu Hongying cautioned. Heeding the warning, Xiao Zishuan reluctantly suppressed her murderous intent, though her eyes glared fiercely at Lu Qingqing. Meanwhile, the cultivators present discussed fervently, observing Lin Feng as he faced one lightning strike after another. Their gazes grew increasingly fervent. This technique was truly remarkable. The previously suppressed greed, now stirred, became palpable. Heh, you are all mistaken. This is the Nine Heavens Calamity Thunder Sacred Root. An ancient voice resonated from the periphery of the street. The speaker, with hair as white as snow, was undoubtedly an aged cultivator. Yet, his gait exuded an air of dignity and authority, devoid of the weariness typically associated with old age. This young man is impressive. He undoubtedly possesses exceptional fortune. To abandon one's cultivation and still elevate one's spiritual root to such a rare sacred root is unprecedented. The crowd, however, remained skeptical. It was not until the proprietor of the starry pavilion approached with a respectful demeanor and bowed, exclaiming, "We honor the Taoist Lord," that the assembled cultivators paused, momentarily stunned. They soon realized the identity of the venerable elder in White Emperor City. The title of Taoist Lord could only refer to the city lord, Tian Yuan Taoist Lord. Honor the Taoist Lord. The crowd bowed in unison, their respect palpable. A recognition of his formidable strength. This figure was a pinnacle cultivator of the southern domain, at the height of the tribulation stage. Who could have anticipated that a lightning array set by a mere foundation establishment cultivator would attract such a distinguished personage? Tian Yuan Taoist Lord nodded at the gathered assembly before entering the starry pavilion, his status ensuring he would not mingle with ordinary cultivators. To witness the spectacle, one must be in the private rooms on the second floor. However, his words enlightened the crowd. It became evident that Lin Feng's control over lightning stemmed from his sacred root. They nearly offended a prodigy of limitless potential. The two individuals from Huang Yun's sect had truly acted foolishly. Why would they speak of techniques unless to sow discord? Faced with the scrutinizing gazes and inquiries of the crowd, Wang Xian and Lu Qingqing flushed with embarrassment, wishing to disappear into the throng. Had it not been for the rules of White Emperor City and the recent appearance of the city lord, they might have faced a violent backlash. Both hailing from Huang Yun's sect, Lin Feng was benevolent, bravely enduring the lightning tribulation to save others, while these two were busy spreading slander, truly disgraceful, in my opinion. The true prodigy of Huang Yun's sect is Lin Feng. What merit does Wang Xian possess? Accusations rippled through the crowd. Lu Qingqing hastily led Wang Xian away, seeking refuge in a secluded corner of the starry pavilion to continue watching. How infuriating that everyone defends the traitor. Is it merely for his ability to set up formations? Junior brother, he is merely momentarily favored. You are the true star in the eyes of our senior sister. Wang Xian, filled with resentment, gazed up at the figure in the sky. Thank you, fourth senior sister. I will strive to surpass him. With the assistance of mysterious, powerful allies and abundant fortune. He vowed, once I return to cultivate to the core formation stage, I shall leave him far behind. As the thunder continued to crash from above. Although Lin Feng's cultivation remained unchanged, his physical strength was steadily augmenting. The Nine Heavens Calamity Thunder Sacred Spirit Root possesses the ability to refine the body through the might of thunder. Aside from physical cultivators and certain exceptional mortal warriors, few practitioners pay heed to the corporeal form. After all, with an array of defensive spells in the existence of the nascent soul and the divine consciousness, even if the physical body were to be annihilated, it could be reforged anew. There is simply no need to squander an abundance of time on the dual cultivation of spirit and body. Naturally, physical cultivators may find themselves lacking in the application of spiritual power. Only those like Lin Feng, who are endowed with unique spiritual roots or physiques, can achieve a remarkable enhancement in both spiritual prowess and physical condition. Half an hour later, the storm clouds in the sky coalesced around the final violet beam of light descending. Without any unexpected turn of events, it was seized in a single grasp, transforming into sustenance for the corporeal form. As the dark clouds dissipated, revealing a clear sky stretching for miles, the Thunder Calamity Body Refinement Array remained in turmoil, enveloped in a shroud of violet lightning. The majority of the Thunder's power surged into Lin Feng's body, while the remainder was stored within the array. Preparing for the subsequent body refinement, Lin Feng approached Chu Yueyao, taking her frail hand in his. He then guided the tamed threads of thunderous energy into her body, aiming to purge the venom of the 6 demonic fire. This malevolent poison retreats in the presence of celestial might, and soon enough, it was forced out, leaving the air crystallized with ice. How do you feel now? Chapter 57. Disciple Chu Yueyao. I pay my respects to my esteemed master. After subjecting Chu Yueyao to the thunderous body tempering, Lin Feng lifted her sensory seal. Initially, she furrowed her brow, seemingly enduring pain. However, her expression soon relaxed, a gentle smile gracing her lips, revealing delicate dimples. Big brother, thank you. I feel no pain now. Witnessing the genuine smile on Chu Yueyao's pale face, Xiao Zishuan and Lu Hongying felt a pang of sorrow. Neither had yet traversed the lengthy path of cultivation that could not become numb to such feelings. This child has endured so much. Her lips lack color. Indeed, she is as thin as a twig. I shall fetch you some delicious food shortly. After resting for a while, Chu Yueyao managed to rise. The first thing she did was kneel before Lin Feng in deep gratitude. Thank you, big brother. for saving my life. Yu Yao shall forever remember your kindness. If you do not mind, I am willing to offer myself in gratitude. Lin Feng, having just sipped his tea, promptly spat it out. Where did you learn such audacious words, little girl? My father reads novels where such expressions of gratitude are deemed sincere. But given your current emaciated state, this is not gratitude. It is clearly ingratitude. Then shall I wait until I gain weight before offering myself? You are merely 14. Such statements are quite inappropriate. Lin Feng hastily called upon Xiao Zixuan and Lu Hongying to educate the young girl on proper decorum. Wang Xin and Lu Qingqing exchanged astonished glances, unable to conceal their surprise. He truly could cure the poison of the 16 demon fire. During their time in the sect, he had never claimed to possess the ability to set high-level formations. Perhaps this fellow has been concealing his abilities, waiting for a chance to astonish us all. Let us depart, Lu Qingqing said, her tone tinged with melancholy and anger. This insufferable tool has been hiding his strength. He clearly knows how to concoct pills and arrange formations, yet chooses not to inform me or our master. It is as if he fears that our knowledge would compel him to labor incessantly. But this is an opportunity for me and our master to repay our debts. How can he not cherish it? Yet, as she recalled Lin Feng's care for her current senior sister, Lu Qingqing felt a pang of bitterness. This treatment and privilege should belong to us, yet he bestows it upon those two wretches. And to set a high-level formation for a half-dead little brat is an utter waste of resources. However, if he could concoct a heavenly-grade transformation crystal pill for her, she might still consider offering him some benefits. With that thought, an idea swiftly emerged in her mind. I shall grant you another chance. Be sure to seize it. Observing Chu Yueyao's complexion growing rosier, her energy returning, and her ability to jump about, the onlooking cultivators understood that this time she had indeed been healed. What an impressive young man. From this day forth, cultivators afflicted by the 16 demon fire shall have hope. Now that the person has been cured, do you truly believe that Chu Handong would part with the entire sect spirit stones for Lin Feng? If I were the leader of Lingxi's sect, I would simply seize the person. Indeed, is the favor of a cultivator at the transformation stage not sufficient? That represents the entirety of a second-rate sect's spirit stones. In truth, this dilemma has crossed Chu Handong's mind as well. He stood in the sect's treasury, a frown creasing his brow as he gazed at the spirit stones. If Yao were to be cured, there would undoubtedly be a token of gratitude. But is such a quantity of spirit stones truly necessary? Should all be given to Lin Feng, the days ahead for Lingxi's sect would be arduous. This is a sum of 30 million spirit stones accumulated over nearly a century. How could I bear to part with it? Chu Handong hastened back to Baidi City. However, upon arriving at Xingshan Pavilion, he learned that the trio had already departed, and the staff were unaware of their whereabouts. Sweat the size of soybeans instantly beaded on Chu Handong's forehead. Could it be that he harbored a grudge against my past actions and took Yu Yao away? Yet, according to the staff at Xingshan Pavilion, his beloved daughter had indeed been cured, just as he was in a frantic state, contemplating seeking out the Xiantian sword sect. A familiar laughter echoed in his memory. Big brother, that candied hawthorn was so delicious, I want more. No, eating too much will lead to cavities. Unless you can cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. Once I reach the foundation establishment stage, I won't have to worry about cavities? Not quite, at that stage. One need not consume food. Chu Handong abruptly turned around to see a little girl holding an assortment of snacks. Yu. He rushed forward, only to be blocked by a hand. Chu sect leader, we must not forget the agreement. Seeing that his daughter was unharmed, Chu Handong finally regained his composure. Yes. Many thanks to you, Lin Daoyu, for your timely intervention. Here are all the spirit stones from our Lingxi sect treasury. Please examine them. Lin Feng accepted the storage ring offered. A sweep of his divine sense allowed him to effortlessly ascertain the quantity of spirit stones, 31 million, quite satisfactory. With the payment received, he had no reason to impede the transaction. Chu Yu Yao immediately leapt into her father's embrace, and they wept together. Such scenes are indeed rare in the cultivation world. The older cultivators tend to disregard familial bonds, yet there remains an unwavering attachment to bloodline heritage. Chu sect leader, I have another matter I wish to discuss with you. A chill ran through Chu Handong's heart. Could it be that the 16 demon fire within his daughter had not been entirely eradicated? Please, Lin Daoyu, speak freely. Rest assured, the toxicity within Yu Yao has been completely purged. She no longer has to endure the torment of the yin poison. Yes, thank you, Lin Daoyu. Lin Feng led everyone to a nearby tea stall run by mortals. The thing is, I have taken quite a liking to this child, Yu Yao. Chu Handong's expression shifted. Could this be an additional condition? Indeed, Lin Daoyu, you possess an extraordinary charm and remarkable talent. However, my child is still quite young and not yet of marriageable age. Where were your thoughts wandering? I intend to take Yu Yao as my disciple." Chu Handong wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his anxious heart finally at ease. "So that is the case. Yu Yao, do you wish to follow this path?" In truth, he was in agreement, for everyone had witnessed Lin Feng's capabilities. Although he is merely at the foundation establishment stage, such prowess allows him to concoct heavenly-grade elixirs and arrange advanced formations, with limitless potential for future achievements. Furthermore, the legendary Mou sword immortal resides within the Xiantian sword sect. Having his daughter apprentice under Lin Feng is something he genuinely supports. Without hesitation, Chu Huiyao nodded. "Father, I wish to follow Big Brother in my cultivation." She had reached an age of understanding and naturally comprehended the significance of her decision. "Father, do not be saddened. The Xiantian sword sect is not far from Lingxi's sect, and I will return to visit you often." Hearing these words, Chu Handong felt a sense of relief. Indeed, the sects are located within the southern region, and it would be easy to visit. Then I shall express my gratitude to Lin Daoyu on behalf of my daughter. Upon hearing this, Chu Huiyao realized that her father had given his consent. Immediately, she knelt on the ground and bowed 3 times to Lin Feng. Disciple Chu Huiyao pays respect to the master. Chapter 58, The Innate Metal Sword Body, Strangle Her. From the moment Lin Feng laid eyes on Chu Huiyao, he perceived her extraordinary physique, a rare innate metal sword body, ideally suited for sword cultivation. A practitioner possessing such a constitution would wield sword energy with exceptional sharpness, far surpassing their peers. However, having been afflicted by the 6 demonic poison, coupled with her gentle disposition, most cultivators would overlook her latent potential. It was only Lin Feng's keen perception that enabled him to recognize her true essence. Given that the Xiantian sword sect was in dire need of promising young talents, he felt inclined to take her under his wing. Neither Xiao Zixuan nor Lu Hongying objected to this decision. Through their recent interactions, they discovered that this young girl was naive and pure-hearted, perhaps a consequence of enduring prolonged illness that confined her to her home. Chu Huiyao's mentality seemed more akin to that of a 7-year-old than a 14-year-old. Her mind is unblemished as a blank canvas, ideal for honing her skills in swordsmanship. "From this day forth, you shall be my disciple," Lin Feng declared, presenting her with a Tian Sui Dan as a token of their meeting. "Thank you, Master," she replied, her sweet and innocent smile lighting up her face. In addition to the gift from Xiao Zixuan, Lu Hongying bestowed upon her an elegant technique for agile movement. Lin Feng then revealed a 4th-grade gold elemental spirit sword, which he had procured from the Starry Pavilion. "This autumn leaves sword is a gift for you. Henceforth, I urge you to devote yourself diligently to your training. I do not expect grand contributions to the sect, but I implore you to cultivate with a clear conscience." Chu Huiyao obediently nodded, her expression radiant with innocence. "Yes, I will adhere to my master's teachings." Seeing the care that the 3 bestowed upon his daughter brought a smile of satisfaction to Chu Handong. Among the members of the Xiantian sword sect, aside from Su Moli, these 3 held the highest standing. He felt assured in trusting his daughter to their guidance. After reminding her to heed her master's words, Chu Handong departed. Needing to earn spirit stones for the Lingxi sect, the 30 million spirit stones he had given were well worth it. Having not only cured his daughter's long-standing ailment, but also provided her with a mentor of great potential. That evening, Lin Feng settled into a villa he purchased in the city. With a wealth of spirit stones at his disposal, he felt no hesitation in spending. Reflecting on his past life's efforts for the Huanyan sect, he recalled that even at the time of his demise, the spirit stones in his storage ring had scarcely exceeded 100,000. After dinner, Lin Feng and Xiao Zixuan enjoyed tea in the rear courtyard. During their conversation, he learned about Chu Huiyao's innate metal sword body. What if the sect master did not bring spirit stones? Lin Feng mused. Then we shall have her sell herself to repay the debt and bring Huiyao back to the sect. Xiao Zixuan chuckled. You would be at a loss, providing the antidote for free and teaching her swordsmanship in return. Gazing at the enchanting smile of Xiao Zixuan, Lin Feng found himself irresistibly drawn to her, perhaps even craving her presence. Why do you stare at me like a famished wolf? She teased. I think you resemble a little rabbit, he replied. Then does that mean you intend to devour me? No. If anyone is to be consumed, it shall be I who devours you, she countered playfully. Lin Feng had not anticipated Xiao Zixuan's boldness, and he saw no reason to decline her invitation. Very well, you may come and feast, he said with a grin. After a considerable time, Xiao Zixuan finally comprehended the meaning behind those words. Embarrassed, she playfully struck Lin Feng's chest with her small fist, only for it to transform into a gentle caress upon contact. The two, having silently pledged their devotion in the secret realm, ignited like dry tinder meeting a fierce flame. Spiraling out of control. Let us retreat to the room. Fear not. I have set up a formation. We shall remain undetected. How embarrassing. An hour later, Lu Hongying returned from shopping with Chu Zuiyao, unaware of Lin Feng and Xiao Zixuan's presence. She assumed the two had sneaked out to have fun without her. How dare they exclude me? Next time, I shall cling to my junior brother. Yes, Yueyao shall also stay close to our master. No, you need not. I will take good care of him. The following morning, Xiao Zixuan awoke in bed, feeling utterly exhausted. Certain parts of her body throbbed with pain, dissuading her from rising. The last encounter in the secret chamber, marred by the poison of the Hahuan sect, left her memories fragmented. It was her first realization of Lin Feng's powerful grip and his deep, lingering breath. Early that morning, Lin Feng had yet to begin his practice when a loud crash echoed from the front door. Lu Qingqing, adorned in a flowing green dress, strode in with an air of arrogance. Lin Feng's gaze turned cold, a clear sign of his displeasure. You come uninvited. Why must you shatter my door? His figure vanished momentarily, reappearing before Lu Qingqing in an instant. Without further ado, he grasped her delicate neck. Though Lu Qingqing attempted to fend him off, her reaction was too slow. In that familiar position, he employed the familiar spirit-binding technique. Lin Feng lifted her effortlessly, his tone frigid. You have 1 hour to repair my door. Fail to do so, and I shall end your life. These individuals had grown accustomed to barging through doors in their past lives. This time, he intended to ensure they learned a lesson. Yet, Lu Qingqing's expression remained defiant. Showing no signs of capitulation, she glared fiercely at Lin Feng, her fair, oval face flushed with indignation. Kill me. According to the rules of Baidi City, her trespassing warranted lethal consequences. Lin Feng showed no intention of relenting. If need be, he would grant her a swift demise. Better to die now than face the torment that awaited her later. She ought to feel grateful. Cough, cough. Lu Qingqing felt the suffocating grip tightening around her neck, as if it were about to snap. Gazing into Lin Feng's indifferent eyes, she experienced the chilling embrace of death for the first time. Is he truly intent on killing me? I am his senior sister. He once cherished me dearly. The one who had once obeyed her every command now seemed so cold. What had become of the loyal little brother who had always endured? No, I am not yet ready to perish. I must return with a heavenly grade transformation pill for my junior disciple, to aid him in becoming the mightiest cultivator in the Golden Core stage. She understood that she could not bring Lin Feng back to the sect. However, if the exceptionally talented Wang Xin were to succeed, he would undoubtedly achieve this in the future. At that time, the humiliation endured today would be repaid 100-fold. Cough cough, shall cultivate. A hoarse voice echoed, and Lin Feng casually flicked his wrist, as if discarding a lifeless fish. Upon my return from breakfast. If you have not mastered this technique, your demise is assured. Cough cough cough, vomit. Lu Qingqing clutched her slender neck, her complexion still pale. More than one person had remarked upon the beauty of her neck, a delicate, rosy hue, long and proportionate, the epitome of a swan's neck. Yet now, it bore a distinctly visible purple-blue handprint, a sight that was utterly shocking. Lu Qingqing lay on the ground, gasping for breath like a fish on the verge of death. After a considerable time, she managed to rise with great difficulty. In this unnoticed moment, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Chapter 59, The Vines of Shame. I must act swiftly. Lu Qing, filled with righteous indignation, sought out Lin Feng, indeed harboring intentions to confront him. At the opportune moment, she planned to demand the celestial crystal pill that her junior sister had mentioned. Yet, upon entering, she nearly found herself throttled, an intolerable affront. In the past, even if I had kicked the door to splinters, Lin Feng would not have laid a hand on me. He would have been the first to inquire if my foot was injured, not attempt to actually strangle me as he did now. She had unmistakably sensed the killing intent. How dare you treat me this way? After all, I was once your senior sister, someone you secretly admired, albeit I was a tad strict with you. Can such feelings simply vanish after your betrayal of the sect? She resolved not to repair this door. She could not believe Lin Feng would dare to kill her. But in the next moment, that cold gaze met her. Currently, Lu Qing's spiritual power was sealed. Only her physical strength remained intact, making escape utterly impossible. If it must be done, it is all for that celestial crystal pill. Everything I do is for my junior brother, not out of fear of you. Lu Qing, seething with anger, clumsily began to repair the door. Meanwhile, Lin Feng entered Xiao Zishuan's room, carrying a bowl of porridge. There she lay on the bed, playfully exposing a beautiful leg of pure white. Get up and drink some spiritual rice porridge to replenish the energy you lost last night. Humph. You have no understanding of cherishing the fair. Just as Lin Feng was about to lift the covers, the Qi longsword was suddenly pressed against his neck. Confess honestly. Were those shameful vines from last night truly your technique? Of course. Would you like to see more? I certainly do not. Xiao Zishuan bashfully shook her head, clearly recalling the madness of the previous night. And why are you so adept at such matters? Those peculiar postures. From which woman did you learn them, Li Yun or Lu Qing? Lin Feng, at a loss for words, could not fathom being interested in either of those women in this lifetime. I learned it from earthly texts. Do you wish to see? Bah, I shall not look. And you are not permitted to see either. Hand them over for safekeeping. With a mighty sword of a great ascendant period pressed against his neck, Lin Feng reluctantly surrendered 2 treasured books. Humph, this is more like it. Xiao Zishuan sheathed the Qi longsword, preparing to open the books for a look. Just then, Lu Hongying burst through the door. Upon seeing the two in the room, her gaze immediately turned suggestive. Oh, am I interrupting something? Fear not. I am not here to break you apart. Rather, I wish to join. Shall we see what scandalous words you speak? Senior sister, what techniques are you holding? Why do they feature both male and female figures? Xiao Zishuan suddenly remembered she still held the 2 books, having forgotten to place them in her storage ring in her rush, and hastily concealed them behind her back. However, this was evidently not lost on Lu Hongying. In a flash, she seized one of the books. Humph, we belong to the same sect, and yet you give special treatment to your junior. I shall inform our master. Please, don't. Lin Feng and Xiao Zishuan stood up simultaneously. How could this matter be brought to the master? Wait, this was a book given to me by my junior, and I haven't even read it yet. Oh, so it is a technique bestowed upon you by Xiao Feng for your sister? Let me see what it is. It wouldn't happen to be a dual cultivation secret technique, would it? Lu Hongying sneered as she opened the book, her face turning crimson upon a single glance. An invisible sword aura emanated from her, instantly shredding the book into fragments. You lecher scoundrel, shameless fox. In broad daylight, you truly were looking at dual cultivation techniques. Yet, by the time she regained her composure, Lin Feng had vanished. Xiao Zishuan paid her no mind, having finished her porridge and lying back on the bed. Embarrassed, Lu Hongying left the room, and as she stepped outside, she clenched her fists and struck a few blows into the air. Humph, how dare you betray me in secret? No, I cannot allow my junior to slip away. I must act swiftly. In a few years, that little beauty, Yu Yao, will be competing with me. After breakfast, Lin Feng returned to the courtyard entrance. The door, which had been kicked in, was already repaired, albeit with visible signs of having been forcefully mended. Speak quickly if you have something to say. Lu Qingqing stood by the door, her expression dark. Is this how you treat a former senior sister? You are aware it is former. How dare you show your face here? Give me a heavenly grade transformation crystal pill. Lin Feng smiled faintly, his lips curling. On what grounds? I know you harbor feelings for me. If you agree to give me the heavenly grade transformation crystal pill, I will play a tune for you. Lin Feng nodded slightly, surprised that she was bargaining for something instead of merely demanding. In the past, it was always about taking without giving anything in return. Seeing him nod, Lu Qingqing's eyes brightened. So you agree? I agree to nothing. Your out-of-tune music is hardly worth listening to compared to the melodies of the brothels. How can you compare me to those wretched women? Because, in my eyes, you are no different. Lu Qingqing was so enraged that she struggled to breathe, her chest heaving violently. This was the first time she had experienced such humiliation. Clearly, she stood before him. He ought to have been wise enough to offer her the pill. What was it that caused him to resist her so vehemently? Could it be those 2 women had bewitched him? After a considerable time, Lu Qingqing finally calmed herself. If you do not like this one, then I shall find another. I will speak favorably of you before our master. However, whether you receive forgiveness depends on your sincerity and our master's disposition. This time, Lin Feng's smile was even more disdainful. He flicked his fingers in the air a few times, dispelling the binding spell on Lu Qingqing. With a wave of his hand, he closed the door. No need. Be gone, and do not seek me out again. My senior sister is the little sword immortal. My second senior sister is the little sword deity, and as for you, you are unworthy. Go back and inform Qin Keqing that my master is none other than Su Moli. Lu Qingqing stood dazed before the grand door, her face painted with disbelief. In the absence of onlookers, he even refused to acknowledge me as his senior sister, rejecting even the recognition of our master. In that moment, a hollow sensation enveloped her heart, accompanied by a surge of irritation. What an abomination to truly consider oneself a member of the Xiantian sword sect. It was only then that she remembered she had yet to obtain the elixir. Lu Qingqing had come with unwavering confidence, intending to return with the heavenly grade transformation crystal pill. Habitually, she raised her foot, ready to kick the door open. However, upon seeing the numerous cracks adorning it, she ultimately hesitated. Yet, she neither knocked nor waited. She simply pushed the door open and stepped inside. Bang! The moment Lu Qingqing swung the door open, a fist the size of a sandbag came crashing toward her. Despite her prior vigilance, her body was still sent flying. Spiritual energy surged within her, and her complexion flushed crimson. You. Before she could utter a word of reproach, the door slammed shut behind her. Chapter 60. She is worthless. Just swallow it whole. During her time at the Huangmen sect, Lu Qingqing never adhered to the custom of knocking before entering Lin Feng's room. When in high spirits, she would simply push the door open, and when displeased, she would kick it down. This habit, ingrained in her, had never changed, especially since Lin Feng had once cherished her dearly. However, now, she felt utterly insignificant. Standing at the entrance, Lu Qingqing hesitated for a long moment, taking several deep breaths. I must not allow anger to consume me. This traitor is not worth my ire. Eventually, she suppressed her impulse to kick the door and rapped on it instead. Knock. Knock, knock. Surely, this will suffice. Open the door for me. Yet, the only response she received was a singular word. Scram. Hand over the Tianjie Huajing Dan, and I will leave. No, scram. The conditions that Lu Qingqing had nearly voiced were abruptly stifled. How could he claim to have none, without even a hint of pretense? What has become of you? Where is the obedient and understanding junior disciple I once knew? Silence enveloped the courtyard, devoid of any sound. Answer me quickly. I know you are inside. Still, Lin Feng's silence only fueled her growing frustration. If you have the audacity to steal the elixir from the junior sister, then you should have the courage to open the door. Do not hide in there without a word. I can sense your spiritual energy. At that moment, the door creaked open. A smile graced Lu Qingqing's lips, her eyes gleaming with triumph. In the end, you cannot let go of me. You have obediently opened the door for me. However, what awaited her was a fist that appeared out of nowhere. Swift and precise, it struck her gleeful visage. Bang! Lin Feng's fist collided with Lu Qingqing's right eye, sending her sprawling onto the street, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Whether from pain or humiliation, tears cascaded down her cheeks as she rose. You bastard, I will fight back, she screeched, completely losing her composure. Never had she experienced such indignity in her life. With remarkable speed, she charged towards the door, even employing her spiritual sword. Lin Feng, with narrowed eyes, respected every adversary. Come on, attack me. Then, I shall make you pay. As Lu Qingqing surged forward, she caught sight of Lin Feng's icy gaze, sending a chilling dread surging through her. Despite his foundation-building late-stage spiritual pressure, why did this mid-stage core formation practitioner feel fear? Yet, at this distance, stopping was impossible. Moreover, Lu Qingqing was harboring a pent-up frustration that had built since Lin Feng departed from the Huangyan sect. By what right do you bestow the love and care that belong to me upon other women? That is a privilege I granted you, meant solely for my sake. Lu Qingqing understood that with this strike, she might very well lose her life. Yet, her anger propelled her forward, and she could not bring herself to halt. Suddenly, a figure clad in white appeared, intercepting her reckless advance. Calm yourself, senior sister. You cannot commit murder in Baidi City, or we shall all face execution. Lu Qingqing halted her steps, tears welling in her purplish-black eyes. Whoa, junior brother, he struck me. He has never laid a hand on me before. Yet today he dared to harm my senior sister. The grievances she had endured finally erupted upon Wang Xian's arrival. Why did you strike her? She is your senior sister, not mine. If I wish to hit her, I shall. Wang Xian's brows knitted together, his expression growing increasingly frigid. I understand the resentment you harbor, but she was once your senior sister. You ought not to treat her thus. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile, a stark contrast to the emotions of the two outside. Was this truly the reason she barged in? Wang Xian glanced at the dilapidated state of the door, immediately comprehending. He had engaged in similar antics himself. After all, who could blame him for being the easiest to bully in Huangyan's sect? Hadn't every disciple kicked down his door at some point? Even if your senior sister shattered your door, you should not resort to violence. Wang Xian turned to the sobbing Lu Qingqing, amusement hidden in his gaze, though his demeanor remained gentle and considerate. Senior sister, what do you seek him for? We ought to return. He stole the heavenly grade transformation crystal pill from my junior sister, and I simply wish to reclaim one for you. At her words, Wang Xian's heart raced, and his mouth felt parched. You mean, the very thing that can coalesce into a perfect golden pill? Indeed. So that is the case. Wang Xian abruptly turned his gaze toward Lin Feng, his greed unmistakable. Junior brother, lend me your transformation crystal pill. Once I achieve a perfect golden pill, I shall seek out a formula to help you refine another. Furthermore, I can promise to intercede on your behalf with our master. You know how dearly favored I am by them. Once I speak, you shall certainly return to Huangyuan's sect, instead of languishing in that dilapidated sect struck by divine retribution. Wang Xian was resolute in acquiring the heavenly grade transformation crystal pill. Without prior consultation with Qin Keqing, he dared to promise Lin Feng a return to Huangyuan's sect. With such advantageous conditions offered, what reason do you have to refuse? Once I utilize the transformation crystal pill in your possession to achieve a perfect golden pill, you shall never hope to catch up with me. As for the promise of refining another, one must first locate the formula, which could take centuries or even millennia. I have previously stated that even if I were to perish like a stray dog by the roadside, I would never return to Huangyuan's sect. Why can you not comprehend my words? Enough, Lin Feng. It is just the three of us here. Who doesn't he know you? What of it? Wang Xian raised his head with an air of pride, nostrils flared. Everything you do is merely to enhance your bargaining power with our master, hoping to showcase your abilities and earn their favor in the future. Lin Feng had not anticipated that these siblings were so prone to delusion. He retrieved an orange-hued elixir from his storage ring, its surface adorned with intricate patterns of lightning, a testament to having withstood the tribulations of thunder. The fragrance of the potion was subtle, emanating a faint golden glow. Upon witnessing this, both Wang Xian and Lu Qingqing displayed expressions of delight, clearly convinced that their earlier words had borne fruit. Lin Feng, with your diminished thunder root aptitude, even if you were to consume this celestial-grade transformation crystal pill, you would only be capable of achieving an earth-grade golden elixir. In contrast, as one endowed with a congenital spiritual root, I am destined to forge a flawless golden elixir, ensuring that my journey will far surpass yours. This pill can only realize its full potential in my hands. You ought to grant this future powerhouse a favor, especially considering the numerous benefits I have promised you. Now, hand over the elixir to me. Wang Xian eagerly extended his hand, his avarice unabashedly apparent. The corners of his mouth curled upward, a testament to his restraint. Had he not feared scaring anyone, he would have laughed uproariously at that moment. Lin Feng, with a smile, opened his mouth and, before the two of them, swallowed the celestial-grade transformation crystal pill whole. Do you truly believe you are speaking rationally? He retorted, turning away as the great doors slammed shut behind him, activating the protective array. Chapter 61. The harmonious union of yin and yang, returning to the sect. The heavy gates of the courtyard swung shut, accompanied by the activation of the protective formation. Wang Xian and Lu Qingqing exchanged glances, standing awkwardly in place. Should they force their way in now, they would not face Lin Feng's fists, but rather the guards of Baidi City. Was it truly not his intention? Wang Xian vigorously shook his head, unable to comprehend Lin Feng's rationale for refusing. Just half a month ago, this fellow was utterly obedient to their master and submissive to the senior sisters. While he often inquired about their well-being, how could he now adopt such a frosty demeanor? Ready to strike at the slightest provocation? Had he really become so heartless merely due to a few instances of sabotage? I refuse to believe that without this heavenly grade transformation pill, I cannot achieve a perfect golden core. Humph, when the day of my success arrives, I shall undoubtedly slap your face hard. Watching the precious treasure slip away before his eyes, Wang Xian felt a mix of sorrow and rage, casting a fierce glare at the courtyard before storming off. Lu Qingqing sensed his tumultuous emotions and hurriedly followed. Do not fret, junior brother. His cultivation has yet to reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Consuming this pill now would be tantamount to waste. With your innate talent, I firmly believe you can coalesce into a heavenly grade golden core. Those who fail to cherish such opportunities as he will never surpass you. Hearing Lu Qingqing's comforting words, Wang Xian's spirits lifted slightly. Indeed, it had been nearly 10 millennia since anyone had heard of a cultivator forming a perfect golden core. Yet, had not those individuals still managed to attain the tribulation stage? Even if he were to coalesce a heavenly grade golden core, it would still be an existence Lin Feng would need to look up to. Let us set this matter aside for now. We must find a stabilizing artifact to report back with. I know what to do, and when we reach the master, you shall follow my lead. Lu Qingqing paused momentarily, realizing Wang Xin was once again planning to deceive. They had engaged in such schemes numerous times before, developing a tacit understanding. The two returned to the Star Pavilion to purchase a blue lion stabilizing artifact. Manager Zhao, sensing my auspicious fortune, graciously presented me with an artifact capable of suppressing the fortunes of second-rate sects. To show our gratitude, we decided to spend 100,000 spirit stones to acquire it. Do you remember, senior sister? Lu Qingqing readily nodded. After all, such stabilizing artifacts were enigmatic. Regardless of whether they were ordinary or rare, their effects were largely similar. After all, they pertained to the sect's fortune, not some chaotic energies. Moreover, this blue lion artifact was priced at merely 10,000 spirit stones. They could derive a considerable profit from their sect. Since Lin Feng's departure from the Huangyun sect, the spiritual stone supply from the Qin Keqing lineage had diminished significantly. First, the spirit stone mine lacked oversight and planning. Secondly, the recent expenses from the talisman array had been exorbitant, necessitating compensation to the sect. In the past, they could receive 100 spirit stones monthly. Now, they were left with merely 20. Junior brother, keep these spirit stones. You currently require abundant resources for cultivation. Then, I shall extend my gratitude to fourth senior sister. Why must we be so courteous with each other? A smirk played upon Wang Xion's lips. Lin Feng. Did you see that? This is the care you strive for yet cannot attain. As he returned to the inn to gather his belongings, his expression morphed into one of grotesque malice. After ensuring the probing array was intact, Wang Xian turned his gaze to the bronze ring adorning his right hand. What do you think of Lin Feng, senior? A hoarse voice unexpectedly emanated from the ring. His ability to concoct 8th-tier heavenly elixirs attests to his remarkable alchemical skills. Moreover, his ingenuity in employing formations to channel the tribulation's celestial might and dispel the toxicity of the 6th demonic fire is something I had not even contemplated. Viewed in this light, he may indeed possess unique qualities. Upon hearing these words, Wang Xion's grim visage darkened further. No, in the southern domain's cultivation realm, I alone am exceptional. Others merely serve as stepping stones for my ascent. I must personally obliterate him and seize the women by his side, forcing him to endure a fate more despairing than the loss of his cultivation. A furious roar resonated from the bronze ring, unsettlingly calming Wang Xion's tumultuous emotions. Silence. It is permissible to harbor resentment, but do not become ensnared by it. Yes, master, yet when I think of how he constantly suppresses me, the fury within me becomes unbearable. Alas, what can I say? You are my obedient disciple. I shall devise a strategy. Before long, Wang Xion's countenance regained a confident smile, though the shadows lurking in his eyes deepened. A treasure that can render a woman utterly devoted to me, ha ha ha. Lin Feng. Await your reckoning. You will regret consuming this 8th-tier transformation crystal pill. Despite his casual dismissal, the sight of an opportunity so tantalizingly close slipping away ignited his anger. That evening, Lin Feng's residence welcomed two distinguished guests, Master Ku Hua, accompanied by the venerable Tian Yuan Dao Jun. Their purpose was to request a tribulation-evading pill. Lin Feng promptly acquiesced, receiving 50 million spirit stones as remuneration. Before long, dark clouds enveloped the entirety of Baidi City, brewing a storm of tribulation. However, with a mere flick of Tian Yuan Dao Jun's sleeve, the sky was left adorned with only a solitary bright moon. Thank you, young friend. Rest assured. Even during the tribulation, the ancient ones in this city shall grant me some respect. Lin Feng and his companions did not rush back to the Xintian sword sect, as he had promised Xiao Zixuan to enjoy a few days in Baidi City. This also afforded the ailing Yu Yao a chance to revel in joy before the lengthy journey of cultivation awaited her. The path of cultivation is often fraught with tedium. Such moments of joy will only diminish with time. Old companion, assist me in deducing the dual cultivation secret techniques of the Hahuan sect. With a partner now at my side, dual cultivation methods are indispensable. Naturally, the Dao Jun of 10,000 methods possesses some understanding, yet the tier is too low. I shall require the system to perform a thorough analysis. Report to the host. The deduction is complete. The dual cultivation secret technique has been elevated to the heavenly rank of the 9th tier, the yin-yang harmonious union technique. During dual cultivation, the fusion of yin and yang energies accelerates the training speed, while enhancing the sensations between both parties. Ahem, my old friend, you truly understand me. That very night, Lin Feng, well acquainted with the path, found himself upon Xiao Zixuan's bed. The two indulged in the pleasures of intimacy, reveling in their harmonious union. The following days passed in blissful comfort, as they often engaged in profound discussions about the truths of existence within the confines of their room. It was a delightful reprieve, free from the presence of those two bothersome individuals. Occasionally, Lin Feng pondered whether he should eliminate those vampires. However, upon recalling the betrayals of his past life, he felt they should not be granted an easy demise. They must endure suffering first, only to be slain amid regret and resentment. Wang Xian and Qin Keqing, the master and apprentice, had harmed not only Lin Feng, but countless mortals and cultivators across the southern region. Should Lin Feng and Xiao Zixuan fall, the demon emperor would face no challengers. In the southern region, post his demise, rivers of blood would surely flow, and lives would be devastated. Those cultivators who resisted the invasion of the demon clan were his true comrades. This was a profound blood feud that demanded retribution. Among these companions were Master Ku Hui and Dao Jun Tianyuan. Upon reuniting with them, Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. A few days later, he returned to the Xiantian Sword sect with everyone. The construction of the everlasting sect officially commenced. Chapter 62, Crafting Puppets. The whisper of evil spirits before the steel of the Xiantian Sword sect. A graceful figure awaited with eager anticipation. Upon spotting Lin Feng, Su Emoli promptly approached him, embracing him warmly and revealing a tender smile. "Fenger, you have finally returned." "Master, this is inappropriate," Lin Feng stammered, slightly taken aback. "This is merely my affection for you, my dear disciple. It is of no concern." The faint scent of flowers enveloped Lin Feng, stirring his heart and evoking memories of a night prior to their journey to Baidi City. The night was thick with darkness, and the Xiantian Sword sect lay in serene silence. Lin Feng cradled Su Emoli's delicate feet, rinsing them in warm water. As steam rose, it flushed their cheeks, deepening the atmosphere's intimacy. "My dear disciple, why did you leave so hastily after washing your feet that night? I wish to converse with you." Suddenly, a wave of murderous intent surged from behind, jolting Lin Feng back to reality. He hastily extricated himself from her gentle embrace and moved to stand beside Xiao Zixuan. "Master, this is my newly accepted disciple, Yuyao. Please greet the ancestor." "Greetings, ancestor." Su Emoli smiled and took hold of Chu Yuyao's hand. "Indeed, she is a pure-hearted child, and her spiritual roots are well suited for the sword path. She is also quite lovely, though too slender. She must eat well. From now on, listen to your master and strive diligently in your cultivation." Chu Yuyao nodded obediently, her expression earnest. "Yes, ancestor. I will certainly heed Master S instructions and aspire to become a worthy companion in the future." "No, that last part is unnecessary." Xiao Zixuan and Lu Hongying pouted from behind. "I have been the disciple of the master the longest. This is clearly favoritism. It is often said that the younger ones are favored by their elders. It seems that adage holds true in the master-disciple relationship as well. We cannot allow them to become too close. Troubles may arise." After stating this, Xiao Zixuan rushed forward and burrowed into Su Emoli's embrace. "Master, I have missed you so much these past few days. Is that so? Have you fallen behind in your cultivation? Allow me to assess your progress." Watching Xiao Zixuan and Lu Hongying being sent off to cultivate, Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head. These two young ladies possessed considerable talent, yet they needed to be more diligent. Not everyone is as fortunate as oneself, having external advantages. "Yuyao, you should join them, for now. Follow these two senior sisters in your training." "Yes, master." Lin Feng retrieved a white jade picio from his storage ring. "Master, this is the auspicious object I have procured." "Oh?" Su Emoli merely glanced at it, instantly discerning its significance. Upon its emergence, the previously tumultuous aura transformed into a profound stillness, as if all entities were paralyzed by an unseen dread. "Just a few days ago, I overheard some individuals discussing that the protective artifact left by Master Ku Hui in Baidi City had been taken by a young cultivator. Could it be this white jade picio in your possession?" Lin Feng gently nodded, waving his hand to dissolve the formation in the square, revealing the gathering spirit array and the fortune array beneath. The originally 2-meter-long spiritual vein had now expanded to 5 meters. The spiritual energy enveloping Qingyun Mountain was remarkably dense, and the spiritual flowers and herbs flourishing on the mounds were thriving. However, this still did not reach the level of a third-rate sect spiritual vein. Lin Feng constructed an altar nearby, placing the town's object upon it, and subsequently arranged both the gathering spirit and gathering energy formations. Before long, scattered fortunes began to converge here, nurturing the growth of the spiritual vein while bestowing boundless wonders. "Master, Our Xiantian sword sect will undoubtedly become a top-tier force in the southern region. Upon hearing this, Su Moli displayed a gentle smile. I have no obsession with the sect. But whatever you wish to pursue, my support is unwavering. I shall leave this to you and go see the disciple you brought back. As your ancestor, I must prepare a gift for our first meeting. That child, Yu Yao, is quite admirable. Her pure nature pleases me greatly. Once Su Moli departed, Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the corner where a dazed figure lingered. It was Baiyu, the elder of Xianyan sect, a cultivator of the void refinement stage. Now that all materials were prepared, it was time to fulfill the promise made at that time. As he cast a spell, Qiu Baiyue's eyes became clear, awakening from his stupor. Upon seeing Lin Feng, fear and helplessness surged within him, but he soon comprehended the situation. The only entities he feared were the ageless immortal child and the Mou sword immortal. Qiu Baiwei donned a sycophantic smile, his eyes filled with servility. Fellow Taoist, I am willing to follow you for a lifetime, never to betray you. You may impose a restriction on my consciousness, and should I defy it, let punishment be upon me. Qiu Baiwei harbored a singular thought, endure. Lin Feng was merely a foundational stage child, not a transcendent being of the full circle. He decided to feign submission, allowing the other party to lower their guard, and later seek an opportunity for revenge. No, he aimed to use secret arts to forge a puppet, to craft talismans for himself. A subtle smile graced Lin Feng's lips, his countenance radiating warmth. Baiyu, do you recall our conversation that day? I have gathered the materials and techniques for crafting puppets. Rest assured, I shall fulfill my promise, enabling you to draw talismans within the Xiantian sword sect, and the sect shall endure without ceasing. A chill ran through Qiu Baiyue's heart, but he quickly relaxed. How could a foundational stage cultivator possibly forge a puppet of the void refinement stage? Even the annihilation of his own consciousness was beyond his capabilities. Yet, with the presence of the Mou sword immortal, he still needed to act like a dutiful grandson. If he could seize the opportunity to usurp this young prodigy's body, then he would become a disciple of the full circle sword immortal, a partner to the beautiful little sword immortal. With this thought, Qiu Baiyue felt a flicker of anticipation, hoping Lin Feng would hasten the crafting process so he could seize the body sooner. Nonetheless, he continued to utter words of submission, seeking to lower the other's vigilance. Lin Taoist, please believe me, I truly wish to be your loyal vassal. I am, after all, a cultivator in the void refinement stage, capable of being of great assistance. Lin Feng paid no heed to Qiu Baiyue's words. Instead, he busied himself by taking out an array of materials and potions. He then employed spirit stones to inscribe a profound formation upon the ground. With this, all the necessary components for crafting a puppet were meticulously prepared. Qiu Baiyue was filled with confusion. Many of these materials were unfamiliar to him. They bore no resemblance to the arcane secrets required for puppet creation that he was accustomed to, not to mention the intricate formation on the ground, which made him dizzy upon merely glancing at it. Nevertheless, he held confidence in the strength of his divine sense, honed during his void refinement stage. Standing outside the formation, Lin Feng waved his sleeve, causing the spirit stones to ignite in violet flames, casting an eerie and somber atmosphere throughout the chamber. With another flourish of his hand, Qiu Baiyue's body was uncontrollably drawn to the center of the formation, overwhelmed by waves of intense heat that left him gasping for breath. Strangely, although my physical form in the void refinement stage may not rival that of a body cultivator, it is still formidable. What manner of flames are these, that they can induce such warmth within me? Lin Feng remained indifferent to Qiu Baiyue's discomfort as he steadily poured the materials onto himself. Once all the materials had been utilized, a powerful aura emanated from him, and his skin transformed from pale to a rich bronze. Now, only the final step remains. Your divine sense must seize control. This is your last chance. Strive earnestly for a glimmer of survival. Lin Feng's well-meaning reminder echoed in Qiu Baiyue's ears like the soft, sinister whisper of a malevolent spirit. Chapter 63. Who are you? The accusations alternate. As her thoughts were laid bare, Qiu Baiyue felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. If I were to perish at the hands of the sword immortal Mou, my life would have been worth living. But you, do you truly believe you are deserving? You, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, think you can refine my consciousness? Lin Feng merely smiled faintly, offering no reply. Whether one can or cannot will soon be revealed. With the puppet's body successfully crafted, it was time to imbue it with a sentient consciousness, to achieve a seamless control. A fragment of his own consciousness needed to be transferred into the puppet sea of consciousness. Bringing his fingers together, Lin Feng pressed them gently against Qiu Baiyue's forehead. This was a vast lake, also known as the Sea of Consciousness. A diminutive figure sat serenely upon the lake's surface, the sovereign of this realm. Qiobaiwei's nascent soul gazed vacantly at the celestial spectacle above. What a magnificent scene it was, reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. The sky of the Sea of Consciousness was suffused with a resplendent golden light. A giant descended from the heavens, landing before the tiny figure. In comparison, the diminutive being felt like an ant. The visage of the giant bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Feng. Do you still believe I require the assistance of my master? Who exactly are you? Panic washed over the small face of Qiobaiwei's nascent soul. A chilling sensation surged from her core. The entity she intended to usurp was, in reality, an ancient being. This radiant giant of consciousness was far beyond the reach of any void refinement cultivator. Lin Feng offered no response, merely stamping his foot lightly. A tempest of consciousness erupted, crashing toward the nascent soul. Boom. The entire Sea of Consciousness was engulfed by the hurricane, leaving no trace of the nascent soul. The light in Qiobaiwei's eyes dimmed, rendering her a mere shell of her former self. A fragment of Lin Feng's consciousness settled cross-legged, presiding over the desolate Sea of Consciousness. As he withdrew his finger, the puppet's eyes flickered open. With a mere thought, it bent in homage. From this moment forth, you shall guard the sect's fortunes and spiritual veins here. In your idle moments, focus on cultivation and the crafting of talismans. Yes, master. Upon completing this task, Lin Feng sealed the area. The growth of fortunes and spiritual veins would be entrusted to the passage of time. In the garden of Qin Keqing's cave abode within Huang'an sect, Wang Xin presented a blue lion talisman with a proud smile. Master, according to the steward of the Star Pavilion, this item can suppress the fortunes of second-rate sects, he proclaimed. Seeing your exceptional talent, he was willing to sell it at a bargain price of 100,000 spirit stones. Lu Qingqing, witnessing this, chimed in. The steward was astounded upon seeing my junior brother, proclaiming him to possess the qualities of an immortal. Master, this time, my junior brother has indeed rendered a significant contribution to the sect. He cannot go unrewarded. Upon hearing this, a rare smile graced Qin Keqing's face. Truly, her most valued disciple was reliable, consistently handling matters with diligence. Xin always managed to alleviate her worries, accomplishing tasks with excellence. I shall inform the elders of this matter to secure a reward for you. As for the expenditure of 100,000 spirit stones, I shall advance it on your behalf. Qin Keqing promptly produced 150,000 spirit stones and handed them over. Wang Xin's heart leapt with joy, for this was a venture promising a profit of a staggering 140,000. The notion of suppressing the fortunes of second-rate sects was merely a fabrication on his part. The Huangyan sect, being but a mere third-rate sect, hardly required such a formidable talisman. Thank you, master. Qin Keqing nodded slightly, her expression turning somewhat frosty as she broached another subject. I have heard that the trader has also ventured to Baidi City, where he has claimed the top spot in the low-tier alchemical competition, seizing the talisman left behind by Master Kuhui. Upon hearing this, Wang Xin was taken aback. Yet, when he did not receive any rebuke from Qin Keqing, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since this matter has been raised, do not blame me for my lack of compassion. Master, this issue has ignited a fire within me. On that day, it was just my junior brother and I competing in alchemy. He audaciously resorted to deceit, concocting an 8th-grade elixir. Master, do you believe he possesses such skill? Qin Keqing immediately shook her head, responding without a moment's hesitation. He knows nothing of alchemy, let alone the intricacies of an 8th-grade elixir, which can only be achieved by a cultivator of the Great Ascension stage. This wayward disciple, who has always acted under my watchful eye, has never demonstrated any affinity for alchemy. If I, myself, cannot concoct an 8th-grade elixir, how could he? I share your sentiment. Yet my junior brother had the audacity to bribe the judges in advance to secure the top position. At this point, Wang Xin's eyes turned red, tears welling up in his gaze. Had the competition been fair, the 7th-grade elixir I crafted was indeed genuine, as you have witnessed. I never anticipated he would resort to such despicable tactics. I cannot forgive him. This is not the end of it. He also brought back the talisman left by Master Kuhui to the Xiantian sword sect. Upon hearing this, Qin Keqing slammed her palm onto the table. The stone table, which she had previously thought would remain unbroken, was now reduced to dust. The thought of Su Moli and Xiao Zixuan filled her with a seething rage. Were it not for these two individuals, that wayward disciple would have long since knelt before me, pleading for forgiveness. How dare a destitute sect meddle in the affairs of others? Humph, such blatant arrogance. That wretch, assisting outsiders in bullying Xin Lu Qingqing, catching Wang Xian's subtle glance, seized the moment to embellish another tale. Master, the following day I sought him out in hopes of acquiring that white jade Pichio. However, he refused me entry, forcing me to push the door open. To my astonishment, that scoundrel struck me. Just look at the bruises around my eyes now. Upon hearing this, the most incensed was not Qin Keqing, but rather her good disciple, Li Yun. That ungrateful scoundrel. I shall go and slay him right now. With that, she drew her spirit sword, exuding an aura of fury as if she truly intended to confront Lin Feng. Halt. Qin Keqing was acutely aware that her disciple, Li Yun, was truly lacking in discernment. The Xiantian sword sect was under the protection of a sword immortal, and even they dared not act recklessly. As a mere cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment, one would surely be treated like a mad dog and driven away. Have you all forgotten my admonition to remain composed in the face of adversity? Hearing the reproach in Qin Keqing's voice, Li Yun obediently lowered her head. Yet, within her heart, she harbored a deep resentment towards Lin Feng. If it weren't for that wretch, how could she have faced her master's scolding? Wang Xian, sensing an opportune moment, brought up another matter. Master, I have heard that scoundrel has taken on a disciple. The individual in question is none other than Chu Zuiyao, the daughter of Chu Handong, the leader of the Lingxi sect. It is utterly outrageous that he did not inform you of such a significant matter pertaining to our sect. Qin Keqing was genuinely incensed this time. In her heart, she believed that Lin Feng would inevitably return to their sect. Though he could no longer be a direct disciple, he could at least serve in a subordinate capacity. Regardless of the circumstances, I am still your master. How dare you, this ungrateful disciple, neglect to notify me of such an important decision? Do you wish for me to acknowledge this grand disciple? However, upon realizing that the other party was the daughter of the esteemed void refinement cultivator, Chu Handong, she could only grit her teeth and accept it. What infuriated Qin Keqing the most was precisely this point. That scoundrel was clearly intent on forcing her to acknowledge this grand disciple against her will. How could he disregard the traditions of our sect? Has his respect for his master and the teachings of our school been cast aside so easily? Chapter 64. The cultivator must stand aloft, or to affectionately approach. Qin Keqing's countenance was frigid, with frost accumulating around her. Her three disciples stood beside her, trembling in trepidation. However, Wang Xian wore a smile, speaking with a hint of disdain. Master, do not be overly angered. In my opinion, the traitor's gaze is truly lacking. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? That Chu Zuiyao has endured the torment of the 16 demon fire since childhood, and only recently has she managed to purge the poison. I would not disclose who facilitated her recovery, Wang Xian continued. Master, consider this. Can someone in such a frail state truly be suited for the sword path? It may take her 2 to 3 years just to restore her health. Lu Qingqing concurred with this sentiment. Master, you have not seen for yourself. That girl's complexion is pallid, her lips ashen. She appears as fragile as a slender bamboo pole. They say she is in the late stage of qi refinement, yet I doubt she can maintain such a realm. Upon hearing her disciples speak, Qin Keqing's expression softened considerably. Was her resentment towards Lin Feng for taking on disciples without her knowledge? No. Her concern lay in the exceptional talents of her own disciples, which rivaled that of the wayward student. If one day she found herself overshadowed by Chu Zuiyao, where would her dignity reside? Truly a bane, always harboring compassion for the frail and ailing. We cultivators defy the heavens. We have no time to concern ourselves with the lives of others. Remember this. As cultivators, we must stand elevated above the weak. The three disciples bowed in unison, replying, We shall heed our master's teachings. Then, Li Yun raised her head, her expression still burning with indignation. She drew her side sword and pointed it towards the direction of the Xiantian sword sect. Master, I shall slay that vile Chu Zuiyao. She is unworthy of being your granddaughter. If I cannot contend with Lin Feng, can I not overcome a mere qi refinement cultivator? At this proclamation, Wang Xian was momentarily taken aback. Was fifth senior sister truly so fierce? He was about to intervene when Qin Keqing spoke first. Impudent! Do you think this is just any place where you can go as you please? Whether it be Su Moli or Chu Handong. We of Huangyan sect cannot afford to offend them. Unless the day comes when you can serve at Tianyan sect, you will no longer need to fear the Xiantian sword sect. Li Yun obediently sheathed her sword, though her expression remained defiant. Master, does he not take pleasure in aiding the weak? I merely wish for him to experience the anguish of losing a frail and sickly disciple. Perhaps through this ordeal, he will discern the ruthlessness of the world, realizing that you are his only true kin. Upon hearing this, Qin Keqing found some merit in her words. Alas, The consequences were too great for her to bear. She could not afford to take such risks. Do not speak of this matter again, especially with the recent relocation of the sect. You all must contribute your efforts while not neglecting your cultivation. When the sect's completion ceremony arrives, I shall send you personally to deliver invitations to the Xiantian Sword sect, ensuring we take our vengeance. That cursed, dilapidated sect still dreams of reconstruction. How laughable. I fear that both fortune and spiritual veins have been scattered by the heavenly might. If we do not relocate, calamity will surely befall us. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian and the other's eyes brightened instantly. This presented a splendid opportunity to ridicule Lin Feng. My disciple shall heed the master's command and strive earnestly in cultivation. Yes. Go forth and accomplish your tasks. The next sect competition will depend on you, and Qingqing. Once the disciples had departed, Qin Keqing's countenance turned icy. The teacup in her grasp was shrouded in frost, the tea within long having solidified into ice. Only a waste can attract such worthless disciples. When the sect's inauguration ceremony arrives, witnessing the grandeur should make you realize that kneeling to beg me is not beneath your dignity. With a fierce grip, Qin Keqing crushed the teacup into powder, observing the once exquisitely arranged tea table now lay barren. For reasons unknown, her heart felt somewhat hollow. Is it truly so difficult to lower oneself and seek my aid? Days later, Lin Feng floated high above the Xiantian Sword sect. Below, numerous towering structures had emerged. The speed at which cultivators constructed their abodes was astonishing, requiring little time at all. The only laborious task involved arranging the various formations within the caves. Old friend. Simulate the protective formation of the Xiantian Sword sect. Report to the host. Simulation complete. Acquired in 9th tier celestial large formation, 9 Xinming sword formation. During its operation, it can enhance the overall prowess of sword cultivators. Does it possess the ability to conceal fortune and spiritual energy? Report to the host. These are fundamental capabilities and are not detailed separately. Currently, the fortune of the Xiantian Sword sect is exceedingly dense, with fortune golden lotuses floating above each structure. It is akin to the collective fortune of a second-rate sect condensed upon this modest Qingyun mountain. Had it not been for Su Moli's prior deployment of illusions, the cultivation world would have been alerted long ago. Should this matter come to light, it would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of powerful beings. Lin Feng's current strength would be wholly inadequate to contend with those transcending tribulation. In the following 2 days, he meticulously arranged the 9 Xinming sword formation. What appeared to be an unremarkable mound of earth concealed lethal traps within. Even Su Moli, at the pinnacle of the great ascension stage, felt her heart tremble in trepidation, overwhelmed by a sense of dread. With your sword formation in place, even peak tribulation transcending cultivators will find themselves challenged. However, should we leave the flowers and grass outside unattended? Certainly not. However, there are only 5 members in the sect at present, making expansion unnecessary. Moreover, Lin Feng had already devised plans for this earthen mound. In the future, it shall serve as the heart of the Xiantian Sword sect, while the base will be the activity area for other disciples. Let's wait a bit longer. Once new disciples join, the spiritual veins will expand further. Very well, I shall heed your words. Lin Feng found himself in a state of bemusement. Who was truly the master? And who was the sect leader? Su Moli, unfazed by such thoughts, seized his collar with determination. Embraced by the tumultuous waves, I exhale like the fragrance of orchids. Feng, this evening, I would like you to assist me in massaging my feet. In the face of this scene, Lin Feng could only respond with a solemn nod. Since it is the request of my esteemed master, the disciple shall surely comply. Such a good boy, my affection for you has not been in vain. As Su Moli departed, Lu Hongying approached, her cheeks flushed. That little, junior brother, are you free tonight? Do you also desire my assistance in foot massage? Junior brother, your technique is quite commendable. Naturally, I am a frequent visitor of the 88th technique. What? Lin Feng sighed with a wry smile. Memories drifting away like smoke. No, it's just that I need to help my master relieve the toxicity of the demonic heart's poison tonight. Perhaps another day? Then it shall be the day after tomorrow. I feel a tingling in my feet if I go a day without a massage. My service guarantees your satisfaction. Hee. If you perform well, I shall grant you what you mentioned last time, a kiss. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled, instantly intrigued. A kiss? Where? Lu Hongying lowered her head, her face a deep shade of crimson. Of course, it is on the toes. Where else would you wish to kiss? Chapter 65. Li Yun delivers the invitation. The transformation of Chu Yuyao. On this day, Li Yun, under the instruction of her master, arrived at Qingyan Mountain. Upon witnessing the vast expanse of spiritual herbs and flowers carpeting the ground, a smile spread across her face. Am I not mistaken? Is this place truly the second-rate sect? Xiantian Sword Sect? The Qingyan Mountain she beheld through the projection technique last time was still steep and majestic, with lush greenery. Within less than a month, how could it have transformed into this state? You truly are a harbinger of misfortune. Li Yun approached the worn stone tablet of the sect, discovering that the entrance was impressively constructed. Yet, this large stone seemed utterly out of place. With spiritual stones in hand, why not replace the sign and avoid such a disgrace? Just as she was about to step through the gate, a gentle force halted her. Undoubtedly, it was the power of the sect's protective formation. Li Yun had initially intended to force her way in. Emboldened by the fact that her own Huangyan sect was under the protection of Tianyuan sect, and thus she held little fear of the great ascension stage cultivator, Su Moli. However, recalling the formidable backlash of the formation, which no core formation cultivator could withstand, she sheathed her weapon. Yet, why was there not a single gatekeeper present? How was she to gain entry? The circumstances within Xiantian Sword Sect were obscured by the formation, preventing her from discerning much. She could only catch fleeting glimpses of the surroundings. Just as Li Yun was about to call out for assistance, she spotted a delicate and charming girl meditating beneath a tree not far from the entrance. Hey, come here. Upon hearing the voice, the girl opened her eyes, her lively gaze immediately alighting upon the figure at the gate. She hurried over with a sweet smile. Hello, big sister. Whom are you looking for? As the girl approached, Li Yun observed her more clearly. The child's skin was as smooth as cream, fair and tender, with a slender waist that could be grasped with a single hand. It was evident that she was a beauty in the making. Her eyes sparkled with the essence of sword and tint, indicating she had only recently begun her journey in the sword arts, still unable to fully master her control. Who are you? I have not heard of such a young child in Xiantian Sword Sect. I am Chu Yao. May I inquire who you are? Upon hearing this name, Li Yun's expression darkened. Had Ti Wang Xin and Lu Qingqing remarked that Chu Yao was a sickly child? They had described her as pale, with white lips. A mere frail reed. Yet now, she appeared rosy-cheeked, her lips a delicate pink, and her figure perfectly shaped. At merely 14, her development was already quite pronounced. Where was the semblance of a sickly ghost? You are Chu Yao? How is it that I have heard you described as a sickly child? Yet you now appear so vibrant. The girl paused for a moment in surprise, but soon her smile returned. I mustn't be angry. My master has taught me to remain calm in the face of adversity. It is trivial to infuriate others, but detrimental to oneself. I shall consider it as mere nonsense from a foolish person. Indeed, the methods taught by my master are truly effective. I find myself no longer vexed. Previously, I was indeed plagued by dark afflictions for over a decade, but I was fortunate enough to be rescued by my esteemed teacher and brought back to the sect. My esteemed master prepares delectable spiritual food for me daily, and over these days, I have gained a little weight. Coupled with the secret technique known as Twina, my vitality has significantly improved. To have such a master is a blessing I must have accrued over several lifetimes. When Chu Yao spoke these words, a radiant smile graced her face. However, this scene was painfully striking in Li Yun's eyes. That traitor, indeed nurturing a woman here, seemingly oblivious to the respect owed to his senior sister. A month ago, she herself enjoyed such treatment daily. This scoundrel has audaciously bestowed upon this wretch the privileges that rightfully belong to me. Humph, merely a traitor of Huangyan sect. What is so impressive about that? Summon Lin Feng forth. Upon hearing this, Chu Yao's smile instantly vanished, replaced by an expression of indignation. Despite her efforts to restrain herself, hearing others speak ill of Lin Feng sparked her fury. I apologize, but my master is quite busy and does not meet with nameless individuals. Preposterous. How dare you address me in such a manner? By seniority, you ought to refer to me as Shu. I won't listen. I won't listen. A turtle reciting scriptures. You. The cold light flickered in Li Yun's eyes. Had it not been for this formation obstructing her, she would have already severed this wretch with her sword. No, a dignified core formation practitioner, should not stoop to contend with a mere girl. Inform that traitor Lin Feng that Li Yun of Huangyan sect has come to deliver an invitation. Upon hearing this, Chu Yao felt compelled to act without delay. However, as she departed, she could not resist a parting jab. So you are indeed the ungrateful wretch, as described by the two Shu. You, in a fit of rage. Li Yun drew her sword, only to find that Chu Yao had long since slipped away. It must have been that scoundrel who deliberately instigated this. The Xiantian sword sect's architecture towered majestically, yet outsiders could not discern the interior scenery due to the obscuring formation. Lin Feng reclined upon the soft bedding in his chamber. The world claims that practitioners should cultivate a tranquil mind, free from desires, focusing solely on their own path. Yet such individuals are a rarity. Most must toil for wealth, partners, and resources. At present, he lacked none of these and merely awaited the passage of time to reclaim his peak cultivation. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Enter. Upon seeing Lin Feng, a smile instantly illuminated Chu Yueyao's face. Master, Li Yun from Huang'an sect seeks an audience outside, claiming to deliver an invitation. Is she bullying you? Hee. Master is said not to dwell too much on the antics of wretches. Lin Feng was both amused and exasperated. Should Li Yun hear this, she would likely be enraged to the point of illness. Well, it seems you have taken my words to heart. After this period of care, the little girl's health had returned to normal. Her once unhealthy complexion had transformed into a delicate pink. The only issue was that ever since he had treated her a few times, she frequently appeared at night, claiming her energy was unbalanced and requesting more tuina. Ahem. Yu Yao, regarding the events of tonight, you must not divulge anything to our two esteemed masters. Do you understand? Yes, I comprehend. This is a secret between me and my master. Why does it feel like the situation is becoming increasingly dire? Lin Feng brought Yu Yao to the entrance of the sect. Leave the belongings. You may depart. How audacious. Do you not possess any sense of decorum? I am your senior sister, and you haven't even offered me a cup of tea? Begone. I do not acknowledge you as my senior sister. Every time you take spirit stones from me to give to Wang Xin, did you ever consider that I am your junior brother? Chu Yao gazed at Lin Feng beside her, her eyes brimming with admiration. Truly, he is worthy of being called master, effortlessly commanding this wicked woman to leave. She grasped Lin Feng's arm and defiantly glared at Li Yun. This is my master, not your junior brother. Li Yun, already seething with anger, felt as if she might erupt upon witnessing the look in Chu Yao's eyes. You wretched girl, how dare you regard me with such disdain? Slap. As her words fell, she felt a sharp sting across her cheek. Lin Feng's slap had left her face askew. My disciple is not one you are permitted to chastise. Chapter 66. She is my disciple. What is your relation to me? Li Yun covered half of her cheek, her eyes brimming with disbelief. For a fleeting moment, tears welled in her eyes, only to be swiftly evaporated by the surging spiritual energy. Slowly, she turned her head, casting a fierce gaze upon Lin Feng. You actually struck me for a filthy girl, merely because I spoke a few words about her? The girl you denigrate is my sole disciple. So who exactly are you to me? I am. Li Yun parted her lips, yet the words junior brother eluded her. Even in the past, she had never regarded Lin Feng as a junior brother, but merely as a subordinate, a servant. You can only put on a brave front now. When you witness the grandeur of my Huang'an sect, you shall surely regret your actions. When the time comes for you to return to the sect, you better devise a plan on how to plead with me. This wretched little mound, and yet you dare to talk of rebuilding the sect? What a joke. Lin Feng refrained from striking this time. The unveiling of the sect's Fade would have to wait for the grand celebration of its establishment. Who claimed that it was a punishment from the heavens? Has anyone seen it? It could very well be the result of a scuffle among several ascendant cultivators. Li Yun found this notion utterly ludicrous. Ascendant cultivators would be mad to venture into such a cursed place. Are you suggesting that these spiritual herbs sprouted from the flesh and bones of mighty cultivators? Not all, just some. I didn't realize that after leaving Huangyan's sect, you had developed the vile habit of boasting, and your personality has morphed into one of arrogance and ignorance. Oh, isn't this what you all relish? I learned it from Wang Xin. Upon hearing this, Li Yun's expression turned icy. You may speak for yourself, but do not dare speak of my junior brother. Silence yourself. What right do you have to critique him? A sect that lacks even a proper plaque will inevitably crumble because of you. Lin Feng had preserved that stone tablet due to the 4 grand characters etched upon it. Those were inscribed by the sword immortal Su Moli and the sword god Feng Qi Tian. Such commemorative artifacts must be well preserved, ensuring their functionality. Future disciples of the sect must pay their respects upon seeing it. Lin Feng had already begun to plan, and it wouldn't be long before it would serve its purpose. However, these matters were not meant for an outsider like Li Yun. You were right. I lack the standing to comment on your insidious, cunning, and despicable junior brother. Quickly produce the invitation. I must return to my cultivation and have no time to engage in idle chatter with you. Li Yun was seething with indignation, her chest heaving violently. She produced the invitation and tossed it over, her countenance exceedingly grim. For the sake of your pride, You consumed the heavenly grade transformation crystal pill before reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment. It is nothing short of wasteful. Without such a divine pill to assist you, you will merely coalesce in Xian grade golden core at best, and you will never compare to the exceptionally gifted junior brother. In Li Yun's view, with Wang Xion's innate spiritual root, he could at least coalesce a D-grade golden core, and even aspire to a heavenly grade. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, having fallen from a celestial spiritual root, had likely become a thunder spiritual root. To condense the Xian-level golden core, one must offer high incense. She, like many, possessed an ordinary spiritual root, yet it was only through the Xian-level transformation crystal pill bestowed by her master that she could achieve the Xian-level golden core. The thought of those two divine pills ignited a fire within her. Initially, both she and her junior brother were capable of manifesting perfect golden cores, leading the younger generation of cultivators in the southern region. Alas, those treasures had been snatched away by Lin Feng. What does it matter to you what belongs to me? If you possess the skill, have your junior brother refine a few more as if they were candies. Lin Feng caught sight of the invitation card, glancing at the time inscribed upon it. The celebration for the establishment of the Huangyan sect was scheduled for 2 days hence. It seemed they were indeed eager to consolidate the dissipating fortunes. However, it was unfortunate that those fortunes had long since found their way into the coffers of the Xiantian sword sect. Even the spiritual veins had been successfully relocated, and the Huangyun sect was likely close to uncovering this truth. Conveniently, I also have an invitation to deliver to the Huangyun sect. Do take it back with you. In 3 days, the Xiantian sword sect will hold its sect establishment celebration. Li Yun initially believed that the construction of the sect was merely Lin Feng's pretext for seizing their town's treasures. She had anticipated that the Xiantian sword sect had even prepared invitations. Yet, who would come to such a dilapidated place? No, I will bring my senior sister along, she declared. A sect upon this little mound wishes to emulate the Huanyun sect celebration? It is likely that your Xiantian sword sect cannot withstand the weight of this fortune. That need not concern you. Farewell, Lin Feng retorted, departing without a backward glance. Chu Huiyao observed Li Yun from beyond the formation, her gaze brimming with sword intent. This wicked woman, who constantly undermined her master, would surely meet her end at my hands. Please, do not obstruct our sect's path. In the presence of Chu Huiyao, Li Yun felt considerably more at ease. At the very least, this young girl would not strike her without warning. Little girl, you are quite arrogant. Inform your master that I shall undoubtedly attend the celebration of the Xiantian sword sect. Moreover, I will notify cultivators from various sects to join as well. I hope you will not disappoint me. Do ensure it is a spectacle worth witnessing. Chu Yueyao's icy gaze bore into Li Yun's face for an extended moment. Very well. Do you think I am more beautiful than you? Cease your vanity. I have memorized your visage. When I achieve mastery in the sword path, I shall cleanse the sect of its impurities. What? Are you defying the heavens here? If anyone is to cleanse impurities, it will be my Huangyun sect ridding itself of Lin Feng. Chu Yueyao remained silent, returning directly to her meditation beneath the tree. Li Yun lingered outside the Xiantian sword sect for a while, but found no one to vent her anger upon. Feeling utterly bored, she decided to return. She had taken it upon herself to deliver the invitation, intending to mock Lin Feng thoroughly. Yet now, she felt somewhat foolish for her efforts. She could not fathom why he would hold this sect in such regard. Or perhaps, this is your trump card? Your master will bow to this dilapidated sect, allowing you to return? Surely not. With these perplexities, Li Yun returned to Huangyun's sect with a swollen cheek. She recounted the events in a general manner. Upon hearing about Chu Yueyao's attitude, Qin Keqing's expression darkened. Truly, a disciple of a rebellious master, exhibiting such impudence is undoubtedly a trait inherited. Master, Lin Feng has also sent you a token of his regard. Li Yun smiled as she handed over the invitation. Upon hearing the word gift, Qin Keqing paused momentarily, initially believing that this troublemaker had finally come to his senses and sought to apologize in this manner. However, upon reading the contents of the invitation, frost immediately descended upon her countenance. Holding a celebration the day after hours at Huangyun sect? Does he truly wish to remain at Xiantian sword sect for eternity? What is the situation over there? Have they genuinely faced divine retribution? The image of Qingyan Mountain surfaced in Li Yun's mind, and she couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Master, it is much as we have heard. There are no peaks, merely a rather elevated mound of earth. Xiantian sword sect sits atop this mound, surrounded by a thicket of weeds. The main gate lacks even a plaque, with only a decrepit stone standing beside it as a fade. Upon hearing this, a smile instantly broke through Qin Keqing's previously frigid demeanor. This troublemaker wishes to maintain this charade for how long? When the celebration at Xiantian Sword Sect occurs, we shall completely unmask his deception. However, he likely will not last until that day. Perhaps in 2 days, he will be on his knees begging for my forgiveness. This rebellious disciple, having committed so many heinous acts, expects to return without offering any form of recompense? The memory of being coerced into speaking to Su Moli during their last encounter ignited a surge of fury within her. Chapter 67. The Destiny Pavilion's Divination. Journey to the Huangyan Sect. Wang Xian remained silent upon hearing Li Yun's report. He was torn between joy and sorrow, his emotions in a tumultuous state. Lin Feng's sect was in disarray, and he took pride in that. Yet the grandeur of the new gates of the Huangyan sect was undeniably impressive. In such a place where spiritual energy was scarce, the enhancement of strength would surely be sluggish. At the sect's assembly at the end of the month, he could humiliate Lin Feng thoroughly. These thoughts filled Wang Xian with a sense of delight. However, he still felt a pang of regret for the heavenly-grade transformation crystal pill that had been consumed. It was the aspiration of countless foundational cultivators. Yet Lin Feng had treated it like mere candy. The bitterness lingered. Even after several days, he could not shake off this matter. Not even the powerful soul hidden within his ring possessed the formula for the heavenly-grade transformation crystal pill. Otherwise, he would have spent a fortune in spirit stones to concoct one. This was a treasure that could fortify one's foundation in cultivation, rendering one invincible among peers. Master, sister, please do not be upset. The establishment of our new sect is a momentous occasion, Qin Keqing said, her face brightening at her disciple's words. Shiner is correct. Organizing this celebration equates to slapping our wayward disciple in the face. Other sects will witness the grandeur of our Wang and Secta ceremony. When we visit the Xiantian Sword Sect the following day, the contrast will be striking. They will humiliate Su Moli and Lin Feng without our intervention. Li Yun nodded vigorously, finding wisdom in this sentiment. She, too, aimed to use this celebration to bring Lin Feng to his knees. Her thoughts aligned with Qin Keqing's. When the time comes, do not plead for the wayward disciple. I intend to break his spine completely, leaving him unable to stand tall. He must kneel for months, understanding that only by acting as a dog can he survive in the Huangyan sect. This is the fate that befalls those who betray their masters. And you must remember this. A tightness gripped Wang Xian and Li Yun's hearts as they nodded in loyalty. The news of the Huangyan sect's founding celebration quickly spread throughout the southern region, inviting numerous third- and second-tier sects to partake, garnering significant attention from many cultivators. While ordinary third-tier sects might not elicit much interest, the Huangyan sect had a notable lineage and strength. The excitement surrounding this event even caught the attention of the esteemed Tiangong Pavilion in the southern region. Master, what are your thoughts on the Huangyan sect's situation? In the frigid expanse, a venerable elder with snow-white hair engaged in a game of strategy with a youthful woman. They used the world as their board and ice and snow as their pieces. The elder, known as Zaiyayozi, was the contemporary master of the Tiangong Pavilion. The woman, clad in a simple Taoist robe, bore no embellishment yet radiated a striking beauty. She was the most favored disciple of the pavilion master, Tai Xinyuanjin. It is indeed a curious matter. The Huangyan sect, which seemed destined for grand fortune with only one tribulation in 1,000 years, now finds itself in a state of decline, facing turbulent times. Regarding this matter, Zaiyayozi sighed deeply. The will of heaven is indeed inscrutable. The two fell into silence, both aware that this statement was misleading. The laws of the heavenly path would not easily alter for a mere third-rate sect. The inscrutability implied the occurrence of unforeseen factors. Master, last month the divination revealed the fall of Mo-Se. Yet, Su Moli has been flourishing this month, living quite well even now. In fact, on that fateful night, she slew several advanced stage cultivators. Upon hearing his disciple mention this, Zaiyayozi was equally perplexed. He had previously calculated the fortune of the Xiantian Sword Sect and observed that while their luck had not been entirely severed, it was unlikely to thrive. With significant tribulations looming ahead, so be it. I have recalibrated Huangyan sect. Let me divine the Xiantian Sword Sect once more. Zaiyayozi retrieved several pale green turtle shells from his pocket. After murmuring incantations, he cast them into the air with force. Instantly, the wind and snow ceased, raindrops hung suspended, and silence enveloped the surroundings. The sky briefly shimmered with a clear light. This method of divination intercepted heavenly secrets fraught with peril. If detected by the heavenly path, it could invoke a thunderous calamity. Yet, the divination proved remarkably precise. In this millennium, only two unexpected events had occurred. Zaiyaozi retracted the shell shrouded in the clear light and placed them on the ice-cold table he had conjured. Upon observing the arrangement of the shells, both master and disciple's expressions changed dramatically. Prosperous fortune, golden lotuses converging, the hearts of the world turning. Taijin Yuankuan gazed at Zaiyaozi in confusion. Master, have you divined the fortune of some mortal dynasty? This omen of the world's hearts converging can only manifest in the presence of emperors. Moreover, not long ago, there were rumors of the Xiantian sword sect facing divine retribution, with Qingyun Mountain being uprooted. Zaiyaozi shared his bewilderment. Yet, the entire divination process had proceeded without error. I am not concerned with the rise and fall of mortal dynasties. However, this omen of the world's hearts converging is something I have never witnessed in a cultivation sect throughout these thousands of years since joining the Tianshu Pavilion. Could it be that this region, rich with sects, is on the verge of unification, and that it is the previously declining Xiantian sword sect that will lead this charge? Impossible. There must be some error. Suddenly, he recalled that Su Emoli was still alive. Perhaps she was the variable. Understanding the crux of the issue, Zaiyaozi erupted into laughter and proceeded to divine once more. After repeating the same steps, both master and disciple were left in astonishment. Prosperous fortune, from adversity comes fortune. And the path of the Tao is gradually forming. Could it be that Su Mo Li is on the brink of transcending to the tribulation stage? Was she not on the verge of death, tormented by demonic hearts? Now it seems she is advancing further, gaining the opportunity for transcending. Indeed, an anomaly had arisen from her, disrupting the heavenly secrets. Both master and disciple were filled with questions, but answers eluded them in this snowy mountain. To uncover the truth, they would have to see for themselves. It was evident that Zaiyaozi was ill-suited to personally visit these lower-tier sections. Disciple. The Xiantian sword sect is also preparing to host a celebration. Would you be willing to attend? Certainly. I shall go to observe the situation of Su Moli. Take a Tianji token with you. Understood. 2 days hence, numerous cultivators are set to journey towards the newly established sect of Huanggan. Among them are Lin Feng and Xiao Zishuan from the Xiantian sword sect. During this period, he has been diligently cultivating with the aid of the system, achieving a breakthrough in strength, now merely a step away from the Jedon stage. Xiao Zishuan, during their dual cultivation in Baidi City, has already advanced to the mid-Jedon stage. The reason for not bringing along Lu Hongying and Chu Guiyao is that they are on the brink of a breakthrough themselves and require solidifying their foundations in preparation for the tribulation. Early in the morning, everyone bid farewell by the stone tablet at the sect's entrance. Su Moli handed the Chulong sword to Lin Feng. As a master, it is inappropriate for me to appear at Huangyan. I must trouble you to undertake this journey. Lin Feng felt warmth in his heart. The gentle concern from his beloved master and elder sister always brought him comfort, validating his efforts in recent days. Huangyan does not deserve your presence at their celebration. Xiao Zishuan nodded vehemently, harboring no fondness for Huangyan. You are indeed correct, junior brother. You are a cultivator of the great ascension stage, merely a third-rate sect. Subsequently, Chu Guiyao approached Lin Feng. This marked her first farewell to her master since joining the Xiantian sword sect. Tears welled in her eyes early in the day, as if experiencing a parting of life and death. Master, Yueyao will wait for you and Uncle sure to return to the sect. Obey master ancestor's words. I shall return today, for there is a celebration to be held tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Chu Yueyao's face lit up with joy. Yes, I will be obedient. The young girl, despite being 14, behaved like a child. After a brief farewell, Lin Feng set off with Xiao Zishuan towards Huangyan. Such a grand spectacle must not be missed. Chapter 68. Such deep scheming. I am here to witness the drama. The newly established sect of the Huanggan sect is situated not far from its original location. They selected a reasonably good spiritual vein and promptly commenced construction. If the site were too distant, the flow of fortune would likely be disrupted. Prolonging the wait raised concerns about the dissipating luck being scattered by the heavenly might. Thus, the elders convened and resolved to expedite the construction of the new sect. At the entrance of the Huangyan sect, cultivators arrived in a continuous stream. Wang Xin and several elders welcomed the guests at the door. This was a position specifically secured for him by Qin Keqing. Other disciples aspiring to attend lacked the qualification. Distinguished guests from the Zhao Huashen sect, Fan Hai sect, Qing Fan sect, and Iron Fist sect were present. These were all sects in proximity to Huangyan sect, and they had all received invitations. Those attending such an important celebration included sect masters and high-ranking elders. Congratulations. Congratulations to the Huanglin sect on the establishment of their new sect. The momentum is extraordinary. Out with the old, in with the new, this time. It is destined to thrive. This young friend Wang Xin, with such a prodigy present, it won't take a century for Huangyun sect to ascend to a second-tier sect. Indeed, aside from his appearance being inferior to Lin Feng's, he excels in every aspect, and there will be no divine retribution. Hearing the praises from the crowd, a smile never left Wang Xion's face as he hurriedly invited these esteemed elders inside to take their seats. Esteemed sect masters and elders, please enjoy your food and drink. There are splendid performances awaiting you today. Oh, could it be that a representative from a major sect is coming? You shall soon find out, esteemed seniors. Most cultivators are aware that the Huangyun sect has the backing of the Xianyun sect, Diyun sect, and Tianyun sect. They are even more cognizant that these sect masters are like family. Several of Wang Xion's senior sisters have been sent to these sects for cultivation. The people from the Xiantian sword sect have arrived. Someone remarked, prompting everyone to turn their gaze toward the entrance. Wang Xion's lips curved into a smile as he quickly returned to his original position, akin to a hunter awaiting a rabbit to stumble into its trap. Li Yun, hearing the commotion, hurried over and concealed herself behind him. Junior brother, do you think it is Su Moli or that traitor Lin Feng who has come? Wang Xion, possessing a modicum of self-awareness, understood that a third-tier sect could not attract a cultivator of the ascendant stage. It was most likely their junior brother, who sought an opportunity to return to their master's side and would surely come in person to gather intelligence. Should the celebration prove insufficiently grand, his confidence would swell, and he would continue to delay in pursuit of more benefits. However, if he discovered the celebration to be unexpectedly magnificent, he would likely surrender early and beg for their master's acceptance. You have personally visited the Xiantian sword sect. You should understand the circumstances there. What cultivator would wish to remain in such a place with sparse spiritual energy and devoid of fortune? Upon hearing Wang Xion's explanation, Li Yun could not help but widen her mouth in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Lin Feng possessed such profound scheming. It was as if this were her first day recognizing that infatuated individual. Junior brother, you are right. That place is hardly fit for human habitation. It seems the traitor harbors grand ambitions. Does he wish for his senior sister to become his doubt partner? Upon hearing these words, Wang Xion narrowed his eyes, revealing a perilous glint. He regarded his master and 5 senior sisters as his own, and he would never easily relinquish them to that detestable fellow. Rest assured. After the celebration, when it is his turn to seek his master's favor, who would dare to propose conditions? At that moment, as the two were engaged in their discussion, Lin Feng and Xiao Zixuan descended from the sky on their swords. The former, strikingly handsome and exuding an extraordinary demeanor, radiated an air of authority simply by standing there. The latter, youthful and enchanting in a flowing purple gown, resembled a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Upon seeing the two cultivators, thoughts of golden boys and jade maidens arose in the hearts of onlookers. However, in the presence of Huangyun sect, no one dared to voice such sentiments openly. The discord between Lin Feng and Wang Xion had long spread in the vicinity. Li Yun, witnessing Xiao Zixuan entwined with Lin Feng's arm, clenched her fists in frustration. That is my junior brother, a mere servant meant to serve us. She had already devised the conditions to propose when the traitor would kneel and plead for mercy. Wang Xion's earlier jovial mood plummeted upon seeing Lin Feng. He was reminded of the heavenly grade Huajing pill that had been devoured like a candy, a lifelong torment. Missing those 2 realms meant that even if obtained, he could never cultivate them again. Moreover, why would a beautiful girl like the little sword fairy willingly cling to Lin Feng? Even I and my senior sisters have yet to reach such a level. However, considering the grandeur of the upcoming celebration, Wang Xion managed to maintain his composure. In such an occasion, it was best to refrain from quarrels and simply remain silent. The elders, upon seeing Lin Feng, were smiles on their faces. They had watched this child grow and understood that the events of that day were indeed excessively handled by Qin Keqing. Yet, due to the other party's role as the acting sect master, they could not intervene. It's good that you're here. Please, come in and take your seats, they said, motioning for the juniors to lead Lin Feng and Xiao Zixuan inside. At this moment, Li Yun stepped forward, a cold smile gracing her lips. Elders, allow me to escort these 2 guests inside. Very well, after all, you were once senior and junior siblings. You may interact more in the future. Lin Feng and Xiao Zixuan followed her through the grand portal and arrived at the sect square, which was already filled with numerous cultivators seated in designated areas. In the center stood a high platform, intended for sacrificial rites and ceremonies. The surrounding architecture adhered to the previous sect style, exuding a dignified and steady aura. This was in stark contrast to the style of the Xiantian sword sect, representing almost two extremes. Lian led them to the edge of the square. This is your position, and the tables have been prepared. Behave yourselves and do not cause any disturbances during the celebration, or your master will not spare you. By the way, seeing the sect in such grandeur, do you not wish to say something? After taking a seat, Lin Feng looked up at Li Yun, who wore a mocking expression. Her condescending posture was quite haughty. The architectural style is quite impressive. Is this all? The fortune is scattered, and the spiritual energy is thin. Bold indeed. Li Yun's expression instantly changed. She wished for Lin Feng to extol the virtues of their sect, rather than allowing this individual to undermine their standing in such a significant moment. The issue of the thin spiritual energy was well known among all the cultivators present at Huangyan sect. The explanation from their master was that it required time to consolidate their fortunes and nurture new spiritual veins. Furthermore, a distinguished individual was expected to arrive today to address the matter. We kindly invited you here, not for you to utter such ominous words. Look around. Who among the cultivators has spoken ill? Xiao Zixuan playfully shook Lin Feng's arm. Junior brother, you're correct. The spiritual energy here is far inferior to that of our Xiantian sword sect, and even the fortunes are lacking. We are a second-rate sect and cannot be compared to third-rate ones. Ah, I almost forgot. Our presence here to congratulate them is truly a matter of elevating their humble abode. Listening to their back and forth, Li Yun's naturally irritable temperament could hardly contain itself. You too. Be quiet. Lin Feng, do you not wish to return to this grand sect? Not at all. Do you still aspire to be our? What? If you say you don't want to, then why are you here? I merely came to watch the spectacle. Chapter 69. The immortal boy's dark intentions and half-step to tribulation. Li Yun's eyes gleamed with malevolence, her desire to unsheath her sword and strike down her foes palpable. Yet, at that moment, a subtle pain coursed through her cheeks, as if drawing her blade would invite a stinging rebuke. Junior sister, why are you lingering with these two? Come and assist. Senior sister, I am not accompanying them. Lu Qingqing shot a glare at Lin Feng and Xiao Zixuan. Do not cause trouble today, otherwise even Su Moli cannot save you. After the celebration, the master will see you. With that, she seized Li Yun and hurried off to attend to the guests. Lin Feng remained bewildered. What does Qin Keqing want from me? Surely, you do not intend to return to Huangyan sect? Xiao Zixuan, her gaze lowered, nervously twisted the hem of her skirt. Only before Lin Feng did she exhibit such a demure demeanor. Indeed, our sect is less populous, and our grounds do not compare to Huangyan sect. However, I can see that the master genuinely cherishes you as a disciple. Hong Ying holds you in high regard and hopes you will remain. For the typically fiery and stubborn Xiao Zixuan, to utter such sentiments required immense courage. Lin Feng gently caressed her hair, warmth flooding his heart. How could he bear to abandon such a delightful soul? Has our esteemed Zixiao sword immortal grown sentimental? Humph. It is only because the master and junior sister cannot bear to part with you, but I am not included in that sentiment. Oh, then I shall promptly defect from the sect. You dare. Do you not believe I could cleave you in two with a single strike? As Lin Feng's laughter erupted in response to her familiar tone, the atmosphere lightened. You, how dare you jest with senior sister? I shall not spare you. Watching the playful banter between the two, Li Yun and Lu Qingqing stood in stunned silence at a distance. Was it truly possible for him to share such camaraderie with his senior sister? Why did he tread so carefully before them and remain submissive in the master's presence? Had they been too stringent in their expectations of him? Nonsense. Do you think he is merely a junior disciple? Other disciples are meant to be utilized. Indeed. Serving senior sister is a matter of course. It reflects respect for our teacher, and it is a privilege for him to attend to us. The two exchanged barbs, their expressions sour as they withdrew, yet a flicker of doubt lingered in their hearts. Could it truly be so? As the auspicious hour approached, an increasing number of dignitaries graced the occasion. The appearance of elders from both Xianyun sect and Diyun sect stirred a wave of excitement, elevating the stature of Huangyun sect celebration. The arrival of the immortal boy was anticipated to elevate the atmosphere to new heights. However, an unexpected silence fell over the gathering, as no one dared to speak loudly in the presence of a cultivator at the ascension stage. There is no need for such formality. I am merely a guest here to partake in the festivities. Engage in your conversations. If my presence disrupts your enjoyment, that would indeed be a transgression. With the immortal boy's reassurance, the assembled cultivators rose in unison to acknowledge him, though the ambience regained some liveliness. It lacked the previous carefree spirit. The spiritual awareness of a Mahayana cultivator can effortlessly encompass the entire sect. Everything that transpires among those present is laid bare beneath their watchful gaze. However, the ageless celestial youth did not take a seat directly. Instead, he strode to the edge of the plaza, arriving at the table occupied by Lin Feng and another. "My young friend, it has been quite some time," he remarked. "Indeed. It has been less than a month," came the reply. The youthful smile on the ageless celestial's face faltered for a moment before quickly regaining its composure. "Alas, how unfortunate I am. I spent several million spiritual stones on a luck technique, and it is not even the complete version. I must send someone to obtain the full content. Yet, who would have guessed that within just a few days, even the lesser sects would have their hands on it? The speed of dissemination surpasses that of the top-tier sections. Who could have leaked such a crucial secret?" A flicker of menace crossed the ageless celestial's playful visage. He had invested 30 million spiritual stones alongside a cultivator of the virtual refinement stage, Chiu Baiwei, to acquire this luck technique. Before he could receive his due reward from the sect leader, he was informed that the lower-tier sects had already circulated it widely. Any transactions with Tianyun sect and the major first-tier sects were hence rendered moot. Naturally, he bore the brunt of the loss alone, swallowing the bitter consequences in solitude. On the night he received the news, the ageless celestial nearly succumbed to madness. Now, he found himself destitute. Even his visit to Huangyan sect to offer congratulations was merely a guise to undertake tasks for spiritual stones. Otherwise, what would a Mahayana cultivator be doing in such a setting? It would be utterly disgraceful. He bore a heart full of rage as he approached the architect of his misfortune. "If I discover who leaked the luck technique, they shall surely experience the excruciating joy of being flayed alive. Lin, my young friend, what do you think of such punishment?" Lin Feng chuckled as he produced the Jilin sword, placing it squarely on the table. "What nonsense are you attempting before my master? Did I agree to keep it confidential or what? What audacity allows you to come here seeking retribution? Did I force you into a transaction? Or did I stand upon your head demanding you comply? If you cannot discern the situation clearly and fail to divest yourself sooner, do not come here seeking to lay blame. If your vision is poor, remedy it sooner rather than embarrass yourself here." Lin Feng's scathing reprimand left the ageless celestial momentarily stunned. Could it truly be that he was in the wrong? Nonsense. It is clearly this fellow who has laid the trap long ago. "Oh, really? Do you think I fear Su Moli? If you are unafraid, then why waste breath here? Quickly take away her most cherished disciple." Xiao Zishuan turned, her face a mask of confusion. "Why must I be taken away?" "Well, my masteress most favored is actually me." "Not at all. I am the most favored disciple." As the youthful pair bickered before him, the ageless celestial felt an overwhelming surge of fury rising within. He harbored a murderous intent, an intense desire to kill. The surrounding cultivators sensed a palpable aura of hostility and hastily vacated their seats, clearing a wide space. They had no wish to be caught in the crossfire of a powerful individual's wrath. "Is this the one who betrayed the Huangyan sect? I have heard tales of their extraordinary talent, yet this audacity is truly astonishing. Those who are overly proud often find themselves easily broken. A modicum of ability should not lead to such arrogance. It appears that blood will be shed before the celebration even commences." The immortal boy observed the two still frolicking, his expression growing increasingly frigid. "Silence," he commanded. "Do you truly believe that with Su Moliai's protection, I would refrain from striking?" Boom. A powerful aura surged into the sky, scattering the clouds above. The surrounding cultivators were once again compelled to retreat several hundred steps. Is this the might of a cultivator in the Great Ascension stage? What an astonishing presence! Lin Feng and the Little Sword Immortal are doomed. One must never insult a mighty practitioner. Li Yun and Lu Qingqing turned in unison to gaze at the edge of the square, concern etched in their eyes. How dare he provoke the immortal boy? Is he not courting death? Such a useful individual, yet he is blind to the danger. Both women felt a pang of regret. They had yet to savor enough of his service, and now Lin Feng was on the brink of demise. However, the immortal boy stood frozen, a look of bewilderment on his face. "No, I have yet to unleash my spiritual pressure. Moreover, this aura is even more formidable than my full strength." He suddenly cast his gaze downward at the ancient long sword resting on the table. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He had only felt such an aura from a few cultivators. The pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage, on the verge of transcending. Chapter 70, The Transference Secret Art. The spirit veins have disappeared. Without a word from Lin Feng, the ageless celestial boy quietly departed. He spoke not a single word, nor did he emit any aura. Yet, His sullen countenance and frigid gaze betrayed his profound anger. It was evident to all that his wrath was palpable. However, what could he do? Faced with a formidable opponent at the cusp of transcending, he could only endure. After all, even the sect leader of Tianyin had yet to reach such heights. The atmosphere in the venue fell into a prolonged silence. Qin Keqing, having been startled by the earlier overwhelming presence, sought out 2 disciples to inquire about the situation. Master. It was that traitor Lin Feng who provoked the displeasure of the ageless celestial boy. Fortunately, the elder's heart is benevolent, and he did not unleash his fury by striking him down on the spot. Upon hearing this, Qin Keqing nearly burst into laughter. Who possesses a benevolent heart? Among those she knew, perhaps only that wretched soul could be deemed worthy of such a description. Nevertheless, Lin Feng's survival brought her a measure of relief. She had intended to personally discipline this rebellious disciple. Qin Keqing resolved to mold Lin Feng into a devoted disciple who would heed her every word. In doing so, he would earn her favor, and she could finally set aside her grievances. As the ageless celestial boy arrived, the ceremonial proceedings commenced in earnest. The earlier incident, overshadowed by the authority of the ascendant cultivator, seemed as if it had never transpired, and no one dared to mention it. With the sect leader still in seclusion, the ceremony was presided over by the acting sect leader, Qin Keqing. After delivering the customary pleasantries, she proceeded to the pivotal sacrificial rites. Traditionally, this involved igniting the flames within the bronze cauldron and uttering words of blessing to fulfill the ritual. However, this time, Huangyun sect had orchestrated a grand spectacle, suggesting that more was at play. Under the watchful gaze of many eager cultivators, the ageless celestial boy ascended the high platform. The upper sect has specifically sent me to perform 2 tasks to encourage the lower sect's practitioners. Do you not agree that the Huangyun sect is lacking in spiritual energy? No one dared to answer this question, and a profound silence ensued. It was a fact, one that needed no articulation. The ageless celestial boy chuckled, clearly pleased with the audience's demeanor. Compared to Lin Feng's earlier attitude, the crowd appeared exceedingly devout. In comparison to the former Huangyun sect, the spiritual energy was still significantly lacking. However, once the fortunes were restored and the spirit veins re-established, revitalization would soon follow. Yet, to reward you, the upper sect has specially instructed me to demonstrate the transference secret art, relocating the spirit veins from the old site to our current sect, merging the 2 into one. Henceforth, the spiritual energy of Huangyun sect will flourish, and fortunes shall soar to unprecedented heights. His proclamation elicited waves of astonishment. For most cultivators, this was the first time they had heard of such a secret art. Even Lin Feng felt a tinge of curiosity. Indeed, one should never underestimate the myriad talents of cultivators across the realm. However, it was unfortunate that this so-called transference secret art, even if successful, would bear little fruit. The spirit veins of the old Huangyun sect had long since been discreetly relocated by him. Beside Qin Keqing, Li Yun, and the others displayed expressions of delight. The events have unfolded as anticipated by Master. The ageless immortal child will indeed take action to enhance the spiritual energy of the sect. The greatest dilemma troubling the disciples is soon to be resolved. Li Yun and Lu Qingqing exchanged glances and smiled, eager to discuss the matter at hand. One might wonder how Lin Feng would feel upon hearing such words from a senior. Just moments ago, he may have looked down upon our new sect. Yet now he is likely contemplating a swift return. Wang Xian remained silent, yet the smile on his face betrayed his thoughts. It is time for you to make a choice, to kneel and beg for Master's forgiveness or to continue on your own path. Amassing enough resources to negotiate terms with Master. In Wang Xian's view, the current celebration has brought joy to everyone. As the acting sect leader, Master is delighted to oversee these affairs. Should Lin Feng admit defeat and plead for mercy during this opportune moment, he stands a significant chance of being forgiven. However, the necessary punishment will certainly not be lenient. At the very least, the position of a personal disciple will be irretrievably lost. The ageless immortal child stood upon the high platform, resembling a 6-year-old child. From his sleeves flew numerous talismans, which descended to the ground, forming a complex array. He performed incantations with his hands, reciting words of power. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, sensing a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy. This was the establishment of a special teleportation portal, transmitting the spiritual vein of the old site to the depths of the present Huangyun sect. This method was indeed a first for him. As the immortal child's incantations hastened, the cultivators present began to perceive the changes in the air's spiritual energy. With a fierce shout, a portal of shimmering white light burst open. The scene beyond the door became vividly clear to all. It was a chamber constructed of stone, adorned with various runes upon its walls. Circles of spirit stones surrounded the floor, forming a defensive formation. Upon witnessing this sight, the gathered cultivators gasped in astonishment. The spontaneous creation of a teleportation portal was an arcane technique beyond their comprehension. Yet, what manner of place was this? Was it a warehouse, or something else entirely? It appeared so desolate. Perhaps it was a miscalculation in the teleportation marker, leading them astray? Hush, if you wish to live, be silent. This is clearly an underground chamber designated for the spiritual vein. Many cultivators began to piece together the implications and turned their gazes back to the high platform. Indeed, they beheld the once rosy-cheeked visage of the ageless, immortal child now turned ashen. His breath quickened, and he felt a wave of heat wash over his face. The location was correct, and the arrangement undeniably belonged to the Huangyan sect's spiritual vein. But where were the resources? Someone hastened to the old site of Huangyan sect and assessed the situation. An elder immediately took to the skies on his sword. The cultivators present now comprehended the gravity of the situation. The spiritual vein beneath the old site had vanished. This was no mere mineral vein, easily extracted. A spiritual vein is akin to the very earth's pulse, shifting only with the fortunes of fate. Once excavated, the foundation would be damaged, and the time required for restoration would be measured in thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. Qin Keqing's complexion was ashen, her mind consumed by the recent events unfolding within the sect. As the acting sect master, no detail, large or small, could escape her notice. Yet, despite her contemplation, she could not discern who had visited the site of the spirit vein. She could only hope that the issue stemmed from the elder immortal's magic, and that the spirit vein still remained intact. Otherwise, she would bear the burden of responsibility and wrath as the acting sect master. Before long, the elder who had departed returned, alighting on the platform with a grave expression. He reported to the esteemed senior of the sect that there was no spirit vein within the old secret chamber. He then produced a jade slip, presenting it to the elder immortal, which contained a record of his observations upon entering the secret chamber of the Huangyan sect after bypassing its restrictions. Scoundrels! How dare they steal the sect's spirit vein, thinking that our Tianyan sect is devoid of guardians? The assembled cultivators fell into a profound silence, none daring to utter a word. The elder immortal's gaze flickered, soon landing on Lin Feng's smiling countenance. Could it be that Su Moli had intervened and taken the spirit vein? He had heard that the Xiantian sword sect had incurred heavenly wrath, leaving them in a state of dire spiritual deficiency. Upon this realization, his expression darkened further. He immediately cast a spell into the air, declaring, "Whoever has consumed this spirit vein must return it." Chapter 71. Devious Intentions, Mistakes Embraced. At the celebration of the Huangyan sect, the ageless immortal child scanned the gathering of cultivators with keen eyes. He was convinced that the spirit vein thief was among them, gleefully reveling in the unfolding spectacle. Presently, within the square, only Lin Feng and Xiao Zishuan were engaged in light-hearted banter, coupled with the rumors of the Xiantian sword sect's dearth of spiritual energy. It was highly plausible that Su Moli was the very thief in question. The immortal child did not believe that the Foundation establishment cultivator Lin Feng possessed the capacity to transfer spirit veins. The fortune of a sect and its spirit veins are intricately intertwined. Before the might of our Tianyan sect spells, the truth shall inevitably be revealed. As he uttered these words, his gaze was fixed intently upon Lin Feng. The surrounding cultivators could hardly fail to comprehend the implications. They all turned to glance at the two individuals at the edge of the square. Was the immortal child insinuating that Lin Feng had pilfered the spirit vein from the former site of the Huangyan sect? Nonsense. Even I, a Yuanying stage cultivator, lack such means. It is most likely the doing of the Muyu sword immortal. Is this an attempt to leverage the Huangyan sect's fortune to locate the spirit vein? The immortal child was quite pleased with the attitudes of the cultivators around him, even if he could not contend with Su Moli. He aimed to tarnish the reputation of the Xiantian sword sect. Perhaps my strength cannot match theirs, but I shall unveil the truth for all to see. Let everyone understand who is responsible for such underhanded deeds. Some actions, when repeated excessively, are bound to invite divine retribution. The immortal child was on the verge of explicitly naming Su Moli from the Xiantian sword sect. Even Li Yun grasped the insinuation behind his words and cast an indignant glare at Lin Feng. To gain leverage in negotiations with her master, he had audaciously orchestrated the theft of the sect's foundational assets. Such a rebellious disciple must be dealt with sternly. Most incensed was Qin Keqing. For this celebration was her undertaking. The sect was under her management, and now it faced such a grave incident. Having been away from the sect for merely a month, he had already learned to deceive others. Truly, a natural rebel, he could stir trouble wherever he went. How could I allow him to return to the sect unscathed? Wang Xin, observing the fury of his master and senior sister, felt a surge of delight within. Yet, he maintained an outward facade of shared indignation. Master, as long as the sect's fortune is restored, the spirit vein shall pose no issue. The immortal child will soon unveil the truth, bringing disgrace upon Su Moli. Upon hearing this, Qin Keqing's expression undeniably brightened. While she could not confront the Muyu sword immortal of the ascended stage, the prospect of witnessing Su Moli's embarrassment made the loss of a spirit vein seem inconsequential. At that moment, Lin Feng, who had been under the immortal child's scrutiny, slowly rose. Grasping the Chulong sword from the table, his demeanor turned steely. To speak ill of others in secret, is this the hallmark of an ascended stage cultivator? If you dare to confront my master, I might still respect you as a valiant warrior in your demise. Should you fail to present evidence today, prepare to experience the true might of the Muyu sword immortal. Ah, the assurance of having a powerful backing is indeed exhilarating. Even ascended stage cultivators can be confronted. Indeed, the strength of the practitioner is of paramount importance. Should he encounter an ancient being in the tribulation stage, he would find himself utterly helpless. The law of the jungle prevails in the realm of cultivation. Upon the elevated platform, the ageless immortal youth smirked coldly, awaiting Lin Feng to take the initiative to step forward. This semblance of wielding power through another's influence almost confirmed that Su Mo Li was indeed the one who had stolen the spiritual vein. Surrounding the ruins of the Huang'an sect, the only cultivator capable of such a feat was none other than the sword immortal Moyu. In the sky, a swirl of dark yellow fortune surged forth. Fellow cultivators, behold clearly where the spiritual vein of the Huang'an sect is hidden. At that moment, the immortal youth felt no regret over the loss of the spiritual vein. To bring shame upon Lin Feng and Su Mo Li was, in itself, a form of retribution. Having been deceived out of 30 million spirit stones last time, the pain would linger for a lifetime. This technique of locating the spiritual vein through the manipulation of fortune had been validated by my Tianyan sect. Even if the spiritual vein were shattered, it could still be unearthed. With an authoritative shout from the immortal youth, the swirling fortune abruptly stilled. The crowd in the square held their breath, eyes fixed on the heavens, eager to discern the direction in which the fortune would fly. In their estimation, it should undoubtedly be toward the direction of the Xiantian sword sect. Qin Keqing and her 3 disciples wore smiles, eagerly anticipating Lin Feng and Su Mo Li's embarrassment. As time slowly trickled by, how much longer must we wait? My neck is growing sore. Xiao Zishuan's voice resonated across the square. Many cultivators lowered their heads in embarrassment, as they had long wished to pose this inquiry, but dared not speak before the immortal youth. They had been observing for quite some time, yet the dark yellow fortune in the air remained utterly motionless. The smile had vanished from Wang Xian's face, replaced by concern. Master, why has the fortune yet to show any signs of movement? I am uncertain. Perhaps this technique simply requires time, Qin Keqing replied, suppressing her own speculations with a faint smile. Do not worry, Master, the immortal youth will undoubtedly not falter. Such a powerful technique must require time to manifest. Unbeknownst to Lu Qingqing, as she uttered these words, the immortal youth shot her a glare. Get lost. I am already unable to maintain my composure. And you wish to elevate me further. The stasis of the spiritual locating technique could stem from 2 possibilities. Either the original spiritual vein had completely dissipated, returning to the cosmos, or it remained right beneath our feet. Yet he had already conducted an investigation and found no traces of the spiritual vein at this location. Should I apologize to that Foundation establishment cultivator? Absolutely not. How insidious are your intentions? The Xiantian sword sect, in an attempt to obliterate the evidence, has utterly shattered the spiritual vein. Truly malicious thoughts. In the vicinity of the Huang'an sect's ruins, only your master possesses such capabilities. At this juncture, the immortal youth could only stubbornly misattribute the theft of the spiritual vein to the Xiantian sword sect. If one's cultivation techniques are lacking, one ought not to boast so brazenly. Lin Feng laughed heartily as he rose, drawing his sword from its sheath. In an instant, the heavens and earth transformed, and the winds surged with fury. An unparalleled sword intent permeated the square. That spiritual vein was removed by me, and it bears no connection to my master. In the realm of cultivation, resources belong to the capable. Surely, you understand this principle? Old man, now apologize to my master. The ageless immortal child was taken aback. You have stolen the spiritual vein, yet demand that I apologize? However, he was unwilling to let the matter rest. He could not concede that Lin Feng possessed such prowess. After all, even he, a cultivator of the Great Ascension stage, had failed to locate the spiritual vein. Humph. You, a mere foundation establishment cultivator. How could you possibly have the ability to pilfer a spiritual vein from a third-rate sect? This must surely be the handiwork of your master. Yet, the other cultivators, upon hearing their exchanged glances of confusion. Each one cautiously transmitted their thoughts, deliberating amongst themselves. This does not add up. The luck of the Huangyan sect still lingers. Even if the spiritual vein were shattered, its essence would remain. Indeed, the two are interdependent and cannot simply dissipate in isolation. Silence, you fools. Do you wish to provoke the wrath of a Great Ascension stage cultivator? Nonetheless, they had underestimated the capabilities of such a formidable practitioner. Their words fell, unfiltered, into the ears of the ageless immortal child. His youthful visage, innocent as a child's, now bore a flicker of fury. Chapter 72. The Fusion of Fate. The elated Li Yun. Lin Feng found himself in a state of exasperation. Despite revealing the truth, his words fell on deaf ears. However, he could not simply disregard the disparaging remarks made by the ageless celestial child against his master. After all, with a formidable backing, he was entitled to display such audacity. He had elucidated the situation clearly, and everyone present had heard the exchange. Now, it was time for an apology to his master. The sky churned ominously, and many cultivators trembled in their very forms. The sword intent emanating from Lin Feng was even more formidable than the spiritual pressure exuded by the ageless celestial child. Qin Keqing gazed towards the edge of the square, observing Lin Feng with his arms crossed behind him, his gaze icy and resolute. It was as if she was encountering this disciple for the first time. How could he possess such a fierce aura? Had his departure from the Huangyan sect transformed him so profoundly? Lu Qingqing, however, seemed unfazed, her eyes brimming with disdain. Master, this fellow merely relies on his connections. Were it not for that sword, I could easily best him. Remarkably, Li Yun refrained from engaging in the banter. She merely felt a slight sting in her cheeks. The ageless celestial child's fingers trembled slightly, a bead of sweat trickling down from his forehead. He could distinctly sense the boundless killing intent radiating from the Chulong sword. Someone was wielding it. Yet, it was not Lin Feng of the Foundation Establishment stage, but rather a being of far greater prowess. Undoubtedly, that individual was Su Moli. Had she truly arrived just to safeguard these two disciples? The ageless celestial child, who had only recently ascended to the Great Ascension stage, was no match for a half-step transcendence cultivator like Su Moli, especially one who cultivated the path of the sword through slaughter. Regret surged within him, wishing he could slap himself for making accusations without any evidence. Now, faced with someone who admitted their guilt, he found himself reluctant to acknowledge it. The Chulong sword above him continued to emanate a potent sword intent, sending chills coursing through his body. This matter, indeed, reflects my fault. I apologize for my unfounded suspicions in the absence of evidence. Uttering these words seemed to drain the very essence from the ageless celestial child. He had no choice but to bow his head. The Chulong sword could effortlessly sever him at any moment, and he had no grounds to refute the claim. To wrongfully accuse a half-step transcendence cultivator was a grave sin in a realm where strength equated to truth, even if Su Moli were to strike him down. The Tianyan sect would not dare express any discontent. The cultivators present gazed in astonishment at this scene. The Great Ascension cultivator, who had once seemed invincible, was now humbled. Acknowledging his errors, the fate in the air had yet to find its course. It appeared utterly hopeless. This incident was indeed unjust. To accuse someone of being a culprit without evidence. So, where exactly was this spiritual vein? Could it be that the Huangyan sect orchestrated this drama themselves? Whispers soon fell silent as Lin Feng sheathed the Chulong sword. With the ageless celestial child's spiritual power no longer suppressing him, a mighty explosion of energy surged forth. Those who had been speculating on the truth now trembled uncontrollably. Let this matter be put to rest. My purpose for coming here today is to bestow a momentous gift upon the Huangyan sect, imbued with the fortunes of a secondary-tier sect. The ageless immortal youth is eager to complete his task and to depart from this ominous place. Having faced setbacks on 2 occasions, he harbors doubts that the Huangyan sect is shrouded in misfortune. How else could he have encountered such ill fate? As a swirl of profound yellow energy ascended from his palm, the square erupted into fervent cheers once more. Bestowing fortunes upon a subordinate sect is an intricate and high-level sorcery. Such generosity is astonishing, clearly aimed at elevating the Huangyan sect to the status of a secondary-tier sect. After all, the sect leader is part of a singular family, a rare superfamily within the realm of cultivation. I too long for a father of immense power to bestow some fortunes upon the Xinhua sect. Qin Keqing had anticipated this outcome, even in the absence of spiritual veins. She felt little concern. She merely regretted missing the chance to witness Lin Feng and Su Moli's embarrassment. Even that rebellious disciple managed to shine before the crowd. However, as long as the spiritual veins do not fall into the hands of the Xintian sword sect, Qing'an Mountain remains but a mound of earth. Such a wretch cannot linger in that realm, squandering their cultivation potential. Sooner or later, they will lower their proud heads and kneel before me in supplication. Now, with the Huangyan sect poised to receive the abundant fortunes granted by the upper sect, a future of smooth sailing and ascension beckons. This time, the ageless immortal youth has learned to refrain from unnecessary words. He dutifully executed the incantations to lift the constraints on the fortunes. Then, rising into the air, he directed the swirl of profound yellow energy into the ground, positioning it at the site of the sect's spiritual veins. The assembled cultivators held their breath, eagerly awaiting the moment the Huangyun sect's fortunes would surge. At that moment, the ground trembled. Rather than panic, the cultivators looked on with anticipation. The tremors of the sect signified the mingling of fortunes. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the quaking ceased. A mysterious and profound sensation filled the hearts of the Huangyun sect's cultivators. Oh, is this the benefit brought by fortune? I feel as though my Tao heart has become transparent, and a breakthrough could happen at any moment. That is merely the Qi refinement stage. For us foundation-building cultivators, the ability to reduce the interference of inner demons during cultivation is invaluable. Wang Xin, possessing commendable cultivation aptitude, sensed even greater changes. Master, the gathering of spiritual energy has accelerated. In just a few months, we shall restore the former concentration of spiritual energy. Qin Keqing nodded with a smile. As the acting sect master, she too has reaped substantial benefits. The stagnation of certain realms, previously at a standstill, now shows signs of loosening. She believes that it will not be long before a breakthrough to the God transformation stage is achieved. Her gaze swept over the crowd, landing on Lin Feng at the edge of the square, eager to witness expressions of regret, sorrow, or terror upon his face. Ah, why is he still in high spirits? Exchanging pleasantries with that enchantress? Could it be that there is something amiss with the fortunes? Suddenly, a smile illuminated Qin Keqing's face. What was she thinking? Could a foundation-building cultivator truly alter the fortunes bestowed by the upper sect? At this moment, Xiao Zixuan gazed at Lin Feng with an expression of profound curiosity. Is everything you said truly accurate? Indeed, just wait and see. What you have witnessed thus far has merely been an appetizer, while the main event lies ahead. Even Lin Feng himself was taken aback by the prospect of a second act. Naturally, it was unexpected that Tianyan's sect would assist Huangyan's sect with such a precious offering. Their aid, rather than being a boon, could potentially lead to complications. At that moment, Li Yun approached the two, her smile radiating warmth and brightness. Lin Feng, once the celebration concludes, you should go meet the master. Adopt a respectful demeanor, exhibit a humble stance, and sincerely acknowledge your mistakes. The master possesses a generous heart and will assist you in returning to the sect. However, if I intercede on your behalf, it may simplify matters considerably. Lin Feng, returning her smile, nodded gently. To have you plead for me surely comes with conditions? Of course. However, I regret to inform you that I no longer possess any heavenly grade transformation pills for you. At the mention of this matter, a flicker of resentment crossed Li Yun's gaze. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, donning a smile once more. There is no need to lament what is lost when there are far more intriguing prospects before us. Initially, I had no intention of forgiving you, but alas, I am naturally endowed with a compassionate heart. Ugh. Chapter 73, The Surge of Fortune, for the sake of your diminished wits. What do you mean by that? Oh. The food prepared for today's celebration is simply exquisite. I may have indulged a touch too much. Li Yun cast a disdainful glance at Lin Feng and his companion. After all, you are a cultivator. Do not behave like a country bumpkin. She promptly returned to the previous topic. If you wish for my forgiveness, it is quite simple. You must thoroughly humiliate that wretched woman to my satisfaction, and then I shall speak favorably of you before our master. Li Yun furiously pointed at Xiao Zixuan. She could tolerate Lin Feng's slap, but she would never forgive this outsider. Slap. As expected. Uttering those words earned her another imprint of a hand upon her cheek. Lin Feng accepted the handkerchief offered by Xiao Zixuan and meticulously wiped his palm, as though he had just struck refuse. Rest assured, I shall never beg you nor about a chain kitching. I appreciate your effort in concocting such a trivial condition. Li Yun covered her swollen cheek, glaring resentfully at the two. How dare this brute strike me during such a joyous festivity? She struggled to hold back the tears threatening to spill. Cursed wretch, as long as I am here, you shall not easily return to Master's good graces. With that harsh proclamation, Li Yun fled in disgrace. If she lingered any longer, tears would surely flow. How could he bear to mar my flower-like visage? In her heart, Li Yun vowed that when Lin Feng knelt before their master, she would propose even more outrageous demands. Even if he were to return to the sect, she would ensure he was assigned tasks daily, granting him no moments of respite, while the disciples of Huang Yun's sect reveled in joy, savoring the transformation of their sect. A sudden, thunderous roar erupted from beneath the ground. Moments later, a violent tremor followed. This commotion was far greater than before. Even the newly erected hall of the sect showed signs of cracking. The most severe damage occurred in the square, where broad fissures appeared. A few Qi refinement stage cultivators accidentally fell into the crevices. Ah, it's so hot. Help, help. My arm is burning. The chilling screams echoed from the depths of the fissures. The immortal boy had yet to intervene when those Qi refinement stage cultivators met their demise. Everyone in the square leapt into the air, gazing down in bewilderment. What on earth is happening? Could it be that the fortune has not fully merged yet? As the high platform of Huang Yun's sect crumbled, the immortal boy was compelled to ascend into the air as well. The unfolding events left him utterly bewildered. He had come to bestow the fortune of a second-rate sect, yet this was the outcome? All signs indicated that what was brought forth was not fortune, but rather misfortune. No, there must be some error. Just a moment ago, I could sense the threshold to the next realm. Why has that perception vanished? Ah, I was calm before. Yet now my emotions are spiraling out of control. Fortune. The benefits brought forth by the fusion of fortunes have vanished. The words of the disciple from the Huang Yun sect quickly spread far and wide. Qin Keqing wore a grim expression, having already sensed this unsettling change. The opportunity for transformation had slipped through her fingers, leaving her deeply disheartened. Was it possible that the fusion of fortunes had not yet been fully realized and required additional time? Guests attending the celebration turned their gazes toward the ever-young celestial boy. This is a situation I have never encountered before. Let us unveil this square so that all may behold. He gently raised his hand, causing the ground to tremble once more, albeit this time by human design. The floor was swiftly lifted, piled onto a nearby vacant area. A vast hidden chamber emerged before the crowd. A brilliant, alabaster spiritual vein glimmered remarkably, with two swirling masses of mysterious yellow energy entwined above it. Surrounding this spectacle were intricate formations, including gathering arrays and sectal grand formations. The ever-young celestial boy glanced around, somewhat astonished. It appeared that the fusion of fortunes was yet incomplete and required a brief wait. Just as he finished speaking, his expression shifted dramatically, his eyes scanning the surroundings. No, this is wrong. He turned sharply to glare at Qin Keqing, his tone chillingly frosty. I ask you, where is the stabilizing object placed beside the spiritual vein? The stabilizing object? It is personally procured by my disciple Wang Xin from the Starry Pavilion, for a sum of 100,000 spirit stones sufficient to suppress a second tier. The remainder of her words faltered. She had searched repeatedly. Yet the stabilizing object was nowhere to be found. Impossible. I placed it there myself. How could it have vanished? The ever-young celestial boy's expression darkened, his fingers flicking lightly, sending a streak of light into the hidden chamber. Subsequently, a luminous screen appeared before the assembly. It displayed a mass of mysterious yellow energy descending from the heavens, merging with the original fortune. At this critical moment, the stabilizing object positioned nearby suddenly erupted, transforming into a cloud of dust. The assembled cultivators, invited to the gathering, exchanged bewildered glances, all turning their attention to Wang Xin, who had acquired the stabilizing object. Several sect leaders had already discerned the underlying issue. With the ever-young celestial boy's retrospective technique, the cause of the explosion could be confirmed with absolute certainty. The ever-young celestial boy cast a frigid gaze at Wang Xin, his anger unabashed. Speak up. Senior celestial boy, this stabilizing object was sold by the Starry Pavilion. You cannot hold me accountable. How much did you pay for it? 100,000. No. Manager Zhao sold it to me for merely 10,000 spirit stones, recognizing my extraordinary talent. The ever-young celestial boy clenched his fists, his complexion turning ashen. He was nearly driven to laughter by this revelation. 10,000 spirit stones? Has your head been struck by a mule? If it were not for your potential, it would be viewed as a reflection of your lack of judgment. With such a paltry sum, you expect to acquire an object capable of suppressing the fortunes of a second-tier sect? Even for a third-tier sect, it would only suffice barely. The only silver lining is that the fortune remains intact. As long as we procure an appropriate stabilizing object, all shall be well. Thus, he unreservedly chastised Wang Xin without a hint of courtesy. Wang Xin could only clench his fists, refraining from retorting. Yet, he indelibly etched the image of this old man, reminiscent of a 6-year-old child, into his heart. One day, I shall have you kneeling at my feet, begging for mercy. Shiner, what on earth is happening? Master. This matter cannot be attributed to junior brother. Lu Qingqing, fully aware of the underlying circumstances, promptly stepped forward to offer her support. It is all Lin Feng's fault. That scoundrel employed despicable tactics to triumph in the alchemy competition, seizing Master Ku Hui's treasured item. My junior brother, devoted to the sect, intended to procure a protective artifact to bring back. There must be some misunderstanding. The Chang Lion did indeed purchase it from the Star Pavilion. Perhaps Lin Feng conspired with the shopkeeper to deliberately frame my junior brother. Upon hearing this, Wang Xin's eyes sparkled with realization, and he interjected. Indeed, he is intentionally framing me. During the competition, he was exchanging furtive glances with that shopkeeper, Zhao. There must be some unspeakable secrets between them. Qin Keqing regarded her beloved disciple's assertions with mild skepticism, though she did not harbor significant doubts. After all, Lin Feng had exhibited a range of cunning schemes since departing from the sect. This wretched creature has audaciously directed his malice towards his fellow disciples. I shall thoroughly interrogate this matter later and provide you with an explanation. For now, we merely need to suppress the fluctuating fortunes with a new protective artifact. Huang Yun's sect will surely ascend to greatness by harnessing the fortunes of a second-rate sect. Qin Keqing firmly believed that her exceptionally gifted disciple, Lin Feng, would not squander this opportunity to reintegrate into the sect. Chapter 74. The Dissipation of Fortune, the End of the Huangyan Sect. As the plaza of the Huangyan Sect lay in disarray, Lin Feng and Xiao Zixuan found themselves hovering in the air, compelled to pause. With nothing pressing to attend to, the two discreetly engaged in whispered conversation. Junior brother, how do you know that old fool cannot locate the fortune? Xiao Zixuan queried, her voice laced with curiosity. The technique is sound. Yet could it truly be the fortune of the old Huangyan sect he is utilizing? Lin Feng understood the implications of her words. Without the original sect's fortune, it was indeed impossible to find the corresponding spiritual veins. However, given that the Huangyan sect had relocated, one would logically presume that their fortune would follow. Even if amalgamated, it should resonate with the previous spiritual veins. Seemingly anticipating her thoughts, Lin Feng preemptively addressed her unspoken questions. The fortune of the former site was obliterated by heavenly might, and before it could coalesce, it was seized by our gathering array. The current fortune of the Huangyun sect is insufficient to sustain such a multitude of cultivators. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zixuan experienced a moment of clarity, realizing why the Tianyun sect had chosen to send fortune their way. Not only to foster the growth of the spiritual veins, but also to stabilize the sect's fortunes. No one had anticipated that the protective artifact of the Huangyun sect was incapable of containing the fortune of a second-tier sect, especially amidst the turbulence of merging fortunes. Lin Feng chuckled softly, acknowledging that these matters were of no concern to him. He was merely an observer of the unfolding drama. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon Wang Xin for his excessive greed, for he did not trust that the Huangyun sect had prepared an appropriate protective artifact. As fate would have it, Qin Keqing soon procured a diminutive bronze cauldron, a prepared artifact capable of suppressing the fortunes of a second-tier sect. The ageless immortal child, upon receiving the artifact, cast a fierce glare at Wang Xin. Were it not for the celebratory occasion and the throngs of cultivators present, he would have relished the opportunity to chastise this so-called prodigy. Please pardon the minor interruption that just occurred, he addressed the gathered assembly. Now, let us collectively witness the process of merging these two fortunes. The assembled cultivators nodded in agreement, offering well wishes for divine blessings and prosperous fortunes, thus providing the immortal child with a graceful exit from the previous awkwardness. Moreover, to witness the merging of sect fortunes within one's lifetime was indeed a rare opportunity. The immortal child was quite pleased with the reactions of the guests, with the exception of Lin Feng and Xiao Zixuan, who remained engrossed in their own world, seemingly indifferent to the others around them. However, with the presence of the Qilong sword, he found himself powerless to intervene. He could only simmer in internal frustration while continuing with his duties. With the bronze cauldron firmly in hand, The immortal child meticulously inspected the artifact, ensuring its readiness to avoid further embarrassment before casting a spell. He directed his spiritual energy to lower the artifact above the spiritual vein. As the bronze cauldron made contact with the fortune, it emanated a radiant emerald glow. The two swirling masses of fortune were instantly subdued, their tumult significantly lessened. Witnessing this scene, a smile finally graced the immortal child's face. Despite the convoluted journey, the task had ultimately been accomplished, promising the accumulation of several tens of thousands of spirit stones. Boom! As he lay atop a pile of spiritual stones, envisioning a bright future, a thunderous roar erupted from the underground chamber. Startled, he jolted upright and hastily cast his gaze downward. The assembled cultivators were equally taken aback, all eyes drawn to the room housing the spiritual vein. The two swirling masses of profound yellow energy, once entangled, were now clashing violently. The bronze cauldron emanated a verdant glow, rising and falling tumultuously, akin to a solitary vessel tossed upon the tumultuous sea. The ageless celestial youth furrowed his brow, witnessing such intense fluctuations in energy for the first time. The other cultivators were equally at a loss, sensing that the situation was dire. Lin Feng smirked as he observed Wang Xian, who stood behind Qin Kuching with his head bowed. This audacious fellow dared to seize the opportunity to claim the energy amidst such chaos. One could not help but admire his audacity, should the ageless celestial youth discover him. The formidable soul concealed within his ring would undoubtedly be revealed. Prior to Wang Xian's interference, two energy masses had been engaged in a delicate balance with the gathering energy formation of the Xiantian sword sect. Yet, with his invocation of a secret technique to absorb the energy, that equilibrium was shattered, making it unlikely for a new balance to be established. As Lin Feng anticipated, Wang Xian, upon hearing the thunderous sound, did not retreat but instead intensified his efforts, drawing energy for his own gain. This was his formidable asset, and he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. With the protection of a powerful figure, he was unafraid of being discovered. Such an opportunity, once lost, could take centuries to encounter again. Wang Xian licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed. Lin Feng, when my energy rivals that of the sect, what will you have to contest against me? Just as this thought crossed his mind, another deafening crash resonated through the air, so loud that it could not be overlooked. With his head bowed, Wang Xian witnessed the entire sequence of events. The two energy masses, still entwined, suddenly shattered after a violent collision. The force was so tremendous that it reduced the bronze cauldron to mere fragments. Unrestrained, the shattered energy rapidly dispersed in one direction. A sense of dread overtook Wang Xian. What had transpired? How could a mere fraction of energy he had absorbed lead to such destruction? He buried his head even lower, fearful of revealing the fear flickering in his eyes. The fragmentation of the sect's energy signified grave implications, far beyond what his life could bear. The ageless celestial youth was even more frantic than Wang Xian. He did not cease his movements, swiftly casting one spell after another. His personal spiritual artifact, a dust whisk, hovered in the air, attempting to suppress the dissipating energy. Qin Kuching, observing the flurry of activity from the ageless celestial youth, felt as though the heavens were collapsing. Even if the energy could be gathered again, it would amount to no more than a mere tenth. The Huangyun sect's energy was devastated, the spiritual vein itself marred by the explosion, leaving a vast area darkened. The spiritual essence within the sect would likely become even scarcer in the future. Why had such a calamity befallen them? It was clearly the moment for the agent of the sect to shine, yet ever since that incident a month ago, everything has spiraled into misfortune. Contemplating this, Qin Kuching suddenly turned her gaze towards Lin Feng. He wore a smile, engaging in light-hearted banter with Xiao Zixuan. Could it be that you had foreseen these events? Or perhaps, this was all part of your grand design? However, upon further reflection, she dismissed the thought as implausible. Lin Feng's foundational strength was insufficient to orchestrate such occurrences. Although it may not have been your doing, it has certainly augmented your resources. Would you come to negotiate with me today? The invited cultivators, along with the disciples and elders of the Huanglin sect, stood in hushed silence. Everyone understood that the fortune had undeniably gone awry. No one dared to provoke the ill fate of the ageless immortal child at this juncture. Yet, within their hearts, a consensus emerged. The Huanglin sect was doomed, unless the Tianyun sect was willing to invest even more of their precious fortunes. However, such invaluable assets would cause even a first-rate sect to hesitate. Moreover, the direction in which this fortune was dissipating seemed highly suspicious. Chapter 75, How to Choose When Confessing Simultaneously. The atmosphere in the Huangyun sect plaza was notably oppressive. The assembled cultivators dared not utter a word. Their gazes fixated on the youthful figure suspended in the air. The ageless celestial youth had beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as he executed his incantations with remarkable speed. So swift that even the core formation cultivators struggled to comprehend. His innate spiritual artifact floated above, striving to suppress the dissipating fortune. Despite his prolonged contemplation, he remained puzzled as to why the bronze cauldron could not contain it. He was acutely aware of the direction in which the fortune was dispersing, toward a sect he was loath to mention, the Xiantian Sword sect. Other cultivators shared similar sentiments. Was this truly a mere coincidence? Could it be that the Ink Rain Sword Immortal was gathering fortune? Such fortune was not easily manipulated, otherwise. How would our sect survive against the might of those in the tribulation phase? It was plausible. I surmised that the Xiantian Sword sect's fortunes are on the rise, and the dissipated fortune from Huang Yun's sect follows the heavenly Tao. Many cultivators were intrigued. Could it be that the once diminished Xiantian Sword sect was poised for resurgence? Just recently, news had spread about Qingyun Mountain suffering divine retribution, transforming the peak into a mere mound of earth. Lu Qingxing was also beset with doubts and quietly inquired of Li Yun, who had once visited the Xiantian Sword sect. Junior sister, do you perceive any signs of their resurgence? Pa, the flowers and plants at the entrance are merely thriving, she retorted. It appears that this fortune has likely drifted toward other sects in the same direction. After half an hour, the ageless celestial youth descended to the ground, panting heavily. He casually restored the disturbed floor to cover the secret chamber above. The fragmented fortune had stabilized, albeit only a fraction of the original aura remained. Such a significant loss of fortune would indeed harm the sect's destiny. To determine the next steps, he resolved to return to Tianyun's sect and consult with the sect leader. The ageless celestial youth firmly decided that, regardless of the amount of spirit stones the sect offered, he would never return to this cursed place. Twice he had come, and twice he had faced misfortune. It was clear that their fates were incompatible. As for where this fortune had drifted, he had no desire to speculate. Even if it had reached the Xiantian Sword sect, he would not dare to demand it back. There was a risk of receiving a beating. Why bother? Let the next unfortunate soul on a mission handle it. Nevertheless, some individuals could not be easily excused. The ageless celestial youth turned and surveyed the crowd that had returned to the ground. Wang Xian, your ineptitude and selfish desire to procure inferior suppressive items have resulted in the leakage of our sect's fortune. I hereby sentence you to reflect in the shadow prison. Do you have any objections? Qin Kuching's expression shifted, but she quickly exhaled in relief. The ageless celestial youth had not specified the duration of the punishment, thus preserving face for both himself and the sect leader. Wang Xian understood this as well, though he felt indignant. He knew he had to bow his head and admit fault. Disciple acknowledges the error and is willing to accept the punishment. The ageless celestial youth snorted coldly, feeling his cheeks flush under the scrutinizing gazes of the lower-ranked cultivators. Without further ado, he swept away, eager to depart without delay. However, just before departing, he cast a fierce glare at Lin Feng. Young man, you have forced me to apologize today. Thus, our enmity is firmly established. Pray that Su Moli will protect you for a lifetime. To his surprise, Lin Feng was not angered in the least. Instead, he nodded with resolute conviction. Well said. Well said. My master will undoubtedly outlive you. The ageless immortal youth, momentarily taken aback, was about to retort sharply when he noticed Lin Feng's hand resting upon the hilt of the CHLing sword. The scathing words he had prepared were swallowed back as he left in a huff. The onlookers, fellow cultivators, regarded Lin Feng with pity. Offending a major realm cultivator was hardly a wise decision. After all, who among them had not been young and impetuous? Only through hardship does one come to appreciate the virtue of patience. It was said that he had once been a master of restraint, serving 5 senior sisters and elder Qin with utmost care. Yet, what good did that do him? He was still cast out of the sect on a mere whim. Lu Qingxing gazed at Lin Feng's upright figure, and for reasons unknown, she recalled the scene from Baidi City, where he commanded thunder and lightning. Had he revealed such extraordinary charisma sooner, perhaps I would not have conspired against him alongside the junior disciple. His current imposing stature is truly admirable. Turning her gaze to Wang Xian, who hung his head, his countenance as dark as the depths of a stormy sea, she recognized for the first time the vast chasm between the two. Lin Feng was nurturing, skilled in alchemy, adept in formations and talismans. Though his cultivation talent was not as great as Wang Xian's, his strength was by no means lacking. Particularly in the way of the sword, his talent shone brilliantly. In these respects, he far surpassed the junior disciple. Furthermore, in managing sect affairs, Lin Feng had never faltered in Lu Qingqing's memory. He consistently handled matters with meticulous precision. This was why she, along with her senior sister and master, preferred to entrust him with important tasks. Even if he were to join the Xuantiang sword sect, he would undoubtedly claim the top prize in the alchemy competition and bring back precious treasures. In contrast, her most cherished junior disciple, Wang Xin, had not only embezzled spirit stones on more than one occasion, but had also indirectly jeopardized the sect's fortunes, inciting the ire of the ageless immortal youth, who publicly announced his punishment before the assembled cultivators. Nevertheless, Wang Xin had his merits as well. He possessed a charming demeanor and understood how to win a girl's favor. His actions, though often arrogant and ostentatious, drew much attention. His formidable cultivation potential promised a boundless future. Lu Qingqing found herself inexplicably ensnared in a web of conflicting emotions. If both of them were to confess their feelings for me simultaneously, whom should I choose as my partner? Why can't they coexist peacefully and allow me more time to observe? As Lin Feng pleaded for mercy from their master, should I intervene on his behalf? With the departure of the ageless immortal youth, Qin Keqing once again took on the role of host. However, her responsibilities were now limited to concluding the event. Thank you, esteemed fellow cultivators, for attending the ceremony marking the establishment of our Huangyun sect. Although much has transpired today, I hope we have not caused you too much amusement. Nonetheless, our sect possesses profound heritage, and we shall soon emerge from this low point. The assembled monks unanimously expressed their agreement, noting that with 3 sect leaders present, it was nearly impossible to leave without incident. With this, the events reached a conclusion, and the celebration was officially over. The sect leaders and elders in attendance felt their journey was not in vain. What was initially anticipated to be a prestigious celebration for the Huangyun sect unexpectedly devolved into a spectacle of embarrassment. Witnessing the shattering of luck was indeed a remarkable experience, justifying their presence. If anyone truly established their reputation, it was undoubtedly Su Moli, who, wielding a personal spirit sword, compelled the ageless immortal youth to bow in apology. As everyone prepared to depart, Lin Feng rose, his expression tranquil as he spoke. Tomorrow, the Xiantian sword sect will hold a ceremony for the reconstruction of our sect, and all fellow practitioners are warmly invited to witness. His voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the surroundings. The gathered monks were taken aback. Was this a challenge to the Huangyun sect? Please do not misunderstand. The date for our celebration was arranged long ago. An invitation was sent to the Huangyun sect 3 days prior. The crowd immediately turned to look at Qin Keqing, seated at the head table. Although she showed no inclination to respond, her silence served as an acknowledgement. Haha. Since it is the Xiantian sword sect, home to the esteemed Mou sword immortal, extending the invitation, we shall certainly attend with pleasure. Indeed. I am eager to see what has befallen the mountain gate that has incurred divine wrath. It will also be interesting to observe whether the luck of the Huangyun sect has shifted entirely to the Xiantian sword sect. This is an opportunity for entertainment that should not be missed. Chapter 76. Traces of Lin Feng's existence. Allow me to brew you a soup of the old turtle. Though the celebration of the Huangyun sect has drawn to a close, the ensuing discussions are unlikely to die down. However, Qin Keqing currently finds herself preoccupied with matters far removed from such trivialities. Clad in a pristine white gown, she stands within the pavilion of her cave dwelling, her lustrous black hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders. The serene and ethereal aura she exudes undeniably befits the title of the Celestial Maiden of Lingwei. Gazing at the blossoms flourishing in the courtyard, her thoughts begin to swirl. These flowers were cultivated by Lin Feng, who believed that their presence would uplift his master as spirits. At that time, she could not comprehend why cultivators would expend their efforts on such seemingly frivolous pursuits. Yet today, having faced humiliation before a throng of fellow practitioners, she now understands the wisdom in the words of the rebellious disciple. The tables and chairs within the pavilion exude a sense of comfort, though the stone table was later crafted through magic, as the original was shattered by her own hand. Every inch of this cave bears the imprint of Lin Feng's presence. Qin Keqing waits, hoping he will come forth to acknowledge his misdeeds. Should he offer a sincere apology, she would grant him a chance. With a little more humility, she might even take him as her personal disciple. A gust of wind sweeps through, scattering petals and carrying the crispness of late autumn. It also stirs Qin Keqing's musings. Indeed, how could he possibly come to apologize today? With Huangyun sect embroiled in ridicule, he is likely reveling in the shadows. Had she not fixated on trivial matters back then, he would surely be here now. busy tending to the wilting flowers. At that moment, the sound of footsteps interrupts her reverie. Is it Lin Feng? Certainly not. Master, has that scoundrel arrived? Li Yun enters the rear courtyard, her curiosity piqued. However, she finds only Qin Keqing alone. He is too busy mocking us to consider an apology. That rascal, seeing the sect's embarrassment, does not even step forward to utter a word. While Huanglin's sect struggles, his Xiantian sword sect celebration is equally farcical. If only he would realize that remaining with Huangyun's sect would be more promising for his future. With his talent, he would undoubtedly choose to return under my tutelage. Qin Keqing surveys the profusion of blossoms in the courtyard, a faint smile gracing her lips. It is only here that her heart can find a moment's solace. By the way, where is your senior sister? She has gone to the dark prison to tend to our junior brother. Such a place is no place for a human. Yes, inform Xin that he may emerge in 3 days. He must prepare for the upcoming sect conference. Thank you, Master. Qin Keqing waves her hand, acknowledging that the ageless immortal has done her a personal favor. After all, she is the most gifted disciple of Huangyun's sect. Otherwise, given the temperament of a great Ascension Period elder, Xin would have long since met his end at a single slap. In the past, when Lin Feng was reflecting on his misdeeds in the dark prison, did you ever extend a hand of care? Reporting to Master, there is nothing. How could he possibly be compared to junior brother? You are absolutely correct. This traitor only revels in our misfortunes, deserving none of your favor. Li Yun wished to retort. Not just us, Master. You do not favor him either. All right. You two should diligently cultivate and strive for an impressive rank in the sect competition at the end of the month. Tomorrow, call upon your senior sister, and let us attend this celebration of the Xiantian sword sect together. Let us witness what marvels can emerge from that accursed place. Li Yun obediently nodded. Having recently broken through to the core formation stage, her mind had not been on cultivation lately, and with only a few days remaining until the month's end, she had no opportunity to advance to the mid-core formation stage. However, she would heed Master S' words. When Lin Feng returned to the sect, it was already late at night. The young lady wished to visit the market, and Lin Feng needed to procure some materials as well. He consumed the last heavenly grade transformation pill as if it were candy. Now at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, it was time for him to commence alchemical practices. As for Xiao Zixuan, she simply yearned for amusement. During this time, Lin Feng received 2 notifications from the system, indicating that Qin Keqing and Lu Qingqing expressed regret. However, he merely glanced at them and dismissed them entirely. What do your regrets have to do with me? The enmity sown in my past life must bear fruit in this one. Senior sister, you seem quite cheerful today, smiling foolishly all the way. You are the foolish one. If our enemies are discontent, then I shall find joy in it. Is it not because you are purchasing all manner of delicacies, spending my spirit stones? Ahem. Why must we be so calculative among siblings? After their exchange, they gazed at one another, suddenly feeling that the moonlight tonight was exceptionally enchanting. The atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, and a rosy hue graced Xiao Zixuan's cheeks. Noticing Lin Feng's fervent gaze, she shyly lowered her head, gripping her skirt tightly. Do not entertain such thoughts, Master, junior sister, and your newly accepted disciple are all present. Fear not. When I designed the cave dwelling, I inscribed a shielding array. Oh, so you had schemes in mind all along. Lin Feng made no attempt to refute this, leading Xiao Zixuan back to his chamber. He pressed her against a rare cultivation desk. The surface was cool to the touch, yet both their bodies and hearts burned with desire. Xiao Zixuan's hands were firmly restrained by Lin Feng, her eyes covered. Junior brother, what are you planning to do? Lin Feng licked the brush he held. At the desk, of course, I intend to write. The following morning, the protective array of the Xiantian sword sect activated autonomously. Buildings that had previously been concealed gradually revealed themselves, exuding wisps of golden aura that spiraled into the sky. Early in the morning, Su Moli hurried her disciples and students to the plaza for cultivation. Where are Feng and Xian? Why are they still not awake? Usually, they were quite punctual, especially today, which was the sect celebration. Good morning, Master. Lin Feng stretched languidly as he emerged from a towering edifice. Su Moli, with a slight twitch of her nose, approached him and leaned down to inhale the scent emanating from his neck. A knowing smile graced her lips, revealing the reason for the young lady's late rising. Gently, Su Moli patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Master will procure a few ancient turtles for soup in the coming days. You are still young. Take care of your health, lest you jeopardize your cultivation potential. Perhaps I shall also seek a dual cultivation technique for you. Lin Feng's face flushed crimson. He welcomed the turtle soup but deemed the technique unnecessary. Thank you for your concern, master. Su Mo Li turned away with a smile, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of melancholy. Years ago, she had sustained grave injuries and, in her efforts to evade foes and beasts, had taken refuge next to a wealthy family in the mortal realm. They had adopted a young child who often climbed over the wall to play with her, even daring to sneak a peek at her while bathing. Su Mo Li recognized Lin Feng's exceptional cultivation aptitude at first glance and had planned to accept him as her direct disciple once her health was restored. However, upon her departure, she learned that the child had already gone to Huang Yun's sect to pursue his training. Chapter 77. A dilapidated sect? This is the sacred land of the southern domain. Lin Feng arrived at the sect square and performed a spell to dispel the illusion. Instantly, the scenery transformed before his eyes. The once dilapidated and weed-choked ground was now a radiant stone floor, coupled with the towering buildings surrounding it. The entire Xiantian sword sect was rejuvenated. Just moments ago, Chu Weiyao, who had been meditating beneath a large tree, opened her eyes to find herself seated on a stone bench. Upon surveying her surroundings, she could not help but exclaim in astonishment. To her, it felt as though she had stepped into another realm. The little girl surveyed her surroundings, her curiosity evident. Master, when did you renovate the sect square like this? Well, while you were sleeping, Lin Feng replied. Wow, master, you truly are diligent, working late into the night. Were you with Zixuan? Sort of, he answered, glancing towards the tall building not far away. When Xiao Zixuan awoke, she felt a profound weariness in her limbs. Only last night did she truly appreciate Lin Feng's exceptional calligraphy skills. His cursive flowed effortlessly, with each stroke releasing copious amounts of ink. In contrast, his regular script was meticulous and refined, each stroke deliberate and cautious. At crucial points, he would pause, pressing firmly against the paper before gradually continuing. One careful stroke at a time. Xiao Zixuan approached the window and gazed at the newly unveiled square, her heart resonating as she caught Lin Feng's eye. They exchanged a smile and a slight nod. Stretching her limbs, she reveled in her well-proportioned figure, ample where it needed to be and slender in all the right places. A new day was dawning, and it promised to be busy. Once Lu Hongying and Chu Weiyao completed their morning lessons, the main gate of the Xiantian sword sect swung open, ready to welcome guests for the event. The stalls selling various spells had been dismantled early on, as the cultivators who wished to purchase had already done so. Lin Feng had also established himself as a prominent figure in the southern domain, providing many lower-tier sects with direct access to methods leading to the Great Ascension stage. Su Mo Li waved her hand gently, and the square was adorned with an array of decorations and tables, adding a festive touch. Her spiritual sense radiated outward, detecting numerous cultivators lingering nearby. These individuals were quite eager to gather intelligence. Lin Feng also noticed this, recognizing a few among them as transformation stage cultivators. Let them investigate. It's time for our Xiantian sword sect to reclaim its place in the cultivation world. The more guests, the better. I have something for them to assist with, he mused. The timing of this celebration was a spur-of-the-moment decision made by Lin Feng upon receiving the invitation from the Huanyan sect. Even the invitation he prepared for Li Yun was crafted on the spot. He aimed to leverage the events surrounding the Huanyan sect to pique the interest of cultivators from other sects, encouraging them to attend today's celebration and disseminate the news. After all, he had no idle desire to invite the Huanyan sect's cultivators for no reason. As Lin Feng and his disciples savored the delicious spirit beast porridge, the guests began to arrive. Lin Feng and Xiao Zixuan stood at the entrance to welcome their guests. To their surprise, Master Chu was the first to arrive. Welcome, welcome. Chu Hanong greeted them with a beaming smile and a cupped fist gesture. As a member of the Xiantian sword sect, I naturally had to come. Congratulations on the reconstruction of your sect. May you rise with renewed vigor and create yet another era of brilliance. Lin Feng nodded with a smile and conveyed a message to his disciple to escort Chu Handong inside. Shortly thereafter, Feng Yuanting from the Zijin mansion arrived. The presence of the master of a second-rate sect indeed brought honor. Please, Master Feng, come in. Lin Feng invited. I must admit, I misjudged you the other day. You truly are a promising talent. I must also express my gratitude for your righteous words on that occasion. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. I hope that the Xiantian sword sect can restore its former glory and lead us in the southern region against the demonic forces. As Lin Feng spoke of this, his expression turned serious, acknowledging that this was indeed one of his aims in building a formidable sect. The demonic clan had incessantly harassed the mortal realm and sects of the southern region for a millennium, resulting in countless fallen cultivators and devastated cities. The top sects of the southern region were embroiled in conflict, each striving for supremacy, and without a leader, it was impossible to organize an effective counterattack. Meanwhile, the Demon Emperor commanded his clan with absolute authority, rallying their kin with a mere gesture. As Lin Feng contemplated the future, a large group of cultivators soared from the distance. Most were masters or elders from third-rate sects: Fan Hai Sect, Zhao Hua Xian Min, Qing Fan Sect, Iron Fist Sect, and others, including a delegation from Huangyun Sect, with whom Lin Feng had a deep connection. Upon seeing Qin Keqing arrive with her 2 disciples, the crowd knew that an exciting spectacle awaited them. The presence of the esteemed Linghua Fairy at the Xiantian Sword Sect celebration was indeed a significant honor. Indeed, with such support from higher sects, Huangyun Sect undoubtedly claims the title of the foremost third-rate sect in the southern region, someone remarked. Yet, Huangyun Sect currently suffers from depleted spiritual energy and luck. How can it rightfully claim the title of first? Qin Keqing, upon hearing such remarks, merely narrowed her eyes, showing no inclination to engage in rebuttal. However, the hot-tempered Li Yun could not restrain herself. Although she was cautious of the identities of those around her, she felt compelled to voice her thoughts regarding the Xiantian Sword Sect, which she had visited once before. Huangyun Sect, despite being a third-rate sect, has numerous disciples, and the restoration of its luck and spiritual energy is merely a matter of time. However, the Xiantian Sword Sect we are about to visit has faced divine retribution. The current Qingyan Mountain is nothing more than a mound of earth, suitable for planting flowers but not for establishing a sect. With such scant spiritual energy and diminished luck, it spells doom for the sect. The fellow cultivators, intrigued by Li Yun's words, grew increasingly curious. What motives did Su Moli have in the reconstruction of her sect? Did she aspire to rise from the ashes and reclaim her fortune? They had not considered that it was Lin Feng, the forsaken disciple of Huangyun Sect, who had made such consequential decisions. At this moment, the throng of cultivators drew nearer to the Xiantian Sword Sect. At last, a glimpse of the nearby scenery comes into view. Yet, upon this sight, exclamations of astonishment arise. Li Yun's disciple. Is this truly what you referred to as a period of misfortune and thin spiritual energy? This is nothing short of a sacred land of the southern region, brimming with fortune and blessings. Upon hearing the discussions among the crowd, a flicker of clarity appeared in Li Yun's eyes as she hastily cast her gaze into the distance. There lies the domain of Qingyan Mountain, upon which the Xiantian Sword Sect resides. What is this? The distant mound still sways with spiritual flowers and grasses dancing in the breeze. But what of that towering, radiant structure? Golden rays manifest in the sky, and any discerning observer can perceive the richness of the fortune that envelopes this place. Among the tall buildings, mist envelopes the area, a testament to the concentrated spiritual energy present. The square before the entrance boasts a pristine and luminous floor. How could this be? Just a few days prior, it was in utter disrepair. Qin Keqing's smile vanished entirely upon witnessing this scene, replaced by an inexplicable sense of dread. No wonder the rebellious disciple does not return to plead for mercy. Is this his source of power? Chapter 78. Why should I be killed for something I didn't do? A group of cultivators hastened their pace and soon arrived at the foot of Qingyun Mountain. It was peculiar. The mountain had indeed transformed into a mound of earth. Yet the aura of fortune was remarkably potent. The spiritual energy was exceedingly rich, teeming with spirit flowers and herbs. My son possesses exceptional potential. If he could cultivate here, his future would be promising. Listening to these remarks, Qin Keqing maintained a tranquil demeanor, concealing her emotions beneath an exterior of composure. In the presence of so many cultivators, she had to uphold the grace of the Ice Moon Fairy. Deep within, she speculated that the fortune of the Huangyun Sect had likely converged here yesterday. Logically, the spiritual energy should not be so dense. Could it be that the lost spiritual vein is also located here? The more she pondered, the more astonished she became. Even the ageless immortal child could not ascertain who had manipulated the situation or locate the spiritual vein. As a mere nascent soul cultivator, she was even less capable of providing evidence. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck her. She recalled an incident from the previous day. Xiao Zishuan was in high spirits today, her face beaming as she regarded the assembly of cultivators attending the celebration. Esteemed sect masters and elders, thank you for your hard work on the journey. Please, come in for a cup of tea. However, when her gaze swept over Qin Keqing and her disciples, her expression turned slightly frosty. Yet, since this was a ceremony hosted by her junior, she restrained her temper. Xiao Zixuan's restraint, however, emboldened some others. Li Yun, with an air of arrogance, approached Lin Feng, who was engaged in conversation with the sect masters. Hey, don't you see our master has arrived? Shouldn't you be welcoming her? I'm just kindly reminding you. Don't be ungrateful. Lin Feng turned with a stern countenance. Preposterous. Do you have the right to speak here? What did you say? Li Yun, who was already displeased by the prosperity of the Xiantian sword sect, felt her anger flare at Lin Feng's reprimand. She placed her hands on her hips, adopting a stance that suggested she intended to teach her junior a lesson. I am still your senior sister. How dare you chastise me without respect? Get out of the way. You have no decorum. Lin Feng spoke with unrestrained candor, immediately drawing the attention of the crowd. I am conversing with the esteemed sect masters. Who do you think you are? Even if you are a master's disciple, you are merely an elder of the Huangyan sect. How can you be deemed more important than the heads of the sects? The several sect masters who had been speaking with Lin Feng initially failed to comprehend his outburst. Wasn't it rather narrow-minded to express discontent simply upon seeing a disciple of the Huangyan sect? However, after hearing Lin Feng's words, they suddenly understood. Given the formidable background of the Huangyan sect, they often overlooked Qin Keqing's status. After all, she was merely a nascent soul cultivator. What right did she have to stand on equal footing with our core transformation sect masters? Realizing this, they naturally found Lin Feng's remarks to be entirely justified. This was indeed a matter of pride for us. Young Lin speaks wisely. Etiquette in reception follows a hierarchy, especially since we are all masters of our respective sections. Agree. Qin Keqing is merely an elder, acting in the capacity of the sect leader, and she dares to keep us waiting? And you, young lady, clearly lack any sense of decorum. I truly wonder who raised you. Li Yun, after being chastised by several powerful beings at the God transformation stage, immediately lowered her proud head, no longer daring to exhibit any anger. She felt an overwhelming chill envelop her, wishing fervently to hide behind her master. Yet, her resentment towards the true instigator, Lin Feng, intensified. It was all because of this traitor that I was publicly reprimanded, thus losing face for my master. At that moment, Qin Keqing approached Li Yun. I apologize. It is my inadequate guidance that has caused the esteemed sect leaders to laugh at us. Lin Feng articulated his reasoning with clarity. And I find myself compelled to seek an answer from you. The eyes of the cultivators present brightened with anticipation. The drama was about to unfold even before entering the sect. Qin Keqing took a step forward, positioning herself directly in front of Lin Feng. This was the closest they had been in a month. She gazed at his handsome face, her emotions swirling within her. However, she quickly composed herself and spoke coldly. Yesterday, at the celebration of my Huangyan sect, you claimed to have stolen the spiritual vein. Is that true? Stolen? The spiritual vein, whose fortune has dissipated, is akin to a masterless object. How can that be termed as theft? I merely took what was mine. Lin Feng retorted with a cold smile directed at his former master. In his past life, he had endeavored to repay her for introducing him to the path of cultivation. Regardless of the tasks she assigned, he strove to fulfill them, only to see the opportunities he earned divided among 5 senior sisters. Even when Qin Keqing and her disciple were imprisoned by Wang Xin, he had personally intervened to rescue them. Yet, who could have anticipated that these very individuals would betray him during the fierce battle between the human and demon races, leading to the demise of both Lin Feng and Xiao Zixuan and causing great suffering in the southern domain? Does the Huangyan sect bear the mark of fortune? Then why has that ageless immortal failed to find any evidence? Qin Keqing dared not question the judgment of the great ascension stage cultivator and could only shake her head. No, but isn't that tantamount to being a masterless object? Moreover, would you, the acting sect leader, not be aware of my presence or absence in Huangyan sect? Qin Keqing felt a tremor of anxiety. She indeed had failed to notice any outsiders entering the sect. To admit ignorance would be to undermine the power of the sect's great formation. Could it truly be that someone else had stolen the spiritual vein? No, that could not be right. Given Qin Keqing's understanding of Lin Feng, whatever he acknowledged must have genuinely transpired. Who knows what despicable means you've employed? To collude with the steward of the Starry Pavilion in Baidi City, selling subpar items to Xiner, you have harbored ill intentions from the very start. The fortune of Qingyan must have drifted from Huangyan's sect, correct? As these words left her lips, the other cultivators gathered around, clearing a space for the two. Their primary purpose for attending the celebration was to witness the spectacle and glean gossip. Qin Keqing fixed her gaze intently upon Lin Feng, hoping to see the panic that would ensue once his schemes were exposed. Filial imp, will you continue to feign innocence in my presence? This matter has nothing to do with me. Your favorite disciple, Wang Xin, has embezzled spirit stones more than once or twice. Or are you simply blind? Having failed to notice all along? Qin Keqing's chest heaved with agitation. How could she have overlooked it? Yet previously, Xin had only pilfered spirit stones for trivial matters. This time, however, it concerns the sect's fortunes, and she could not believe that her most cherished disciple would be so reckless. At that moment, Li Yun rushed forward in a fit of rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Feng. You speak nonsense. The junior disciple would never stoop to stealing sect resources like you. You must be envious of the favor he receives. Conspiring with the steward of the Starry Pavilion to frame him. Lin Feng's gaze turned icy. How could this person be so utterly oblivious? Just as he contemplated delivering a sharp retort, assistance materialized. With a resounding clap, Li Yun was sent hurtling backward, spinning midair a full 10.5 times. When she finally landed, she flopped on the ground like a fish out of water. Subsequently, she violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, along with 2 teeth. Holding her contorted cheek, Li Yun glared at Lin Feng, her hair disheveled, resembling a madwoman. She was truly enraged. This traitor had repeatedly struck her face. You scoundrel! I will kill you. Lin Feng, feigning innocence, spread his hands. It wasn't me who struck you. Why would you want to kill me? Chapter 79. Visitors from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Even female Taoists can marry. Li Yun gazed at Lin Feng in disbelief. This scoundrel had slapped her in the face and now refused to acknowledge it? Master, look at him before she could finish her sentence. She noticed a stunning woman in a Taoist robe stepping into the clearing created by the crowd. Her skin was fair and delicate, her willow-like brows elegantly arched, exuding an air of purity and beauty. Tall and graceful, the robe subtly revealed a glimpse of her fair calves, radiating a unique allure. Who is she? When did she appear? At that moment, Li Yun saw Lin Feng extend a clean handkerchief towards her. You scoundrel! How dare you humiliate me like this? Ah! That was your own words. I never said such a thing. You. The woman in the Taoist robe chuckled softly as she accepted the handkerchief. After wiping her right hand, she did not return it to Lin Feng, but instead carefully tucked it away into her bosom. She then turned to face Li Yun, who was disheveled and fuming with anger. The manager of the Starry Pavilion would never conspire with outsiders to harm a customer. Young lady, you should be mindful of your words. If the manager himself were present, you might find yourself utterly obliterated. Upon hearing this, Li Yun's fury instantly dissipated. She found herself uncertain if the woman spoke the truth. However, the coldness in her gaze sent a chill down her spine. She could only cast a pleading look towards her master for help. At that moment, Qin Keqing's face was as cold as frost as she fixed her gaze on the Taoist woman. She had never encountered this person before, and the opponent's cultivation level did not seem particularly high. Otherwise, her own disciple would not have survived this encounter. As the saying goes, one must consider the master when dealing with a dog. How much more so when it concerns a disciple standing right before her? Which sect do you belong to? Can you guarantee that Manager Zhao of the Starry Pavilion has not engaged in any schemes to deceive customers? The Taoist woman lightly waved her dust whisk, a playful smile gracing her lips. Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, Taijin Yuanjun. The Starry Pavilion is an affiliated enterprise of my sect. Is this reason sufficient? Upon hearing these words, the entire assembly fell silent. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, a top-tier force in the southern region, surpassed even the first-rate sects. It was a faction that included cultivators in the transcendent stage, far stronger than the Tianyan sect. Moreover, it was among the most enigmatic organizations within these elite sections. Each month, it would release a piece of celestial information, reminding the cultivators of the southern region of its imposing presence. Even the leaders of the second-rate sects, Feng Yuanting and Xu Handong, had never encountered high-ranking members of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. This was their first revelation that the Starry Pavilion was, in fact, a subsidiary of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Yet, upon further contemplation, it seemed rather reasonable. Without a top-tier force as a backing, how could the Starry Pavilion manage to establish shops throughout the southern region? Li Yun's questioning of Manager Zhao was, in essence, a challenge to the supervisory capabilities of the Starry Pavilion. Being struck was indeed not an unjust punishment. Lin Feng, like everyone else, quietly observed Taijin Yuanjun. However, unlike Theo reflected in the faces of others, a gentle smile adorned his own. In his past life, he had shared a bond with the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, Zai Yaozi, and naturally recognized the esteemed Taijin Yuanjun standing before him. However, this is merely a title. The individual's true name is Lin Wanxiu. She is the most exceptional disciple of the Tianji Pavilion, endowed with the Xiantian spiritual root, and possesses a profound affinity with the Tao of heaven, making her exceptionally suited for divination and prophecy. Lin Feng recollected their last encounter, during which Lin Wanxiu clung to his arm, her tone laden with sorrow as she remarked that even a Taoist could marry. She implored him to remain, to refrain from returning to the Huangyun sect, and to avoid confronting the demon sovereign. Regrettably, at that moment, his thoughts were consumed by his master and senior sister, rendering him oblivious to the depths of her affection. Perhaps, at that time, the esteemed Taijin Yuanzuan harbored an ominous premonition regarding future events, which compelled her to go to great lengths to prevent my departure from the Tianji Pavilion. Lin Wanxiu was dispatched by her master to investigate Su Moli's fortune. She had actually arrived with this group of cultivators, yet remained concealed, observing one individual. This disciple of the Xiantian sword sect, named Lin Feng, evoked an astonishing sense of familiarity within her. Being endowed with the Xiantian spiritual root, she never experienced unexplainable sensations. Even dreams served as harbingers of the future. It was only when Li Yun spoke arrogantly, tarnishing the reputation of the Xingchen Pavilion, that she chose to reveal herself and take action. Although Lin Wanxiu maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, her heart was in turmoil. Why does he continue to gaze at me, his face adorned with such an enchanting smile? Could it be that we truly know each other? Yet, why can I not recall him? Lin Wanxiu felt a twinge of regret for intervening. It was the first time she experienced such a fluttering sensation in her heart. Unsure of how to navigate this unfamiliar feeling, she stood there, feigning the composure of a transcendent being. Moreover, why had she just concealed that handkerchief and tucked it away in her bosom? If others were to notice, it would be utterly embarrassing. Qin Keqing felt a tremor in her heart upon hearing that the Taijin Yuanzuan was an envoy of the Tianji Pavilion. This was not someone she could afford to offend. Should she provoke the Tianji Pavilion, even the Tianyun sect would be unable to protect her. Yet, allowing this matter to pass would undoubtedly solidify XINR's guilt. No, this is all a grievous misjudgment. Everything is a trap set by malevolent forces. How could he possibly know someone from the Tianji Pavilion unless these two had conspired long before? Could it be that these formidable factions are plotting against the ever-growing Tianyun sect? The machinations of such powerful beings are evidently beyond the reach of a nascent soul cultivator. With this thought, Qin Keqing felt considerably calmer. As long as it was not XINR's fault, it must inevitably fall upon Lin Feng. Ultimately, it has stolen spiritual veins and fortunes. Without a solid mountain to support them and an adequate number of cultivators, their decline is only a matter of time. Lin Feng, meanwhile, smiled and shook his head, his gaze never leaving the young woman beside him. A mountain may not be lofty, but it gains renown through the presence of immortals. Water may not be deep, but it possesses spirit through the existence of dragons. Li Yun and Lu Qingqing observed his expression, and a wave of bitterness surged within them. Has he truly changed his affections? That woman is hardly appealing. Indeed, having departed from us, his standards have evidently diminished. Qin Keqing, faced with Lin Feng's rebuttal, merely smiled coldly. Just wait and see. Perhaps the celebration will soon incur divine retribution. She promptly departed from the open space, following the crowd into the Xiantian sword sect. As they passed through the protective array of the sect, a rich surge of spiritual energy greeted them. The cultivators merely took a gentle breath and could feel their realms steadily ascending. One breath here is equivalent to half an hour of my cultivation. This truly is a holy land. I aspire to lead the disciples of our sect to join the Xiantian sword sect. Yet, what a fanciful notion. For this modest hill cannot accommodate the thousands of disciples of the creation profound gate. Will this holy land truly fade away as Elder Qin suggested? What a pity that would be. The crowd's gaze turned towards the Taijin Yuanjun of the Tiangong Pavilion. The matter of fortune pertains to the heavenly path. And in the entire southern region, no sect comprehends the heavenly principles better than the Tiangong Pavilion. Lin Wanxiu did not conceal her thoughts and nodded gravely. If the quantity and quality of the cultivators are insufficient, they would not be worthy of such fortune unless a formidable presence stands guard. The atmosphere here is extraordinarily rich in fortune, already coalescing into auspicious golden light. At the very least, a tribulation transcending cultivator must preside over it to ensure that this fortune does not leak. Chapter 80. A kick that sends you flying. What does it matter to call you senior sister? Upon hearing the words of Taijin Yuan Kuan from the Tiangong Pavilion, Qin Keqing's lips curled into a subtle smile. Since the fortunes and spiritual energy of the Zuanshan sword sect would inevitably wane, the miscreant would surely return to the Huangyun sect, falling under my command. Yet, how much profit do you intend to gain, and what manner of negotiation do you envision? Today, the Zuanshan Sword sect deviated from its usual tranquility. The square was arranged meticulously with tables and chairs occupied by the leaders and elders of various sections. The disciples brought along to witness the spectacle were all youthful talents. Their curiosity evident as they explored their surroundings, behaving not like the lofty cultivators they were. The towering structures, after prolonged observation, seemed quite imposing, particularly under the radiant glow of fortune illuminating the rooftop, exuding an air of grandeur. Strangely, my divine sense in the transformation stage could not penetrate these walls. It appears that formidable formations are inscribed upon them. At the entrance of the Zuanshan Sword sect, Li Yun and Lu Qingqing did not follow their master inside. Instead, they approached Lin Feng with an air of arrogance. Without the presence of those sect leaders and elders, no one could impose authority over them. Those ungrateful beings. After returning yesterday, they didn't even bother to check on their master. When junior brother was reprimanded by senior immortal Tong, you did not even come to his defense. I must have been blind to think of you as a junior brother. Lin Feng turned his head, his gaze sharp, causing Li Yun to shudder, instinctively covering her cheek with her palm. Your master-disciple affairs are of no concern to me. If you linger here any longer, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. You. Li Yun stamped her foot in anger and stormed through the door, her cheeks aflame with pain. Was it a remnant of the previous beatings she had endured? Following her was Lu Qingqing, her face devoid of emotion as she approached Lin Feng. I advise you to recognize your limits and cease these insidious actions. Master has been exceedingly tolerant of you. It is time to know when to retreat. One can never accumulate enough capital. It is prudent to bow one's head and admit fault. If you acknowledge your collusion with manager Zhao Frame junior brother, I could intercede on your behalf with Master, perhaps even restore you as a direct disciple. In response to the well-meaning counsel from his former senior sister, Lin Feng merely uttered one word. Get inside. You. Do not be ungrateful. I am doing this for your benefit. For my benefit, is it? I'm afraid I do not require it. Observing Lu Qingqing's defiance, Lin Feng swiftly executed a shadowless kick. The speed was such that she could not react in time. Seeing this unfold, Xiao Zishuan beside them burst into laughter. Junior brother, I was ready to intervene if you hadn't acted. Some people just deserve a good slap. Bang. The sect leaders and elders, who were surveying the area, suddenly heard a loud noise. Turning around, they beheld Lu Qingqing sprawled on the floor, having been sent tumbling by Lin Feng's kick. Qin Keqing's expression turned icy. Had a fight truly broken out between the two? Qingqing, what has transpired? Li Yun immediately surmised that a conflict had arisen between her senior sister and Lin Feng. Master, it is. I am fine. The spiritual energy here is so overwhelming that it startled me. Lu Qingqing interjected, rising while rubbing her sore backside. She could not possibly admit, in front of the esteemed leaders of various sects and talented youths, that she had been kicked away by Lin Feng, who was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Qin Keqing's expression turned frosty as she casually reprimanded her, admonishing her not to appear so inexperienced. This place may seem prosperous now, with abundant spiritual energy, but it will soon revert to desolation. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing's face brightened with understanding. Indeed, thank you for your guidance, master. She comprehended that with Lin Feng's aptitude, it was unlikely he could remain in a sect lacking in fortune and spiritual power. Sooner or later, he would return to Huanyan sect. It seemed that the day when the Xiantian Sword sect's spiritual energy returned to mediocrity would also be the day Lin Feng would beg for mercy. However, as the esteemed senior sister of the younger generation of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, Taijin Yuan had a different perspective. The entire Xiantian Sword sect had a remarkably complete fortune, with no points of leakage. The energy was directed toward the underground spiritual veins. How peculiar. Was there something attracting this primordial energy? If this situation were to persist, the Xiantian Sword sect would not decline. Rather, it would grow even stronger due to the rising fortune. At that moment, a stunning woman clad in a black and white gown approached gracefully. Upon her arrival, the cultivators present bowed their heads in respect. I have the honor to meet the Ink Rain Sword Immortal, Su Jianxian. It has been a while. Regardless, as a peak cultivator of the Great Ascension stage, she held a revered status in the cultivation world, where strength dictated rank. Even Taijin Yuan offered a respectful salute. Younger generation of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, Taizhan, pays my respects to Senior Su. I come on behalf of my sect to congratulate the Xiantian Sword sect on its reconstruction. Su Moli was somewhat taken aback. She had not previously engaged with the enigmatic top-tier sect, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, nor had she sent out invitations. This was an unexpected visit. What perplexed her even more was the attitude of her visitors. Clearly, They did not share the same motives as Qin Keqing, who seemed merely interested in spectacle and conflict. I have long admired the esteemed name of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. I never expected that our second-rate sect would draw your attention. Taijin Yuan, with a serious expression, shook his head, seemingly concerned that Su Moli might misunderstand. Senior Sword Immortal, you jest. The Sword Sect has made remarkable contributions to the Southern Domain. My master often reminds me not to forget the sects that have shed blood for humanity. Su Moli, surprised, looked at the young lady before her, who appeared to be of similar age to Lin Feng. She became increasingly curious about which elder from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion could still remember the events of the Sword Sect from a millennium ago. Indeed, we all work for the benefit of the Southern Domain's humanity, and you have contributed significantly as well. When Lin Feng entered and saw Su Moli and Lin Wanqiu chatting amiably, he was momentarily stunned. How did these two women, separated by nearly a millennium in age, come to engage in such a conversation? Hand in hand, they appeared as if they were longtime friends. Something felt amiss. Perhaps Su Moli, enamored with the path of the sword, possessed a demeanor far removed from that of an ancient being. She seemed more akin to a neighborly elder sister in her 20s. This must be why she could converse so easily with the kind-hearted and gentle Lin Wanqiu, who had few friends. Master Lin, Taijin Yuanjun, what are you discussing? What business is it of yours when girls are chatting? Girls, you are already 1,000 years old. Master, the other sect leaders are awaiting your greeting. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Moli was reminded, mainly due to her lack of experience with such celebrations. Very well. You keep Taijin company while I go greet the other sect leaders. After Su Moli departed, Lin Wanqiu lowered her head like a bashful young girl. Lin Dayu, you need not call me by my title. If you wish, you may address me simply as sister. What is happening? Why does everyone insist on calling me sister? Can't someone refer to me as junior sister? Moreover, in a past life, you were meant to be my partner. At Lin Feng's exclamation, Lin Wanqiu hurriedly raised her head, flustered, shaking her hands in denial. If you are unwilling, then let it be. Forget I ever said anything. Sister. Very well, considering what I owe you from our past life, what harm is there in calling you sister? Chapter 81, The Three Supreme Powers. Return to my side. As Lin Wanqiu engaged in conversation with Su Moli, she discreetly utilized her fate observation technique to scrutinize her companion. Logically, one afflicted by the malevolent heart and suffering a decline in cultivation should be beset by misfortune and ill luck. Yet, what she beheld was a radiant aura, surrounded by golden light, with steps akin to golden lotuses. A faint purple mist lingered above, indicative of a tribulation opportunity. Last month, the Heavenly Machine Pavilion released a prophetic statement, the ink-black downfall. This was the collective divination result from several great cultivators of the pavilion. A conclusion that seemed as solid as iron. However, to Lin Wanqiu, it appeared that Su Moli was advancing to new heights. Why was this the case? According to her master, the carefree Zizi, it stemmed from Su Moli's own attributes. Yet, Lin Wanqiu found nothing particularly extraordinary about her companion. Instead, the striking young man before her appeared rather perplexing. Fortune did not seem to favor him. What? No, it's nothing. I merely feel that my junior brother seems familiar, as though we crossed paths before. Perhaps we knew each other in a past life. At that moment, Xiao Zishuan entered the hall with two others through the main entrance. Upon seeing their attire, the surrounding cultivators fell silent. The Starry Pavilion, by command of its master, extends its congratulations to the re-establishment of the Xiantian Sword Sect. The Lord of the White Emperor City also congratulates the Xiantian Sword Sect on its return to the realm of cultivation. Upon hearing these two names, the cultivators present widened their eyes in astonishment. Even Su Moli never anticipated that these titanic forces in the cultivation world would deign to send representatives. Only Lin Feng understood that Master Ku Hui and Dao Juntian Yuan were merely repaying a favor. It seemed that the tribulation elixir of the 8th rank of the Heavenly Order had indeed been sold too cheaply. However, to the other cultivators, it appeared that these individuals were drawn to Su Moli and the Xiantian Sword Sect, regardless of what the future held. With the endorsement of these two formidable powers, ordinary factions would dare not act recklessly. Did the Starry Pavilion and the White Emperor City recognize Su Moli's potential, believing she might soon transcend to the tribulation phase? Qin Keqing's exterior remained composed, yet the coldness in her gaze betrayed her true feelings, especially as her hand gripped the teacup tightly, veins prominently displayed. Beside her, Li Yun was not one to conceal her thoughts, and her disdainful expression directed at Su Moli was unmistakable. Humph, What is so remarkable? She is not the sect master, nor has an elder come personally to congratulate. Lu Qingqing, however, pondered more deeply, speculating that this was also Lin Feng's bargaining chip. It was a display intended for both herself and her master. But what was he truly seeking through all these endeavors? Merely to return as his master's personal disciple? Upon hearing this, Li Yun recalled her previous conjecture. Senior sister, do you think he might desire for you to have our master act as a matchmaker? To become his Dao partner? Lu Qingqing shot Li Yun a cold glare at this suggestion. Silence. You might as well be his Dao partner. Perhaps he'd offer you a heavenly grade transformation elixir. Humph. I find that timid fellow rather unappealing. I am more drawn to the boldness of the junior disciple. Lu Qingqing nodded gently, sharing the sentiment against those who exhibit a submissive disposition. However, Lin Feng's recent demeanor has taken her by surprise, as he occasionally reveals a commanding presence and the authority of a leader. Should he manage to sustain this aura, perhaps an opportunity could be extended to Lin Feng. Lu Qingqing envisions a future partner who can dominate their realm, rather than a feeble disciple forever trailing behind the master and senior sisters. As the sisters engaged in their discussion, Lin Wanxiu rose to her feet, producing a token that shimmered with a spectrum of colors under the sunlight. I come on behalf of our esteemed master to congratulate the re-establishment of the Xiantian Sword sect. This heavenly mechanism token is a gift for your disciple, Lin Feng. The assembly of sect leaders and elders turned in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. The heavenly mechanism token from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is being bestowed upon a Foundation Establishment disciple? There are only 10 of these tokens in the entire southern region, all held by those in the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Could it be that the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion holds an optimistic view of the Xiantian Sword sect, contrary to the belief that their fortunes would dissipate? The onlookers gazed at the token inscribed with the Yinyang Bagua, their expressions tinged with envy. Li Yun, puzzled, turned to inquire of Qin Keqing, Master, what is the significance of this token? Is it truly worthy of such astonishment? The holder of the Heavenly Mechanism token can prioritize access to the resources of the Star Pavilion. Whether it be intelligence or materials, preferential pricing is assured. While this alone renders the token commendable, its true merit lies in the ability to summon the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion to calculate one's fate once every decade. The tone of Qin Keqing carried a hint of bitterness. If one could foresee their destiny, they would not miss opportunities and could devise means to avert calamities. What merit does a mere Foundation Establishment disciple possess? Retaining the token in his hands would be a gross misappropriation. Yuner. No, Qingqing. Once the celebration concludes, approach him for the Heavenly Mechanism token, claiming it is borrowed on behalf of the master. Given the gravity of the matter, Qin Keqing opted not to involve the temperamental Li Yun, but rather entrusted the more gentle Lu Qingqing with the task of engaging with Lin Feng. She yearned to wield the token to consult the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion regarding the whereabouts of opportunities for transformation into divinity. After being ensnared at this juncture for a decade, her patience was waning. For the sake of the Tao, a momentary concession was of little consequence, especially since it was not her directly soliciting the token. Lin Feng, surprisingly, did not refuse the token offered by Lin Wanxiu. Once he ascends in cultivation, he could indeed visit the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Perhaps his old friend, Zaiyayozi, might discern something significant. Initially, some sect leaders deemed the celebration of a second-rate sect rather ordinary, particularly in the absence of tributes from first-rate sects, rendering it incomparable to the ceremony of Huanyun sect held the previous day. After all, the Tianyun sect had genuinely presented gifts and dispatched a cultivator in the ascension stage to offer their congratulations. However, in the face of the accolades from the Star Pavilion, White Emperor City, and the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, those gestures appeared utterly trifling. From this moment onward, anyone who wishes to provoke the Xiantian Sword sect must consider the sentiments of the three great families. The cultivators present were astute individuals, rising in unison to offer their congratulations and utter auspicious words. Ultimately, only the three members of the Huanyun sect remained seated in silence. The auspicious time had arrived, and the heavenly sacrifice commenced. As the voice of Xiao Zishuan resonated, Su Moli ascended the elevated platform in the square. Her countenance was solemn as she ignited the spirit stones within the bronze cauldron with her spiritual energy. A brilliant flame surged skyward in an instant. From this day forth, the Xiantian Sword sect shall officially re-enter the realm of cultivation, safeguarding the peace of the southern region and protecting our kin. With her declaration, thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. Su Moli's expression darkened. Was this the wrath of the heavens? The other cultivators simultaneously gazed upward, their faces betraying their alarm. The thunder rolled. This was indeed an ominous sign. It seemed the previous warnings of divine retribution were not unfounded. Should we flee or remain? Let us observe the representatives of the three top-tier powers. Following their lead would surely be wise. Qin Keqing gazed at the thick, dark clouds above, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She had anticipated a lengthy wait, yet today she witnessed the collapse of the Xiantian sword sect's fortune. This was, indeed, a grand gift bestowed upon her. Rebellious disciple, do you see? Return obediently to your rightful place beneath me. Chapter 82. Divine Retribution or Auspicious Signs. Fortune from Heaven. Thunder rumbled ominously above Qingyun Mountain, shrouded in dark clouds that obscured the sun. Most cultivators below trembled in fear. Chu Yueyao hurriedly dashed into Lin Feng's embrace. Master, is something significant about to happen? Indeed, it is a good omen. There is no need for fear. Upon hearing these words, a smile returned to Chu Yueyao's face, as if her earlier fright had been but a fleeting nightmare. Li Yun chuckled at this exchange. Lin Feng, do you truly believe such words? Only a child could be so easily swayed. Master would never deceive me. You are a wicked woman, Chu Yueyao retorted. Her silver teeth clenched in anger as she glared at Li Yun. She had sensed the hostility this woman harbored towards her master during their last encounter. At that moment, Lu Qingqing rose, casting her gaze over the other cultivators present. I fear Qingyun Mountain is destined for divine retribution. We should seek refuge. The crowd stirred at her words, for they lacked the confidence to withstand the impending thunder tribulation. Yet, to depart would mean disrespecting the Xiantian sword sect and humiliating the three great powers. The sect leaders, elders, and the cultivators dispatched from Baidi City in the Starry Pavilion turned their attention to the Taijin Yuanzuan seated before Lin Feng. Surely, the Tianshu Pavilion can foresee the fortunes and misfortunes ahead. Rest assured, this is an auspicious sign. There is no need to flee. Lin Wanqiu stated calmly in response to their scrutiny. The assembled cultivators exchanged glances, seeking a justification to leave the territory of the Xiantian sword sect. They had anticipated that the disciples of the Tianshu Pavilion would declare this blatant omen of thunder tribulation as divine retribution. However, no one expected Lin Wanqiu to proclaim it as a good omen, a notion that seemed utterly implausible. Wasn't good fortune supposed to manifest as radiant rainbows and blossoming golden lotuses? At that moment, Lu Qingqing stood, surveying the room before speaking with icy disdain. Humph. It appears you are too young and inexperienced. The thunderous tumult is a clear harbinger of calamity. You continue to spout nonsense. What is your true intention? Master, perhaps it would be wise for us to depart Qingyun Mountain and consider our next steps once this divine retribution has passed, Qin Keqing suggested. Her expression grave as the thunder echoed around them. Very well, prudence is paramount. Let us leave this place, Lin Feng agreed. As the three of them led the way out, the other cultivators rose to bid farewell. The Starry Pavilion, affiliated with the Tianshu Pavilion, hesitated to leave without Lin Wanqiu's permission. Even the cultivators from Baidi City remained behind. If you are concerned, you may depart first. I am confident that the Tianshu Pavilion will not hold it against you, Lin Feng offered with a smile, his gaze fixed on the sky. Lin Wanqiu understood his intent and nodded in agreement. You two may go. Yes. Thus, the once bustling Xiantian sword sect was left with only Taijin Yuanzuan as an outsider. Even Chu Handong, gripped by fear, chose to leave. Nevertheless, Chu Yueyao refused to follow him, preferring to remain nestled in Lin Feng's embrace. Why do you not depart? Or do you truly believe this is an auspicious sign? Lin Feng's words were directed towards Lin Wanqiu, faced with the ominous black clouds. His belief that it was divine retribution was not without merit. I feel a connection with you and wish to seize this opportunity. Would you not be willing, junior brother? You have addressed me as junior brother. What more can I say? Truly, he was worthy of the Xiantian's spiritual root, capable of discerning the essence of the heavenly path. Accepting my opportunity in such a manner, it would be difficult for you to sever ties in the future. Then let it remain unbroken. My cultivation follows the whims of fate. From Lin Wanqiu's gaze, Lin Feng perceived a resolute determination. It was strange, despite my rebirth. She had not experienced the events of my past life. Why, upon our first meeting, did she feel so close? Was it akin to love at first sight? As in the previous life? Observing the two engaged in whispered conversation, Li Yun's anger intensified. What was going on? After leaving the sect, why did he suddenly attract so many women? Why did they all seem eager to cling to him? No. I recall that those female disciples of Huang's sect initially admired him too. However, they were eventually driven away by me and my senior sister. Hence they no longer pursued him. They are nothing but a group of seductive harlots, attempting to snatch away what is mine. Not a chance. Li Yun clenched her fists, her gaze towards Lin Wanqiu tinged with resentment. The multitude of cultivators did not disperse far, instead gathering in an open space outside Qingyan Mountain. They watched the flickering thunderbolts in the sky, their eyes filled with trepidation. With such a formidable thunder tribulation, would they not emerge? The sect celebration was at risk of becoming a day of mourning for the entire sect. The cultivator from the Tiangong Pavilion was still too youthful, unable to comprehend such a straightforward celestial phenomenon. Conversely, Qin Keqing and Lu Qingqing displayed concern as they looked towards Lin Feng. If he perished, what would become of my opportunity for transformation? After you have struck me so many times, now you wish to die? Who will atone for your sins? At this moment, the thunderbolts in the sky surged with increasing intensity. A thunderous rumble echoed from the dark clouds. When the sound reached its zenith, a streak of golden light suddenly manifested. Subsequently, it surged forth uncontrollably, sweeping across the entire firmament. The dark clouds retreated, dispersed by the golden radiance. Sunshine bathed the earth once more, revealing a clear blue sky. What does this signify? Did the dark clouds come to stir up trouble only to flee? Not a single bolt of thunder struck down from the tumultuous skies? How peculiar. I have never witnessed such an anomaly before. Just as the crowd prepared to return to the Xiantian sword sect, another transformation occurred in the sky. Blossoming golden lotuses appeared. Their coverage neither too large nor too small, perfectly situated within the gates of the Xiantian sword sect. As the golden lotuses emerged, strands of mysterious yellow energy wafted into the air. Accompanied by the shimmering light of the lotus seeds, a wondrous scene was etched in the sky. A magnificent palace appeared, accompanied by the melodious chime of bells. A bronze cauldron blazed with fire in the square before the palace. This architecture bore a striking resemblance to the ancestral halls of earthly royalty. Awaken, for this is the realm of cultivation, most likely the ancestral hall of the sect. What could be the cause of such peculiar phenomena? Lin Wanqiu gazed at the extraordinary sights in the sky, recalling her master's divination. The world unites in heart. This was her first encounter with such an anomaly. Even emperors in the mortal realm, upon their ascension, merely display a flourishing aura of dragon qi. None have witnessed such a marvel. Amidst the thunderous tribulation, golden lotuses emerged, the fortunes entwining to form a wondrous spectacle. This is indeed a grand opportunity. As the magnificent palaces gradually faded away, golden beams of light descended from above, enveloping the cultivators in radiant glimmers. The ground, touched by these divine rays, sprouted rare spiritual flora. The entire sect was imbued with an awe-inspiring majesty, suffused with sacred and pure luminosity. The onlookers from the Xiantian sword sect were all visibly moved. This was undoubtedly a heavenly opportunity, a sight to covet. Li Yun was the first to act, swiftly soaring towards the mountain gate of the Xiantian sword sect. Yet, as she drew near, an ominous sense of danger surged within her. Bang! She collided forcefully with the protective formation of the sect. Ah! Help! Save me! As electric currents crackled accompanied by her piercing screams, her skin instantaneously turned ashen black. Had it not been for Qin Keqing's swift intervention, pulling her away from the peril, she would have already been reduced to a charred remnant. Chapter 83. To accept you as my personal disciple, are you unwilling to endure this modicum of hardship? The cultivators surrounding Qingyun Mountain, upon witnessing the fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon the Xiantian sword sect, were eager to partake in the bounty. However, upon observing the fate of Li Yun, they all halted in their tracks, waiting by the sect's stone tablet, their eyes fixated on the golden light cascading within. Master Su, please deactivate the protective array. I seem to have left something inside, one elder implored. Old ghost, your calculations are astute. Another remarked, I too have forgotten something within. O sword immortal, grant me a thread of fortune, and I shall be forever grateful. Lin Feng, swiftly open the array. Look at the state of your senior sister. Li Yun, cradled in Qin Keqing's arms, emanated wisps of azure smoke. After consuming a medicinal pill, she slowly opened her eyes, yet her breath remained faint. She gazed longingly at the nearby golden light, yearning to extend her hand and grasp it. Yet, fear held her back. The memory of the electric shock still sent shivers down her spine. Had it not been for her master's timely intervention, her soul would have been obliterated. Lin Feng, grant me fortune. Lu Qingqing's eyes widened, staring at the golden lotus seed that fell to the ground just a short distance away. Hey, Xiantian sword sect, do not be so unreasonable. Are you truly going to let these opportunities fall to the ground without sharing even a fragment with us? Nevertheless, those within the protective array narrowed their eyes, quietly contemplating the profundities brought forth by the golden lotus of fate. They could hear the voices from outside, yet chose to ignore them. Just moments ago, you wished to leave. Now you all desire entry. What is the meaning of this? Sumoli emanated a peak aura of the great ascension stage, rendering the crowd outside motionless. Lower your voices, lest you incur my wrath. No one wished to test the sharpness of Mou Sword Immortal's fabled spiritual sword. They could only stare with wide, crimson eyes. The agony of seeing yet being unable to attain was unbearable. At that moment, Xiao Zixuan and Lu Hongying's auras suddenly surged, simultaneously breaking through their respective realms. Qin Keqing, who had held on to a glimmer of hope, was now moved. She was merely a thread of fortune away from glimpsing the transformation stage. After 10 years of stagnation, an opportunity lay before her. If only she could persuade Lin Feng to open the array, the chance to transcend would be within her grasp. Lin Feng, I promise to reinstate you to the Huang'an sect. I shall accept you as my personal disciple and treat you and Xian equally from this day forth. Just open the protective array and allow me to enter and comprehend a thread of fortune. Upon hearing these words, the cultivators within the Xiantian sword sect opened their eyes. Their gazes fixed upon Lin Feng. Xiao Zixuan and Lu Hongying, who had just achieved breakthroughs, nearly faltered in their resolve. They were unwilling to let their junior brother depart the sect. Yet, if Lin Feng acquiesced, there would be no way to stop him. After all, within the Huang'an sect, there exists a revered master and a beautiful senior sister with whom Chu Zuiyao has shared a bond for over a decade. She yearns to rush into her master's embrace, pleading for Lin Feng to take her wherever he goes. To her, the presence of her master signifies the essence of the sect. While Su Moli believes Lin Feng would remain steadfast against the entreaties of others, the speaker this time is Qin Keqing, the very person who had once guided him into the realm of cultivation. A month prior, he had been so obedient to the words of his master and senior sister that others perceived him as subservient. As Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, he cast a tranquil glance at Qin Keqing. Had this been during his initial rebirth, he would have likely mocked her with a smile. Yet, observing the ethereal golden lotus of fortune descending, he suddenly found such behavior to be rather mundane. The two were inhabitants of entirely different worlds, pursuing divergent paths with dissimilar objectives. While Qin Keqing cared solely for her transformative opportunity, Lin Feng aspired to establish an everlasting sect, one that would protect the common folk of the southern region while simultaneously achieving ascension to immortality. Moreover, he desired to see Qin Keqing and her favored disciple endure torment before their demise. Your quick concession is utterly uninteresting. I refuse your request. Lin Feng's declaration resonated with unwavering conviction, echoing in every direction. In an instant, frost gathered upon Qin Keqing's visage. The esteemed fairy Lingwei had always portrayed an air of aloof elegance, presenting a facade of an icy beauty to all. However, Lin Feng knew that her temperament was notoriously volatile. In her pursuit of maintaining her cool demeanor, she often recited calming incantations. The current predicament stemmed largely from a decade without witnessing the thresholds of the transformation stage, compounded by the fluctuations of her temperament as she approached middle age. Lin Feng, do not overreach. The terms I have offered are already exceedingly generous. Your actions are merely attempts to bolster your bargaining power, yet what I provide far exceeds your worth. Qin Keqing's tone was frigid, the surrounding air crystallizing with frost, emitting a sharp crackling sound. Observing the breakthroughs of Xiao Zixuan and Lu Hongying, her anxiety intensified. No one could predict when the golden lotus of fortune might vanish. In that moment, Lin Feng lightly tapped his fingertips, conjuring a wave of spiritual energy that coalesced into distinct characters before him. These were none other than the severance document of their master-disciple relationship, signed in the Huang'an sect's law enforcement hall. You may perceive this document as mere triviality, believing it to be ineffective. But is it not so? Should I wish, I could obliterate it at any moment. Is that so? Lin Feng gently flicked the characters towards Qin Keqing. Destroy this severance document, and I shall grant you entry to partake in the opportunity. Truly? I am unlike you. My words carry weight. A flicker of anger ignited in Qin Keqing's eyes, soon eclipsed by a wave of elation. This document was crafted by her own hand, originally intended for others. The characters were identical, infused with her own spiritual essence. I do not know how you managed to retain this contract, but I shall destroy it for you now. In Qin Keqing's hands, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through her, and just as she contemplated the destruction of the master-disciple severance contract, an inexplicable tremor arose within her heart. It was as though a watchful eye in the heavens was fixated upon her. Should she dare to shatter this covenant, she would have to endure the tribulation of heavenly retribution, a cataclysmic force beyond her capacity to withstand. What is happening? You have manipulated the situation. Lin Feng did not deny it, calmly nodding in acknowledgement. I merely infused a trace of celestial essence into the contract at the moment of signing. Whoever dares to breach this pact shall face the wrath of the heavenly loss. He left no escape for himself nor for Qin Keqing. Go ahead. If you can survive the divine punishment, the opportunities you glean will not be lesser than those bestowed by the golden lotus of fortune. Qin Keqing trembled in fear. It became evident that the wayward disciple had never intended to return. He had severed all paths of retreat from the very beginning. Although cultivators often defy the heavens, none would dare provoke divine retribution. The might of such a thunder tribulation would undoubtedly exceed one's own strength. You wish for me to destroy this contract, intending for me to perish, do you? However, I recall that you have weathered several thunder tribulations without incident. It must be the protection of the lightning spiritual root within you. As long as you endure a modicum of suffering, you can return to my side, to the company of your 5 senior sisters. Are you truly unwilling to bear even this small hardship? Qin Keqing's mind was racing with scheming thoughts, and the onlookers among the cultivators felt a wave of shame. She was attempting to compel Lin Feng to willingly destroy the contract and embrace divine punishment. This was no trivial ordeal. A moment's carelessness could lead to the shattering of the soul. How insidious her intentions were. Would Lin Feng acquiesce to such a scheme? Chapter 84. If you cannot do it, do not entangle me. The words spoken by Qin Keqing caused those who initially held affection for the Ling Wei fairy to furrow their brows. In recent times, tales of Lin Feng's exploits had circulated widely. A talent capable of alchemy, talisman crafting, and even adept in formations would undoubtedly be sought after in any sect. What audacity did Qin Keqing possess to believe that Lin Feng would risk annihilation of his soul to dissolve the heavenly contract? Moreover, such actions would merely return him to a third-rate sect, plagued by waning fortunes and spiritual energy. With the current momentum of the Xiantian sword sect, who would still regard the Huanyun sect with any esteem? Indeed, Lin Feng could withstand the divine retribution's thunderstorm, yet he would never choose to undertake such a venture. His feelings for Qin Keqing had turned to ice the moment he was betrayed. If you cannot accomplish this, then cease your entanglements with me. Our paths have diverged irrevocably. Lin Feng tucked away the document severing their master-disciple bond, marked with the heavenly seal. He closed his eyes once more, seizing the opportunity to comprehend the wonders bestowed by the auspicious golden lotus. Old companion, in such circumstances, will my insights yield extraordinary gains? Host. The richness of fortune indeed enhances the likelihood of profound understanding. Then let us commence the pursuit of enlightenment. Enlightenment in progress. Please hold on. Qin Keqing gazed at Lin Feng, who had once again closed his eyes, her fists clenched tightly. She yearned to wield her life spirit sword and forcibly assault the Xiantian sword sect. It was this despicable sect that harbored the rebellious disciple. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have long been on his knees, pleading for mercy, rather than exhibiting such calmness today. Lu Qingqing's expression was complex as she observed the golden lotus drifting within the formation. Naturally, she too coveted this precious opportunity. Merely a month ago, Xiao Zixuan, who had achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment, had already broken through to the late stage of core formation. Such astonishing speed was beyond her belief. Even Lu Hongying had seized today's chance to advance to the same mid-stage of core formation as her. Yet, both of these individuals possessed perfect golden cores, far beyond her own mystic-grade core. Lu Qingqing recalled the events that transpired in the law enforcement hall of the Huanyun sect. If only I had spoken a few words in his favor back then, might I not also enjoy the same treatment as those two wretches? She felt a pang of regret and turmoil within. No, the junior brother is far superior. He merely experienced a stroke of good fortune. True cultivation relies on talent and serendipity. Wang Xian's opportunities were renowned, and his luck exceedingly rich. Each time he descended the mountain for training, he returned bearing treasures. Master, extremes lead to reversals. His current arrogance will surely lead to future regret. Whether Lin Feng feels remorse, Qin Keqing could not ascertain. But she was filled with genuine regret at this moment. She could not comprehend why she had ever signed that contract. Could they not have simply expelled this rebellious disciple from the mountain? Why go through such unnecessary measures? At that moment, as Chu Yueyao and Lin Feng sat together, a sudden and intense fluctuation of spiritual energy coursed through their bodies. The cultivators present, seasoned in their paths, recognized this as the harbinger of a breakthrough in realms. Yet, No one could fathom Lin Feng's true realm. In stark contrast, Chu Yueyao's aura, at the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, was exceedingly evident. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Handong's previously despondent spirits quickly revived. What need have I for opportunities? I have been ensnared in the void refinement stage for over a century. Even if granted, I might not be able to transcend. My daughter, having arrived at the Xiantian sword sect in the late qi refinement stage, is on the verge of breaking into the foundation establishment stage in just a few days. Haha. Chu Handong's words resonated deeply within the hearts of the cultivators present. Such a pace of cultivation transcended the mere description of being monstrous. Moreover, they were oblivious to the fact that Chu Yueyao possessed an innate gung metal sword body. The speed at which the Xiantian sword sect nurtured ordinary disciples left them in a state of astonishment, turning their gaze toward their own prodigies. A singular thought began to take root fervently in their minds. If only I could have my disciple train here, harnessing the abundant fortune and spiritual energy. The future would be boundless. Many cultivators shifted their focus from the fortune lotus. After all, with Su Moli present, it was inconceivable for outsiders to stake a claim. Instead, discussions could be initiated regarding allowing sect disciples to train in this environment. Congratulations to the host. Comprehension of the Tao is complete. Acquire the Heavenly Grade 9 Secret Technique, Heavenly Tao Breakthrough Method. In an environment rich with the Heavenly Tao, there is an absolute probability of achieving a perfect tier breakthrough. Lin Feng felt a surge of delight. What was lacking had arrived. Initially, he had intended to achieve a perfect golden core through medicinal pills. But now he could accomplish it through this secret technique. The Xiantian sword sect's descent of the Golden Lotus, with its myriad of phenomena, was undeniably influenced by the Heavenly Tao, just as everyone anticipated that Lin Feng and his disciple would immediately break through. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and gently pressed his finger to his disciple's brow. Do not rush to breakthrough just yet. Familiarize yourself with this technique before proceeding. Chu Huiyao, upon hearing this, harbored no doubts and obediently nodded. Yes, master. Lin Feng, having just awakened from his enlightenment, realized that both he and Yu Yao were on the brink of a breakthrough. This startled him, for he aimed to condense a perfect golden core. His disciple possessed commendable talent. Thus she too should strive for a perfect foundation establishment. Qin Keqing observed this scene with a cold smile. Casting a glance at the furrowed brow of the worried Chu Handong, Chu Zongzhu, Lin Feng harbors a narrow mind. Undoubtedly concerned that your daughter's rapid progress might one day surpass his own. This is why he intervened to prevent Yu Yao from breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Will you simply stand by and watch him ruin the hard-earned opportunity your daughter has grasped? Cultivators who had initially stood beside Qin Keqing began to retreat upon hearing her words. This woman is too malicious, inciting the Lingxi sect's leader against Lin Feng. After being denied what they sought, has she resorted to such despicable tactics? Yet, observing Chu Handong's expression, it was clear he cared deeply for Chu Yueyao. Lin Feng had indeed interrupted his daughter's chance to establish her foundation. Would the Lingxi sect and the Xiantian sword sect come to blows today? As everyone braced themselves for the unfolding drama, Chu Handong turned her head, glaring coldly at Qin Keqing. Lin Dao, you had graciously forgiven my impulsiveness in the past, setting up formations to save Yueyao. Such magnanimity is beyond your reckless conjectures. I firmly believe his actions were solely for Yueyao's benefit, unlike you, who fabricates rumors driven solely by personal desires. Chu Handong's words struck like a sharp sword, piercing deeply into Qin Keqing's heart. For a fleeting moment, she felt as if the air had been stolen from her lungs. Lies may not wound, but the truth is a swift blade. Indeed, she was the type who feared being surpassed by her disciples. Amidst their exchange, a surge of energy erupted once more from within Chu Zuiyao. A wave of even more potent spiritual power surged forth. Thunder rumbled in the sky as dark clouds swiftly gathered. This aura, it is the thunder tribulation of the pinnacle of qi refining. Such a calamity can only be invoked by Chu Zuiyao. Is she on the verge of achieving the perfect foundation that has remained unmanifested for a millennium? With a thunderous roar, an extraordinary scene unfolded in the heavens. Golden lotus seeds rained down, yet the sky was filled with the sounds of thunder, and lightning danced. As Chu Yueyao's aura reached its zenith, a purple lightning bolt descended from the heavens. Chapter 85, The Illegitimate Daughter of Someone, allowing this apostate to become the sect leader? The purple thunder rumbled down, and Chu Handong's eyes widened in alarm. He yearned to rush in and assist his daughter in overcoming her tribulation. At that moment, Lin Feng's figure abruptly came into view. He stood before Chu Yueyao, gripping the Qilong sword. With a clang, the sword was unsheathed, and the refined purple sword energy, delicate as a strand of light, surged toward the heavens. Instead of dissipating upon encountering the descending thunder, it grew even more formidable. Boom! In an instant, the sword energy vanished into the clouds. Along with the echoes of the tribulation thunder, the dark gray clouds gradually faded, transforming into pure white billows adorning the sky. The earlier scene of thunder annihilating the world felt like a fleeting dream. A beam of golden light gently ascended from within Chuzhuiyao, imparting a sharp sensation just by its sight. A perfect foundational realm, an existence surpassing the heavenly tier of foundation. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this law. Chu Huiyao understood the significance of this moment and promptly knelt before Lin Feng. Rise, for the foundation has been solidified. Henceforth, do not become complacent. Yes. Chu Handong witnessed this scene, feeling even more exhilarated than Chu Huiyao. Tears streamed down his cheeks, his eyes brimming with gratitude towards Lin Feng. Thank you, Taoist Lin, for your guidance. Should my Lingxi sect be of assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Certainly, I shall have matters for you to attend to soon, Lin Feng replied. He had summoned this group of cultivators not for idle feasting or to showcase their sect's grandeur. Every action he undertook was directed towards the ultimate goal of ascension. Lin Feng's spiritual power was already at its peak, yet he had no intention of breaking through in front of the gathered crowd. Qin Keqing had not taken her eyes off Chu Huiyao since her aura had surged once more. When she beheld that golden light emerge, the impact upon her heart was more profound than anyone else's. An opportunity that could elevate a cultivator to the perfect realm. This must surely lead me to the chance for transformation. I have been trapped for 10 years. Unlike those in the Tribulation Period who possessed thousands of years to wait, she was merely a nascent soul cultivator. Lin Feng, I can comprehend your anger, but there must be limits to your recklessness. Do you truly wish to provoke my wrath? The consequences could be dire. Lin Feng gazed at her pale, icy visage, and instead of displaying any fear, a smirk of disdain emerged. Elder Qin, I have never mentioned a desire to return to the Huanyan sect, nor have I expressed a wish to serve under you again. Your persistent entreaties, are you perhaps regretting your decisions? Or could it be that you have developed feelings for me? As Lin Feng was enlightened moments ago, he had heard the familiar reminder from the system, indicating that both Qin Keqing and Lu Qingqing were experiencing regret. He understood the former's reason all too well. She was undoubtedly lamenting her decision to sever their master-disciple relationship. As for the latter, that mattered little. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, a glint of cold light suddenly shot from Qin Keqing's eyes. The assembled cultivators could all sense a surging wave of indignation escalating within the atmosphere. Having been mocked by a disciple she had always looked down upon, her fury escalated dramatically. What gives you the audacity to believe I would harbor any affection for you? Qin Keqing resolved that today, regardless of the cost, she would forcefully take Lin Feng away, even if it meant revealing her trump card. Naturally, she would need to discipline him well afterward, ensuring that no future betrayals would occur. Su Moli, I, in the name of Tianyan sect, demand the surrender of the traitor Lin Feng from Huanyan sect. A purple gold token materialized in her hand, adorned with interwoven clouds and emblazoned with the character for heaven at its center. Apart from the three supreme powers present to offer their congratulations, there were no other first-rate sects in attendance. The cultivators outside the Xiantian sword sect were taken aback upon seeing the token. Its authenticity and high rank were undeniable. They had long heard rumors that she was the illegitimate daughter of someone prominent in the upper sect, and it appeared that the gossip was indeed true. Silence. Do you wish for us all to accompany you to the grave? Qin Keqing believed that brandishing the identity of Tianyan sect would enable her to easily manipulate Su Moli. After all, the Xiantian sword sect had only this one cultivator at the Mahayana stage, and even that was a second-rate sect, while the Tianyan sect boasted at least 3 peak Mahayana cultivators. Yet, she had miscalculated. Within the domain of Qing and Mountain, she had yet to earn the authority to act with impunity. Su Moli rose, the CHLing sword appearing in her hand, seemingly out of nowhere. As long as Fenger does not consent, no one shall take him away. Qin Keqing's expression shifted slightly. Facing a Mahayana cultivator, merely possessing a token was of little consequence. Senior Su, do you truly intend to oppose Tianyan sect? Humph, dare to threaten me again, and I shall send you and that token to meet the king of hell. You. Qin Keqing's face paled, her chest heaving rapidly. You may not grasp the situation. Lin Feng, this rebellious disciple, is merely experiencing a rebellious phase and is currently in a disagreement with me. I intend to take him back for proper guidance, and it would be wise for you to refrain from intervening. A cold smile appeared on Su Moli's face, resolute in her refusal to yield. After all, it was a rare opportunity for Lin Feng to voluntarily leave Huangyun's sect. There was no reason to send him back. She genuinely cared for this obedient disciple. Have you forgotten the heavenly Tao contract? You no longer share any ties with him. When you forced Fenger to forfeit his cultivation, did you ever consider this day? As a cultivator, you should understand that rendering someone a disabled person is akin to killing their parents. This is a blood feud of life and death. A grudge that cannot be reconciled. Each of Su Moli's words pierced deep into Qin Keqing's heart. The arguments she had prepared earlier now felt utterly feeble. I was caught up in the moment and did not foresee this. Rest assured, once Lin Feng returns to the sect, I shall make amends at my own pace. Su Moli chuckled, for such so-called amends meant subjecting her devoted disciple to endless toil, with scarcely a moment's respite. Not only would he have to attend to one master, but he would also be responsible for 5 senior sisters and occasionally endure slander from junior brothers. She could scarcely fathom how Lin Feng had persevered through these years. To endure for so long before severing ties with the sect is already a testament to the gratitude owed to the kindness that introduced one to the realm of cultivation. There is no need for your concern. Fenger is my disciple, and he requires no compensation from you, nor will he return with you. Upon witnessing Su Moli's resolute stance, Qin Keqing contemplated leveraging the Tianyun sect's token to impose further threats. However, at that moment, the golden lotus in the sky gradually dissipated, vanishing in the blink of an eye into the vastness of the universe. The opportunity, my opportunity for transformation. Qin Keqing's gaze became vacant as she stared blankly at the ordinary sky. Xiaozi Xian and Lu Hongying awoke from the wondrous state of mind. They had heard everything that was said moments ago, yet Lin Feng had instructed them not to interject and to focus on their own enlightenment. Now that the auspicious golden lotus had vanished, the two immediately approached Lin Feng, each clasping one of his arms. Old hag, you should give up. My junior brother is far too charming to follow you. Indeed, going with you would mean being relegated to the status of a mere servant disciple. Whereas here at our Xiantian Sword sect, he holds the position of sect master. Qin Keqing frowned slightly, casting a questioning glance at Su Moli. Do you intend to let this rebellious disciple become the sect master of the Xiantian Sword sect? Chapter 86. Not every master is named Qin Keqing. In response to Qin Keqing's inquiries and the curious gazes of the other cultivators, Su Moli displayed no hint of hesitation, nodding with utmost confidence. Indeed, I have every intention of having Feng take the mantle of the sect master of the Xiantian Sword sect. What? Do you have an objection? If so, keep it to yourself. When you next encounter my little disciple, remember to address him as elder, understood? Qin Keqing's cheeks quivered in indignation. Had she not been at a disadvantage, she would have eagerly engaged in a duel today. How dare I address a mere ne'er-do-well as elder? The audacity of a foundation establishment cultivator aspiring to lead a second-rate sect. What a preposterous notion you conjured. I foresee the days of the Qingyun Mountains fortune running dry are not far off. Lu Qingqing also found it utterly astonishing. How could Lin Feng, a recent addition to the sect, possess the merit to ascend to the esteemed position of sect master? The fortune and spiritual energy were seized from the Huangyun sect, not something he brought forth. He has made no significant contributions to the Xiantian Sword sect. Why did Su Moli not select the more seasoned Xiaozi Xuan? A wave of inexplicable jealousy surged within Lu Qingqing. You are attempting to poach my master's disciple, seeking to retain Lin Feng within the Xiantian Sword sect by having him assume the role of sect master. Upon realizing this, her gaze regained its confidence. Su Moli's willingness to let Lin Feng remain implied that there was still a part of the traitor's heart tethered to Huangyun's sect, as well as to me and my master. At that moment, Lin Wanxiu's eyes, the only ones still closed in the gathering, slowly opened. She had just emerged from a peculiar state, where even the slightest thought allowed her to foresee future occurrences. Nevertheless, she had heard every word exchanged among the gathered. Though this matter pertains to the Xiantian Sword sect, permit me a brief interjection. I too believe Lin Feng is well suited to be the next sect master. Elder Su should engage more with the world and refrain from entangling himself in karmic affairs. The cultivators present regarded Lin Wanxiu with puzzled expressions, unsure of her intentions. Was the Tiangong Pavilion endorsing Lin Feng's ascension to sect master of the Xiantian Sword sect? However, Su Moli bore no grudge. Instead, she nodded with a smile. The pain of a peak Mahayana cultivator lies in enlightenment. If one cannot comprehend, they shall wither away, their lifespans exhausted in the forest of years. Once understood, one may ascend to the heavens and achieve transcendence. You are quite impressive, my dear. Why not join the Xiantian sword sect and cultivate the path alongside my Feng? Upon hearing this, Lin Wanxiu's cheeks flushed slightly, the warmth spreading like a gentle tide. In no time, her complexion turned a brilliant crimson, reminiscent of the vibrant twilight on the horizon. My master would never consent to that. Su Moli was merely jesting. How could a distinguished disciple of the Tiangong Pavilion be so easily relinquished? Not every sect is named Huanyan sect. Not every master is called Qin. Seizing the opportune moment, with everyone present, we shall conduct the sect master succession ceremony today. The cultivators of the Xiantian sword sect raised no objections, and the invited guests would naturally refrain from voicing dissent, especially given the formidable prowess of Su Moli, which was indisputable. Without the formidable backing of Tianyan sect, none dared to utter a word. Did you not notice that even Lin Feng's former master, Qin, has fallen silent? Su Moli returned to the bronze cauldron on the elevated platform, continuing to pour spirit stones into it, igniting a blazing aura of spiritual flames. From this day forth, disciple Lin Feng shall succeed as the 9th sect master of the Xiantian sword sect. Below the platform, the assembled young cultivators erupted in cheers. This was indeed the youngest leader of a second-tier sect they had ever heard of. As fellow members of the younger generation, they felt a profound sense of honor. With hearts brimming with ambition, they believed the future ultimately belongs to the youth. Lin Feng's ascension to the position of sect master invigorated the atmosphere once more. He was now truly the foremost among young cultivators. It wasn't he purely through strength. In the end, it was still Su Moli holding up the facade. By disregarding Tianyan sect this time, a rift had undoubtedly been created. As the festivities continued, Qin rose from her seat, instantly capturing the attention of many cultivators. She walked directly to Lin Wanxiu, hardly glancing at anyone else. Lord Taishenyuan, I wish to request your assistance in calculating the fortunes of a certain individual. Naturally, you may propose your compensation first. A gasp rippled through the crowd, with many instantly suspecting that Qin intended to assess Lin Feng's fortune. Was she attempting to humiliate the new sect master on such a momentous day for the Xiantian sword sect? Lin Wanxiu paused momentarily, picking up the feather duster from the table, her expression turning grave. Which individual's fortune does fellow Taoist wish to assess? My beloved disciple, Wang Xian. Upon hearing this, the assembled cultivators collectively exhaled in relief. Fortunately, it was not Lin Feng's fortune being assessed. Had anything unfavorable been revealed, who could say how Su Moli might react? Indeed, the fairy Lingwei dotes upon her little disciple, allowing the Tiangong Pavilion to gauge fortunes. Indeed, if I recall correctly, a standard assessment costs millions of spirit stones. Huangyan sect, like us, is a third-tier sect. Where would they procure such wealth? Most likely from her. I meant to say, from her family's generous offering. Qin's lips curled into a proud smile as she gazed at Lin Feng. The fact that I can spend millions of spirit stones for Exiner is a form of affection you shall never comprehend. This is why you have opposed me today. When the sect's fortunes decline, you, the leader of a second-tier sect, shall inevitably return to my side. Realizing the futility of softening her words given that the auspicious golden lotus had already vanished and the opportunity for transformation had undeniably slipped away, Qin resolved to display a firm stance. She intended for her rebellious disciple to witness her unwavering attitude, making it clear that after missing so many chances, a hefty price must be paid for any hope of redemption. Upon hearing Wang Xian's name, Lin Wanxiu felt an ominous premonition, her delicate brows twitching. The divinations from Tiangong Pavilion were notoriously accurate, but each one required a sacrifice of lifespan in exchange, particularly for those with potent fortunes. The cost in lifespan would be all the greater. Moreover, this name instilled in her a sense of danger. On the other hand, Lin Wanxiu was curious about the individual named Wang Xian and his circumstances. Just as she was caught in indecision, a certain person suddenly came to mind. She lowered her gaze, yet her eyes discreetly darted towards Lin Feng. The latter appeared to have anticipated her actions, playfully winking at her. Lin Wanxiu's cheeks flushed, and she shyly turned her head away. At that moment, a familiar voice reached her ears. I can assist you in the divination, though it may not be entirely conclusive. Qin's expression was tinged with urgency. She was acutely aware of Wang Xian's remarkable fortune. The divination results from the disciples of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion were unmistakable. What she desired was for everyone to be apprised of this outcome, and to unveil it in this significant setting. She aimed to ensure that all present cultivators understood she had made no mistake, nor misjudged anyone. Wang Xian was indeed the most gifted disciple, deserving of adoration. However, why was Taijin Yujun persistently keeping his head down? Did he refuse? Or did he believe he could not afford the spirit stones? Rest assured, I have connections with the Tianyin sect and can provide you with the spirit stones in advance. Even if the divination yields unfavorable results, I shall not hold you accountable. Upon hearing these words, Lin Wanxiu finally lifted her head. Her expression was remarkably tranquil as she extended her delicate hand towards Qin Keqing. I can perform the divination for your disciple, but I must first receive payment. Chapter 87. While others boldly assert their power, why do you still endure? Upon hearing Lin Wanxiu's agreement to assist Wang Xian with divination, Qin Keqing's face immediately brightened with a confident smile. The fortune of her beloved disciple was undoubtedly infallible. Throughout his life, he had encountered countless fortuitous events, often acquiring treasures within mystical realms. Taijin Yuanjun, the matter of spirit stones is no obstacle. Merely name your figure. 1 million. 1,500,000. Even Su Moli, whose wealth was gradually increasing, felt a jolt at the mention of this sum. Yet, upon contemplating the consequences of defying the heavenly principles and revealing celestial secrets, knowing that the diviner would suffer a reduction in lifespan, she deemed this amount not excessive. Moreover, it was the esteemed disciple of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion personally undertaking the task. Qin Keqing maintained her smiling demeanor, her fingers lightly flicking as a ring fell before Lin Wanxiu. Please count them. If everything is in order, let us commence the divination. What items do you require from me? She endeavored to steady her emotions, suppressing any visible discomfort. After all, that was 1,500,000 spirit stones. It represented nearly her entire fortune, all for the sake of preserving her dignity. Was it worth it? Absolutely. Having been humiliated by those wretched masters and disciples earlier, reclaiming her honor was imperative. Furthermore, it was for Xianer, a slightly higher cost would be inconsequential. For the other practitioners present, this was an astronomical sum, a fortune they could scarcely dream of in their lifetimes. Why would Wang Xian, who was perfectly fine, need Qin Keqing to expend spirit stones on divination? You don't understand, do you? She is seeking to restore her lost face. 1,500,000. Simply to vent her frustrations, this was the first time witnessing such a profligate acting sect master. In truth, Lin Wanxiu also considered the remuneration rather excessive. However, this was a direct instruction from Lin Feng. I merely require Wang Xian's birth date and a personal object infused with his essence. This was straightforward. Naturally, her obedient disciple possessed such items, and she remembered his birth date as well. As she spoke, Qin Keqing cast a smile towards Lin Feng. Do you see this? This is my regard for Xianer. You shall never usurp his place. Utilizing a secret communication technique, Qin Keqing conveyed the birth date to Lin Wanxiu. She then produced a white, ornate garment. This is a robe I personally woven for my disciple. I had yet to retrieve it after washing it for him last time. The expressions of the surrounding practitioners shifted subtly, for they had never heard of a master weaving garments for their disciple. Let alone washing their clothes, such acts would be deemed utterly unorthodox. This was no mere display of affection between a master and disciple. Listening to the murmurs among the crowd, Qin Keqing's smile grew ever more radiant. This was the effect she desired, yet the true astonishment lay ahead. Now, I implore Taijin Yuanjun to assist my beloved disciple Wang Xian in divining his fortune. Lin Wanxiu nodded slightly, but glanced at Lin Feng beside her. This situation left everyone perplexed. What did it mean? Was she expressing pity for Lin Feng? Lin Wanxiu produced 3 ancient tortoise shells, tracing enigmatic patterns with her fingers while reciting incantations. A series of celestial sounds resonated through the air, accompanied by vivid images of various mystical beasts manifesting. This was an extraordinary omen. The mere act of divination can manifest extraordinary phenomena. It appears that Qin Keqing possesses a discerning eye. Wang Xian truly is a prodigy. It is no wonder she shows him such favoritism, though one would not have anticipated that Lin Feng is equally remarkable. Her fortune seems quite auspicious, having attracted 2 gifted disciples. Listening to the discussions around them, the smiles on Qin Keqing and Lu Qingqing's faces are impossible to conceal. Indeed, Xianer's fortune is extraordinary, not to be underestimated. As the master has stated, the junior disciple has been wise since childhood. Such an omen is to be expected. It seems that moving forward, more resources must be provided to Xianer, so he remembers our kindness, unlike a certain ingrate who leaves without a second thought. The junior disciple respects his teacher and would not engage in such unfilial acts. The two women, in their banter, are clearly alluding to Lin Feng. However, curiously, Lin Feng himself remains unperturbed. At that moment, Lin Wanqiu's turtle shell fell onto the table with a sharp sound, echoing the intensity of the situation. His fortune shines like the midday sun, blindingly radiant. Wang Xian's future is limitless, possessing the potential to transcend tribulations, yet, upon hearing the interruption, Qin Keqing could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Could the divination have yielded unfavorable results? But what could it be? Wang Xian belongs to the Western Palace's white tiger, a being not meant to be caged, destined for freedom and wildness. Strict discipline is to be avoided. Ah, this is a trivial matter. My Xioner is quite sensible and requires no guidance from me. As she spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at Lin Feng. Nevertheless, Lin Feng sat there with a calm expression, too indifferent to engage in any pretense. After all, the spiritual stones were already in his possession. What was the point of continuing the charade? Indeed, these remarks were directed at Lin Wanqiu. Wang Xion's fortune is exceedingly rich. Should one engage in casual divination, a single life would not suffice to bear the heavenly Taoist penalties. Furthermore, how could such a splendid opportunity not be exploited? One would be a fool to forego such gains. Let Qin Keqing and Lu Qingqing revel in their joy for now. In a few days, their smiles may fade. Unbeknownst to the unconscious Li Yun, a fated calamity is looming. Qin Keqing's spirits are high. It is a relief to have vented her frustrations. The divination suggesting her little disciple possesses the potential to transcend tribulations means he stands at the pinnacle of this world. Her affection for him is indeed justified. Fortunately, she did not obstruct Xion's whims. Henceforth, let him pursue his desires. When Qin Keqing now gazes at Lin Feng and Su Moli, her eyes radiate pride. Given a millennium, how could Xion not reach the peak of the great ascension stage? Even the dark-clad Li Yun reveals a hint of a smile, her gaze filled with resentment towards Lin Feng. The assembled cultivators are equally astonished by this outcome. The divinations performed by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion are indeed credible. Even if Wang Xion cannot ascend to the tribulation stage, attaining the harmonization stage is certainly within reach. That alone would position him among the elite of second-rate sections. Immediately, a cultivator approached Qin Keqing with utmost respect, suggesting that since Huanyun's sect has recently relocated and is in need of spiritual fields and stones, the transformation mysterious gate could send some assistance. I, as a member of the Fanhai sect, share the same sentiment and am willing to contribute to the southern domain sections. However, there are some cultivators who remain silent, including 2 envoys from the Starry Pavilion and the White Emperor City. As for Feng Yuanting from the Purple Gold Manor and Chu Handong from the Lingxi sect, they merely observe the commotion with disdainful smiles, engaging in whispered discussions about the recent events. Friend Chu, do you believe that this cultivator from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion possesses genuine credentials? Or do you suspect that Lin Feng has sent someone to impersonate him? Isn't it peculiar? The interactions between them are rather ambiguous. Based on my understanding of Lin, he would not allow himself to be at a disadvantage. Yet he also would not stoop to orchestrating a scheme. Chu Handong's daughter is in the Xiantian sword sect. She could hardly side with the Huangyan sect. Lin Feng's inaction suggests there is something amiss. Others have already taken decisive action. Why do you still hold back? Unless, of course, you have already amassed great wealth. Although Su Moli and her disciple wore expressions that were not particularly pleasant, it was neither anger nor sadness or jealousy. Instead, they appeared to be stifling laughter, caught in a state of bemusement. Chapter 88. Master, it seems I have been led astray. Lin Wanqiu's heart raced as she spoke her first lie, lowering her gaze afterward. For some inexplicable reason, she had been swayed by Lin Feng. However, the thought of having acquired 15 million spirit stones without sacrificing even a fragment of her lifespan filled her with an inexplicable joy. That woman, who had always maintained a cold demeanor and now held herself in an air of superiority, had been mocking her junior brother. Such behavior was utterly unforgivable. Why do I harbor such thoughts? Master, it seems I have been led astray. Once Qin Keqing regained her confidence, the entire celebration proceeded smoothly, until Chu Handong's expression shifted, prompting her to rise and address Lin Feng. Sect Master Lin, the Xiantian sword sect is currently thriving, brimming with spiritual energy. We should actively recruit disciples to sustain this momentum, if we wish to revive the former grandeur of the sword sect. It cannot be achieved with just a handful of individuals. Chu Handong's words silenced the gathering of cultivators, who who began to ponder the implications for their own sects. Considering the potential benefits, they had previously contemplated sending their disciples to train and fully utilize the abundant spiritual energy. They even resolved to discuss the matter with Su Moli once the celebration concluded, perhaps offering some spirit stones, spiritual fields, or mineral vein subsidies. At present, the Xiantian Sword sect's territory was quite limited, confined to the singular peak of Qing'an Mountain. There was little room for the cultivation of spiritual fields, let alone mineral veins. Su Moli remained silent, seemingly having entrusted the sect entirely to Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Qin Keqing and Lu Qingqing's expressions darkened. They had heard from Taijin Yuanzuan that the Xiantian Sword sect's disciples were few, making it difficult to maintain such an abundant fortune. But what if they began recruiting disciples now, especially with the sect basking in such auspicious fortune? Surely, many wandering cultivators would wish to join. With a mere small sect like yours, what talented individuals would choose to join? Qin Keqing scoffed. The elites of the major sects were predominantly from renowned families. Do you truly believe that members of influential families would come here? Her words carried weight, for the great families usually had established connections with certain sections. When suitable disciples from these families emerged, they would join without the need for assessments. The qualifications of wandering cultivators were well understood. Those with powerful spiritual roots would have been claimed by larger sects long ago. If you gather a bunch of unlearned and mediocre individuals, this fortune will surely diminish even faster. Although Qin Keqing's remarks appeared to be in consideration of the Xiantian Sword sect, they overlooked a crucial point. The current momentum of the Xiantian Sword sect was formidable, and its abundant spiritual energy was highly attractive to lower-tier cultivators. Nevertheless, Lin Feng had never regarded Qin Keqing's words with any seriousness. Sect Master Chu speaks wisely. Since the Xiantian Sword sect has completed its reconstruction, we must indeed broaden our recruitment and disseminate our teachings to the world. I kindly ask all of you to promote this once you return. The Xiantian Sword sect warmly invites disciples from various sects to come and hone their skills. Those who can pass the assessment will be treated equally. Furthermore, the practitioner who secures the first place will be accorded the esteemed treatment reserved for the sect leader's personal disciples. Lin Feng's proclamation instantly ignited a fervent discussion. The leaders of the various sects were taken aback by his unexpected generosity, allowing practitioners from other sects to train alongside them. However, for Lin Feng, the fortunes carried by these individuals would become permanently intertwined with the Xiantian Sword sect upon their arrival, rendering them unable to take those fortunes away. What is yours shall be mine, and what is mine shall remain mine. Even Qin Keqing felt a stir of temptation, contemplating whether to invite Wang Xin to come and cultivate here. After all, the fortunes and spiritual veins of this place had been appropriated from the Huangyan sect. Master, he surely harbors ulterior motives. Lu Qingqing narrowed her eyes, having witnessed Lin Feng's capabilities in Baidi City. He may possess a kind heart, but he is not so magnanimous as to act as a benefactor for all sects by nurturing their talents. Yet, when did Lin Feng's demeanor become so profound? We cannot fathom his true intentions. Look at those sect leaders, all of them bubbling with excitement. Were it not for their pride, they might have even participated in the assessment themselves. Nevertheless, Qin Keqing was not overly concerned. Lin Feng's allowance for sect disciples to participate was a significant blow to the cultivation families. Can solitary practitioners truly compete with sect disciples? The ultimate outcome might be that the Xiantian Sword sect fails to recruit even a single disciple from its own ranks, instead attracting a host of external parasites. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing's expression darkened. Master, my junior sister Li Yun and I wish to participate in the upcoming disciple assessment of the Xiantian Sword sect. Why are you causing such a commotion? Qin Keqing glanced at her seat, now shrouded in darkness, where Li Yun sat. Upon meeting her pleading gaze and fervent nod, she felt a twinge of compassion. What could have led you to such a state, and still desire to partake in the assessment? Master, I wish to humiliate Lin Feng. Just that single statement sent a rush of excitement through Qin Keqing. With my junior sister and I participating, we would undoubtedly pass the assessment with ease and perhaps even secure the top 2 positions. At that moment, standing upon the high platform, we would enumerate the sect's flaws and deliver a resounding slap to Lin Feng's face, subsequently refusing to join the Xiantian Sword sect. While we may not sway the majority of disciples, the infamy that would ensue would be hard to erase. His ambition to recruit talented solitary practitioners would face even greater challenges. Moreover, with my junior sister and I ranking among the top 2 disciples, our influence would be tremendous. Qin Keqing listened intently to Lu Qingqing's scheme, her heart swelling with joy. My dear disciple is already alleviating my burdens, unlike that scoundrel Lin Feng, who constantly seeks to embarrass me. This time, I shall ensure that you find yourself in a predicament. Your plan is approved by me. Upon returning to the sect, devote yourselves entirely to cultivation. When the Xiantian Sword sect commences its disciple recruitment, come forth and shine brilliantly in the assessment. Then, with a resolute refusal, he struck heavily upon his face. Remember to prepare the commemorative stone, so that I may also witness his and Su Moli's expressions. The grand celebration of the Xiantian Sword sect concluded amidst a lively atmosphere. As the various sect leaders departed, they continued to discuss all that had transpired that day. The topic of greatest concern, undoubtedly, was the recruitment of disciples by the Xiantian Sword sect in 3 days' time. I believe their apprehensions are unwarranted. He is even willing to accept elders, which is nothing short of madness. Indeed, it is not so simple to sway the core disciples of the sect, let alone those at the nascent soul stage. I see Lin Feng's actions as desperate attempts to avert a collapse of fortune. Yet, in doing so, does he not pave the way for us? Ha ha. Hearing the unrestrained laughter from afar, Lin Feng too joined in the mirth. Even Su Moli beside him could not contain herself, laughing heartily. Only the two of them were aware of the existence of the fortune array and could foresee the future grandeur of the Xiantian Sword sect. This was Lin Feng's scheme, to disseminate news of the celebration at the Huangwen sect, enticing various sects to witness the Xiantian Sword sect's vigorous momentum and abundant spiritual energy. Then, he would release news of disciple recruitment, allowing these individuals to spread the word on his behalf. Those who successfully passed the assessments would undoubtedly be talented individuals endowed with profound fortunes, cherished by any sect. In order to swiftly absorb the fortunes of these lower-tier sects, he even proclaimed that elders could participate in the assessments. Of course, the initial suggestion came from Chu Handong, whom he had orchestrated to lead this initiative. When spoken from his mouth, it may raise doubts. However, if an outsider or even a sect leader were to voice it, the credibility would be greatly enhanced. Fenger, your thoughts are rather cunning. Are we truly a righteous sect? Chapter 89. The burden of being adored by so many senior sisters. Within the Xiantian Sword sect, Lin Feng and Su Moli shared a light-hearted laugh, leaving Xiao Zixuan and Lu Hongying utterly bemused. Logically, recruiting disciples from other sects would merely mean nurturing someone else's students. Yet, the demeanor of the master and junior brother suggested that matters were far more intricate than they appeared. What are you two laughing about? Do share the joy with everyone. Lin Feng playfully pinched Lu Hongying's delicate cheek. The mysteries of fate cannot be revealed. In due time, you shall comprehend. Have you forgotten that I am your senior sister? Lu Hongying retorted, springing up to tousle Lin Feng's hair into disarray. You and the master uncle are both mischievous, withholding your jokes from us. Su Moli merely smiled, yet a flicker of concern lingered in her heart. As more outer disciples join the sect, will their harmonious camaraderie endure? At that moment, Lin Wanqiu from the Tianji pavilion approached, observing Lin Feng frolicking with the two senior sisters, a gentle smile gracing her lips. It seems my junior brother rarely experiences such joy, does he? Su Moli nodded with a smile, reminiscing briefly about the past. Lin Feng had always been prudent and reserved, but only since last month had he begun to. The trust Lin Feng placed in her was something she reciprocated. Was the divination you provided for Wang Xian merely a fabrication? Not at all. It was my junior brother's instruction. Fenger informed me that Fellow's fortune is exceedingly formidable. Should you truly attempt a divination, it would spell certain doom. A chill ran through Lin Wanqiu's heart. How could it be that an unfortunate Lin Feng emerged from the Huanyan sect? Yet Wang Xian possessed such auspicious fortune. Both were disciples of the nefarious Qin Keqing. How splendid must her own fortune be? However, it was evident that her junior brother was indeed worried about her. With a flick of his head, Lin Feng restored his tousled hair to its original state. Lin Wanqiu approached him, presenting a ring. Junior brother, this is for you. Surely, you haven't given me all your spirit stones? As Lin Feng's consciousness delved into the storage ring, he was astonished to find a staggering 20 million spirit stones within. Why have you even added more? Lin Wanqiu smiled serenely, her eyes shimmering with tenderness. The Xiantian Sword sect is in dire need of revitalization, and as the sect master, it is only natural for me, as your senior sister, to lend my support. Besides, I did not expend any lifespan on this divination. Lin Feng grasped Lin Wanqiu's fair, delicate hand and placed the ring on her left middle finger. I could acquire spirit stones in myriad ways. Consider this my token of appreciation for our meeting. But I haven't prepared a gift for you. Simply visit me more often. Let that be your gift. Lin Wanqiu shyly lowered her gaze, giving a gentle nod in agreement. In the next moment, she suddenly lifted her head, as if resolutely deciding something. With unwavering determination, she rose on her toes and planted a soft kiss upon Lin Feng's cheek. This shall serve as my gratitude. With that, she hurriedly ascended into the air, leaving behind a delicate fragrance of flowers. Lin Feng gazed into the distance, his heart in turmoil. Could it be that fate truly orchestrates love at first sight? Why, after being reborn in a completely different time and place, engaging in disparate pursuits, would Lin Wanxiu still find herself enamored with him? Alas, being the object of affection for so many senior sisters is indeed a vexation. Xiao Zixuan and Lu Hongying exchanged glances, then turned to observe Lin Feng, whose lips curled upwards, on the verge of laughter. TSK, TSK, TSK. We should never have rescued this fickle heart. It is evident that our junior brother is a remarkable individual, capable of captivating even the disciples of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. Your reasoning is rather flawed. With Lin Wanxiu's departure, the celebration had indeed come to a close, yet the repercussions were monumental. That very night, the news of the Xiantian sword sect's extraordinary fortune and dense spiritual energy spread like wildfire. However, the crowd was even more intrigued by what Lin Feng would say next. The recruitment of disciples by a second-rate sect is inherently a significant affair. Furthermore, due to the rules of the Xiantian sword sect, one could join simply by passing an assessment, without the necessity of severing ties with their original sect, a veritable sanctuary of spiritual energy. Of course, this prospect held little allure for first-rate and second-rate sects, whose foundations are built upon more than mere spiritual energy and fortune. Yet for loose cultivators and disciples of third-rate sects, it was akin to being on the brink of starvation, only to have a roasted chicken presented before them, with the assurance that they could feast freely and to their fill. Even the elders of various sects began to stir with excitement. A few sect masters even voluntarily relinquished their positions to ascend to the role of Grand Elder, all in hopes of cultivating within the Xiantian sword sect. The essence of fortune is profoundly enigmatic, possessing the power to influence a cultivator's chances of breakthrough, especially for those whose lifespans are nearing their end. The desire to relocate to the Xiantian sword sect that very night is palpable. In the deep of night, Chu Handong ordered the disciples of Lingxi's sect to mobilize entirely, distributing flyers in every major market and cultivation town. Lin Feng found this strategy quite effective and resolved to employ it repeatedly, ensuring that more esteemed cultivation families became aware of this matter. By the time Lin Wanxiu returned to the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion 2 days later, the news of the Xiantian sword sect's recruitment had already permeated the entirety of the southern region. On the snow-capped mountains, Zaiyaozi remained unconcerned with such trifles. However, he was deeply invested in the well-being of his disciples. Taizhen, during your descent from the mountain, did you bring back any burdensome thoughts? Taizhen? Ah, master. Did you call for me? Zaiyaozi, observing his distracted disciple, could not help but sigh. How did your journey unfold? Upon mentioning this matter, Lin Wanxiu finally gathered her thoughts. Master, the extraordinary fortune does not belong to the ink-rain sword immortal, but rather to his newly accepted disciple, Lin Feng. Upon hearing this name, Zaiyaozi felt a tremor in his heart. It seemed that this individual was of utmost significance. Yet he was certain he had never heard of Lin Feng in his lifetime. Pray, elaborate on the specifics. The visage of Lin Feng surfaced in Lin Wanxiu's mind, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush. He possesses striking good looks, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his face akin to a jade crown. Upon observing the plight of his disciple, the carefree master let out another sigh. Lin Wanxiu was evidently ensnared in the complexities of romantic emotions, a trial she must navigate herself. Is there anything else? He bore not a trace of fortune. What is his realm? How old is he? The pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, at 17 years of age. The carefree master fell silent, gazing in the direction of the Xiantian sword sect. Although cultivators defy the heavens, without the favor of the heavenly path, they ultimately cannot achieve longevity in their pursuits. All practitioners in the world, to varying degrees, are accompanied by fortune. He had never encountered anyone completely devoid of it. Taizhen, have you brought back a fifth-grade artifact that bears the essence of that individual? Master, he once advised me that it would be best if you refrained from divining his fate. A mere junior at the foundation establishment stage dares to dictate to me? He did not mean it that way. Oh, so you mean I am unworthy to divine for him? Truly an arrogant young one. Lin Wanxiu was at a loss for how to clarify. What her junior brother meant to convey was that you, carefree master, are not fit to divine for me. Of course, she could not voice this directly, lest her master become enraged. By the way, Lin Feng also asked me to convey a message to you. 3 flowers atop the head. The immortal dream dissipates. After transcending tribulations, there are other reasons. Chapter 90. Master, I apologize. I wish to remain here for eternity. As Lin Wanxiu departed from the snowy mountains, Xiaozi continued to gaze towards the south, where a newly reborn sect, the Xiantian Sword Sect, resided. How did he know that I intended to utilize the 3 flowers gathering at the apex to transcend to that realm? How could he have discerned that I had once failed to attain the post-transcendence for other reasons divination? Xiaozi's expression turned grave, suspecting that Lin Feng might be an acquaintance from a past life. Yet, anyone who could surpass him was certainly beyond the realm of the living. Who exactly was he? Whence did he come? And what were his intentions? Lin Wanxiu produced a handkerchief, but after much contemplation, Xiaozi ultimately refrained from divining. He was uncertain of the vast karmic implications entwined within. A message was dispatched: do not offend the Xiantian Sword Sect. Before the 3-day period elapsed, a multitude of cultivators flocked to the vicinity of Qingyun Mountain. However, the protective formation of the Xiantian Sword Sect enveloped an exceptionally vast area, nearly 100 times that of the original Qingyun Mountain. The onlookers could not discern the happenings within and could only wander around the periphery, waiting for time to pass. Yet, the golden light of fortune in the sky was particularly striking, tugging at the heartstrings. Before long, the day of the assessment arrived. The open space outside Qingyun Mountain and the sky above brimmed with cultivators ranging from the Qi refinement stage to the nascent soul stage. As the gates of the Xiantian Sword Sect swung open, everyone widened their eyes, eager to glimpse the much-discussed sect. Rumor had it that it was merely a small hill. Surely it could not accommodate so many individuals. However, the protective formation was so immense that it covered a larger area than that of a second-rate sect. Li Yun and Lu Qingqing, who had arrived early, exchanged knowing smiles upon hearing this. To speak candidly, the Xiantian Sword Sect was but a small mound, comparable in size to Qingyun Mountain itself. Indeed, it contained only a few structures, hardly sufficient to house many people. The assessment would likely be exceedingly challenging. With only a handful of individuals passing, it would be wise for you to return early. Nevertheless, the cultivators present, captivated by the golden light of fortune, found themselves rooted to the spot, unwilling to heed the counsel of the 2 young women. Why would they suggest returning when they themselves were not leading the charge to depart? Were they not also eager to join the Xiantian Sword Sect and partake in its boundless fortune and rich spiritual energy? Lu Qingqing and Li Yun exchanged glances, their smiles haughty and disdainful. We are here for the assessment, yet we never claimed we intended to join. Moreover, this fortune and spiritual vein were pilfered from our Huang'an sect. At that moment, the gates of the sect fully opened. Initially, there was only a blinding white haze obscuring the view inside. As a wave of rich spiritual energy surged forth, the scene before them became clear. Many cultivators, having heard the words of Li Yun and Lu Qingqing, felt their anticipation of joining the Xiantian Sword Sect plummet. Yet, now, they all altered their minds. Fixated on a singular thought, they must join this sect, regardless of the cost. This was the Holy Land, the path to immortality. Elderly monsters nearing the end of their lifespan gasped in rapid breaths upon witnessing the unfolding scene. It seems that with just a single breath, one can transcend into a realm that has troubled them for years. Through the imposing gates, one can glimpse the ethereal essence of abundant spiritual energy within. The unevenly distributed dwellings are rumored to be new types of caves for cultivation. Blossoms of fortuitous golden lotuses envelop the area, exuding an extraordinary sanctity. Disciples of the Xiantian Sword Sect, prepare for the assessment. All participants, enter. With the resounding announcement, the gathered cultivators erupted in cheers. As they stepped through the gates of the Xiantian Sword Sect, the first instinct of the crowd was to take a deep breath. Such dense spiritual energy, with an exceptional quality,